He started as nothing more than a low-level pond guard. No background, no resources, and a life that meant nothing to anyone. But everything changed the day he awakened the guilt perception system. From that moment on, every hidden crime across Hong Kong became visible to him. Illegal immigration, drug trafficking, underground arms deals, mafia money laundering, layers upon layers of darkness, exposed right before his eyes. While others feared the underworld, he began to hunt it. Alone, he took on the entire criminal world. By day, he was an unnoticed caretaker of a quiet water reservoir. By night, he became the unseen executioner of criminals, a true crime nemesis. When the first major crime boss fell, everyone thought it was an accident. Then the second, then the third. Soon, both the legal world and the underworld of Hong Kong began to shake. You think he's just guarding a pond? No, he's cleansing the entire city of its corruption. From the very bottom, he rises, shattering the old order of darkness. This time, he's not just surviving. He's here to reset the entire Hong Kong underworld. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1 was overturned by myself. In 1984, Xiangjiang, Outlying Islands District. It's just getting dark, in a single room of an old rental house. Have you traveled through time? Or is it the Hong Kong film universe? Wen Yao sat up suddenly, sweating profusely. He really wore it. Waiting for fragmented memories to flood up, he sniffed out the background of this world. Raymond is in charge of the police station, Jiang Tiansheng is in charge of Hongxing, Fei Deng is in charge of Hengyi and Lianxing, Li Daheng is firmly at the top of the four major families. The real skeleton is built on the flesh and blood of Hong Kong-made films, and the knife-cut gunpowder reveals the warmth and coldness of human emotions. My current identity is a traffic police officer who was kicked to guard a pond. A month ago, while patrolling in West Kowloon, I forcibly issued a parking fine to a wealthy family member who happened to be flirting with a female celebrity. That night, he was slapped in the face by a transfer order and kicked off the island to guard the reservoir in the wilderness. Wen Yao furrowed his brow and pressed the corners of his mouth downwards. Outlying Islands District. One of the most barren areas in Hong Kong, with 3 buses a day and even convenience stores having to rely on ferries to restock. It's like being exiled to the border. Be promoted? There's no door. The predecessor couldn't hold on to this muffled breath, suffered a heart attack and collapsed, leaving his body empty, which allowed Wen Yao to take advantage of the situation. Damn it, it's the rich second generation again. He didn't feel sorry for his predecessor, but his teeth were itching with hatred. In my previous life, I worked as a social worker for 10 years and had already seen through this world. Money can buy lawyers, power dominates case files. Wealthy people often prioritize education when committing crimes, and the bottom can only bow down and admit defeat when beaten up. The salary card numbers cannot keep up with the rate of rent increase, and even including overtime pay and instant noodles is considered salty. Having accumulated half a lifetime of anger, I thought I could catch my breath by changing my body, but as soon as I opened my eyes, I was stepped on by my heel. Money and power. He coveted it, and also bid it. Is it difficult to be a person with a tight neck in this lifetime? Pooh, I insist on holding onto my purse tightly. It's even more frightening to be held in reverence. He punched the bedboard and roared as he hit the mottled wall. At this very moment, ding, my heart felt like it was hit by a small hammer. Ding, the anti-hero system is activated. Every time the host engages in an anti-hero behavior, they immediately receive generous rewards. System, he didn't even blink his eyelids. Old readers of online literature, golden fingers are even denser than milk tea shops. Ding, binding completed. Newbie gift pack distributed. Iron Kidney, Peng Yixing level gun sense, International Bandit Doctor Team. As soon as the words Iron Kidney fell, both kidneys suddenly became hot, as if 2 turbo engines were roaring behind the waist. The scorching airflow blasted open along the spine and shot straight towards the heavenly spirit cap. Wait, Peng Yixing level gun sense. Wen Yao's heart skipped a beat, and his ecstasy exploded. Peng Yixing, the man in Gun King, whose gaze is colder than a bullet, the IPSC world champion. He locks his throat when he raises his hand, breaks his spine when he pulls the trigger, and his gun hits the line of life and death. In an instant, countless muscle memories of the gun's center of gravity, trajectory prediction, and reloading rhythm flooded into the brain. Become a god marksman in seconds. With this unique skill, the Hong Kong Police Force's shooting range record may have to be rewritten overnight. Ha! He laughed so hard that his shoulders trembled. There is a third option. International Bandit Doctor Team? Wen Yao stared at these words with a slight frown. I am a police officer. Why did you send a bandit team as a benefit? If I remember correctly, these people came from the legend of the Condor Heroes. The flying tigers surrounded them. The embassy sought help. The police lost face. And finally, it was all thanks to the extraordinary performance of the protagonist Li Jie that they barely managed to escape unscathed. He turned on the faucet to wipe his face while calculating how to move forward. In this lifetime, he wants to stand at the highest point. Money and power oppress everyone, making them afraid to look directly at them. Ambition, once ignited, is like wildfire, and the anti-hero system is like a sickle handed over to the hand. So, the medical team doesn't necessarily have to be used as thieves, he said, shaking off the water droplets from his hands and a light flashing through his eyes. Why don't we let them perform a big show? Let him personally dismantle the platform, make achievements, become a god, and ascend to heaven in one step. Although doing so can be considered as loosening the bottom line. But nowadays, an honest person who sticks to the rules can't even touch the edge of power or grasp the corners of money. Look at Shinjiaju, he has many points. Which time did he not risk his life to catch a thief? What did you catch? In the end, isn't he still a police officer running errands? Currently, Wen Yao is squatting in the outlying island area, with few people in the wilderness. Do you want to make a contribution? There's no door. So, no chance. Then tear open a hole with your own hands. At this moment, ding. Trigger mission, break free from the cage, trapped in the dragon's soaring abyss. Please use anti-hero means to evacuate the outlying island area within 30 days. Wen Yao stared at this line of words without blinking his eyelids. Anti-hero tactics? He tugged at the corner of his mouth, and the chess game in his heart suddenly fell like the wind. In the blink of an eye, Wen Yao stepped into a dilapidated wooden house in an abandoned forest farm on the outlying island and saw the team that had been secretly raised for a long time. In addition to the four of them, there were more than a dozen vicious characters scattered in the corner of the room. The smell of gun oil mixed with sweat came rushing towards them, with black and green tattoos on their arms, their teeth and claws waving, and their trigger fingers shining brightly, clearly indicating that they were old guns that had been licking blood for many years. Boss! More than 10 voices shouted in unison, shaking the window paper to a buzzing sound. Full of loyalty, if Wen Yao raised his hand to his temple at this moment, they wouldn't even hesitate and would pull the trigger directly. Wen Yao's gaze swept over the faces and he nodded slightly. He turned to the doctor and said, "There's something I'll leave to you." The doctor immediately straightened his spine and spoke in a heavy voice like a piece of iron falling to the ground. "Boss, just speak up," Wen Yao said decisively. "Create a shocking case, and then I'll overturn it myself." After listening, the doctor's eyebrows lit up and said, "A small matter, wait for my good news." Wen Yao raised his index finger and said, "Remember, your hands must not be stained with any blood." The doctor chuckled lightly and tapped the table with his fingertips. "Don't worry, the scapegoat is already prepared. Boss, how are you planning to capture it?" "I've already thought about it." Wen Yao sneered and paused. "Use your doctor's name to place an order with the Silver Triangle drug lord Guan Chaiba, 1 ton of white powder, to be delivered off the island. Next, report anonymously to the 3rd team of the Drug Powder Investigation Department, and lure them to rush in overnight to play another anti-drug war." Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The doctor team is astonishingly efficient in their approach. First, under the guise of a doctor, Guan Chaiba was invited to the offshore island for a transaction. The other party was indeed hooked and sent 20 fugitives carrying a whole ton of high-purity drugs to land on time. At the same time, a precisely worded confidential report has quietly entered the 3rd group desk of the Poison Powder Investigation Department. After reading it, team leader Wen Yao's eyes lit up on the spot, taking credit alone, withholding payment, and settling old accounts. How could he let go of 3 bones gnawing together? Immediately gather all your confidence and launch a raid on the outlying island. At 3:12 p.m., the two sides suddenly collided at Shiwan Reef Beach. The gunshots rolled across the sea like thunder, the shell casings turned red from the heat, and the seawater instantly turned pale pink. 5 minutes later, both groups of people were severely injured. 7 bodies from the Poison Powder Investigation Department were scattered across the beach, and Wen Yao was shot in the left arm. He gritted his teeth and rolled into the crevice of the reef to save his life. The situation was even worse on the Silver Triangle side, with over a dozen bodies left behind, leaving only 4 escaped fish dragging half a bag of white powder and diving deep into the dense forests of the outlying islands. And the initiator doctor? From beginning to end, there was no trace. Half an hour later, huff huff, Wen Yao dragged 3 wounded soldiers and slammed into the gate of the offshore police station with a dusty face. Pouch the street. He punched the wall, his knuckles oozing blood. This time it fell too hard. If there is no turning over action, the police badge may have to be taken off, and the prison food will soon be served on the table, not to mention the drug-buying scandal behind that batch of goods. Once it is uncovered, Wen Yao will undoubtedly die. Fight it. He turned around and ran to the office of the police station manager, kicked open the wooden door, and shouted inside. "My name is Wen Yao, the head of the Poison Powder Investigation Division, a senior police superintendent." Chief Liang is sitting at the table drinking tea. He is in his early 50s, and his real name is Li Jianba. He heard Wen Yao claim the title of senior police superintendent, and his heart trembled, almost screaming out loud. How could such a person set foot in a remote and impoverished area like the outlying islands, where even wild dogs are unwilling to stay? "Sir," He snapped his waist straight, raised his hand in salute, and acted decisively. Chief Liang Jianba of the outlying islands police station has been ordered to report. Wen Yao furrowed his brow and spoke quickly and firmly. The 4 fugitives have just been dispersed by us and have fled deep into the mountains. I order all police officers in the outlying islands district gather within 10 minutes. Liang Jianba saluted again with a slap. Yes, sir. 10 minutes later, outside the iron gate of the police station, 10 police officers from the outlying islands district lined up in 2 rows. Wen Yao stood at the end of the team, his gaze sweeping over Wen Yao in the center of the crowd. The other party was pacing anxiously, their foreheads sweating, and their expression was tense like a stretched bowstring. He lifted his lips slightly and smiled silently. He laid out the entire storm from its inception to its landing with his own hands. Wen Yao was just a target that he personally picked and pushed onto the stage. The alarm call was timed and specifically assigned to the dedicated line led by Wen Yao. At this moment, Wen Yao straightened his back and spoke loudly, as if he were an iron-faced person. Colleagues, 4 armed thugs have broken into the outlying island area, which could endanger the lives of the people at any time. As a senior police superintendent, I immediately order all personnel enter the mountain to search for him, and he must be captured or subdued on the spot. He deliberately concealed words such as drug lord and bandit, using only the word thug to downplay them. There was no mention of killing, only uniform, afraid that the subordinates would have doubts and hesitate when they heard it. In order to compete for credit, he had already stepped on his feet, crushing them to pieces. Wen Yao watched quietly, with a hint of mockery in his heart. Compared to the person in front of him, his calculation seemed clean and sharp. Chapter 2. Just as he was lamenting that the case was neither significant nor ruthless enough, half an hour later, deep within the island's dense jungle, where vines entwined and mist enveloped the air. Hurry, move faster. Are you here for a leisurely stroll or to meet your demise? Wen Yao dashed along the trail marked by blood and broken branches, his heart pounding like a drum, berating the sluggish team behind him. The group of retired officers in the island district had long sensed something amiss. How could ordinary thugs force the major crime unit into such a disarray? They must be desperate, bloodthirsty outlaws. Yet, they feigned deafness, their steps slowing, their gazes drifting further away. Having grown accustomed to a lackadaisical existence on this desolate island, they had internalized the notion of taking it easy, engaging in life and death encounters. Only a fool would do that. Wen Yao felt his temples throb, a heaviness in his chest, nearly choking on his own blood. He had heard rumors that the island district housed lazy officers, but he hadn't imagined their lethargy ran so deep it reeked of mildew. Inspector Zhang, I wish to volunteer. Wen Yao suddenly stepped forward, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, his face alight with eagerness. He resembled a naive youth, untouched by the harsh realities of life. Wen Yao's spirits lifted, and he clapped a hand heavily on his shoulder. Good lad. You have guts. To be honest, those 4 have already been injured by us. They can't have gone far. Your name will certainly be inscribed in the Book of Merits. Wen Yao's voice trembled with excitement. Thank you for your guidance, Inspector Zhang. Wen Yao felt a wave of comfort. He adored this kind of straightforward audacity. He then signaled to Wen Yao, along with 3 loyal subordinates still nursing minor injuries, forming a 5-man unit to break away from the rest and hasten into the woods. After sprinting 2 kilometers, they spotted 4 dark figures huddled in a depression among the boulders, breathing heavily. There, Wen Yao exclaimed, his sharp eyes catching sight of them. Go, Wen Yao growled, adrenaline surging, victory within reach. The 5 men lowered their bodies, stealthily advancing, lying in wait for 20 minutes until the adversaries shifted positions. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted through the forest, flames tearing through the thick fog. As the smoke cleared, 4 bodies lay sprawled among the rocks. Only 3 officers remained, Wen Yao, Wen Yao, and an old detective from the narcotics division. Wen Yao suddenly threw his head back and laughed. Ha! I've succeeded. I've succeeded. He stumbled toward the heap of corpses, his gloved hands fumbling to search pockets, pat belts, and tug at collars, his movements frantic yet clumsy. Resembling a pup that had just caught its first prey, Wen Yao exchanged a swift glance with the old detective, a glint of cold understanding passing between them. With half the narcotics division already lost, how could they possibly share credit with this impetuous rookie? Absolutely not. Wen Yao cast a sidelong glance, and the old detective understood, bending down to pick up a bloodied submachine gun from the ground. However, Wen Yao's agility was ghostly fast. He snatched up a fallen thug's handgun, and bang, bang. 2 sharp cracks sliced through the air. Wen Yao's carotid artery exploded in a spray of blood. The officer beside him suffered a similar fate, his head erupting in a gruesome display, dying instantly. Wen Yao clutched his neck in a desperate attempt to stem the blood, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he stared at Wen Yao, whose gun was steadily aimed at his forehead. Why? Li Wenyo smirked, his smile chilling and flippant, because, just like you two, I don't wish to share a single iota of credit. He paused, leisurely adding, Inspector Zhang. Zhang Wenyo's body went rigid, his pupils constricting. He understood, fully comprehended. All the naivety, impulsiveness, and willingness to be deceived were mere facades. He thought he was cloaked in wolf's hide. But little did he know he had already been targeted by a true wolf. Farewell, Inspector Zhang. Li Wenyo's lips curled into a slight smile as he raised his arm and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced his temple with unerring precision, sending Zhang Wenyo crashing backward, his eyes wide open, refusing to close. Just your name, Wenyo, conflicts with mine, and that alone warrants death. Li Wenyo chuckled softly, then swiftly turned his wrist, firing several more shots. Bang! 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 The bullets embedded themselves in the corpses, creating new wounds. Blood holes proliferating as if they had been subjected to a ruthless close-range barrage. He casually grabbed the weapons of the other fallen thugs, delivering a few more shots into the bodies, then fired several rounds toward the distant rocks and the sea, the gunfire a chaotic symphony, indistinguishable between the genuine and the fabricated. The objective was to create a seamless cover-up. Next, he retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, meticulously wiping each used gun before placing them back in the dead man's hands. Job done. Finally, he bent down and rifled through Zhang Wenyo's pockets. Extracting a mobile phone, he dialed a number. A female voice came through the receiver. There has been a major incident. Inspector Zhang is gone. The scene is chaotic. A large number have died. Li Wenyo's voice trembled, his breaths rapid, panic perfectly timed. The performance was flawless. Ding. The system notification chimed in due time. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward item, anti-eavesdropping device. Indestructible, non-transferable, automatically bound. Can scan for all eavesdropping devices within a 10-meter radius in real time. Synchronously shielding all audio theft activities, and includes features for detecting hidden cameras and recording equipment. Li Wenyo felt a surge of warmth. Anti-eavesdropping device. Truly the ultimate counter-surveillance tool. It could even unearth hidden cameras and identify recording devices. It was like a timely boon. He had been holding his breath, knowing that communication with the medical team was at risk of interception, a blade hanging over his head, ready to drop at any moment. Now at last, he could sleep soundly. In less than 10 minutes, the narcotics division was thrown into disarray. The upper echelons of the police force slammed their fists on the table in anger. This was the first complete dismantling of an operational unit in a decade. The special forces sprang into action, helicopters roaring into the sky, heading straight for the island district. Half an hour later, the island district was alive with commotion. A throng of PTU officers forming a line, shields raised as they surged in. The blaring sirens echoed across the entire island. The first firefight location, sealed. Investigation. Evidence collection. The second firefight location, sealed. Investigation. Evidence collection. Not long after, the keen-eyed paparazzi from the Hong Kong media, tipped off by villagers, actually disguised members of the medical team, rushed to the scene, trembling with excitement. Explosive news. This was undoubtedly the headline of the year. An hour later, TVB and ATV's evening news simultaneously interrupted their programming with breaking news, the footage bloody and the tone grave. The entire Hong Kong was in an uproar. The streets buzzed with heated discussions. Some vocally criticized the narcotics division for their incompetence, recklessly charging in and becoming mere targets for drug lords. 2 hours later, the police public relations department hastily convened a press conference to report on the situation. First, they exaggerated the drug lords' ferocity and heavy firepower, even mentioning rocket launchers, stating that the involved narcotics amounted to a staggering ton of pure white powder. Then, they lavished praise on the narcotics division for their bravery and valiant sacrifice. While some whispered doubts about Zhang Wenyo's mission, uncovering numerous internal discrepancies, the chief personally quashed the rumors. The case was to end here, and no further investigation was permitted. In the third and final act of this dramatic narrative, we witnessed the portrayal of Officer Li Wenyo, a steadfast and resolute policeman from the outlying islands, who emerges heroically during a critical moment. Lacking any distinguished background or specialized equipment, he is merely an ordinary beat officer, donning worn-out shoes as he patrols the docks and fishing villages. When gunfire erupts and his colleagues retreat behind cover, he grips his service weapon tightly, charging against the tide of fleeing civilians. Bullets whiz past his ears as he rolls and dives, utilizing the broken walls to advance, crawling low to the ground. Through a hail of gunfire, he traverses 100 meters, taking down 3 armed assailants in succession. The final shot finds its mark squarely in the forehead of the ringleader. And as the smoke from the gun dissipates, he kneels, gasping for breath, his police badge still gleaming amidst the blood and sweat. The Public Relations Department, recognizing the monumental blunder exposed by the narcotics investigation team, shifts all promotional efforts towards Wen Yao. Press releases are expedited, editing is accelerated, and camera angles are meticulously crafted for maximum impact. Exaggerated praise and fervent accolades pour forth. When his silhouette dominates the front pages of newspapers across Hong Kong, graces the subway light boxes, and fills the primetime slots of television broadcasts, Wen Yao becomes the embodiment of the courageous police officer at the forefront of the outlying islands in the eyes of the public. The tale spreads like wildfire. With his image gracing the cover of Ming Pao for 3 consecutive weeks, and a live interview filling the studio to capacity, the microphones encircling him like a tight embrace. Ultimately, during the police department's award ceremony, he is adorned with the Silver Star for bravery, and his insignia is ceremoniously upgraded from frontline officer to trainee inspector. Trainee Inspector Wen Yao. A meteoric rise, soaring 4 ranks in a single leap. Meanwhile, the seasoned officers from the outlying islands watch with envy, their faces turning green with jealousy. Had they known such an opportunity awaited, would they have languished in their posts, sipping tea? Yet, that chance was fleeting, and one misstep would lead to total loss. A newcomer, barely off probation, has suddenly transformed into a candidate for inspector, leaving even Chief Superintendent Liang Jianba with a stoic expression, his fingers pressing heavily upon the commendation letter. 5 days later, as the fervor subsides and the spotlight dims, Wen Yao finally shakes off the microphones and cameras, receiving a transfer order. He is reassigned from the outlying islands to the Border District Police Station in North New Territories, taking on the role of deputy leader of the Serious Crimes Unit. The Border District encompasses 3 areas: Lok Ma Chau, Ta Kowloon, and Sha Tau Kok. He stares at the transfer order in disbelief, never anticipating he would be placed in such a desolate locale. How absurd. He muses that, at the very least, he should have been sent to Central, East Kowloon, or West Kowloon, prominent territories indeed. Even a transfer to South New Territories would have been respectable. Instead, he finds himself thrust into the remote and barren expanse of North New Territories. Here, the landscape is characterized by rolling hills, dilapidated villages, sparse streetlights, and intermittent human presence. This is perhaps the faintest shade of gray on the government map. Yet, it is precisely in this very place that human traffickers operate under the cover of darkness, smuggling illegal immigrants across borders and dealing in contraband within abandoned mines. If the outlying islands could not contain me, do they truly believe they can restrain me in this mere North New Territories? A smirk curls at the corners of Wen Yao's mouth as he neatly folds the transfer order and slips it into his inner pocket. At the Border District Police Station, at 7 in the morning, Wen Yao steps into this drab, aging building to report for duty. The entire station comprises no more than 50 personnel. The station commander is Wei Sir, from the Special Police Dragon Slayer. The Serious Crimes Unit consists of Unit Leader Long Go, Deputy Leader Huang Minka, and officers Lao Gui, Ayu, Steadily, and He Shuling, also from the Special Police Dragon Slayer. The patrol unit has over 30 members, while the logistics team comprises 5. As he surveys the room, he is surprised to recognize several familiar faces. Unit Leader Long Go bears an uncanny resemblance to the understated but shrewd steward from the Emperor's Feast. Huang Minka, sporting a buzz cut and triangular eyes, exudes an air reminiscent of the character Locke from the Undercover. Lao Gui, with a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his mouth, leans casually against the doorframe, resembling the menacing yet charismatic character from Fight Back to School. Ayu flashes a trademark mischievous grin, instantly conjuring memories of classic scenes from his past. Steadily, robust as a wall, has features strikingly similar to the legendary actor Yu Zhan. He Shuling, with her short, sharp haircut and icy demeanor, evokes the image of Zheng Yuling. Perhaps it is the echoes of memories from bygone films that enhance his recollections, as the details of these characters are as vivid as if they were playing out on screen once more. Every nuance, every line of dialogue from Special Police Dragon Slayer is etched into his mind. Furthermore, he is acutely aware of the narrative trajectory. Huang Minka and Lao Gui secretly collude, ultimately leading to a bloodbath within the Serious Crimes Unit, first eliminating Leader Long, then Steadily, and finally, as they aim a gun at Ayu, Lao Gui unexpectedly strikes Huang Minka with a wrench, shattering his skull. Intriguing, indeed. Wen Yao chuckles softly to himself, just as he feared a lack of significant cases. Fate has delivered these individuals right to his doorstep. Chapter 3. Patience, for a grand performance awaits the sound of the drums before it begins. That evening, Commander Wacer hosted a welcome banquet at a renowned old restaurant on the street corner, with nearly all off-duty officers in attendance. Tonight, we gather to warmly welcome our new comrade, the true hero, Li Sir. Welcome, Li Sir, so formidable. The applause thundered, and the clinking of glasses resonated like a deafening chorus. No one considered him a mere figurehead, for the gunfight at the island dock was real, with real bullets and real blood. Thus, the toasts and cigarettes exchanged were sincere, accompanied by warm glances. Unit Leader Long, with a slight smile, remarked, Yao. Everyone is eager to hear about the details of your fierce battle against the ruthless criminals. Why not take this opportunity to share the story with us? Huang Minka, Lao Gui, Ayu, and Taili immediately joined in the chorus of encouragement, their voices rising in excitement. Li Sir, let us hear a tale. The number one tough guy in our police station must show us what he has got. Li Sir, he replied, you flatter me, truly. With a fleeting glance, he discreetly scanned the faces of Huang Minka and Uncle Da. Both of them shifted uncomfortably, their throats tightening and their breaths becoming shallow, as if they were cats with their necks pinched. The two of them had long been in cahoots with drug traffickers, while Wen Yao had recently been positioned by the police department as a formidable adversary targeting such individuals. Shifting his gaze to Long, he found him even more difficult to read. In the film, after Long's demise, Sherry and Huang Minka pry open his locked drawer, revealing a passbook with over 10 million Hong Kong dollars and a counterfeit passport. Was Long a corrupt officer? Or had Huang Minka set him up to ascend the ranks? The latter scenario seemed unlikely. Who would risk 10 million just to please a woman? Yet, to Wen Yao, loyalty and treachery held no distinction. He had never played by the rules, and his principles were as fluid as the wind. Since everyone is eager to listen, I shall recount the events as they transpired, Wen Yao said, maintaining his smile as he recounted the heroics the police department had impressed upon him. Naturally, his tale was one of solitary valor, carving a path through a storm of bullets, charging forward despite the certainty of peril. As Huang Minka and Lao Gui listened, their expressions darkened, and a shared glance revealed the tension in their eyes, cold sweat subtly trickling down their temples. Wow, Li Sir is incredible. The crowd responded with astonishment, some gasping in disbelief, others slapping their thighs in admiration. If it were me, I would have crumpled to the ground. I heard there were AKs sweeping the scene, bullets flying past. Li Sir, I'm in awe. Ayu feigned a slip, dropping to one knee in front of Wen Yao, nearly bowing at his feet. This banquet allowed Wen Yao to win over the hearts of the entire lower echelon of officers without firing a single shot. From now on, coordinating personnel would be a breeze. Huang Minka and Lao Gui, drawing closer, wore smiles that burned with fervent warmth. Huang Minka patted Wen Yao on the arm. Yao? From now on, your promotion and salary increase will depend entirely on your guidance. Lao Guid also chimed in. Indeed. I've been stuck at the sheriff's position for nearly 7 years, just waiting for this favorable wind. Along laughed while patting Wen Yao on the shoulder. Yao? The serious crime unit will be relying on you more from now on. This old bone of mine really needs to rest. On the surface, the atmosphere was warm and friendly, but internally, alarms were ringing. He was, in fact, a mole planted by the Drug Investigation Division, a subordinate developed by Wen Yao himself. Indeed, Along was nothing more than a snake disguised in uniform. This border police station was already a whirlpool of dark currents, several factions smiling on the surface while biting each other in the shadows, akin to a game of werewolf where identities remained concealed. As the wine was finished and the gathering dispersed, people gradually returned to their respective homes. Huang Minka and Lao Guid paused at the door, exchanging a silent glance. 20 minutes later, the two stood at the edge of Huang Minka's rooftop. What to do? Wen Yao was a living demon. Yes, if he truly possessed the rumored abilities, the things we are hiding won't withstand a single glance from him. Huang Minka leaned against the rusted iron railing, gazing at the dark mountains to the north, his expression grim. Lao Guid clenched the hem of his clothes, his knuckles turning white as he contemplated packing up and sending his wife and child away that very night. Huang Minka noticed his demeanor and spoke in a low voice. Don't panic just yet. Perhaps he is merely a paper tiger, put forth to take the heat after the police department suffered such heavy losses. Lao Guid shook his head. Not necessarily. The warmer his smile during dinner tonight, the colder it made my spine. This man is a smiling tiger. He has been in law enforcement for over 30 years, having gone undercover in drug dens 7 times. And he never misjudged people. Huang Minka remained silent. He too felt that Wen Yao's eyes were unervingly pure. He was certainly not an ignorant newcomer, but rather a blade that had been sharpened, its cold gleam evident even when sheathed. Bang! Huang Minka slammed the railing, his gaze sharp as a blade. Why not expose him to those foreign devils? Let them deal with Wen Yao themselves. Lao Guid stiffened, hesitating. That might just alert the snake. Huang Minka retorted coldly. Then pray tell, how do we conclude this? Lao Guid rubbed his chin, lowering his voice. It would be better to remain still for now, discreetly ascertain Wen Yao's background, his trump cards, and his allies before we act. Huang Minka, left with no choice, nodded in agreement. All right. Wen Yao pushed open the gate and returned to the old-style brick courtyard he had rented. The clock had just passed 9. The night sky was clear, with scattered stars. He closed his eyes and recalled the narrative of special police slaying dragons, where a vicious drug network occupied the border. clearly entangled with two formidable characters. Ding. Suddenly, a crisp notification echoed in his mind. New mission triggered. Ascend. The serious crime unit of the border police station is shrouded in darkness. Objective: eliminate squad leader Long Gu and deputy leader Huang Minka, take their place, and secure the position of squad leader. Wen Yao skimmed through the task, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Interesting. He picked up the phone and dialed the doctor's number. Doctor. Boss. Investigate two individuals, one from Chaos Han, known in the underworld as Zhuge Xiong. The second is from the United States, involved in a ginseng drug trafficking group, the mastermind of which has yet to surface. The ginseng group was precisely the snake Huang Minka and Lao Guid were secretly colluding with. As for Zhuge Xiong, he operated independently, and no one could buy his loyalty. The doctor replied promptly. Understood, I'll get right on it. As he hung up, Wen Yao suddenly recalled another character. Zhuge Xiong was wanted throughout Hong Kong, and when cornered, he had once begged a more ruthless and domineering figure known as Eighth Master. Eighth Master had shown him a photo, irrefutable evidence of Lao Guid and the ginseng group exchanging goods at the dock. To pinpoint such hidden connections, Eighth Master was certainly no ordinary character. Moreover, Eighth Master could very well be a top-tier drug lord lurking in the shadows. I need to uncover his details. Received, boss. After ending the call, Wen Yao took a hot shower and dried off, but felt a heaviness in his chest. It had been 7 days since he was reborn in Hong Kong, yet he had not truly relaxed even once. With a shift in thought, he dialed the number of Lu Huijin, a prominent TVB journalist. Hello, Miss Lu. Please, sir, do you have something to instruct? I have a case that could expose a major corrupt cop. Are you willing to follow? What? Lu Huijin's breath caught, her voice suddenly rising. Of course. Where is it? Wen Yao smirked slightly. Tonight at 11. Meet at the border district to witness a great show. 10 o'clock? No problem. She replied quickly, her eyes ablaze. Her journalistic instincts were deeply ingrained. Even a late-night appointment did not faze her. Moreover, this Li Sir before her was the lone hero she had written 3 in-depth reports about. Wen Yao chuckled softly. I await your arrival. Lu Huijin responded briskly. I'll be on time. The call ended. Wen Yao squinted, his smile deepening, as if a fat lamb was being delivered right to his doorstep. At 21:40, the doctor called. Boss, we have located Zhuge Xiong's lair. It's at the Emerald City nightclub. Wen Yao nodded with a light smile. Well done. The doctor tentatively asked, should we send someone to probe the situation? Wen Yao replied nonchalantly. You decide. At 2200 hours, Lu Huijin arrived, carrying a camera and a voice recorder, hastily rushing from Tseungkwan O to the northern New Territories. The car came to a stop, and she jumped out. Wen Yao stood before the courtyard, tailored in a deep gray suit, with sharp shoulders and a tall, upright posture, his features clear and his presence steady. Welcome, our esteemed reporter Miss Lu. Good evening, Li Sir. She greeted, dressed in a black suit skirt, her curly hair cascading over her shoulders, radiating vitality as she approached briskly. As her skirt fluttered, her figure was particularly eye-catching. Where's the news? Where is it? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Wen Yao shook his head with a smile. Patience. A good show must wait until the drumbeats sound before it begins. I was too hasty. I truly apologize. Lu Huijin laughed sheepishly, her face flushing slightly. Her heart racing as she realized she had rushed to grab the news without preparing a proper thank you, appearing rather reckless and out of tune. Wen Yao smiled faintly. Come, let me take you somewhere. Lu Huijin's eyes lit up. Where to? Wen Yao lowered his voice. To a drug den. In an instant, Lu Huijin's eyes brightened. A drug den? He really dares to bring a journalist into such a place? Wen Yao replied calmly. Our informant just relayed that there's a secret drug production site in the underground level of the Emerald City nightclub. Tonight, we'll sneak in to take a look. Lu Huijin immediately tightened her bag strap, her heart racing. Let us go now. Wen Yao glanced at the bulky camera she carried, which was quite conspicuous. Did you bring a mini recording device? This one is too eye-catching. It won't work for infiltration. I did. Lu Huijin replied decisively, swiftly pulling out a button camera, a thin wire, and a secure storage box from her bag. This is a hidden camera just airlifted from the U.S., specially designed for undercover investigations, and it cost a fortune. She quickly connected the wires, embedding the lens seamlessly into the seam of her blouse, appearing flawless from a distance. With a gentle press of the button, ding, a soft sound penetrated Wen Yao's ears. The system's prompt synchronized with it. The anti-eavesdropping device has been activated, detecting concealed camera signals originating from. A tremor ran through Wen Yao's heart. This system's complementary anti-eavesdropping device truly possessed the astonishing capability to capture covert surveillance in real time. Let us go. The two swiftly entered the vehicle, heading straight for the Emerald City nightclub. Chapter 4. If you remain silent, I shall assume you're not. On the way, Lu Huijin could not help but lean forward to inquire. Li sir, what exactly is the situation with the corrupt police you mentioned over the phone? Wen Yao replied with unwavering certainty. The suspect has not yet been identified. But there is an overwhelming likelihood that they are connected to the drug trafficking ring we are investigating tonight. Lu Huijin's breath caught in her throat, her gaze intense, as if she could already envision the sensational headlines pulsating before her eyes. Before long, they arrived at the Emerald City nightclub. As the car door swung open, the glaring neon lights assaulted their senses, and the booming bass reverberated through the ground. Wen Yao turned to Lu Huijin. Miss Lu, the other party is highly vigilant. From this moment on, shall we pretend to be a couple? Do you mind? Lu Huijin hesitated briefly, her gaze sweeping over Wen Yao's tall stature and composed brow. Considering the exclusive information within her grasp, she finally smiled. Not a problem. Before the words even left her lips, she had naturally linked her arm through his, her ample bosom gently pressing against him, warm and soft, utterly unguarded. Wen Yao stood straight, his expression unchanging, as if her arm were merely a piece of wood, completely indifferent to the warmth so near. Lu Huijin stole a sidelong glance at him, surprised by her own beauty. Even the station chief would linger for a second longer. Yet he seemed as stoic as a rock. She was both astonished by the ineffectiveness of her allure and inexplicably impressed by his composure. As they pushed through the door, a cacophony of sound assaulted them. The dance floor was a whirlwind of light and shadow, men and women swaying vigorously to the rhythm. The air thick with a blend of alcohol, sweat, and perfume, an intoxicating mixture. The noise was chaotic and disorienting. Lu Huijin instinctively tensed her shoulders. To make matters worse, the moment she stepped inside, several unabashed gazes latched onto her, greedy and burning, causing her to instinctively shrink closer to Wen Yao, her fingers tightening around his arm. Wen Yao leaned slightly closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Feeling uncomfortable? If it becomes too much, we can leave at any time. His breath grazed her earlobe, sending a shiver coursing through her body, like a delicate current of electricity teasing her senses. This was the first time someone had come so close, her body softening, her ears burning with heat. Yet, thinking of the camera silently recording and the editor-in-chief awaiting her report, she bit her lip, steadied her voice, and replied, "No need. Let us continue." "Good." Wen Yao's lips curled into a slight smile, though the mirth did not reach his eyes, resembling a hunter poised to ensnare his prey, waiting for her to step deeper into the trap. Soon, he guided Lu Huijin through the crowd to a secluded booth in the corner. A waitress in high heels approached, her skirt swaying lightly. "Sir, miss, what would you like to order?" She presented a gilded drink menu. Wen Yao casually selected 3 items. "These will suffice." Once the waitress departed, Wen Yao leaned towards Lu Huijin and whispered, "Inside the nightclub, the bouncers are vigilant, keenly observing those who do not drink or seem disengaged. Since we are here, we must raise our glasses. Otherwise, we will immediately draw attention." Lu Huijin nodded. "Understood, but my tolerance is low. I easily get tipsy." Upon hearing this, Wen Yao raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes. "Low tolerance? Just what I need." He spoke with warmth, his tone considerate. "Then drink sparingly. Just a sip to show your intent will do." Lu Huijin felt a warmth bloom in her chest, appreciating his meticulous concern and the comfort he provided. "Little Jean, remember not to stare too obviously. Too blatant will easily attract the attention of those with ulterior motives." A moment later, a server approached with a tray of drinks. Wen Yao deftly took 2 glasses, positioning himself to shield Lu Huijin from the prying eyes of the hall with effortless familiarity. His demeanor was relaxed, exuding an air of practiced ease. Internally, he shook his head, realizing she was still a novice, far too earnest. Since entering, she had been rigidly glancing towards the private rooms, resembling a sign marked with suspicion, hardly inconspicuous. The task of investigating the drug den was entrusted to others. Tonight's purpose was not that. Oh dear. Lu Huijin was caught off guard by his sudden closeness, instinctively recoiling, yet he firmly held her waist, his palm warm, the grip gentle but unyielding. "Stay still. Someone is watching us from over there," Wen Yao whispered, his breath sweeping past her ear. She froze, her ears burning intensely, even her fingertips tingling with sensation, paralyzed by the unexpected intimacy. The scent of his clean and solid presence enveloped her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, pounding like a drum against her chest. A person who typically hesitated even when receiving a piece of paper from a stranger could hardly withstand such an unforeseen proximity. She felt as though she had been struck dumb, floating on air, light and unmoored. Noticing her trembling eyelashes, Wen Yao's lips curved slightly as he gradually released his hold. Retreating half a foot, gently pushing the amber drink towards her. "Here, quench your throat." Lu Huijin, in a daze, reached for it and downed it in one go. The fiery liquid surged down her throat, causing her to squint as she steadied her breath. Her gaze darted around, yet no one seemed to pay her any mind. Of course, no one was watching. It was all a ruse concocted by Wen Yao. Otherwise, how could he find such an opportune moment for closeness? No. This was merely a bridge of convenience. He harbored no ulterior motives. What did you just call me? She regained her composure, looking up at him, her voice soft, as if wrapped in a thin mist. Wen Yao's smile deepened. Little Jean. Since they were pretending to be a couple, some semblance of authenticity was required. If you find it awkward, I can immediately address you as Miss Lu. Lu Huijin hesitated slightly, then gently shook her head. No need to change. Everything should be fine now, right? She was acutely aware that in this place, people turned hostile faster than one could flip a page. One wrong glance could seal their fate. Wen Yao noticed her knuckles turning white as he placed his hand over her cool wrist, gently patting it. Rest assured. I am here. She responded affirmatively, gazing into his assured eyes, her shoulders unconsciously relaxing, her heart gradually returning to a place of calm. Shall we have another drink to settle our nerves? He lifted his glass, his tone light, as if discussing the weather. All right, she blurted out, entirely forgetting her earlier claim of low tolerance, grabbing her glass and downing it once more. After 2 drinks, her cheeks quickly flushed with color, her gaze growing misty, and her head spinning, mingling with the thunderous beat of the music. She felt as though she were floating on the surface of the water, swaying gently. Indeed, she was feeling the effects. Yet, one could not blame her. The strong liquor Wen Yao had chosen was meant for himself, while the drink he had selected for her was clearly a low-alcohol cocktail with fruity sweetness. Onlookers would merely say, the young lady drank too hastily. What is it to him? Wen Yao found it amusing and raised a glass himself, smacking his lips. This drink packs a punch. Miss Lu, are you all right? Lu Huijin gently swayed her head, her cheeks blooming like peach blossoms, her lips curving into a playful, sweet smile as she raised her glass high. I'm fine. I can still drink. All right, I shan't compete with you. Let us get you home. Wen Yao gazed at the dazed and ethereal Lu Huijin before him, sighed with a smile, and rose to support her arm, half assisting, half embracing her as they made their way outside. Suddenly, after taking just a couple of steps, he halted abruptly, his brows furrowing as his eyes narrowed, fixing a piercing gaze at the entrance of the nightclub. A subtle, intriguing smile began to curve at the corners of his lips. There, he spotted the doctor's brother, Tuzi, impeccably dressed in a tailored black suit, stepping in with a measured stride. He paused to survey the surroundings, and soon someone approached with a quiet inquiry, leading him deeper into the inner chambers. It was only when that figure completely vanished at the end of the corridor that Wen Yao withdrew his gaze, steadily guiding the unsteady Lu Huijin out of the nightclub's entrance. One need not guess to comprehend that Tuzi was sent by the doctor to probe into Zhuge Xiong's hidden cards. He merely awaited news. The trivialities were hardly his concern. Miss Lu, where is your home? I shall take you there since it's on my way. In the blink of an eye, Wen Yao had carefully assisted her into the passenger seat. Yet, as soon as Lu Huijin settled into the chair, her eyelids grew heavy, and she tilted her head into a light slumber, her lips parting and closing like a drowsy kitten. Miss Lu? Wen Yao gently waved his hand before her eyes, helplessly raising his hands. Shall we just head to my place for the night? If you remain silent, I shall take that as a nod. Lu Huijin. The engine roared, the headlights slicing through the night, as Wen Yao pressed the accelerator and departed the street corner. Upon returning to his rented apartment, he gently laid her down on the bed. She mumbled incoherently, twisting like a little loach, her delicate stiletto heels having long been flung to some forgotten corner. With a gulp, Wen Yao felt a warmth rise within him, stirred by her appearance, especially since he had indulged himself as well. Yet, it was she who had initiated the flirtation. At that moment, deep within the nightclub, the lair of the drug Lord Zhuge Xiong, inside a sealed private room, silence reigned, the air thick as if it had solidified into lead. Tuzi, donning sunglasses, sat upright like a pine, his gaze sharp and cold, piercing directly into Zhuge Xiong across the table. Zhuge Xiong's expression remained stoic, yet an overwhelming aura of arrogance emanated from him, starkly contrasting Tuzi's refined demeanor, resembling a panther lurking atop a cliff. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Zhuge Xiong's brother, Ahu, strode in, carrying a package of white powder. He cast a glance at Tuzi, placed the package on the table, crossed his arms, and stood silently by his elder brother's side. Big brother. Zhuge Xiong nodded, reaching for the package of white powder and swiftly pushing it towards Tuzi with a decisive force. Here. Tuzi caught it with one hand, remaining silent, then removed his sunglasses, pulling out a glass vial filled with a colorless liquid from his pocket. He also produced a folding knife, carefully adding a pinch of powder into the vial. With a gentle shake of his wrist, the once clear liquid suddenly shimmered with a haunting blue glow. A smirk crept onto his lips, pure, indeed. No wonder Zhuge Xiong is so formidable. Zhuge Xiong forced a stiff smile. How much do you need? Always ready. I am aware that your weight pales in comparison to joining forces to swallow the entire Hong Kong market, are we not? He had long heard of the Dr. S crew, and now exuded an eagerness, entirely unguarded. After all, they were all from the same underworld. Who would dare ally with the authorities? Fine, let us make money together. Tuzi lazily nodded. However, I'll need 20 kilograms for tonight. Where's the money? Ahu stepped forward, his voice low, hand pressing against his waist. Humph. Tuzi picked up a hardshell briefcase at his feet and slammed it onto the table. Remember, when the boss is present, interrupting is tantamount to seeking death. Ahu's expression changed instantly, rage igniting within him as he swiftly drew a handgun, pointing it at Tuzi's temple. Yet Tuzi was quicker. His left hand clamped down on Ahu's wrist, twisting it sharply, the gun now pressed dangerously close to Ahu's groin. Dare to draw a gun under my watch. Do you wish to die? Ha ha ha. No wonder you're from the Dr. S team. Quite the tough nut. Zhuge Xiong laughed heartily. This is my younger brother Ahu. Let us give him some face, shall we? Tuzi shrugged, relaxing his grip, and Ahu's wrist softened, causing the gun to slide into her palm. She deftly tucked it away, her expression calm. All right, give me a tour then. It's on me. Chapter 5. If it truly comes to blows, I have an idea. The next morning, at Li Wenyao's rented apartment. The blazing sunlight pierced through the curtain-s seams, directly invading the bedroom, causing the still sleeping beauty to flutter her eyelashes, slowly lifting her eyelids. Lu Huijin let out a soft murmur, the dull ache in her legs prompting her to furrow her brow. However, the steady, powerful heartbeat in her ears startled her. Why was this rhythm so close? Fully awake, she gazed upward, only to be taken aback by a strikingly handsome face unexpectedly invading her vision. Her pupils constricted as she bolted upright, fragments of the previous night crashing back into her mind. The scent of alcohol, the swaying lights, the hand that had supported her arm, and the searing breath. Ah! She shrieked, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, her gaze landing on the glaring vermilion stain on the sheets, her voice rising in pitch, heart-wrenching. Almost immediately, a tearing pain erupted from below her abdomen, and she choked back a sob, tears streaming down her face. Beside her, Li Wenyao had already opened his eyes, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he softly asked, awake? Crying so early, what has upset you? You liar. You scoundrel still pretending to be innocent? Lu Huijin raised her hand to slap him, but he deftly caught her wrist. What a joke. How could Li Wenyao, of all people, endure a woman's slap? He stared into her reddened eyes, his tone sincere. I'm sorry, this is my fault. I accept the blame, but it wasn't intentional. You were so drunk last night that you could barely stand. I intended to take you home, but you were so muddled that you couldn't even clearly state your address. I had no choice but to bring you back. I had a couple of drinks myself, and when I saw you leaning against my shoulder, your face flushed like a peach blossom, I lost my composure. Humph. Lu Huijin sniffled, her tear-filled eyes glaring at him. I see you planned this all along. Knowing I would be out with just one drink, you still forced alcohol on me. Speak. That intel about the drug den was a lie, wasn't it? Just an excuse to trick me into bed. At this moment, the little trust she had harbored had shattered into dust. She had thought him an upright individual, only to find him more greasy than a street thug. Huh. Li Wenyao immediately raised 3 fingers. By heaven's conscience, I truly didn't deceive you. If you don't believe me, look at this. Before he finished his sentence, he reached for the drawer of the bedside table, pulling out a stack of papers and handing them over. It was all meticulously compiled intelligence by the Dr. S team. Zhuge Xiong's background, the hierarchy of the drug trafficking network, the locations of drug production hideouts, even surveillance screenshots and financial flow diagrams, all presented with irrefutable clarity. As Lu Huijin flipped through the pages, her sobs gradually subsided, her gaze scrutinizing him, her eyes subtly softening. Such detailed materials could not have been hastily fabricated. You truly didn't deceive me? Not a single word of falsehood. Let the heavens strike me down if I lie. Li Wenyao declared firmly, his gaze earnest. Rest assured, I am not the kind of coward who would renege on his words. From today onward, you shall be my legitimate girlfriend. He chuckled inwardly. Of course, limited to this. Humph, look at how your nose is shining from crying. He leaned closer, his thumb gently brushing against her cheek, his gaze locked onto her glistening eyes. A smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Truly beautiful. Why you stay away? Lu Huijin recoiled, her fingertips tightly clutching the edge of the blanket. Her breath coming in rapid gasps, her gaze evasive. Before her startled exclamation could fully escape, Li Wenyao had already leaned down to pull the blanket away. An hour later. Phew. Li Wenyao lounged against the headboard, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, a smile blossoming amidst the pale blue smoke, feeling utterly at ease. Encapsulated in one word, bliss. Beside him, Lu Huijin lay languid like silk, her cheeks still flushed, her limbs languid and weak, her eyes fixed on him, reflecting nothing but trepidation. There's an old saying that perfectly captures the sentiment. Pain is real pain, and pleasure is real pleasure. The moniker Iron Kidney was not bestowed without reason. Had it not been for Lu Huijian's desperate pleas, her voice trembling, Li Wenyo, this inexhaustible engine of vigor, would likely have continued unabated until dawn. Of course, Li Wenyo was no unyielding machine. After all, it was her first time last night. Her body still tender and her strength depleted. How could she truly endure without yielding? Moderation, after all, is a virtue of consideration. Li sir, don't you ever tire? Lu Huijian slumped against the headboard, gazing at the vibrant and alert Li Wenyo, who seemed utterly unfazed. She couldn't help but exclaim. Li Wenyo leisurely exhaled a ring of smoke, turned his head to smile at her. Tired? Care for another hour of battle? Dare you wager? Lu Huijian instantly shrank back into the blanket, shaking her hands vigorously. Spare me. My bones are crying for mercy. I might just fall apart. Ha ha ha, just teasing you. Li Wenyo laughed heartily, ruffling her tousled hair, then shifted the conversation. By the way, tonight the police will be raiding that drug den. Would you like to tag along? He had calculated this well. It would not only make amends for last night's shortcomings, but also present himself prominently before the public eye. A win-win situation. Lu Huijian's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, her grip tightening around Li Wenyo's wrist, her voice taut with anticipation. Really? Let me go. This was an exclusive frontline opportunity. If she could capture the first-hand footage of the police operation, she'd leap from a mere errand reporter to a leading anchor at the television station. Of course. Li Wenyo nodded with a smile, his response decisive. MUA overjoyed. She lost herself in the moment, standing on her tiptoes to cup his chiseled face, planting a loud kiss on him. You lie down and rest for a bit. I'll go take a shower. Don't leave me. I'm too weak to stand. Carry me. All right. Hold on tight. An hour later. In the lobby of the Border District Police Station. Yao, you're just stepping through the door on your first day, and you've already made a grand entrance. What kind of demeanor is that? As soon as Li Wenyo crossed the threshold, he was met head-on by Long Gu, the leader of the Major Crimes Unit. Long Gu glowered, his expression dark as he launched into a reprimand, his brows furrowed into a tight knot. With the recent death of Zhang Wenyo, tensions were high. If the investigation led back to uncover any unsavory connections between him and Zhang Wenyo, it would be akin to stepping into the gates of hell. The sleepless nights had left him feeling as if a red-hot iron were pressing against his chest. In his eyes, Li Wenyo, who had climbed to prominence over Zhang Wenyo's corpse, was a thorn embedded in his flesh, increasingly uncomfortable to bear. Even if you wear the badge of a heroic police officer, you must adhere to the rules. This is not some unmonitored wasteland. Long Gu's voice boomed. Li Wenyo, perplexed by the furious Long Gu before him, simply raised his hands in surrender and asked, what did I say wrong? What did I do incorrectly? What do you mean by that? What do I mean? I'm learning how to follow the rules. Why don't you enlighten me on where I went wrong? Li Wenyo replied evenly, neither submissive nor confrontational. Consider this a warning. Next time, write a reflection, and your salary will be docked. Nothing will be overlooked. Long Gu snorted heavily through his nose, turning on his heel and striding out, not even sparing him a glance. Li Wenyo narrowed his eyes, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he murmured, next time, you might not even have the chance to put pen to paper. Originally, he had pondered leaving Long Gu a way out, but now, that thought was entirely extinguished. He had never possessed a soft heart. Those destined to meet their end would do so in due time. He shrugged off the incident, casting it aside as he made his way directly to the chief's office. Wei sir, engrossed in reviewing documents, set down his pen, looked up with a smile, and nodded. You've arrived? Is everything going smoothly here? Li Wenyo grinned broadly. Smoothly or not, it's all the same work. Isn't it? Serving the community knows no boundaries. Good. No wonder you're a heroic officer. If everyone in the department had your spirit, we wouldn't be at the bottom every year, Wei sir remarked, his gaze intense, increasingly convinced of the young man's steadiness and reliability. Speak up. What brings you here? There's something urgent, Li Wenyo said, his expression sharpening. My informant just relayed information pinpointing Zhuge Xiong's hideout. Snap. Wei sir suddenly stood up, slamming his palms onto the desk, his eyes wide with excitement, locking onto Li Wenyo, his voice taut. Is that true? Zhuge Xiong? Indeed. That is fantastic. This news arrived like a refreshing rain after a prolonged drought. Recently, he had dispatched Long Gu and his team to keep a close watch on Zhuge Xiong, yet had come up empty. The higher-ups had been pressing for updates, suffocating him with their demands. At this moment, Li Wenyo appeared as a sharp blade slicing through the fog, illuminating the path ahead. Li Wenyo maintained an air of calm, nodding slightly as he pushed a stack of papers forward. All the details are here for your review. A minute passed. Wei sir closed the last page of the dossier, his fingers trembling, a flush creeping onto his face. Excellent. Truly excellent. He looked up at Li Wenyo, exclaiming, I truly never expected this. You've only just reported for duty, and you've already brought forth such substantial information. It seems the accolades from that operation on the island were not exaggerated. Our border district police station will finally have its moment to shine. Wen Yao merely smiled faintly, believing that words spoken in the right moment need not be elaborated upon. As for why he chose to share this information with him, Wen Yao had already calculated. While he could not ascertain whether this chief had any hidden ties to the drug traffickers, he was certain there was no connection to Zhuge Xiong. However, the likes of Long Gu and Huang Minka had been known to flirt with foreign drug dealers, yet bore no relation to Zhuge Xiong. This could be advantageous, so why not seize the opportunity? Wei sir, if we truly take action, I have an idea. Wei sir, having just quelled the surging excitement within, leaned forward eagerly. Speak. Wen Yao's tone remained steady. Since the hideout has been identified, with meticulous planning, the risk is almost negligible. Why not take advantage of the momentum and have a television reporter accompany us for the entire operation? This way, we can showcase the true capabilities of our police station while significantly enhancing our presence. If we steal the limelight, the accolades will naturally follow. This opportunity was indeed a rare one. Oh, Wei Sir's eyes suddenly sparkled, his head thrown back in hearty laughter. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Let us proceed as you suggested. His heart was already aflame with joy. Envisioning himself standing under the spotlight, the camera zooming in, headlines scrolling across the screen, and being lifted by applause. Unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his lips, Wen Yao seamlessly continued. Wei sir, I happen to know a capable female reporter. She has a great image and quick reflexes. What do you think? Sounds good. This case is entirely yours to handle. If you need anything, just ask. Wei sir said without hesitation, waving his hand in agreement. Yes, sir. Chapter 6. My goodness, my husband is absolutely stunning. Before long, the night descended. The eve of the operation. In the conference room of the Major Crimes Unit at the police station, all members were present, seated upright. Wen Yao stood at the center of the podium. His demeanor stern, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Huang Minka and the others sat rigidly, their eyes ablaze with intensity. Only Long Gu leaned against the wall, his countenance dark and his gaze fixated on the silhouette of Wen Yao, brimming with defiance and mockery. According to protocol, which case was not meant to be managed by him as the group leader. Yet, Sir Wei had thrust this hot potato onto a novice, who understood nothing of the stakes involved. Where was his dignity to be placed? It was only natural to feel incensed. Wen Yao was acutely aware of that piercing gaze. Yet he did not even flutter his eyelids. To him, Long Gu was merely a hollow vessel, still drawing breath. Why concern oneself with a corpse that was soon to cool? Ahem, now that everyone is present, let us begin. This evening's target is none other than the notorious drug lord Zhuge Xiong, whose whereabouts have been confirmed. He is hiding in the Emerald City nightclub. Once Wen Yao indicated the photograph and coordinates on the blackboard and briefly outlined the plan, Fang Xinyo, Yu, immediately raised his hand, his expression serious. Li sir, may I inquire about the reliability of the intel? What is our course of action? Wen Yao turned his head, his gaze calm, assuring him that the source of the information was indeed solid, and there was no cause for suspicion. This operation would also include a journalist, Shuling, who would be escorted closely by you, positioned at the rear of the team, keeping a vigilant eye on every potential blind spot. Shuling snapped to attention. Yes, sir. The group leader, with a tone of earnestness and sincerity, suddenly addressed Long Gu. You possess the most experience and the greatest skills. No one here is more suited for this role than you. Therefore, I would like to request that you pose as a buyer to approach Zhuge Xiong and draw the firepower away. Long Ji's brow twitched, his lips involuntarily curling in frustration. Observing Wen Yao's earnest expression, he felt an overwhelming urge to punch him in the forehead. Was this a negotiation? It was clearly a noose tightening around his neck. How could he refuse the order from the leader at this point? The moment the conversation began, his escape route was sealed. How treacherous. More infuriatingly, the dangerous task was being pushed onto him. Of course, no problem. Long Gu replied with a forced smile. You are the commander, after all. If I were to throw in the towel, wouldn't Sir Wei have my bones boiled for soup? Wen Yao chuckled lightly. You truly are amusing, group leader. I shall rely on you. Long Gu quickly interjected. However, to impersonate a buyer of narcotics, I will need a credible identity, right? Otherwise, a complete stranger heading straight to the transaction point might not even finish a sentence before being beaten to a pulp. Anticipating this, Wen Yao calmly produced a file. Rest assured, the persona has been prepared. The cover of the file prominently displayed, Ginseng Drug Lord. In the past week, a drug trafficking gang specializing in ginseng had emerged in Hong Kong, recently encroaching into the new territories and seizing half of a territory, but their supply was highly unstable. Huang Minka and Lao Gui's expressions changed abruptly, their breath catching. This was precisely the line they had secretly tapped into. Wen Yao's gaze fell upon Huang Minka. Huang sir, you will station your team on the perimeter and when Long Ge gives the command, you will immediately move in to apprehend them. This mission is critical to the reputation of the entire police department. I will say this once. Whoever falters will bear the consequences. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison, their voices resounding like a bell. Wen Yao nodded. Very well. Given the heightened sensitivity of this operation, everyone is to surrender their phones. Communication will be cut off until we regroup. This was a last-minute decision on his part, aimed at eliminating all potential leaks. Who knew if there were eyes and ears lurking in the shadows, waiting for a slip? As the order was given, Huang Minka and Lao Guida exchanged quick glances, their palms instantly sweating. Such a rule had never been enforced in previous operations, suddenly cutting off communication. Were they being investigated? Not only the two of them, but Long Ge also tensed, his jaw tightening as he interjected. Li sir, what does this mean? Do you suspect there are moles within the team? Is this how you regard us? Wen Yao cast a sidelong glance, a cold smile forming within. Suspicion? He needn't guess, as he had already laid his cards bare. The group leader has misunderstood. I have always trusted my brothers here. However, during an undercover operation, a single phone ring could jeopardize the entire game. To ensure absolute safety, it is not only you who will surrender your phones. I shall do the same. Rest assured, I will not delve into your chat records. Even if Uncle Da has a little beauty in Wan Chai, you will not hear a word from me. Laughter erupted throughout the room, the previously tense atmosphere suddenly loosening. Lao Guida quickly stood up, slamming his phone onto the table, grinning and waving his hands. Li sir, don't joke around. I might end up with my belt broken. Wen Yao shrugged. Uncle Da, just teasing you. Now why the fuss over such a trivial matter? Huang Minka also chuckled and stood up, placing his phone casually on the table's edge. Hey, Huang sir, be careful I don't accuse you of defamation later. The group bantered as they passed their phones, laughter ringing out, with no one taking it seriously. Long Ge's face fell, his eyes filled with frustration. Yet he could only grit his teeth and hand over his phone. Wen Yao efficiently collected everyone's phones, placing them into a transparent sealed bag before locking it away in a cabinet. Every detail had been addressed without omission. Now, let us head to the armory to collect our equipment. The operation begins. Yes, sir. 20 minutes later, at the Emerald City nightclub. As night descended, the place came alive. Dazzling lights and a cacophony of voices filled the air, the deafening music enveloping the entire building like a thick cocoon. It was precisely because of this uproar that the clandestine drug manufacturing facility, hidden within, had remained undetected by the police for 3 years. At this moment, a black sedan lay silently in wait at the street edge behind the nightclub. Wen Yao leaned against the driver's seat, his fingertips lightly drumming on the steering wheel. A slight smile gracing his lips, his demeanor relaxed as if attending a social engagement. In the back seat, Liu Huijin gripped the camera, her knuckles turning white. Her eyes darting around, her ears perked up. This was a trap meticulously set by Wen Yao. He could not possibly let the goddess of Hong Kong cinema carry the camera into the line of fire. Bullets did not discriminate, nor did they show mercy. After much effort, he had managed to persuade this esteemed actress to join. He could not let her fall victim to an assault she should not be involved in. Staying under his watchful eye was the real safeguard. He Shuling sat in the passenger seat, serving as both bodyguard and backup. As for himself, charging into the fray, there was no need. Life was singular. So why shield others from danger? Xiaozhan, don't be so tense. If things get heated, just stick close to Shuling and don't stray. Hearing this, the tumultuous fluttering in Liu Huijin's heart gradually settled, and she smiled shyly. I'll listen to you. Such a good girl. Wen Yao chuckled, reaching out to gently ruffle her hair. Shuling shot a sidelong glance at the front seat, her lips twitching in an odd expression. Liu Huijin's ears flushed crimson as she hurriedly turned to gaze out the window. Thud, thud. 2 muted sounds echoed in the earpiece, like stones dropping into a deep well. Wen Yao's smile instantly froze, his gaze sharpening like a blade as he raised his hand to press the communication button. All units, attention. Operation commencing. Yes, sir. Before his words had fully left his lips, all officers burst forth from the doors. At the nightclub entrance, Fang Xinyo, the singing god, led several undercover officers. Swiftly exiting the vehicle and making a beeline for a parked van, he advanced in a single leap, swiftly securing the driver's wrist, twisting it with a sharp snap until the man knelt on the ground. Without hesitation, he propelled the individual forward, striding purposefully toward the nightclub's main entrance. His steps steady and his presence commanding. This individual serves as the eyes and ears of Zhuge Xiong'an at the entrance. According to the plan, it is imperative to swiftly restrain him, serving both as a means to extract information and as a human shield. Before long, Fang Xinyo and his team moved unhindered to the second floor, halting before a private room door. He forcefully yanked the informant to the door's side, pressing the gun's muzzle firmly against the back of his head, and coldly commanded, "Knock." The informant, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, trembled as he rang the doorbell. Ding. Ah Bing. What are you doing upstairs at this late hour? A languid mumble drifted from within, followed by the click of the door unlocking. Just as a crack appeared in the door, Fang Xinyo delivered a powerful kick, sending the wooden door crashing open. He entered with gun drawn, his voice booming like thunder. Police, get down and cover your heads. The criminals inside reacted with lightning speed, seizing their weapons and firing. Bang, 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 bang. Flames erupted, bullets soared, and a gunfight ignited in an instant. Downstairs, at the moment the gunfire erupted, Wen Yao straightened his back, his entire being taut like a leopard poised to pounce. Remember, don't move. Shuling, protect her. He swiftly chambered around, his gaze fixed intensely on Lu Huijin. His tone resolute. Lu Huijin's eyes sparkled, her breath quickening. The instincts of a journalist ignited within her, yet upon meeting his gaze, she obediently nodded. Yes, sir. He Shuling responded succinctly, her right hand already resting on her sidearm. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Yao leaped from the vehicle. As his feet touched the ground, he spotted several drug dealers scrambling out through the back door, retreating while firing wildly towards the main entrance, the gun muzzles flickering with fire. His pupils contracted, a cold glint in his eyes. He raised his arm, aimed, and fired with precision and decisiveness, leaving no room for hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The three shots nearly melded into one, slicing through the air with alarming speed. The assailants barely had time to turn their heads before blood erupted from their foreheads. Crimson mist spraying into the air, casting a glaring red beneath the neon lights. In that instant, he transformed, embodying a cold and precise executioner. No one escaped his aim. Anyone daring to show themselves from the back door was ruthlessly dispatched. This was no mere exchange of fire. It was a fierce improvisation written in bullets. The rhythm sharp and the sounds crisp, even the echoes resonating with a deadly cadence. Guns, indeed, could create a sense of artistry. Heavens, my husband is incredibly dashing. As Li Sir changed his magazine with a flourish, it was utterly magnificent. Lu Huijin and another female officer, however, stood frozen, mouths slightly agape, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Lu Huijin was so entranced that she lost her focus, her camera forgotten in her hand, the lens suspended in midair. Time seemed to press the pause button. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the back door. Wen Yao caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, his gun slightly shifting but not firing. He recognized him, Zhuge Xiong. Just as Zhuge Xiong burst forth, he was paralyzed by the sight of the bodies strewn across the floor and the overwhelming scent of rust, his legs buckling, momentarily forgetting to flee. Crack! A smirk crept onto Wen Yao's lips, the gun's muzzle dipping slightly as he fired at Zhuge Xiong's left shoulder. Blood erupted, the agony causing him to stumble forward, clutching his wound as he fled, not forgetting to cast a fierce glare back at Wen Yao, his eyes filled with dread and malice. Almost simultaneously, Long Gu roared as he emerged from the back door, his gaze sweeping over the lifeless bodies before catching sight of the fleeing figure. His expression shifting dramatically as he took off in pursuit, not sparing a glance back at Wen Yao. Chapter 7. Is this not being buried? Tat tat tat. As Zhuge Xiong ran, he fired erratically behind him, the bullets sparking against the ground. Yet, Long Gu showed no fear, his feet gaining speed as he closed in. Until they reached the riverbank, Zhuge Xiong abruptly halted, turning to glare fiercely at Long Gu, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Just moments ago, his younger brother, Ahu, had been shot in the head while trying to cover him. He cared not for others' lives. It was only Ahu whose blood demanded retribution. Stop. If you run again, I will shoot you. Thud. Before the words had barely escaped his lips, Zhuge Xiong leaped into the dark, murky waters, the waves crashing and obscuring his figure entirely. Bang! Long Gu rushed to the railing, slamming his fist against the iron frame, sending shockwaves through his arm. He stared intently at the water's surface, his chest heaving violently, a visage of defeat and rage. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Long Gu, where is Zhuge Xiong? Fang Xinyo and the others arrived, panting and scanning the surroundings, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Long Gu clenched his teeth, his voice hoarse. He jumped into the river and escaped. Immediately deploy the frogmen to search the waters. Yes, sir. Fang Xinyo and the others exchanged glances, responding in unison before sprinting away. 10 minutes later, at the nightclub's entrance, leaning against a black sedan, Wen Yao held a half-burned cigarette between his fingers, wisps of smoke curling upwards as he relaxedly observed the bustling officers inside and out. The nightclub had been comprehensively cordoned off by patrolling police, red and blue lights flashing, surrounded by a throng of onlookers craning their necks, their murmurs buzzing like a hive. He turned his head to glance at Lu Huijin, who stood motionless beside him. Her gaze transfixed, and smiled. What's wrong? Have I sprouted flowers on my face? Lu Huijin suddenly snapped back to reality, her ears flushing as she hurriedly looked down. twisting the hem of her shirt, stammering, "No, I'm perfectly fine. Li Sir." Still calling him Li Sir? Upon hearing this, Wen Yao relaxed his grip. The cigarette but dropping to the ground with a soft thud, sparks flying. He leaned in closer, nearly brushing his nose against hers. His gaze piercing as it anchored onto her eyes. Lu Huijin felt her ears burn instantly, instinctively recoiling. This was hardly an intimate corner. Surrounded by uniformed officers and onlookers with their phones raised, some even tiptoeing to get a better view. Oh dear, in broad daylight with so many people watching. Could you tone it down a bit? By the way, how did you hone your shooting skills? It's terrifyingly accurate. Wen Yao's lips curled upward. Am I steady? Didn't you just witness it last night? Lu Huijin's mind buzzed, her cheeks flushing as if bathed in rouge. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing her to instinctively tighten her grip on her shirt, her fingertips trembling slightly. Li Sir, the scene has been cleared. No sooner had the words left her mouth than He Shuling hurried over, her eyes sparkling. The drug den has been taken down. 13 killed, 6 injured. As for Zhuge Xiong, Long Guo is leading the pursuit, and we have yet to receive any updates. We confiscated 3 million in cash and 120 pounds of heroin. This has been the toughest nut to crack in recent years. Wen Yao straightened his back, his voice steady as he inquired, how many of our men were injured? He had already calculated, according to the department's old rules. The cash confiscation would yield a 60% bonus, securing a tidy sum of 600,000, though it was not for himself alone, but to be divided among the brothers based on merit. He would take the lead, ensuring a base of 100,000, without a doubt. 0 casualties. 2 brothers were grazed, one on the side and one on the calf. They have been sent for medical attention. He Shuling lifted her face, her eyes filled with admiration. All thanks to Li Sir's precise shooting, or else this operation would have descended into chaos long ago. Wen Yao nodded, his tone brisk. Good, prioritize the injured. Clear the scene quickly, and prevent the public from crowding around to take pictures. Yes, sir. As He Shuling turned to leave, several figures appeared across the street. Long Guo hung his head low, while Fang Xinyo let his hands dangle at his sides, followed by a few dejected team members whose shoulders sagged. Long Guo, did you catch him? Wen Yao inquired, feigning ignorance. Given their demeanor, was there any need for speculation? Long Guo didn't dare lift his eyelids, feeling a scorching heat on his face. Fang Xinyo's throat felt parched. I'm sorry, Sir Li. He slipped away. Slipped away? Wen Yao raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the blood-soaked bandage on Long Ji's shoulder. He shook his head with a sigh. What a pity. I had planned to shoot his ankle, but the bullet veered half an inch and struck his shoulder instead. How far could this brat run while wounded? Though unspoken, the implication pierced the ears of everyone present like an ice pick. If they couldn't apprehend him while injured, how could they expect to manage anything else? A moment of silence enveloped the surroundings, the air taut with tension. Yet, Wen Yao suddenly raised his hand and gave Fang Xinyo's shoulder a firm pat. Don't lose heart. With a wound like that, he won't get far. He'll be caught eventually. Ayu. Mobilize personnel immediately to seal off the roads and issue a wanted notice that must be published tonight. Everyone else, wrap up your tasks quickly. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave. Yes, sir. In an instant, the officers moved with renewed vigor, their voices resounding with enthusiasm. A case concluded beautifully promised substantial rewards. The glimmer in their eyes as they looked at Wen Yao spoke volumes. Within just a few days of his appointment, he had dismantled the stronghold of a major drug lord. Sir Li, truly impressive. The following morning, on the TVB morning news channel, citizens turned on their televisions, greeted not by a familiar face, but by a woman with striking features and bright eyes, Lu Huijin. She sat calmly at the news desk, her tone steady and clear. Good morning, residents of Hong Kong. Welcome to TVB Morning News. I am your anchor, Lu Huijin. We interrupt our program for breaking news. Last night, the police force in the Northern New Territories launched a thunderous operation, dismantling a multinational drug network that had plagued the region for years. 13 criminals were shot dead on the spot, and over 100 kilograms of methamphetamine were seized. The operation was commanded by Inspector Wen Yao, who previously made headlines for his daring escape during the recent series of violent incidents in the outlying islands. This tough figure, referred to by the public as Iron Arm Li Sir, has now been appointed as the deputy leader of the Serious Crimes Unit in the border area, taking on frontline responsibilities. Even more exhilarating, our station's reporters followed closely, documenting every moment of Li Sir's tactical maneuvers from deployment to engagement. Just as the camera switched to a shot of Wen Yao crouching with his weapon, swiftly taking down 4 armed drug traffickers in 3 seconds, the atmosphere in tea houses, public housing living rooms, and office pantries across Hong Kong erupted with excitement. Wen Yao's name once again dominated the trending search lists. Did I just see that without blinking? Li Sir took them down with pinpoint accuracy. Incredible. Is he a human or a god of war descended from the heavens? Oh my goodness. My heart stopped for 3 seconds. However, Amidst the celebrations and cheers filling the screen, a darker current simmered beneath the surface. Inspector Wen Yao was the sole survivor from the recent shootout at the outlying island pier, wasn't he? Yes. That band of Silver Triangle outlaws had turned the entire narcotics investigation unit upside down, leaving him to drag himself out of the inferno with a severed leg. Such a ruthless character. Why was he assigned to the border area, a place so desolate? Wasn't this tantamount to being sidelined? Had the police department lost its mind? The complaints hotline was inundated, with citizens calling in droves. Within just an hour, the Human Resources Department received over 300 calls, leaving the operators hoarse. Without a doubt, the fax machine in the commissioner's office would soon spit out a stack of urgent internal reviews. Simultaneously, major drug hubs in Hong Kong were tightening their defenses. Zhu Tao extinguished his cigar in a secret room in Causeway Bay. Lin Kuan frowned at the monitoring screens in Central. Bing Ho set down his wine glass with a cold laugh, and Ni Kuan dialed his informant. De Di and Liang Kuan summoned their subordinates to account for their firearms. No one dared to regard Wen Yao as an ordinary inspector. After all, each time he appeared, it was either to obliterate a stronghold or to take down a string of heads, whose territory could withstand his presence. Yet, they merely kept a watchful eye. To say they feared him? It was hardly his place to dictate the rules of the underworld. As night fell, in an unassuming roast meat restaurant in the northern New Territories, "Wei sir, tonight, we truly won't hold back. We must feast. Bring out the fattest char siu and the finest aged huatyao." Laughter and noise filled the private room, where the serious crimes unit gathered. The aroma of liquor mingling with the scent of marinated dishes, even the air seemed to sway. This gathering was a celebratory feast arranged by the district chief, Wei sir, solely for the sake of revelry. This battle had resonated, had been fought with precision, rendering the cold observers speechless. Despite being impoverished and dilapidated, we still managed to pin the drug lord against the wall. Who dares to claim the border area is a soft target? They ought to weigh their own necks. Eat, drink, indulge. Later, I'll take you all to KTV, and we won't stop singing until dawn. Thank you, Wei sir. Everyone raised their glasses, the clinking of glass ringing out. Oh, don't thank me. Wei sir waved his hand, pulling Wen Yao's shoulder in a firm grasp. If you want to thank someone, thank our Li sir. Without his gun, heart, and courage, this meal would likely have taken place in the morgue. Thank you, Li sir. The entire table raised their glasses in tribute, their eyes filled with admiration. When he first arrived, some had whispered behind his back about the survivor from the outlying islands, attributing it to luck. Yet, at that moment, illuminated by the gunfire, all disdain was shattered by the bullets. Leaving aside all other considerations, merely based on his extraordinary marksmanship, he had earned the respect and humility of everyone present. Wen Yao raised his glass, lightly clinking it with others, a slight smile gracing his lips. His tone calm. This achievement is not solely mine to bear. Everyone has contributed. There's no need to exalt me so. Ultimately, I merely fulfilled my duty. It's nothing earth-shattering. Li sir, why be so modest about your skills? Ayu's eyes sparkled, his voice elevated. If we can learn just a bit, we'd be incredibly fortunate. Taylor's eyes gleamed with excitement as he nodded repeatedly. Exactly. What a shame I missed the live action. Otherwise, I would have risked everything to learn a few tricks. Uft. You think you can learn from Li sir's marksmanship? You haven't even grown up yet. Ayu shot back, leaving no room for sentiment. Li sir, I'm much smarter than him. Take me as your disciple. Get lost. You're the one who's foolish. I'm the truly clever one. Just as the words fell, the two were already locked in a playful tussle, arms entwined around necks, pant legs tangled, resembling two roosters fighting over food. Chapter 8. Are we moving too fast? The following morning, the complaints department meticulously sorted through over 2,000 complaints from the previous night, swiftly presenting them to the higher echelons of the police force. The higher-ups promptly decided to hold Human Resources accountable and demanded an explanation. The Human Resources Department acted swiftly, convening an emergency meeting within half an hour. The head of the department scanned the room, his expression grave. What are your thoughts on this matter regarding Wen Yao? Speak openly. As soon as he finished speaking, someone let out a long sigh and shook their head. Indeed, this was a failure on our part concerning the earlier incident in the outlying islands. The Public Relations Department intended to use him to stabilize public opinion and mitigate the backlash. Who would have anticipated that an ordinary officer guarding a water reservoir possessed such formidable capabilities? Another individual nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Alas, I truly misjudged the situation." At present, the entirety of Hong Kong's populace is fixated on Wen Yao. With public sentiment boiling over, even the top brass has personally taken charge of the oversight. It seems that only decisive action will suffice. In my opinion, we should transfer him directly to Kowloon or the Hong Kong Island precinct, making a bold move. Agreed. I concur. The crowd exchanged glances, nodding in unison, with no dissent remaining. But where exactly should we transfer him? The person in charge pressed. The subordinates chimed in eagerly. Such a formidable individual. It is likely that every police station, narcotics unit, and even the anti-triad division would be clamoring for him. Indeed, once the notification is sent out, the phones will undoubtedly ring off the hook. As anticipated, within the next 60 minutes, the hotline at various police stations was inundated with calls, a cacophony of competing voices. After a day of fierce contention, the decision ultimately fell to the East Kowloon police station. Director Austin personally dialed the Human Resources Department, his tone resolute. I want this individual secured. Please ensure his transfer. Austin, with his foreign visage, bore an uncanny resemblance to the spoiled scion who had once forced Wen Yao to retreat to an island to guard a reservoir. The resemblance was striking. Fate had brought them face to face, with old grievances unresolved. At that moment, in the border district, a black sedan sped down the asphalt like an arrow released from a bow. Wen Yao held the steering wheel firmly with his left hand. His right arm languidly draped over the windowsill, humming an off-key tune as he headed straight for the police station. While the external world was engulfed in tumult, he remained unfazed, like an observer watching a distant blaze. However, a closer examination of his eyes revealed an unmistakable glimmer of exhilaration. He was acutely aware that this case was significant enough to merit a promotion. Yet, Wen Yao was never one to rest on his laurels. The next case was what he was keenly focused on. Should he encounter any familiar faces among the rogues, he would ensure they did not escape his grasp. And if there were no pressing assignments, he was unperturbed, for a team of medical professionals stood ready behind him. Making noise was merely a matter of lifting a finger. Furthermore, he had an old score to settle with the privileged second generation who had once cast him aside to guard the reservoir. Though his current physique was not the original, the pent-up frustration and rage embedded in his bones remained undiminished. With his current disposition, patience was not an option. Suddenly, he spotted a convenience store and sharply turned the wheel, bringing the car to a screeching halt at the curb. He stepped out and strode inside. With an empty stomach and having not tasted anything warm, he decided to grab something to eat and a bottle of cold water to quench his thirst. As he picked up 2 packets of biscuits at the checkout, his gaze was drawn to a woman in the corner, dressed in long pants, her attire disheveled, and her hair in disarray. She quickly scanned her surroundings, and seeing no one was paying attention, deftly slipped a box of chocolate and 2 cans of Red Bull into her bag. Wen Yao initially had no intention of intervening. Such petty theft hardly warranted his attention. However, just as she turned to leave, their eyes met, and his footsteps halted, his pupils constricting, throat tightening. Wang Zhuxian, although she appeared disheveled, her true beauty was unmistakable to Wen Yao. She was a cinematic legend capable of standing alongside Lu Huijin, a veritable thorny rose. He never expected to encounter her in such a pitiful state at an ordinary convenience store. It felt as though fate had orchestrated this meeting. A smirk formed at the corner of his mouth as he stepped forward to intercept her. Since destiny had presented itself, he would not merely stand by. In this life, he intended to grasp 3 things tightly: wealth, power, and women. Having lived a life of suffocating restraint in his previous existence, he was determined to live freely and brilliantly in this one. What are you doing? The woman, startled, instinctively recoiled, her fingers gripping the strap of her bag tightly, knuckles turning white. What am I doing? Wen Yao grasped her wrist, the touch cool yet smooth, his tone as firm as iron. Young lady, thievery is hardly a dignified endeavor. Let go of me. I don't understand what you're talking about. Her voice quivered, her body tense, trying to pull away without exerting too much force. If you move again, I will shout assault. Several pairs of eyes turned towards them. Assault? Wen Yao scoffed, revealing his badge with a swift motion, his eyes narrowing as he clarified. Look closely. I am a police inspector. Before she could respond, he extracted the chocolate and Red Bull from her bag, placing them neatly on the counter, his gaze sharp. Now, it is your turn to speak. Name? Address? He knew full well that this was not Wang Zhuxian herself. If it were, how could she have fallen so low as to steal a few cans of drinks to satiate her hunger? What he truly sought to unearth was her hidden cards. My name is Gangxing Zhuzhu. She stammered, her lips trembling. The latter part of her sentence caught in her throat, her gaze wandering, beads of sweat forming on her brow. I am Gangxing Zhuzhu. Wen Yao's mind raced with recognition. The one pursued by the Underworld, undocumented and unregistered, a stowaway scraping by at the docks. The truth dawned upon him, and clarity settled in his mind. Enough, stop fabricating. Come with me. He turned on his heel, striding forward with assured steps. Gangxing bit her lip, cautiously following behind, her legs weak, yet she dared not flee. Soon, the car departed the street corner. Wen Yao glanced at the curled-up figure of Gangxing in the passenger seat through the rearview mirror, a knowing smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. However, he did not head towards the police station. Instead, he turned the steering wheel towards the nearest 5-star hotel. In the presidential suite, she stammered, Officer, this doesn't seem like the way to the station, does it? As the elevator doors opened, she finally mustered the last vestige of courage, her voice barely above a whisper. Wen Yao swiftly turned, grasping her slender wrist with a firm grip, pinning her against the cold wall. His gaze pierced through her, locking onto her delicate, yet apprehensive face. "Ah," Gangxing gasped, staring into Wen Yao's striking features, her ears burning with embarrassment, her heart racing like a startled bird. Having just emerged from the rural outskirts, she had never even held a man's hand properly, let alone be cornered by a man of such imposing presence. Thinking she had escaped the clutches of the local tyrant and sought refuge with her aunt, she had expected solace, only to be met with her aunt's harsh demeanor and her uncle's unsettling gaze. With no options left, she found herself once again adrift on the streets, pockets empty, stomach growling, and in a moment of desperation, she had slipped into the convenience store, only to collide with Wen Yao. What a twist of fate. Should she thank the heavens or curse her luck? "What do you intend to do?" she stuttered, her voice trembling. Wen Yao's expression remained calm, his voice low and steady. "What do you think? I know that crossing borders is a serious crime. Add theft to it, and it's a surefire sentence of several years. You have two choices. Come with me to the police station, handcuffed for a decade behind bars, or become someone who stands by my side. In the confines of prison, there exists no distinction between male and female, particularly for someone as youthful and delicate as you. I fear that within those walls, you may not even find solace in sleep. Those who have languished in confinement for long periods often possess a haunting, greenish gleam in their eyes, and upon encountering a beauty such as yours, they would scarcely heed any semblance of decorum. I have witnessed even plain women emerge from such places, their composure shattered, unable to stand upright." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Gangxing trembled like a reed in the wind, his pallor ghostly, shaking his head vehemently. "No, I won't go. Please, don't send me in." Tears brimmed in his eyes as he lifted his face, his gaze pleading with a desperate finality. Only then did Wen Yao curl his lips into a smile, though it failed to reach his eyes. "So, have you made your choice?" He had already secured the affections of Lu Huijin. Yet who would ever complain of having too much soft jade and fragrant warmth? Moreover, in this era, Hong Kong still permits concubinage, thus legitimizing the arrangement. "I choose. I am willing." She bit her lower lip, her throat constricting, ultimately nodding in acquiescence. As she raised her eyes to Wen Yao's chiseled visage, she felt that this might indeed be her only avenue of escape. She was profoundly lonely and desperately hungry, to the point where her dignity felt as though it might crumble and be swallowed whole. Acknowledging the situation, he released her, his fingers lightly brushing her cheek. His tone casual. "Go take a shower, then come keep me company. Now, right now?" She flushed crimson, her fingers twisting the hem of her garment, her knuckles turning white. "Otherwise," he strolled over to the sofa, his expression devoid of emotion. She hesitated, inhaling deeply, finally summoning her courage. "I can be yours. But isn't this a bit too hasty? Even if you claim my body, you cannot bind my heart." "Heart?" Wen Yao scoffed, his disdain unmistakable. "What use do I have for that? Your body belongs to me, and that is sufficient." Wen Yao never pretended to be a gentleman, nor would he wax poetic at such a moment. Gangxing fell utterly silent, gazing at him, her spirit reduced to exhaustion and resignation. After a moment of silence, she lowered her eyes and nodded gently. "Then I shall go shower." As the bathroom door closed, the sound of rushing water filled the air. Before long, she emerged wrapped in a simple white bathrobe, droplets clinging to her hair, her skin radiant and blooming like a newly unfurled lotus. Chapter 9. Once you step inside, will you ever emerge? 2 hours later. Huff. Wen Yao leaned against the headboard, releasing a long plume of smoke, his demeanor relaxed, his brow unfurrowed. Gangxing lay beside him, her eyes tightly shut, her breath quickened, her body glistening with a fine sheen of sweat, her cheeks flushed, yet her brow remained furrowed, as if even in slumber she was enduring discomfort. This is perhaps the nature of humanity, especially considering the formidable reputation of the man beside her, Wen Yao. Alas, Gangxing had encountered both fortune and misfortune. The pain was genuine, yet the experience was undeniably intoxicating. Gradually, one grows accustomed to it. "It's about time to get up. Dress yourself, and I will take you home." Upon hearing this, Gangxing lifted her eyelids, her face contorted in a grimace as she muttered, "Can I catch my breath first? My legs are still trembling, lacking any strength." TSK, women and their many concerns. Wen Yao frowned, casting her a glance before swiftly gathering her clothes and pulling back the covers, dressing her with ease, and lifting her as he strode toward the door. "Once we return, you can rest properly. I need to make a trip to the police station first and sort out your identification." "Thank you." Gangxing wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, inhaling the steady, searing scent of his masculinity, her heart easing, her eyelashes fluttering downwards as she entirely softened. Before long, Li Wenyo gently set Gangxing back onto the bed in her rented apartment, leaving her with a caution not to move around, before turning to exit. Heading straight for the police station, the affairs that followed were executed swiftly. He entered the documentation department, provided Gangxing's information, and within 10 minutes, the entire process was stamped and sealed. After all, he was Li Wenyo, in the current police station, who would not regard him with admiration. His requests never required queuing. Always expedited. Gangxing stared at the pristine new ID card in her hands, her fingertips trembling, as if caught in a dream. It's all done so quickly? Li Wenyo nodded, slightly surprised. What did you expect? Did you think it would take a considerable effort? The moment I provided my name, the process commenced. For those like you without identification, it's not particularly difficult. It merely requires a bit of money and some connections, and you can still take root here. It's that simple? Gangxing was momentarily stunned. She had anticipated needing to rely on connections, calling in favors, enduring months of waiting, and even prepared herself for potential humiliation. You scoundrel! Her nose tinged with bitterness as tears cascaded down her cheeks. She raised her hand to strike Li Wenyo's chest, the dull pain between her legs still nagging, causing her sobs to grow louder. What a tremendous loss. Indeed, a catastrophic loss. Stop howling. What sort of charm is this? Li Wenyo grasped her delicate wrist firmly, his tone serious. It may sound easy to you, but have you considered who I am? And who are you? Hypothetically speaking, even if the process were truly this simple, do you have the funds or connections? For those of you who crossed over illegally, construction sites refuse you, factories reject you, leaving only one path: to sell your smile in the nightlife, trading your body for survival. Yet once you step inside, will you ever emerge? As his words hung in the air, Gangxing's shoulders sagged, her head bowed in silence, her body racked with suppressed sobs. Her grievances were genuine. Yet each of Li Wenyo's words struck deep, leaving no room for rebuttal. This world is such that what is easily grasped by some becomes an insurmountable mountain or an uncrossable river to others. Yet within Li Wenyo, there was not an ounce of guilt. He understood that if Gangxing were to truly fall into despair, her fate would be darker than hell itself. He was not pushing her down. He was pulling her ashore. Alas, what could he do? For Li Wenyo was, by nature, endowed with a compassionate heart. Just cry it all out. The next day, Border District Police Station, Chief's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Officer Wei closed the file he had been reviewing. Lifting his eyes to meet Li Wenyo as he entered, a warm smile gracing his face. Wenyo, you've arrived. Li Wenyo took a seat opposite him, raising an eyebrow slightly. Officer Wei, you summoned me in such haste. Is there something urgent? Indeed, there is, and it is magnificent news. Officer Wei stood with a grin, rounding the desk to pat Li Wenyo on the shoulder, presenting him with a red-headed document. A direct appointment from the police department, with the higher-ups' comprehensive evaluation. In light of your outstanding performance in solving 2 cases, you are hereby granted an immediate promotion from probationary inspector to inspector. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Li Wenyo had anticipated this outcome. The only surprise was the police department's remarkable efficiency. Just a day had passed, and the transfer order was expedited with astonishing swiftness. Yet what Li Wenyo did not realize was that the police department had been bombarded with phone calls and complaint letters from citizens all day, nearly causing the roof to cave in, necessitating an overnight decision. Under normal circumstances, waiting 10 days to 2 weeks would be considered prompt. Officer Wei's lips curled into a smile, his tone steady. You need not thank me. This position is rightfully yours, earned through your diligent work on numerous cases. By the way, the transfer order also states that you will be moving to the East Kowloon police station shortly. East Kowloon police station. As the words left his mouth, although a smile adorned his face, his eyes betrayed a hint of regret and an unmistakable envy. Who would not be envious? With subordinates like Li Wenyo, one might fear that even their gait is accompanied by a cheerful tune. He has steadfastly guarded this desolate corner of the border for nearly a decade, and yet, in less than 2 weeks, Li Wenyo has boldly stepped into the heart of the core district. To claim otherwise would be mere bravado. East Kowloon. The name alone is invigorating. Glancing down at his transfer order, a smile danced at the corners of his lips. This is the stage he has longed for. He has grown weary of the border area, a place so remote that even takeout cannot reach it. Encountering the likes of Huang Minka was merely a stroke of fortune. To hope for larger cases? That would be sheer folly. Sir Wei, it has been a pleasure working with you these past few days. Huh? Sir Wei waved his hand dismissively, his voice crisp. All right, go bid farewell to everyone. There's no rush for East Kowloon. Just report within a week. Consider it a chance to stretch your legs and enjoy a little holiday. Yes, sir. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Li Wenyo had already turned on his heel and made his way to the major crimes unit. Upon hearing of his departure, Fang Xinyo and the others immediately wore expressions of dismay, their eyes reflecting reluctance. However, upon reflection, they felt it was only fitting, a talent like Li Wenyo. adept at breaking cases and apprehending criminals with ease, was far too valuable to remain in their midst. Li Wenyao was not a heartless individual. He patted each of them on the shoulder, exchanged a few light-hearted jests, and ultimately decided to treat everyone to a coffee downstairs, a graceful and fitting farewell. Though their time together was brief, they had shared investigations, endured sleepless nights, and pursued criminals together. How could there not be some genuine affection? In that desolate, forsaken place of the border area, he would not wish to linger for even another moment. 7 days later, at the East Kowloon police station, as dawn's light crested the police emblem, Li Wenyao stepped through the door, clutching his transfer order. One cannot compare without being astonished. The major district is indeed a realm apart. Its grandeur, rhythm, and human warmth are leagues beyond the border area. He quickly surveyed the layout. The entire station was divided into major crimes, anti-organized crime, uniformed patrol, and logistics intelligence departments. He was directly assigned to Major Crimes A group. The Major Crimes unit was further divided into Groups A and B, with Superintendent Zheng as the overall head, Group A led by Sir Li, and Group B by Yu Suqiu. Upon their first meeting, Li Wenyao felt a momentary jolt. What a coincidence, all familiar faces. Superintendent Zheng bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Songren from A Letter to Dad, while Sir Li was a spitting image of Li Xiuxian from Through the Storm, even down to the arch of his brows. And as for Suqiu, she was the very essence of Lian Mei from Fight Back to School. Who could resist being taken aback? It was a pity he did not encounter the top hunter of the Flying Tigers, Zhou Xingxing, which left an odd sensation in his heart, as if a puzzle piece were missing. As for the anti-organized crime unit, Li Wenyao had yet to discern its ins and outs, and he could not immediately ascertain if there were any familiar faces there. However, he was not in a hurry. Time was on his side, and he would have ample opportunity to gradually clarify the waters and discern the individuals involved. The only thing he was certain of was that the commissioner, deputy commissioner, and the head of the anti-organized crime unit all bore Western features. In this day and age, it was not uncommon for the pillars of the police force to be predominantly blonde-haired and blue-eyed. For us Chinese to genuinely wield power, it is nearly as difficult as landing on the moon. But times have changed. With Li Wenyao's arrival, the chessboard has shifted. No matter how daunting the challenges, Li Wenyao, is determined to claim the throne of the police force. Should Victoria dare to obstruct his path, then it shall be a single word: sever. Sever until chills run down his spine. Sever until high positions are left vacant, with no one daring to occupy them. Sever until blood stains the steps, leaving no blade of grass to grow. At this moment, within the Major Crimes unit, Group A Sir Li was introducing Li Wenyao to his colleagues one by one. This gentleman, you all should be quite familiar with by now, starting today. Inspector Li Wenyao has officially joined Major Crimes A group. Come on, let us hear some applause. Welcome, welcome. Inspector Li, you're making my heart race with excitement. Wow, Sir Li has arrived, exuding an aura of 2 meters and 8. The applause rang out fervently. Sir Li caught sight of the room brimming with enthusiasm, turned to Li Wenyao, and with a playful smirk, said, Inspector Li, with such a warm reception, shouldn't you say a few words? Certainly. Li Wenyao took a step forward, his gaze sweeping across the vibrant faces, and with a bright smile, he said, Thank you all for your warm welcome. I will remember this applause. From now on, we will work together, shoulder to shoulder, in investigations. It is my privilege, and I ask for your guidance. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, he also took note of some familiar faces. Just then, Inspector Li Wenyao, the commissioner requests your presence. The commissioner's secretary entered, her voice clear and bright. Li Wenyao raised an eyebrow slightly. The commissioner wishes to see me? A glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes. He turned and followed the secretary down the corridor, stopping before the commissioner's office. Chapter 10. It's all your fault. Inside the commissioner's office. Knock, knock. Enter. Good day, commissioner. Upon raising his eyes, he was met with a foreign face, and Li Wenyao's pupils constricted suddenly. This foreigner was none other than the architect of his previous ousting from the police station. That day, while patrolling the street, he had inadvertently stumbled upon the man's son engaging in misconduct, only to be dragged into a dark alley and beaten, more absurdly. This man had personally signed the order to reassign him to guard a desolate pond. He remembered the name, Austin. A chill coursed down Li Wenyao's spine. You scoundrel. It's truly you. No wonder he was summoned upon reporting. It was clear he had been waiting for me here. Austin lounged in a large leather chair, his gaze condescending, cold and cutting, as if he were a knife slicing through raw flesh, derisive, frigid, and utterly unadorned. It was as if Li Wenyao were merely an ant that had trespassed, easily crushed without a second thought. It was Austin who had personally placed him in East Kowloon police station, initially dismissing Li Wenyao entirely. However, with the explosion of the bloodshed case in the outlying islands, the winds shifted. Subsequently, with the series of fierce confrontations along the border, Li Wenyao's name had been indelibly etched into his memoranda. especially after personally witnessing that battle report. He felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. This kid was far too conspicuous, far too sharp. If left unchecked, he would inevitably come to threaten his own throat. Thus, it was wiser to keep him under close watch, to nurture him, and wait for the day when he could be easily crushed. Austin tapped his fingers lightly on the table, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I truly didn't expect you to crawl out of that living coffin in the outlying islands. This is quite interesting. Wen Yao's lips curled into a clean and crisp smile. You'll find even more surprises ahead, Commissioner. Is your blood pressure holding steady? By the way, please send my regards to your son. I wish him well. Humph, a hedgehog with honeyed words. Austin's expression darkened suddenly, his voice scraping like ice against metal. You might not fully grasp the territory you're standing on. If you're willing to bow before me and apologize for the trouble your son caused, perhaps I might loosen my grip and let you off this time. What say you? What say you? Huh? Wen Yao laughed derisively, arching an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Commissioner, it seems your head has been caught in the door for too long, causing you to hallucinate both sight and sound. If this continues, I may have to schedule an appointment with a neurologist for you. Austin's pupils constricted, his jaw tightened, and he spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Kid, do you have any idea who you are daring to confront? He had seen it all and heard the rumors. If the chief had no further instructions, he would take his leave. Wen Yao did not even lift his eyelids, tossing out the words before turning on his heel, his boots clicking sharply against the tiles. Were it not for the golden stars on the other's epaulets, he would have long since hurled the words dog barks back at him. Yet upon reflection, he thought better of it. In this precinct, Austin was indeed the pillar of strength, so he would allow him to maintain his arrogance for the time being. However, the moment he departed, Austin's frustration manifested as his nails dug into his palm, his gaze fixed intently on the straightened back of Wen Yao, his teeth grinding audibly. Within 10 minutes, Austin summoned Chief Inspector Zheng, head of the Major Crimes Unit, into his office. Chief Inspector Zheng, the head of the Major Crimes Unit. When Zheng entered, his expression was one of confusion. Chief, have you encountered some unpleasantness? You are aware of the newcomer in your team, I presume? Austin inhaled deeply, a vein pulsing at his temple. He could not break Wen Yao's bones, but he had plenty of ways to peel away his flesh and sever his tendons. Oh, you mean the recently celebrated hero cop, Wen Yao? Chief Inspector Zheng nodded, a smile gracing his lips, as the news had spread like wildfire. Hero? Huh? Austin scoffed coldly, his eyes sharp as a blade. He was merely a petty figure trying to reach the heavens on tiptoe. Listen well, from this moment forward, I want you to put immense pressure on him. He is not to be assigned any tasks, not to achieve any merits, and his name must not appear on the front page of any briefings. Chief Inspector Zheng froze, his lips parting slightly. Chief, are you suggesting? Austin's gaze was piercing, fixing on him as if to say, do my words lack clarity, or do you intend to consume your promotion order as ash? No. Understood. Completely understood. Zheng straightened his posture immediately, plastering a smile on his face. Rest assured, Chief, this matter is in my hands. Get out. Yes, sir. Zheng retreated to the door but turned back discreetly, gazing at Austin's ashen face, silently shaking his head with a sigh. Wen Yao, what exactly did you say to provoke him? Yet my future cannot afford to bear the weight of your temper. Meanwhile, Wen Yao had already returned to his workstation in the Major Crimes Unit, leaning back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk, a cold smirk gracing his lips. There was no need to guess. That foreigner had orchestrated his blatant placement into this nest of troubles in East Kowloon. The earlier confrontation had been a meticulously arranged trap. Does he truly believe I am still the pliable Wen Yao of yesteryears? Since the mask has been torn off, do not blame me for being merciless. No sooner had he uttered these words than a crisp notification echoed in his ears. Ding. New mission triggered. Ding. Mobilize the medical team to ensure the retirement of East Kowloon Police Station Chief Austin. Reward, portable storage space. Wen Yao lowered his gaze to scan the system interface. A flicker of sharp, cold light passing through his eyes. Portable storage space? A prized possession indeed. It seemed Austin's head was truly beyond saving. He could only lament that the bait was simply too enticing. With a low chuckle, he reached into his pocket, his fingertips swiping across his phone screen as he quickly typed out 2 messages. Find out which gang of fugitives is itching for action. Arrange a meeting. Work is coming. The response was instantaneous. On it. As night fell, honey, are you back? Wen Yao pushed open the door to find Gangsheng waiting at the entrance. Apron tied around her waist, the aroma of food mingling with her faint jasmine scent wafting toward him, her smile warm as the gentle breath of early spring. She wore only a form-fitting short skirt, her long, slender legs glistening softly under the warm yellow light, naturally poised and unguarded. Barefoot, her delicate ankles and slightly taut arches allowed her to spring toward Wen Yao, the hem of her skirt twirling in a playful arc. It had been 7 or 8 days since their last encounter, and Gangsheng had been thoroughly tamed by Wen Yao, her heart firmly rooted in reality. No longer struggling or hesitating. The transformation was evident. The youthful innocence had faded from her eyes, which now held a deeper serenity. Her lips often curved into a subtle yet resilient smile, reminiscent of a ripe peach, slightly tart on the surface, yet exuding sweetness within. She had become increasingly captivating. Every movement infused with an alluring charm. Little girl, you are the one who has thrown yourself into my arms. Wen Yao caught Gangsheng as she leaped toward him, his palm cradling her waist, a deep and steady smile gracing his lips. Are you out of your mind? We haven't even touched the food. Huh? Aren't we eating right now? He chuckled softly. Don't worry, there's plenty. An hour later, at the dining table, Gangsheng's cheeks flushed, her ears burning as she shot a sideways glance at the focused Wen Yao, her eyes brimming with mild reproach. Could you not be a little gentler? You've made a mess of me. Before she could finish, she turned on her heel and briskly made her way to the bedroom, her hair swaying behind her. Not casting him another glance, Wen Yao picked up a piece of sauced pork rib, chewing with satisfaction, casually asking, why run off without finishing your meal? To shower. She elongated her response, turning to grab clean clothes from the wardrobe before vanishing into the bathroom, the sound of water cascading down following her. Wen Yao shrugged, returning to his meal, needing to replenish after his exertions. Suddenly, the phone rang. He set down his chopsticks, casually grabbing the receiver, glancing at the caller ID. His tone calm. Have you found anything? This number was known only to him and that doctor. Outsiders couldn't even catch a glimpse. Not to mention the anti-eavesdropping device provided by the system was quietly affixed in the corner, a silent sentinel warding off any prying eyes from within 3 meters. Confirmed. The doctor's voice was low. There is indeed a gang of major criminals operating in East Kowloon, calling themselves the Wolf, Tiger, and Leopard. Their methods are ruthless, having already taken 7 or 8 lives, and the police are watching them closely. Oh, the major criminals? The Wolf, Tiger, and Leopard? Ahoo! Wen Yao's pupils constricted, his mind racing through memories, his brow twitching. Yes, this group had originally committed their crimes around Saikong, and had only relocated to East Kowloon 2 weeks ago. The doctor paused, adding that 3 new members had joined in recent days, likely preparing to take action. Wen Yao suddenly smiled, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Understood. He was fully aware that the Wolf, Tiger, and Leopard were none other than the reckless thugs from provincial Hong Kong flag soldiers too. To dismantle them, the police had forcibly embedded 3 veterans, Li Xiangdong, Qi Jingsheng, and Guo Xuejuan, into the gang as undercover agents, with a contact named Da Do providing cover. The 4 quickly established a foothold in the underworld with their formidable skills and reckless determination. Qi Jingsheng even fortuitously encountered an old comrade, A Lang, who was a key figure in the Wolf, Tiger, and Leopard. Thus, the 3 had truly boarded a pirate ship, but a slip-up revealed Dada's identity, and he was dragged into a dark room by Ahu and others for intense interrogation. He stubbornly refused to confess, ultimately losing his head. The fate of Li Xiangdong and the others was even more tragic. Betrayed by the police, they were gunned down, blood spilling at the scene. Reflecting on this, Wen Yao rose and strolled into the living room, picking up a newspaper spread out on the coffee table. His finger pausing over a news article about a recent shooting at a restaurant, a blurry yet familiar face glaring back at him. Li Xiangdong. The evidence was irrefutable. Since the doctor has announced their alliance, it seems that action will be imminent within the next couple of days. You must personally engage with the notorious trio of the Wolf, Tiger, and Leopard, thoroughly uncover their backgrounds, and build the necessary rapport. It is imperative to obtain their contact details, awaiting my command. The doctor responded solemnly. Understood, boss. Once the call ended, a slight smirk played at the corners of Wen Yao's mouth, a glint of cold sharpness flickering in his eyes, as his mind began to strategize. You insolent foreigner. Let us see how this unfolds for you. Darling, that smile of yours is truly unsettling. As the words fell, Gangsheng emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, droplets cascading from her hair, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. As she rubbed her damp hair with a towel, she approached Wen Yao. He swiftly tucked his phone into his pocket, lifted her effortlessly, and whispered close to her ear in a lowered tone. This is merely an appetizer. Are you ready to sample something bolder? Oh, not again. Are you out of your mind? Ha ha ha. The food is getting cold. Hurry to the table. Humph. This is all your fault. Chapter 11. Who fired the shot? Where? As dawn broke, at exactly 8 o'clock, the Eastern Kowloon police station was abuzz. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Wen Yao stepped through the entrance of the major crimes unit, he paused, brow raised slightly. The corridor was filled with officers rushing by, each with a taut jaw and grave expressions, all heading towards the conference room in unison. Hey, what is going on? He grabbed hold of a young officer passing by, skepticism lacing his tone. The officer had initially intended to brush him off, but upon recognizing Wen Yao, quickly forced a strained smile. Inspector Li, you haven't heard? Just got here, what could I possibly know? Wen Yao shook his head. The officer hurriedly continued. I heard they're planning to raid the Big Circle gang. Superintendent Zheng is holding an emergency briefing in the conference room. You should hurry, or you'll miss the task assignments. Before he could finish, the officer turned and dashed away. Wen Yao pondered for a moment, then hastened to follow. Upon entering the conference room, he found team leaders Liu and Yu Suqiu already seated at the front. Their backs straight as pine trees. Behind them, 2 rows of officers settled into their seats, the air thick with a tense silence. Superintendent Zheng stood before the podium. His expression grave, as he noticed Wen Yao entering. He momentarily hesitated before returning his gaze to the room without lingering further. Wen Yao merely glanced, then nonchalantly found an empty seat. Ahem. Superintendent Zheng lightly tapped the table, and the room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. His voice was icy and firm. Everyone is present. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. The anti-Triad unit has just intercepted intelligence. In 2 hours, the Wolf, Tiger, and Leopard gang will be armed and robbing a bank in this district. Given their formidable equipment and ruthless methods, the commissioner has ordered a joint operation between the Major Crimes Unit and the Anti-Triad Unit. He proceeded to detail the 6-member Wolf, Tiger, and Leopard gang. Ah Lang, cunning and ruthless, never leaves witnesses. Ah Hu, the second-in-command, a former Special Forces soldier with exceptional tactical skills. Ah Bao, Li Xiangdong, Qi Jingsheng, Wushuejuan. As Superintendent Zheng continued to relay the information, Wen Yao's certainty about this operation solidified. It mirrored the bloody climax of provincial Hong Kong flag soldiers too. He understood all too well that Li Xiangdong and his companions had been deemed expendable by the foreign agents in the anti-Triad unit. Their undercover identities never even reported. Indeed, Superintendent Zheng made no mention of their true identities throughout the briefing. The outcome was all too clear. Since you have chosen this path, do not blame me for being unmerciful. If blame is to be cast, let it be upon the fickle hand of fate. With a sharp clap, Superintendent Zheng concluded the briefing, his gaze piercing as it swept across the room. Everyone understood what this mission meant for the Major Crimes Unit. He would not tolerate any mistakes, nor did he wish to falter under the watchful eyes of the Anti-Triad Unit. This credit must remain firmly in our grasp. Everyone, stay sharp. Is that clear? Understood, sir. The group responded in unison, their voices as sharp as a blade. Spirits soared, eagerness evident on each face. Excellent. Superintendent Zheng nodded firmly, raising his arm. Let us move out. With that command, the officers sprang to their feet. Liu and another team leader each took charge, turning to rush to the scene. Stop. Superintendent Zheng's gaze sharpened, fixing on Wen Yao, his voice suddenly rising. Inspector Li, you stay behind. You will not participate in this operation. You will hold the fort at the Major Crimes Unit. He had not forgotten the Commissioner Austin's explicit order. This was not merely a directive, but an attempt to sideline him. To be on the front lines meant exposure and the opportunity for merit. Yet Superintendent Zheng was all too aware of Wen Yao's capabilities. He opted for a preemptive strike, denying him even a chance to step onto the stage. What does it matter if you possess extraordinary skills? As long as you do not step beyond this door, no brilliance can shine upon you. To Superintendent Zheng, a single command was light as a feather yet heavy as iron bars. Someone must bear the weight of his future. But can this truly be suppressed? As soon as his words left his lips, the officers in the room turned pale, their gazes darting towards Wen Yao with uncertainty. Chief, why is this? Liu interjected before Wen Yao could respond, his voice taut with tension. Wen Yao's marksmanship, reflexes, and situational judgment, each is unparalleled. With him, we have a greater chance of survival and a lesser risk of failure. Why should we confine him here? Are you challenging my orders? Superintendent Zheng's brows furrowed, his voice becoming hoarse. Be silent. He raised his hand to cut off further protest, decisively stating that this operation was rushed. Wen Yao had just been transferred, was unfamiliar with the terrain, and had not yet established rapport with his partners. Forcing him into this would only create chaos. Moreover, you should assess the weight of this mission yourselves. Am I to understand that you believe you cannot handle this without relying on a newcomer? Liu swallowed hard, momentarily silenced, glancing at Wen Yao, his eyes filled with helplessness. The others also averted their gazes, silence enveloping them like a wall. The weight of authority pressed heavily, especially under the iron fist of Superintendent Zheng. He turned, his gaze locking onto Wen Yao's face. Inspector Li, you should understand my intention, correct? Leaning against the wall, arms crossed, Wen Yao wore an expression as indifferent as a lukewarm cup of tea, barely lifting his eyelids as he languidly shrugged. It is entirely up to Superintendent Zheng's discretion. At this moment, he could see that this was merely a knife handed to him by the fool Austin, which Superintendent Zheng had accepted, casually wiping the blade clean. Since you willingly choose to be a biting dog, do not blame the blade for turning against you. All who stand in the way shall be severed. In an instant, the officers were already geared up, following Superintendent Zheng as they collected their equipment, rushing down the stairs. The sounds of engines roaring fading into the distance. The once bustling major crimes unit was left with only Wen Yao, his solitary shadow cast upon the ground. He leisurely returned to his workstation, propped his legs up, took a sip of coffee, and with a few taps on his phone, sent a message to the doctor. The Eastern Kowloon police station is in motion. Contact the wolf, tiger, and leopard immediately. The true spectacle has only just begun. At this moment, in an old residential building across from the Eastern Kowloon Hang Sung Bank, on the top floor, by the window, Ahu lifted a corner of the curtain, gazing down at the throngs of people bustling in and out of the bank. He quickly raised his eyes, scanning the rooftops to the left and right, and the windows of neighboring buildings, his movements as alert as a cheetah. In the living room, Lang and Bao were bent over, meticulously cleaning and counting 20 firearms, their actions efficient yet tense, the air thick enough to wring water from. The three brothers, Li Xiangdong, sat on a worn sofa in the corner, appearing calm on the surface, yet their fingertips curled slightly, waiting for the operation to commence, or more accurately, for the police to break through the door. Unfortunately, what they awaited was not the sound of police sirens, but an eerie silence. On the sofa, a woman sat quietly, her gaze cast downward, resembling a porcelain figure long steeped in the oppressive atmosphere. She was Bao's sister, who shunned weapons and the front line, instead managing logistics, supply lines, and daily affairs. This apartment, which she had personally rented to avoid intermediaries, left no trace, even the deposit paid in cash. Surely, one could not allow a group of burly men like Ahu to roam the streets with gun cases, magazines, and night vision devices in search of a place to stay. Dingling. The jarring sound of a bell abruptly shattered the silence. All present stiffened, their tasks immediately halted, and they turned in unison towards the window. Ahu furrowed his brow, retrieving his phone, the screen illuminating half of his cold face. He stared at the unfamiliar number, and upon answering, his voice was low and firm. "Who is this?" "Brother Hu, it's the doctor." The voice on the other end was calm, akin to discussing the weather. "Do not make a sound. The information has leaked. The police are on standby, currently setting up a perimeter. The 3 new recruits you hired are undercover. Their people will be arriving shortly." Ahu's pupils constricted, his peripheral vision sweeping over the 3 brothers. Then he turned to shield their view, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Understood. Why the tip-off?" The doctor chuckled lightly. "We are, after all, standing in the same shadow. Besides, I have faith in you, but the path must be traversed by you alone. Ultimately, one can only rely on oneself." The call ended with a click. Ahu tucked his phone back into his pocket and walked steadily to Lang's side, lightly tapping his fingers twice against his waist. That small gesture was instantly understood by Lang and Bao. He trusted the doctor. Just 2 days prior, they had met, where he had discussed 3 counter-surveillance plans and had witnessed him dismantle a military-grade signal jammer with his bare hands. Therefore, the 3 brothers were likely bait. This was a gamble he refused to take. Having worked together for 10 years, a single glance or blink between the brothers conveyed more than words. Although Lang was filled with doubt, he refrained from asking a single question, as Ahu had not opened his mouth to explain. "Brother Hu, what is going on?" Lang feigned a casual tone, as if inquiring about dinner. Ahu immediately adopted an air of nonchalance, even managing a grin. "Oh, it's just the doctor wanting to collaborate and extending an olive branch." Before he could finish, he suddenly glanced out the window, his smile freezing instantly. The door to the rooftop of the opposite building swung open, and a squad of plainclothes police officers surged out, their movements swift as hawks diving for prey. Quickly dispersing into groups, crouching low, weapons drawn, locking onto the windows. From their elevated position, they had a clear view of every move across the street. Ahu felt a weight settle in his chest. The doctor had not lied. Li Xiangdong, who had been tailing them, immediately sensed something amiss. Twisting his neck to glance out the window, just one look drained the color from his face. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted, sharp and decisive. As Li Xiangdong's hand brushed against the grip of his gun at his waist, a crimson explosion erupted at his temple, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes bulging, never to close again. Qi Jingsheng and another officer met the same fate, falling before they could even react. "Damn it!" Ahu spat in frustration, angrily hawking a loogie onto Li Xiangdong's lifeless body, cursing their misfortune. "Lang, Bao, little sister, grab your weapons, retreat, move." He snatched up the tactical bag from the table and bolted towards the fire escape, with Lang and the others hastily following, their footsteps thundering on the floor. Who fired? Where? Simultaneously, on the street, just 100 meters from the bank, Inspector Zheng sprang up in a black sedan the moment he heard the gunshots. Grabbing his radio and shouting hoarsely, "Target exposed. Right across in that old residential building, Ahu has appeared and is retreating, almost in sync. The observers stationed on the rooftop of the opposite building were startled by the gunfire, quickly adjusting their high-powered binoculars. Just as they steadied the view, they saw Ahu and his gang burst through the iron door and rush down the stairs. The observer immediately lowered his voice to relay the information. This is bad. All units, converge immediately. Not a single one must escape. Understood, sir. Before the inspector's words had even faded, he had kicked open the car door, sprinting while issuing commands. His polished shoes echoing on the concrete. Chapter 12. A strike of thunder. Bang, bang, bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. In the blink of an eye, the two factions collided. The air igniting with gunfire, bullets flying in all directions. Ahu's expression turned cold, knowing that every second wasted would draw more eyes upon them. And he immediately shouted, "Charge out!" Lang and the others, without a moment's hesitation, grabbed their AKs and unleashed a barrage. Their bodies crouched low as bullets cascaded towards the street corner like a torrential downpour. For minutes later, the police firepower was dense and coordinated. Yet Ahu and his band of outlaws were fiercer, more deranged, tearing open a gap amidst the hail of bullets, and Ahu, though injured, managed to break through successfully. However, Lang and the others were not as fortunate, ensnared by crossfire and falling to the ground, blood staining the steps. Report. 3 suspects neutralized, but the main perpetrator, Ahu, has escaped with injuries. Upon receiving the news, Inspector Zheng's face turned ashen, and the leader of the anti-drug unit had veins throbbing at his temples, pointing at the room full of officers and shouting, "Are you all just sitting around? After lying in ambush for half a day with a dozen people, you let him slip through your fingers? Have you all lost your minds? What are you waiting for? Move out." "Yes, sir." Aside from a few remaining to clean up, the rest scattered like a net cast in all directions, sealing off intersections, blocking alleys, reviewing surveillance, and mobilizing vehicles to apprehend Ahu. But Ahu had already etched his escape route into his bones. 3 secret passages, 2 backup vehicles, and a set of false identities. Every detail meticulously planned before he made his move. The police scoured the streets and alleys, ultimately retrieving only a few hot shell casings. Inspector Zheng glared at the empty surveillance screen, his knuckles cracking in frustration. Meanwhile, at the East Kowloon police station, the major crimes unit. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang. Startlingly, Wen Yao, who had been resting with his eyes closed in a chair. He pulled out his phone to check the caller ID. It was the doctor. He did not answer, simply hanging up and quickly leaving the office area, making his way to the rooftop. Once the iron door clicked shut behind him, he dialed back. The police station was not a place for casual conversation. While surveillance may not be present, there were always ears on the other side of the wall. "What is the current situation?" The doctor's voice was low. "As you instructed, I informed Ahu in person that the undercover identities have been exposed, and warned him to eliminate them immediately. He believed me and executed the 3 moles on the spot. However, the police arrived too swiftly. They were intercepted as soon as they stepped outside and opened fire. In the end, only Ahu managed to break through the encirclement." Wen Yao had anticipated this outcome to some extent, yet he still frowned. After laying out such an extensive plan and extending such a clear invitation, all he had received in return were corpses scattered across the ground and a body riddled with bullet holes, an utter mess. Fortunately, Ahu was alive, and the skeletal structure of the plan remained intact. A splendid performance, and this is merely the unveiling of the first act. He smirked slightly, paused for a moment, then continued, "Please assist Ahu in drafting an open letter to the television station, issuing a challenge to the police, while also revealing the true names of Li Xiangdong, Chen Guodong, and Zhou Zhenbang." "Understood, boss." The doctor ought to be decisive. "By the way, send the letter to Lu Huijin, the female journalist from Xiangjiang TV. Indeed, this affair will create quite a stir. One must give a little push to one's own woman. It will not only muddy the waters, but also ensure her name resonates within the station." At this moment, the news swiftly reached the police station, and the entire building erupted as if it had been thrown into a powder keg, with whispers and hasty footsteps filling the air. Particularly, upon hearing this news, Chief Austin's lips stretched into a grin that reached his ears, laughter lines crinkling at the corners of his eyes. "Ha! The Wolf Tiger Leopard Gang of the Big Circle. I have long been aware of their notoriety. They are not only the primary targets of our East Kowloon police station, but their names also adorn the wanted lists of police stations in the Western District, North Point, and Shamshuepa. Now, this gang that has terrorized for years has been cleanly dismantled by my subordinates. How could I not take pride in this? How could I not showcase my prowess?" As for the elusive Ahu, he did not even lift an eyelid, merely a lame wild dog. He would inevitably be dragged back into the cage. Immediately notify the reporters from TVB and ATV, and summon the reporters from Ming Pao, Oriental Daily, and Apple Daily. In 30 minutes, the press conference will commence. "Yes, sir." The police station operates with unwavering efficiency. In less than half an hour, the press room designated for significant events was overflowing with reporters, each eager and restless. Even the chairs were askew. It was entirely expected that the gunfire at the entrance of Hang Sung Bank would provoke such an uproar. Bullet holes littered the area, and the blood had yet to dry. Which reporter would dare to let this golden headline slip by? Damn it. I ran out with toothpaste still in my mouth. TCH. I just finished in the restroom and didn't even fasten my belt. Shoo, they're coming. The door's opening. No sooner had the words left their lips than the keen-eyed reporters spotted the conference room, doors swinging open, with Austin striding in, chest out, and a broad smile. Leading a team of subordinates. On stage, the foreign chief, Austin, scanned the room, his demeanor exuding vitality, and with a buoyant tone. He began, "Thank you all for coming on such short notice. I know that the burning question on everyone's mind is regarding the fierce confrontation that occurred this morning at Hang Seng Bank. Without further ado, let us get to the crux of the matter. Indeed, this was a meticulously orchestrated operation led by our East Kowloon police station, targeting the notorious wolf-tiger-leopard trio of the Big Circle Gang, as well as the reckless Li Xiangdong, who committed armed assault at the Fulham restaurant the day before. The police received reliable intelligence that these two factions had secretly colluded with plans to rob the bank. We decisively laid down a trap, waiting for them to fall into it. Ultimately, all participating officers sustained no injuries, as we struck with thunderous force, neutralizing the main perpetrators one by one. Although one individual was wounded and fled, his malevolence is evident. Rest assured, he is within our tracking range, and his capture is merely a matter of time." Austin continued to speak for several minutes, captivating the audience, which initially held its breath before erupting into a cacophony of applause and flashes from cameras. Questions rising like a tide. He grew increasingly animated, his smile unwavering, responding to each inquiry with poise and confidence. As if the entire battle had been orchestrated solely by him, the embellishments rolled off his tongue, buoyed by an air of triumph. Meanwhile, beside the partially open window near the back door of the conference room, Wen Yao happened to pass by, momentarily halting his steps, and casually glanced inside. Locking eyes with Austin's self-satisfied visage, he curled his lip in disdain, letting out a derisive snort before turning to leave. "Humph, laugh all you want. In 10 minutes. You won't be able to smile anymore." At precisely 11 o'clock, at the TVB headquarters, the news department buzzed with activity, the cacophony of ringing phones, the clatter of keyboards, and the calls of editors merging into a singular, frenetic symphony, with everyone on high alert for the golden news slot at noon. This morning's significant operation by the East Kowloon police was a veritable gift for breaking news. Who would dare to neglect it? "Huijin, there's a letter for you at the front desk. I brought it along." Lu Huijin, engrossed in organizing videotapes, looked up, accepting the envelope from her colleague with a casual smile. "Thanks. No need for formality." Her colleague waved it off, returning to their workstation. She set down her pen. Curiosity piqued as she turned the envelope, which bore only her name in hasty script, devoid of a sender. The moment she tore it open, a vivid crimson handprint leapt into view, the fingers grotesque and still glistening with fresh blood, causing her fingertips to tremble in shock. As she read further, her pupils constricted, breath caught in her throat, and her cheeks flushed with heat, her entire being electrified, fingers tingling with excitement. Inside was Ahu's declaration of war, its essence distilled into a single line: "Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Li Xiangdong and his companions are my warning. The East Kowloon police station should prepare for upheaval." The letter explicitly exposed the undercover identities of Li Xiangdong and his associates, with a flamboyant signature at the bottom reading Ahu. Yet it was evident that this handwriting was not Ahu's. Any discerning eye could tell it was the work of the doctor. Lu Huijin's throat constricted, and she shot up, her entire frame rigid as if jolted by electricity. Her heart racing. She called out again, her voice quavering, eyes wide with shock. Instantly, every head in the office turned towards her, even the printer pausing momentarily. But she paid no heed to the gazes around her, clutching the envelope tightly as she dashed towards the supervisor's office, her high heels clattering against the floor, making a beeline for her superior. Explosive headline. Not only is Ahu openly challenging the police, but even more astonishing is the revelation of Li Xiangdong and his companions' true identities. This morning, the police's press release labeled them as ruthless criminals. And in the blink of an eye, they are revealed to be long-standing insiders. This news felt akin to a scorching piece of iron, making Lu Huijin's palms sweat and her fingertips tingle. It was impossible not to feel exhilarated. Supervisor Huang. Supervisor Huang. This is monumental news. In the supervisor's office, Supervisor Huang was meticulously styling his hair in front of a mirror, his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, appearing every bit the refined university lecturer. Yet, when he spoke, his protruding buck teeth shattered the facade, revealing a comical and greasy demeanor. Had Wen Yao been present, He would have instantly recognized this as the same character from The Brave and the Cowardly, who always tried to maintain an air of superiority yet would explode at the slightest provocation. Supervisor Huang frowned, knitting his brows. Ah, Jean, what is the matter that you're so flustered? In journalism, one must remain composed and steady. No sooner had he finished speaking than, in less than 3 seconds, he erupted, damn it. This is nuclear-level news. Ha ha ha. He snatched the envelope and scanned its contents, his excitement surpassing Lu Huijian's. Nearly bouncing out of his chair, slapping his thigh and shaking his shoulders. Ah, Jean, you are my lucky star. Let us get this arranged. And make sure it's live during the noon slot. It's a done deal. This time, the whole city will be in an uproar. At exactly 12 o'clock. In the TVB midday news broadcast studio, Lu Huijin made her entrance clad in a sharply tailored navy suit, the collar crisp and the cuffs tailored. Yet her figure could not conceal the tightening of her waistline and the sharpness of her shoulders, radiating an irresistible vitality with every gesture. Accompanied by a delicate makeup that enhances her warm lip color, a subtle smile at the corners of her eyes, and an effortless yet lingering charm that intertwines both elegance and allure. As the camera zooms in, the audience falls into a hushed silence. Some forget to change the channel. Others instinctively straighten their posture, while many are left in a state of bewilderment, unable to discern whether they are watching a news broadcast or witnessing a silent spectacle of breathtaking beauty. Good afternoon, esteemed viewers. Welcome to TVB's Midday News. I am Lok Weiching. This morning, a fierce gun battle erupted in East Kowloon, prompting the East Kowloon police station to hold an urgent press conference. It has been confirmed that this operation was executed jointly by the Major Crimes Unit and the Anti-Triad Unit, based on reliable intelligence. Ultimately, after several rounds of gunfire, the police successfully dismantled the long-standing criminal gang known as the Wolf Tiger Leopard. Lok Weiching speaks with a steady pace and clear enunciation. Yet, the moment these words are uttered, the streets of Hong Kong erupt in a frenzy. Wow, that is hardcore. I've seen these guys in Kowloon Tong, armed and ruthless in their gold store heists. East Kowloon has truly struck a thunderous blow. No wonder it's the leading police station. When they strike, it's a knockout. I feel much safer passing through Niao Tao Coke with my kids now. It's East Kowloon that has got our backs. East Kowloon Police Station, we salute you. The city resounds with cheers, and the reputation skyrockets. Chapter 13. This is not something just anyone can achieve. But the climax is only beginning. Lok Weiching pauses briefly, her tone deepening as the camera slightly zooms in. Don't rush. There is more significant news yet to be officially confirmed, but it has been corroborated from multiple sources. This morning, an individual claiming to be the leader of the Wolf Tiger Leopard, known as Ahu, personally sent a letter to our station, formally declaring war against the East Kowloon Police Station. He threatens relentless retaliation, employing merciless tactics. Furthermore, according to our latest intelligence, the main forces of this gang have indeed managed to escape and are currently unaccounted for. This revelation leaves the residents of Hong Kong momentarily dumbfounded, gasping in disbelief. Good heavens, are today as criminals really bold enough to hold a press conference? This can't be real. They already vanished, and the police still dare to claim a complete annihilation? It's over. These desperate felons are bound to wreak havoc. And the first to suffer will be the common citizens. They must be apprehended immediately. No one can slip through. Yes, we cannot show any leniency. East Kowloon Police Station. Hold strong. The entire city suddenly feels a tightening in their chests, with residents of East Kowloon particularly restless, even listening intently to the radio while grocery shopping. Yet, the storm has not yet subsided. When Lok Weiching reveals that Li Chengtung and his companions are actually undercover agents, public opinion across Hong Kong ignites. Whoa, a shocking twist? Real undercover agents. Aren't they wanted criminals? This is simply too audacious. How can the police operate like this? Who would dare to remain undercover now? Wow, this is ruthless. Using their own brothers as stepping stones? It's almost unbelievable. Meanwhile, Ahu is curled up in a pre-rented old apartment, biting on a towel while stitching up his wounds. The moment the television flickers to life, his hand trembles, the needle piercing his flesh without him even registering the pain. He springs up, slapping the screen frame as if trying to shake off the dizziness from blood loss. The repeated footage and clear subtitles strike him as if he has been struck by lightning, his blood rushing to his head. Who did this? I never wrote any declaration of war. Ahu, always cunning and slippery, would never engage in such foolishness as burning bridges. If necessary, he could retreat to the countryside, regroup, and return with a vengeance. Who in their right mind would openly challenge the police? I, Ahu, am no fool. Damn it. Who is the scoundrel stabbing me in the back? Damn. This world is teeming with villains. Wait a minute. The doctor. A flash of realization strikes Ahu as he recalls the bespectacled doctor with a soft voice. A seemingly refined man with an underlying sinister edge. Damn. The bad guys truly are everywhere. Suddenly, Ahu feels he can barely keep up with the unfolding events. Simultaneously, the East Kowloon police station descends into chaos. Initially, everyone was waiting for the news broadcast to conclude to bask in glory before other police stations, but the plot twists dramatically, leaving them all stunned. Officers erupt in agitation, their brows furrowing, fists clenching with a crack. This is outrageous. Do they really think we're made of paper? But upon hearing that Li Chengtung and his companions are undercover, everyone falls silent, their hearts racing. Undercover? Surely this can't be true. The higher-ups clearly stated that these three were armed criminals, without mentioning their identities. Soon, Superintendent Austin steps forward to clarify. The three are indeed undercover agents. The mission is classified, and their identities must remain undisclosed until the operation concludes, or it would be tantamount to pushing them into a fire pit. No one buys this. The superintendent just showcased 3 heads as trophies at the press conference. This isn't about solving cases. It's a matter of putting lives at stake for glory. Bang. In the superintendent's office, Austin's temple throbs as he slams his palm onto the mahogany desk, causing teacups to leap half an inch. Didn't you pound your chest and assure us it was foolproof? Now a criminal is dancing on our heads. What about my dignity? Inspector Chung hangs his head, his voice barely a whisper. I apologize, sir. At this moment, he dares not breathe, fearing that one misstep could lead to his immediate dismissal. To say one more word would be tantamount to running headfirst into the muzzle of a gun. Immediately issue a citywide manhunt. Deploy every available officer. If you don't find them within 24 hours, you're out of here. Yes, sir. Inspector Cheng's throat tightens, and he doesn't dare utter another word. He swiftly turns and departs, urgently relaying orders down the chain of command. In an instant, over 2,000 officers from the East Kowloon police station surge forth, conducting a sweeping operation throughout the entire district, leaving no alley uninspected. Ahu peers through the window slit, seeing streets filled with blue uniforms, flashing police lights, and shields, causing his scalp to tingle. He curses violently, wishing ill upon the scoundrel who has impersonated him, then grits his teeth, wrapping his blood-soaked left leg tightly in his coat, limping into the shadows of an alley. He knows all too well. If he lingers here, within 20 minutes, the patrol officers will come knocking, asking for identification, questioning his whereabouts, and searching his bag. He can't even afford to breathe freely. His mind is a whirlwind of curses. At this moment, in East Kowloon, deep within a narrow alley barely wide enough for 2 people to pass side by side, a creaking sound is heard. Li Manyu has just stepped out of the police station when he floors the accelerator, making several loops around the streets. Once his partner is sent off to check the surveillance footage, he swiftly turns into a dead end, parking his car askew beside a rusty iron gate. The entire police station is in motion, and naturally, Li Manyu is on the list. Yet, with Inspector Chung overwhelmed, he scarcely has time to monitor this ordinary detective. Thud. Thud, thud. The car comes to a halt, and without a moment's hesitation, he pulls out his phone and dials a number. Hello? Boss. His voice remains steady, as if discussing the weather. Tonight's operation will proceed as planned. The target must be extracted quietly, without a trace of noise. No one should see, hear, or smell anything. On the other end, the doctor chuckles softly, tapping his fingers on the table. Rest assured, the preparations are all set. We're just waiting for your go-ahead. Understood. Wen Yao nodded. His tone is nonchalant, as if merely confirming the time for dinner, instructing to report back immediately upon success. Understood. After hanging up the phone, he tilted his head back, gazing at the drifting clouds in the night sky, a slow smile curling at the corners of his mouth. All pieces had fallen into place. The scapegoat ensnared, and it was time to send the Austin father and son on their way. Why provoke anyone else when they chose to cross my line? This fate, they have severed with their own hands. Midnight, precisely 12 o'clock. East Kowloon, within an upscale villa enclave. Creek. A matte black business car glided silently through the side gate, coming to a stop before Villa C7. As the door swung open, 7 dark figures emerged in quick succession, their hawk-like gazes sweeping over the dimly lit street. The infrared sensors silent, the guardhouse empty. They swiftly drew short-barreled firearms, pressed against the wall, and burst through the door. In these times, a wealthy district frequented by expatriates ought to boast impenetrable security. Yet in chaotic times, even the strictest rules cannot withstand the clink of silver coins. For human mouths are tightly sealed. Those self-proclaimed masters of Hong Kong, who preach freedom by day, hire bodyguards on 3 shifts by night, fear evident in their every action. For a doctor, it is merely a matter of slipping a stack of cash into the duty guard's pocket. Thereafter, he need not lift a finger. He merely oversees the operation, his subordinates having already divided their tasks, for would head directly to the master bedroom, while 3 would take a shortcut to encircle the secondary bedroom. Inside the master bedroom, Austin snored loudly, drool staining his pillow, a slender blonde woman lying beside him, her breath soft and rhythmic. The black-clad figures entered, their movements as silent as a cat treading on ashes. One seized Austin by the chin, while another thrust the cold muzzle of a silenced pistol forcefully into his slightly parted mouth. He jolted upright, pupils dilating, his throat unable to emit a sound. Ah! The woman beside him awoke with a scream, just as she raised her head. Whoosh! A bullet pierced her skull, a spray of blood splattering across the pristine sheets. The black-clad assailants did not even blink. Austin's body went rigid, warm, viscous brain matter splattering across his face, his teeth chattering, unable to swallow. Within 3 minutes, he was bound with high-explosive plastic explosives, clad only in a pair of boxer shorts, resembling a sack being hefted into the vehicle. The same swift treatment befell his son in the secondary bedroom, securely bound, his mouth stuffed with cloth, eyes covered with a dark blindfold, quickly shoved into the back seat. The engine growled, the black car gliding out through the side gate, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Half an hour later, the night had deepened. A silver disk of a moon hanging in the indigo sky, its cold halo spilling down, transforming the entire sea surface into a shimmering expanse of broken silver. At the distant horizon where sea met sky, shadows danced, like mist yet not quite. On the surface of the water, an old fishing boat swayed gently, its hull rising and falling as if rocked by an invisible hand, producing a faint, persistent creaking sound. The night upon the sea was dark enough to swallow a person whole. On the bow of the boat, Wen Yao leaned against the rusted railing, a cigarette poised between his fingers, its ember flickering in the sea breeze. His gaze was fixed on the dense darkness in the distance, his pupils glowing startlingly bright. Like two coals under pressure, he closed his eyes, yet his ears were taut, carefully discerning the rhythm of the waves crashing against the hull. Whoosh, whoosh, each sound growing heavier. Closer. Behind him, the impeccably groomed doctor stood upright, clad in a sharply tailored black suit that accentuated his tall frame, hands folded in front of his abdomen. As silent as a statue that had never spoken. Sang Bang and Fei Fei stood slightly farther back, hands at their sides, breathing so lightly it was as if they were afraid to disturb the atmosphere. In recent days, they had all witnessed how their boss managed to pry open the police force's lips, how he spun threads of clues into a line, and how he gradually tightened that line around the neck of the East Kowloon police station. This was truly not the work of an ordinary person. Where are they? Not yet arrived? The doctor immediately raised his wrist to check the time upon hearing the voice. The minute hand had just passed the quarter mark when he quietly remarked, "Soon, just a minute or two away. Rest assured, it will be foolproof." Wen Yao merely acknowledged with a sound, his Adam's apple shifting slightly, saying no more. Boom. The engine roared, suddenly shattering the silence, like an enraged iron beast lunging toward the water's surface. Wen Yao's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp as a hook, piercing towards the source of the sound. A white wave cleaved through the dark sea, a speedboat charging toward them with almost reckless abandon, its wake trailing a long line of frothy white spray. A smirk curled at his lips, the expression thin yet sharp. In the blink of an eye, the speedboat had pulled alongside the fishing vessel. The doctor's subordinates deftly leaped onto the deck, seizing the Austin father and son as if they were two heavy sacks of rice, unceremoniously throwing them at Wen Yao's feet. Go. Both father and son were tightly bound with coarse hemp rope, their heads shrouded in black bags, mouths stuffed with crumpled gray cloth, only able to emit intermittent muffled groans as they futilely kicked and squirmed on the deck. The doctor nodded slightly, and his subordinates promptly moved forward, swiftly removing the hoods, extracting the cloth from their mouths, the fabric still tainted with suspicious sweat and a musty odor. Chapter 14, badly transparent, sharply awake. Pa. Austin coughed, spitting out saliva, his eyes quickly adjusting to the light as he scanned his surroundings. The swaying boat, the man in the black suit, the silent subordinates. His heart sank. Yet he still forced himself to turn his neck and bark at the doctor. "Who are you? Do you know who I am? Release me immediately. Otherwise, the East Kowloon police station will not let this go lightly." The doctor remained unmoved, simply gazing at him quietly, his expression as indifferent as one observing a trapped beast, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible pity. No wonder he asked the chief. Even with a knife to his throat, he remains so resolute. Just as the words left his mouth, a light laugh emanated from the bow of the boat. Austin whipped around. Wen Yao. The instant he recognized that face, a fleeting surge of unanticipated joy washed over him, and he struggled to shout, "Quick! Save me! Let me go now! Let bygones be bygones! I guarantee your safety. I will not pursue this matter." Yet Wen Yao seemed not to hear him, directly bypassing him to approach the doctor's side, tilting his head to scrutinize Austin. His tone laced with amusement. "Save you? Then what shall we do with your son? Feed him to the fish." TSK. A father indeed knows how to be decisive. These words pierced Austin's eardrums like an ice pick. His body stiffened, veins in his neck bulging. When he raised his eyes again, he saw the doctor slightly bowing. Sangbang standing with hands at his sides, breath held, and Fei not daring to glance away. In that moment, his blood ran cold. If he still couldn't discern who truly weaved this web, then his 30 years of wearing the police badge had been in vain. You, humph. Wen Yao's expression suddenly turned frosty, his voice lowered to a near whisper, but sharp as metal against steel. Finally awake. Are we? Alas, too late. I initially only intended to give your son a scare, and we could have left it at that. Yet here you are, reaching out to the blade. Who else can you blame? Austin S. Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he gasped for breath, his voice tightening. You cannot kill me. You know who I am. The entire police force will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Having reached this point, he could only play his last card, hoping that those two words would compel a fraction of hesitation from his adversary. But was that truly possible? Hey, Chief, do you think I resemble someone who is easily swayed? Wen Yao's lips curled into a sardonic smile, a cold sneer gracing his visage. However, the one responsible for your demise is not I, but rather the leader of that pack of wolves, tigers, and leopards, who? He has long since hung a banner at the docks, vowing an unyielding vendetta against the police. The spectacle earlier today was quite the show. All eyes in Hong Kong were fixed upon you, and even your fall appeared as a heroic sacrifice. Is that not enough dignity? Know when to retreat. Aston's pupils dilated suddenly, his complexion paling to a ghostly hue, his lips trembling as he stammered. I understand. I comprehend it all. It was all your scheme. It was you. You are the one to blame. Framing. Setting me up. I understand. I understand. It was all your scheme. It was you. You are the one to blame. Framing. Setting me up. Yet, Wen Yao remained unmoved, his gaze as frigid as a frozen river. Just as he raised his hand to signal his subordinates to act, a heart-wrenching cry shattered the stillness. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Aston's son, who had been cowering in the corner, suddenly fell to his knees, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud, tears streaming down his face, his body trembling like a withered leaf caught in the wind. I beg for mercy. I implore you to show grace. My arrogance was unfounded. I was blind. It was I who hired someone to assault you, inciting my father to assign you to guard the abandoned pond. It was all my doing. I deserve death. I admit it. I will compensate, whatever the cost. Just spare my life, and I will toil for you like a beast. As he wailed, he fervently knocked his head against the ground, blood seeping from his brow, oblivious to the injury, his eyes reflecting nothing but a desperate yearning for survival. Wen Yao's gaze swept over the tear-streaked face, a fleeting glimmer of amusement crossing his icy facade, as a chilling thought took root in his mind. Do you truly wish to live? He crouched down, his fingertips nearly brushing against Danny's nose, his smile laced with a sharp edge. Danny, disregarding the blood obscuring his vision, seized this lifeline. His voice trembling yet ignited with fervor. I want to live. I must survive. Wen Yao nodded slightly, raising an eyebrow towards the doctor's subordinate. The ropes fell slack in response. Although the father and son gained their freedom, explosives still ticked ominously at their waists, and behind them loomed the dark mouths of a dozen AKs, causing them to hold their breath in trepidation. With a swift motion, Wen Yao drew 2 daggers from his subordinate's waist, casting them onto the deck, their gleaming blades pointing directly at the tips of their feet. He sighed, his tone dripping with feigned compassion. Alas, you weep so profusely. I am not one to be entirely heartless, for I cannot truly condemn you to extinction. However, I cannot labor in vain, can I? I offer you a chance to survive, but only one of you may live. Danny's throat constricted, his gaze falling as his fingers clenched tightly at his sides. He was still young, his heart still fervent, believing in the possibility of a glimmer of hope in this world. Yet Aston, stiffening with age and wisdom, saw through the ruse. Wen Yao never offered paths to salvation, only slaughterhouses. At this juncture, sparing either of them would only invite future peril. Such a venomous serpent would never extend a tongue of mercy. Danny, do not trust him. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Danny lunged with the ferocity of a starving wolf, seizing the dagger and plunging it deep into his father's abdomen. Huffed. I'm sorry, Dad, but I wish to breathe. He screamed as he withdrew the blade, stabbing again and again. The dull thuds of the blade piercing flesh grew increasingly resonant. Aston staggered back, staring blankly at the gushing wound in his abdomen, the agony akin to a searing iron rod stirring his insides. Yet more scorching than the blood was the raw desire for survival reflected in his son's eyes. He opened his mouth to curse, but was choked by the blood frothing within, his vision gradually fading to gray, his pupils dilating as he finally collapsed onto the deck, blood pooling into a dark crimson expanse. With a dull thud, the dagger bounced twice before lying still on the deck, its blade reflecting a cold glimmer. Danny's knees buckled, crashing heavily to the ground, his gaze fixated on his bloodied fingers, the acrid scent of iron invading his nostrils. the visceral horror unfolding before him causing his mind to buzz, leaving him momentarily disoriented. He could not discern right from wrong, but one thought blazed in his chest: survive. Boom. Before the last word could escape his lips, Wen Yao charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that struck Danny beneath the ribs. The force akin to thunder cleaving a mountain. With righteous indignation radiating from him, a golden light seemed to burst forth from his brow. To slay treachery. To punish the wicked. Wen Yao's veins bulged with fury. Unable to contain his wrath, his own son had brutally slain his father? More beast than human. Do you still possess a shred of humanity? Huh. Danny coughed blood as he propped himself up, gazing at Wen Yao with a bewildered expression. It was not you. Not me. You wretched creature dare to be defiant. Wen Yao stamped his foot in agony, his voice trembling. I merely set a trap to test your loyalty. Who would have thought you would descend into such savagery? An ambush? Patricide? Today, I shall enact divine justice and sentence you to death. The doctor interjected. Fei. Sang bang, the remaining subordinates chimed in. Boss, we are truly impressed. Wen Yao drew his handgun, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at Danny's forehead. Bang. The bullet sliced through the air, Danny's pupils constricting as he fell backward, a scarlet bloom blossoming on his forehead, as the blood mist lingered in the salty sea breeze. Wen Yao exhaled deeply, as if shedding 1,000-pound burden, the darkness that had smoldered within him for years finally incinerated. He turned to address the gathered crowd. I am a soft-hearted man, who cannot bear to witness corpses strewn about. The doctor replied, understood. With that, the doctor raised his leg and delivered a swift kick, the body rolling into the inky depths of the sea. Boss, all is well. Fei marveled silently, truly the leader. With just a glance he discerned everything. Boss, how shall we deal with this? Sang Bang stepped forward, steadily holding a camera, his eyelids barely fluttering as he overlooked the two corpses. Such scenes were nothing new to him. Wen Yao holstered his gun, methodically wiping the blood splatters from his hand. You captured the entire scene, did you not? The doctor nodded. Not a single frame missed. Good. He casually tossed the bloodied towel into the sea, a slight smile curving his lips. What I require is solely the segment of their mutual stabbing. Eliminate all extraneous noise, cut out unnecessary visuals, and ensure that no undesired figures appear. Then send it to the television station under a whose name, along with a note containing a few cutting remarks. Do you understand? The doctor replied solemnly. Yes, boss. By the way, Wen Yao suddenly turned back. Where's a who at this moment? Rest assured, the rabbit has been trailing him. He won't escape. Inform me immediately of any developments. Wen Yao waved his hand and strode towards the cabin. Clean up and set sail. Yes, at the doctor's command. His subordinates sprang into action. Watching Wen Yao disappear behind the cabin door, a tremor ran through his heart. He had thought himself ruthless, only to realize that the boss was truly formidable. To kill Aston and his son, one bullet for each, swift and decisive. Yet he compelled them to turn their blades upon one another, first offering a sliver of hope, then extinguishing it with his own hands. He would also leverage Aston's death to adorn himself with accolades. Sinisterly transparent, brutally lucid. As for a who, disposable, destined to have his head claimed as a token of allegiance. Alas, ultimately, it was merely their fate to cross paths with Wen Yao. Everything had long been set in motion. The doctor sighed softly. Compared to the boss, I still have a long way to go. An hour later, as Wen Yao stepped through the threshold of his home, his husband exclaimed, Why did you return at this hour? The moment the door lock clicked, Gang Sheng, who had been waiting in the living room, sprang up from the sofa, his eyes sparkling with joy as he hurried forward. While changing his shoes, Wen Yao chuckled and affectionately ruffled the top of her head. The outside has been a chaotic mess these past few days. You've seen the news. The major crimes unit has been working nonstop. As for my old bones, I must endure. For the peace of Xiangjiang, someone has to take the lead. I, Wen Yao, am made of iron and bone, with sleeves free of burden. Gang Sheng, noticing the faint shadows under his eyes, felt a pang in her heart. She quickly placed a pair of slippers at his feet, her voice soft as honey. Are you hungry? Shall I heat a bowl of soup and stir-fry a couple of dishes? No need. There's still something in my stomach. Wen Yao waved his hand, his voice slightly hoarse. All right then. She deftly guided him to the sofa, gently pushing on his shoulder, her smile as radiant as blossoms bursting forth in early spring. Take a break. I'll fetch a basin of warm water for you to soak your feet. Before her words had fully settled, she had gracefully glided towards the bathroom, the hem of her skirt fluttering like a cloud kissed by sunlight, fluffy and vibrant. Her heart was alight. These past 2 months, how well Wen Yao had treated her. Money was at her disposal, classes were enrolled on her behalf, yoga mats adorned the balcony, and a dance mirror graced the bedroom. Every breath was rhythmic. Life was as plentiful as a tide, overwhelming in its abundance. Chapter 15, Fierce and Precise, I like it. She pondered repeatedly. Is this not the life she had envisioned 1,000 times in her dreams? What more could she possibly wish for? It was even more fortunate that she encountered Wen Yao. Had he not reached out, she feared she would have been swallowed whole by the shadows of the alley. Thus, she had resolved to be the most comforting light, illuminating his path home, warming the cold winds that brushed against his shoulders. Is the water temperature all right? Gangxing knelt beside him, tilting her face up to smile sweetly, her warmth akin to honey. Dressed casually, with her collar loosely hanging, when Wen Yao glanced down, he caught a glimpse of soft light and gentle curves, his gaze lingering, unspoken yet profound. Perfect. That's good, she nodded, her delicate fingers dipping into the water, gently massaging his ankles. Splash. Moments later, her cheeks flushed, she swatted away his reaching hand, rolling her eyes playfully. I'm washing your feet. Keep your hands to yourself. Wen Yao chuckled. What is there to be shy about? Haven't we all touched each other's waists? Oh wait, the water isn't finished yet. Why the hurry? Your toes are already softened. Why not test if those yoga lessons were worth it, and see if you can twist your waist like a pretzel? The following morning, at 7:35, in the TVB and ATV morning news studio, two female anchors were articulately reporting the recent happenings across various districts, particularly focusing on the latest movements of the notorious East Kowloon gangster, Ahu. At that moment, both television stations nearly simultaneously received an anonymous package. Inside was an old-fashioned video recorder and a plain white letter. The staff stared at the screen in shock, their fingers growing cold, their atoms apple-bobbing as they rushed towards the director's office. After reviewing the footage, the higher-ups' faces changed drastically, yet they made the decision, without hesitation, break in immediately. Everyone understood this was a hot, shimmering headline. Whoever hesitated would allow the traffic to flow to others. TVB's Lu Huijin and ATV's Fong Siwei cut into an emergency announcement at the same second. We apologize for the interruption, but our station has just received an anonymous package containing a videotape and a letter. Please view the footage. The screen flickered, revealing the violent confrontation between the Austin father and son, expertly muted and blurred, leaving only their silhouettes visible, the rest shrouded in obscurity, silent as a blade. Though incredulous, the truth was undeniable. Mr. Austin, the chief of the East Kowloon police station, had been confirmed deceased. Moreover, the letter ominously stated, "This is the fate of those who offend me," pinned by the wanted criminal Ahu, vowing to never relent and to instill fear throughout Xinjiang, leaving its citizens sleepless. At this moment, in the breakfast shop opposite the East Kowloon police station, Wen Yao sat composedly, leisurely scooping a steaming spoonful of boat congee, the corners of his lips slightly curving, a hint of barely noticeable ease in his expression. The television had just broadcast the breaking news when he raised his eyes to glance at the screen, his atoms apple moving slightly, a silent smile playing on his lips, his chopsticks never pausing. Yet the other patrons in the shop froze in shock. The once bustling eatery fell into an eerie silence. Even the sizzling of the fried dough sticks in the oil sounded particularly jarring. Diners collectively turned their gazes to the television, some rubbing their temples, others pinching their thighs, while a few removed their glasses to wipe the lenses repeatedly, as if the swifter their movements, the more likely they could erase this absurd scene. Once they confirmed it was not an illusion, the entire shop erupted like a firecracker. Ahu, that wanted criminal? He actually dared to target the chief of the East Kowloon police station. Goodness, the father and son fought openly in the street? What sort of sorcery has he unleashed? Ruthless. This person doesn't take the badge seriously at all. This is no mere fugitive. He is here to flip the table. My goodness, we live just 2 stops from the police station. Can we dare to sleep with the windows closed tonight? While the citizens were chattering nervously, gasping in disbelief, Wen Yao had already set down his chopsticks, tossed a $100 bill on the table, and strode purposefully towards the police station's entrance. He understood all too well that once this news broke, Xinjiang would undoubtedly be engulfed in tumultuous waves. Leisure? It was time to put that away. Moreover, with the entire Xinjiang still under foreign dominion, even the murder of an ordinary foreign employee could disturb the governor's office. Now, however, the one who had fallen was the powerful chief superintendent, the head of the East Kowloon police station, a core official of the police force. This storm was destined to sweep across the entire city. Just as he had anticipated, as soon as the news spread, the police headquarters erupted into chaos. As if struck by lightning, a large number of officers clenched their fists, veins bulging, some even crushed their teacups, while others pounded the wall with furious fists. This was no longer a mere provocation. It was a blatant slap to the face. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the police commissioner's office, shards of broken glass scattered across the carpet. The usually composed foreign commissioner was now crimson in the face, seizing the remote, picture frames, even half a cup of cold coffee, and hurled them at the television screen. Immediately gather the group heads. Assemble in the conference room within 15 minutes. A roar rattled the doorframe. The secretary, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, snatched up the phone and dialed, his hand trembling. In less than a quarter of an hour, the conference room was filled with department heads, apart from the commissioner seated at the head of the table. Everyone else wore ashen faces, breathing heavily. Smack! A heavy palm struck the conference table, causing the water cups to jump. The commissioner's eyes blazed with intensity. His voice low yet sharp as a knife. What happened today is the most disgraceful stain in the history of our police force. No one dares to trample on our dignity, not in the past, and certainly not now. Ahu must die. Before he had even finished speaking, someone eagerly interjected. The East Kowloon police station has been severely negligent, internally. Shut up. The supreme leader did not even raise an eyebrow. Yet now he is shifting responsibility, essentially handing a knife to the perpetrator. The Public Relations Department must immediately halt all rolling broadcasts across television stations. Prepare 3 sets of responses, one for the citizens, one to reassure the higher-ups, and one to suppress the foreign media. Within 2 hours, a press conference will be convened, with a singular stance of zero tolerance. Understood. The head of the Public Relations Department promptly stood up, announcing that the notice had been sent to the inboxes of all station directors. The supreme leader nodded, his voice as heavy as an anvil. Good. Keep a close watch on every lead. We must dig 3 feet into the ground to unearth him. If such an incident occurs again. He paused, surveying the entire room, delivering each word with measured intensity. We might as well discard these uniforms. Yes, sir. Moments later, the entire public relations team mobilized, swiftly securing the studios of 5 major television stations in Hong Kong, with the press conference notification simultaneously pinging the screens of hundreds of reporters. The police's narrative was quickly established. The case involving Ahu was purely a misunderstanding, an unfortunate accident, and they would not tolerate the true criminal. They would certainly act swiftly to bring him to justice. They further urged citizens to remain calm, cautioning against succumbing to rumors that could incite panic. Almost concurrently, a large contingent of officers lined up swiftly at the front gate of the police station, their movements precise, coordinating to disperse across various districts. The entire operation was executed with tremendous momentum, making quite the spectacle. In plain terms, this display was clearly intended for the cameras, allowing the media to witness firsthand that the police force was not to be trifled with, capable of maintaining order and suppressing malevolence. Police stations in Kowloon and the New Territories had also received urgent orders, activating all personnel, causing a palpable tension throughout Hong Kong, with checkpoints established and surveillance intensified. All manpower and resources were directed towards a singular goal, a thorough hunt for the leader of the Wolf, Tiger, and Leopard gang, Ahu. Meanwhile, in an old rented apartment in East Kowloon, Ahu, bare-chested, glared at the television news, suddenly grasping his hair and howling towards the heavens, veins bulging at his temples, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Upon seeing the red wanted notice issued by the police, he froze, as if struck by lightning. What does it have to do with me? The chief of the East Kowloon police station? I don't even know which way his office door swings. Nonsense. I usually avoid patrol officers, who would dare confront the head of the police station. Even 1,000-fold bravery wouldn't suffice. What a stroke of misfortune. I haven't even extended my hand, yet the blame is already pinned on me. All I wanted was to rest quietly for a few days to recover. Is that too much to ask? It's absolutely outrageous. After venting his frustration, Ahu took a deep breath, regained his composure, and without hesitation, dashed into the bedroom, hastily stuffing clothing, documents, and cash into his bag. Given the current situation, he could no longer remain in Hong Kong. There was only one path left, to escape under the cover of night. The sooner the better. Otherwise, he would be met with handcuffs and bullets. 10 minutes later, bang! The door he had just closed was kicked open with great force. Ahu stormed back in, his face dark with anger, kicking over a wooden table, sending teacups shattering across the floor. It wasn't that he didn't want to run. It was that he simply couldn't. Just a few steps out of the corridor, he was met by 2 groups of patrolling officers. Change alleys? He'd be stopped just the same. Head into the subway station? The infrared scanner was already glowing red. If he hadn't hidden in the back of a garbage truck for 3 minutes, he would have already been pinned to the ground. At this moment, he found himself utterly trapped, with no way out, as if he had wings yet could not fly. Ding ding ding. His phone suddenly rang, a sharp and jarring sound. Without even looking, Ahu raised his hand and hung up. His mind was buzzing as he desperately racked his brain for an escape route. But the ringing persisted, relentless and maddening, one call after another. Finally, he snapped, grabbing his phone and shouting, "Who? Oh, you sound quite irate. I see you haven't landed in jail yet." Ahu froze, caught off guard, and blurted out, "Doctor." On the other end of the line, a light chuckle resonated. "It's me. Spare me the pleasantries. You are wanted all across Hong Kong. But I can get you out to sea. Why should I trust you?" Ahu's voice suddenly tightened, his gaze icy as a blade. At this moment, he trusted no one. "Do you remember what I said last time? I've been waiting for the chance to team up with you." The doctor spoke casually. yet with a hint of approval, and you took out a police officer. That was ruthless and precise. I admire that. You have 60 seconds. Be quick about it. After the doctor's words, Ahu fell silent for a few seconds, his fingers turning white from clenching. He certainly suspected it was a trap set by the doctor. However, given the current predicament, with enemies closing in from all sides and even the windows being monitored, he had no choice. Furthermore, if it hadn't been for the doctor stitching him up after his leg injury and hiding him for 3 days, he would have long been a number in the morgue. As fellow fugitives, he didn't believe the doctor would be foolish enough to hand him over to the police. At this moment, the doctor was the only lifeline he had. Even if the undercurrents ran deep, he had to take the plunge. Resolving his thoughts, he swallowed hard and nodded. All right, when and where do I meet you? The doctor smiled slightly, his tone feigning nonchalance. Where are you right now? I'll send someone over immediately. Ahu, completely unguarded, blurted out his hiding address. All right, stay put. Someone will come for you in 10 minutes. Great. Just as the call ended, the doctor promptly dialed the special line for Tuzi, issuing urgent orders. Bring Ahu to me immediately. Exactly 10 minutes later, a black sedan smoothly halted downstairs. Seeing this, Ahu's eyes lit up, excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together. Without a second thought, diving into the car with Tuzi. Chapter 16. It's no wonder he's my man. His ambitions are grand. Slap. As soon as the car door closed, Tuzi delivered a swift strike to the back of Ahu's neck, and without uttering a sound, his body went limp and he slumped down. The vehicle then roared to life, speeding away along the predetermined route, vanishing around the corner in the blink of an eye. In the fleeting moment before consciousness faded, Ahu felt a heavy sinking in his heart. It's over. I've fallen into a trap. Damn. I just want to go home. The outside world is filled with villains. Woe is me. Known for his cunning and brutality, and listed among the top 10 notorious criminals of the Great Zhou, Ahu now found himself absurdly reflecting on his naivety. Just after Tuzi confirmed that they had secured him, the doctor smirked and dialed Wen Yao's number. Boss, the task has been executed efficiently. At this moment, Wen Yao was stepping through the doors of the police station. Well done. He raised an eyebrow, expressing his appreciation for the doctor's decisive actions. Everything must be kept tightly under wraps. The living must be seen and the dead accounted for. No room for error and absolutely no disgrace. Rest assured. The doctor patted his chest in assurance. If anything goes awry, I'll present my head to you. If there's any movement, report to me immediately. Understood. After ending the call, Wen Yao turned to enter the police station lobby. Just then, an emergency order was issued by the police department. All officers, assemble immediately. As a key member of the serious crimes unit, Wen Yao was quickly integrated into the action sequence. The following day, he casually chewed on a toothpick, humming a discordant tune as he leisurely drove the patrol car, pretending to sift through leads. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the pursuit of Ahu, the East Kowloon police station deployed all its resources, while the police department mobilized over 10,000 officers, thoroughly scouring every alley, every container, and every abandoned building in Hong Kong 3 times over. Yet not a single hair was recovered. The senior officials of the police department, infuriated, slammed their hands down on the desk, summoning their subordinates daily for reprimands, spittle flying as they unleashed their frustrations, applying pressure layer upon layer. Yet ultimately, it was all in vain. In Hong Kong, neither too large nor too small, some were resolute in their evasion, akin to casting salt into the sea, rendering them nearly impossible to locate. It was exceedingly challenging. Over the past 3 days, the underworld in the city was engulfed in paranoia, even their breaths taken with caution. Various gangs, nightclubs, docks, and casinos all ceased operations, fearful of being swept up by the police as accomplices of Ahu. The streets buzzed with discontent. Damn cops. I was just in the midst of a passionate embrace, and suddenly the door was kicked open, leaving me frozen in shock. Damn it. I've been holding it in for 3 days, and just as I heard a sound, those bastards barged in, slamming the door. What the hell? Ahu, aren't you supposed to be tough? What kind of hero hides like a turtle? Exactly. Let us confront the cops. I've got my tickets ready. Damn you. I even donated to your cause, and now my house has been raided, losing over 4 million. As for the cacophony of curses, Wen Yao paid them no mind. Continuing to sip his iced lemon tea, reclining with his legs crossed while watching the news with great ease. Each day, he merely went through the motions at the precinct, exchanging pleasantries with colleagues, meandering through the district pretending to investigate, and once the workday ended, he would find any excuse to make a hasty exit. His heart felt remarkably at ease. Wen Yao sprawled on the living room sofa, stretching lazily until his joints cracked, casually switching off the television before wandering to the balcony to light a cigarette. The moonlight shone brightly, round and silver like a platter suspended in the night sky, and he gazed upward, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Those up top were in a frenzy. He remained unperturbed, delaying the handover of Ah who had now stretched over 3 days, merely to stir the waters, to fan the flames. Indeed, it was all about nurturing the case. There were no ulterior motives, merely waiting for the winds to grow louder, for hearts to tighten, so that on the day of the net closing, he would leap forth as a hero in the spotlight. After all, Ahu was firmly within his grasp, with control over the tempo and direction. When the moment arrived, he would undoubtedly shine. Suddenly, the sharp click of high heels resonated behind him, crisp and tinged with a hint of languor. Wen Yao turned, a playful glint in his eyes, leaning against the balcony railing with keen interest. Today, Gangxing donned a form-fitting black velvet dress, the waistline cinched perfectly, the hem cascading like ink. She wore delicate crystal-heeled shoes, each step illuminating the space. Her cheeks were lightly brushed with blush, lips of vibrant hue, and her long hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders. She appeared transformed, exuding a dignified allure intertwined with seduction, a purity laced with wildness, tightening the throat and quickening the heart. That luscious red lip was particularly irresistible, reminiscent of ripe cherries, evoking an urge to bite down hard. "Darling, do I look beautiful?" Gangxing asked, rising on her toes, her face alight with a smile as she twirled, the skirt swirling gracefully. Wen Yao nodded with a grin. "Indeed, you are stunning. You are the best," she replied, her eyes twinkling as she leaped into his embrace, her hair brushing against his chin, soft and warm. "I learned a new yoga move today, want to see?" "Oh." He looked down, finding her nestled against his chest, her ears flushed, eyelashes fluttering, her gaze sparkling like water. He stubbed out his cigarette, grinding it underfoot until the embers extinguished. "What are we waiting for? Let us showcase your skills. Be gentle. This is a brand new dress I just picked out. Don't ruin it. If it gets ruined, we can just buy another. It's just a few pieces of clothing." His hand slipped under her skirt. "Now, let us see you do a split. I want to check your flexibility." An hour and a half later. "Oh." Wen Yao leaned against the headboard, taking a drag from his second cigarette, exhaling smoke that unfurled in the air, his brows relaxing, his spirits high. Sending Gangxing to yoga and dance classes was undeniably a wise investment. The money spent was worth it. Gangxing lay on her side, her cheeks flushed, glancing at the torn fabric strewn across the floor, pouting, "Humph, you have no regard for my feelings. Look, after just one wear, it's all in tatters." Wen Yao waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. "If it's torn, we'll replace it. Money doesn't sprout legs," and run away. After a pause, he squinted with a smile. "But perhaps next time we shop, we could try something different? How about a nurse's uniform, a maid's dress, or a stepmother ensemble?" "Huh." Gangxing wrapped herself in the blanket, her eyes wide. "A maid's dress? What is that?" Cough, cough. He straightened up, feigning seriousness as he began to elaborate on the concept. Just then, the phone rang abruptly. "Hello? Who is this?" "Humph, guess who I am." The voice of Lu Huijin emerged, playful yet slightly petulant, tinged with a hint of grievance. "Why haven't you come to see me in so long? Have you forgotten about me? Do you no longer want me?" "Oh, my little darling, how could I forget?" Wen Yao's smile remained unbroken, speaking softly in front of Gangxing. "What is this? Missing me? What do you think?" she teased, her tone elongated. "I want to see you right now." "All right, I'll be there shortly." "Okay." As soon as the call ended, Wen Yao threw off the blanket and began to rise, but his wrist was suddenly gripped tightly by Gangxing, her fingers pressing down hard, knuckles turning white. "Are there others outside?" Gangxing's voice tightened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, reminiscent of a cat whose tail had been stepped on, a mix of shock and anger evident. "Huh." Wen Yao raised an eyebrow, his tone serious. "Right now, you're the one lounging in my bed. So tell me, who is the main character here? That other person is merely a reserve." "You jerk." Gangxing's eyelashes fluttered, tears nearly spilling over as she raised her hand to strike him on the shoulder. But her soft wrist was firmly captured by him, not too tight, yet impossible to break free. "Think carefully before you act." His voice deepened slightly. "In these days, have I ever mistreated you? Who cooked your meals? Who brewed your medicine? Even the deposit for your mother's hospitalization, I delivered overnight. You are eating my food, staying in my home, even breathing air that I provide. Tell me, what do you have to argue with me about?" Gangxing's lips quivered, swallowing back her tears, her shoulders sagging slightly. All right, don't keep that stern look on your face." Wen Yao sighed, opening his arms to pull her into his embrace, gently massaging the back of her neck. "Don't worry, I'll make you a key to this place soon enough. From now on, whoever comes knocking, you will decide. Besides, a man who cannot protect the ones he cherishes is hardly a pillar of strength. In Hong Kong, taking a concubine isn't a crime, as long as one abides by the rules. P-Way Master Online. Behave." She whimpered softly against his chest, her tears soaking the front of his shirt. Wen Yao patiently comforted her, waiting until her breathing steadied, her eyelids drooping, before lifting one leg behind her knee and wrapping his arm around her waist, carrying her into the bathroom. Amidst the rising steam, they emerged clean, and then he dressed and stepped out. Sighing, he realized Lu Huijin had already sent 3 unread voice messages, the last containing a voice note. If you don't come soon, I'll slash your tires. Tonight, he would have to let Gangxing sleep alone. However, he intended to seize the opportunity with Lu Huijin while the iron was hot, juggling both. No, it was about advancing on 2 fronts, steadily and surely. The wheels rolled over the asphalt road, and in less than 20 minutes, Wen Yao stood at the doorstep of Lu Huijin's home. As soon as the door opened a crack, he squeezed inside, one hand gripping the nape of her neck while the other cradled her waist, sealing her protests with his lips. Her eyes widened in surprise. The words "you're late" caught in her throat, transforming into a muffled hum. That night was a fervent entanglement, relentless and unyielding. The following morning, sunlight poured into the room like molten gold, and Wen Yao slowly opened his eyes in the warm glow, the dark circles beneath his eyes particularly pronounced. TSK. I really need to rein it in. He sat up straight, pressing a hand against his lower back, inhaling sharply as he turned to see Lu Huijin curled up on the pillow, sound asleep, a few stray hairs clinging to the corner of her mouth, prompting a bittersweet smile from him. This girl was like a little leopard last night, biting and scratching, not settling down until 5 in the morning. After just a few days apart, why did she seem like a ravenous wolf fixated on its prey? He was just about to stealthily lift the covers, intending to quietly slip on his shoes and leave when home. A lazy sound escaped beside him. Lu Huijin rolled over, her eyelids parting slightly, her gaze sticky on his face, her tongue darting out to moisten her lips, fingers already reaching towards his side. Slap. Wen Yao swiftly blocked her hand, decisively swatting away her wrist. His expression as stern as a court's judgment. Indulging in romantic affairs is a minor issue. But the Hong Kong Metallurgists Association is holding an emergency meeting at 8 this morning. The zombie uprising has just been quelled, and the Witch Alliance has submitted 3 protest letters. Tell me, can I afford to waste time here with you? You need to reflect on what responsibility truly means. Before his words had fully dissipated, he had already donned his shirt, tightened his tie, and swiftly left the room, his back as brisk as a gust of wind. On the bed, Lu Huijin sat dumbfounded, her chest rising and falling unevenly, staring at the sliver of light streaming through the door, and suddenly burst into a giggle. Her eyes sparkling with admiration. Truly my man, he has grand ambitions. But little did she know, Wen Yao only breathed a sigh of relief once he entered the elevator. Swiftly typing a message to his assistant. Please book a suite at the Peninsula Hotel tonight. 2 beds, no roses allowed. Damn it. Even if I had a constitution of steel, I can't withstand this kind of reckless torment. More critically, I have to bear the burden on both sides. When can I catch my breath? How on earth can I hold up tonight? Cough cough. Soon. Wen Yao hastily grabbed a couple of bites from a street stall for breakfast, picked up his briefcase, and jumped into a car, heading straight for the police station. Chapter 17. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? At the police station, outside the major crimes unit, Wen Yao halted. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, Inspector Zheng's thunderous voice came crashing down upon him. With dark shadows under his eyes, Wen Yao felt as though he had been drained of all energy. He slowly turned around and saw Inspector Zheng's tense face, lazily asking, Inspector Zheng, is there something you need? How dare you even ask? Inspector Zheng strode to block his path, his finger nearly poking Wen Yao's nose, his voice cold and hard. Look at you, slumped like a dried fish. Where is the spirit a police officer should possess? You think you can just waltz in here as if this were a tea house closing for the night? Just because you've solved a few cases, don't think you've risen above. This is East Kowloon, not some border area with broken surveillance. Know your place. Immediately, right now. Submit a self-reflection report and take a good look in the mirror. Wen Yao narrowed his eyes, the depths of his gaze darkening as he scanned the colleagues gathering around. Suddenly understanding the situation. Reflection? He scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. If anyone should be looking in the mirror, it ought to be you, Inspector Zheng. Say that again. Inspector Zheng's pupils constricted, his voice rising sharply, the veins on his forehead throbbing. I said the one who needs to calm down and reflect is you. Wen Yao met his gaze, unyielding. What nonsense is this? Austin is already lying low, and you come seeking trouble? Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon to be squeezed? Is it just because my face is slightly more symmetrical than yours? Yes, yes. You must be envious of my looks. It's utterly tiresome. What kind of attitude is that, Wen Yao? Inspector Zheng was on the verge of exploding with rage. In the past couple of days, the reprimands regarding the Ahu case had been pouring down like a torrential rain, and the loudest blame fell squarely on him and that foreign team leader from the anti-organized crime unit. But that foreign leader had backing, and what happened? All the blame landed on his shoulders. Not a day passed without him hearing complaints about not capturing Ahu, leaving him no peace. He had to smile and endure the scolding, otherwise, he might soon find himself out of uniform. He had been harboring a simmering anger, and coincidentally, upon entering the major crimes unit, he encountered Wen Yao's weary demeanor, thus seizing the opportunity to vent his frustrations. Do you think I want to be listless? How do you think I can find Ahu's trace without pushing myself to the brink? Look around. Who here isn't sporting panda eyes while working hard? And then there's you, with your oily complexion, probably sleeping more soundly than a deity in a temple last night. Wen Yao straightened his back, his words striking like thunder as he publicly confronted Inspector Zheng. I only managed to close my eyes at 5 this morning, and it's been like this every day. Is that not enough? And you? Sitting comfortably in your office, sipping tea, crossing your legs, enjoying the good life, and yet you have the audacity to pick on me? As these words left his mouth, every officer in the major crimes unit lifted their gaze in unison, their eyes reflecting silent agreement, all fixed firmly on Inspector Zheng's face. You. Inspector Zheng's face turned ashen, his finger trembling as he pointed at Wen Yao, looking ready to flip the table in anger. When suddenly a figure stepped in, firmly positioning themselves between the two. Wen Yao's superior, Sir Li, smiled as he stepped forward, placing a hand on Inspector Zheng's arm. His tone gentle yet firm. Inspector Zheng, calm down. Let bygones be bygones. The brothers have been working tirelessly these past few days, their bones aching with fatigue. It's only natural for tempers to flare in such circumstances. We're all anxious about the case's stagnation. There's no need to let this minor issue ruin the camaraderie, right? Before he finished speaking, he turned his face, quickly winking at Wen Yao, and then straightened his expression, sternly addressing. Inspector Li, you need to be more restrained. Get back to your station and prepare. We have external duties coming up. Understood, Chief. Wen Yao replied crisply, shaking off Inspector Zheng's gaze as he turned and walked towards his desk. Inspector Zheng was also half dragged, half persuaded away by Sir Li. And while the situation seemed to have calmed down on the surface, Wen Yao was not one to suffer in silence. Absolutely not. He rolled his eyes and pulled out his phone, dialing Lu Huijin's number. Hello? Hee, calling me right after we parted? Missing me? Are you having second thoughts? If you turn back now, you can still make it. Listening to the clear yet sharp laughter on the other end, Wen Yao felt his head throb. Enough. This is serious. Are you still at home? Or have you already arrived at the TV station? Lu Huijin chuckled lightly, just stepping out of her house, making her way to the studio. Why? That's great. You should have a portable recording device in your bag, right? As a TVB reporter. Come directly to the East Kowloon Police Major Crimes Unit for an exclusive interview with me. And then, Lu Huijin paused, her tone hesitant. Can we really do that? What? Are you unwilling to lend a hand? Wen Yao let out a heavy sigh, his voice laden with a sense of grievance. Well then, just pretend you didn't hear me. Let me bear this humiliation alone. As his words trailed off, his fingers had already hovered over the hang-up button, but Lu Huijin quickly interjected. Don't hang up. Who says we won't help? Humph, dare to touch my people? Just wait and see how I strip him of 3 layers of skin. Lu Huijin, sweet-tongued yet ruthless. Coincidentally, I had recently conducted an exclusive interview with your Team S Inspector Li. Just wait, I'll be there in no time. Done. As the call ended, Wen Yao leaned back into his chair, a relaxed smile curling at the corners of his lips, quietly awaiting developments. Just you wait. If I can't topple you now, I will surely deal with you later. Approximately 30 minutes later, Lu Huijin, dressed in a sharp uniform, strode through the doors of the police station, heading straight to Inspector Li's office to explain her purpose. Liu greeted her warmly, personally escorting her into the Major Crimes Unit's office, clapping his hands 3 times. He boomed, "Everyone, hold on a moment and listen up. This is Miss Lu Huijin, a renowned reporter from TVB, here today to interview us regarding the progress in tracking down the wanted criminal, Ahu. I expect everyone to cooperate fully, understood? Understood, Chief." The previously lethargic officers instantly brightened at the sight of Lu Huijin, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as they responded in unison, their voices brimming with vigor. Appearing on television. Good heavens. We must ensure we put on a good show. Lu Huijin, fully aware of the situation, flashed a sweet smile at everyone. Thank you for your hard work. The interview commenced without delay. She began by inquiring about the details of the Ahu case before seamlessly transitioning to the daily routine. It seems there have been a lot of cases recently. Are you all feeling a bit overwhelmed? Although the team was weary, they straightened up, eager to respond, each answer infused with energy. Once the round of questions concluded, she followed her plan and turned to Wen Yao, the camera focusing steadily on him. Inspector Wen Yao, having just been reassigned to East Kowloon, you encountered this major blunder. Did you have any contingency plans in mind at the time? Lu Huijin's speech was clear, her expression intent. How could I not have considered it? Wen Yao replied with a wry smile. The failure of our operation rests solely on my shoulders. On the day we set out, I was meant to join the team. But Chief Inspector Zheng insisted on keeping me at the station due to my limited experience. Chief Inspector Zheng choked on his words. I am wronged. Had I defied orders and insisted on accompanying them, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Ahu might not have escaped, and the chief would not have met such a tragic fate. It is all my fault. Lu Huijin's pupils dilated as she blurted out, "Wait. You weren't even at the scene when the incident occurred?" Wen Yao shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. "Indeed. I have been plagued with guilt ever since. The thought of Ahu still being at large keeps me awake at night, poring over case files and monitoring surveillance footage, struggling to keep my eyelids from drooping even after 3 cups of strong tea." Lu Huijin responded, "All night? Monitoring footage and reviewing files? Do you think you are starring in a sequel to Infernal Affairs?" As she listened to his rambling, she subtly raised her eyebrows. Wen Yao then launched into an impassioned monologue, indirectly inviting Chief Inspector Zhang to make an appearance. When Lu Huijin finished her segment, she turned and walked straight into Chief Inspector Zhang's office, the camera remaining fixed in place, seamlessly continuing the interview. Chief Inspector Zhang was alert and sat up straight. His tie perfectly knotted, resembling someone who had just received a commendation. At noon, the TVB midday news studio. Lu Huijin's vibrant and sharp features reappeared on the screen, her expression now imbued with a greater sense of composure and her gaze sharper. "Good afternoon, viewers, and welcome to TVB's Midday News." In recent days, the police have intensified their efforts to apprehend the #1 wanted criminal, Ahu, capturing the attention of the entire city. What everyone is most concerned about is undoubtedly the current whereabouts of Ahu. Next, we will air a segment from this morning's live interview at the East Kowloon Police Station's Major Crimes Unit. The footage swiftly transitioned to the recording Lu Huijin had captured that morning. Initially, it seemed rather calm, but as her tone grew slightly somber, she began, "Everyone, take note. Each of our major crimes colleagues is visibly exhausted, their eyes shadowed from the relentless pursuit of leads, relying on coffee as if it were water. Yet, look at our Chief Inspector Zhang, impeccably dressed in his suit, his hair slicked back, not a hair out of place." More critically, insiders have revealed that on the day of the operation, Inspector Wen Yao was not even on the scene. If he had been present, could Ahu truly have slipped away right under his nose? As her words settled, a stir erupted across the city. Lu Huijin's statement ignited a firestorm, akin to a match striking a powder keg. Outrage erupted in the streets. What on earth is happening? We set up an ambush, and he still escaped? Turns out the main force didn't even show up. That bumbling Zhang, a hopeless case, has caused the entire team to suffer in vain. Look at him. While others have dark circles under their eyes, he looks fresher than a groom. A sharp suit? More like he's trying to cover up his guilt. Could it be that he colluded with Ahu to sabotage the chief? Hey, buddy, you're going too far. But tonight, I'll be lurking outside the ICAC with my complaint letter already written. Meanwhile, in a small restaurant diagonally opposite the East Kowloon police station. Bang! A muffled thud shook the neighboring table, causing the soup bowls to rattle. Everyone turned in unison. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a uniform buttoned up to his throat was pressing down hard on the table. His eyes fixed intently on the television on the wall, veins throbbing at his temples. It was none other than Chief Inspector Zhang, taking a moment for a meal. His chest heaved violently, his throat tight and metallic. A wave of heat surged to his head as he clenched his back teeth, forcing down the taste of blood. After all, he was a police officer. He couldn't lose composure in public. But if he remained seated any longer, he feared he might overturn the table. Just as he reached for his wallet to stand up, someone nearby exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that the Chief Inspector Zhang from the television? Wow, it really is him. He has thicker skin than bulletproof glass. Has he been sitting in the office too long? He botched the case and still has the appetite for char siu rice? Surely it can't be that Inspector Li is too capable, and he is afraid of losing his position. So he is blocking the entrance to keep others out? TSK. A chief inspector? More like a money laundering officer." The moment he was recognized, all eyes in the restaurant turned towards him, pointing and whispering like they were observing a rare species in a zoo. However, Chief Inspector Zhang was not deaf. Upon hearing the biting jeers, he abruptly halted, a surge of anger igniting within him. He spun around, his arm outstretched, and with a sweeping motion, overturned the table before him. Chapter 18. In this world, there are still many who uphold righteousness. Crash. Everyone be quiet. His roar reverberated, and the entire room fell silent, everyone closing their mouths and retreating to the walls, yet casting sidelong glances at him, their eyes devoid of fear, resembling spectators at a farcical play. Chief Inspector Zhang swallowed hard, gritting his teeth to suppress the heat rising to his face. He struggled to contain his humiliation and turned to make his escape. "You think you can just smash and leave? Do you take this place for a papier-mâché?" Just as his words fell, a round, pot-bellied owner, apron stained with grease, rushed out from the kitchen, hands on his hips, chin raised high. "Just because you're in a police uniform, I should take this beating without resistance? Dream on. Pay up. Now. Otherwise, I'll call the police to arrest you. Do you believe me?" Chief Inspector Zhang. Call the police? Arrest me? His mind buzzed momentarily. His legs felt weak beneath him, Yet he clung to the last vestiges of rationality. The surrounding crowd was composed of onlookers, some of whom had discreetly drawn out their phones, their lenses glinting with cold light. He dared not act defiantly, nor could he muster the courage to withstand the situation. A fiery heat engulfed his face as he hastily retrieved his wallet and tossed a stack of bills, fleeing toward the exit with hurried steps, his retreating figure resembling one pursued by a dog. The proprietor, having counted the money, straightened his back and bellowed towards that receding silhouette with vigor. "Just wait. I shall submit a complaint tomorrow." Inspector Zhang's body jolted abruptly, nearly tripping over the threshold, yet he lacked the courage to look back, wishing only to take flight from this street. Wen Yao. A shrill roar tore through the air. Once the news broke, the police force erupted into chaos. Officers of all ranks, passing by Inspector Zhang, cast him peculiar glances, especially those veteran officers with bloodshot eyes and weary shoulders, each one bearing an expression of discontent. Upon learning of the uproar, Wen Yao smirked, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister grin. "You think you can compete with me? Unless I grind you into the mud a few times, I won't even bother writing my name backward." Truly, he was a cherished piece of his heart. Tonight, he must treat her well, take her out for a hearty meal. Ha. For days, 5 days, 6 days, in the blink of an eye, 6 days had slipped away. During this time, the Hong Kong police force remained relentless in their pursuit of Ah Hu, yet he remained elusive, with no trace or clue to be found, not even a single hair. As the days passed, the enthusiasm of each precinct began to wane. Who among them did not keep a mental tally? After such a lengthy pursuit, if he had fled, he would be long gone. If he were still in Hong Kong, surely there would be some sign of him? Yet, inexplicably, it was as if the waters had stilled, devoid of movement. To make matters worse, the television incessantly broadcast updates on the manhunt, each conclusion ringing out the same 4 words: "No leads available," causing the public to grow increasingly anxious and impatient. Numerous unresolved cases were hastily attributed to Ah Hu. The credibility of the police force crumbled like sand, the complaint hotline inundated, the lines burning hot. Agitated citizens even blocked the entrance of the police headquarters, unfurling banners and shouting slogans that echoed thunderously. The higher-ups, furious, slammed their fists on the table. Yet they could only stare in disbelief. Meanwhile, Inspector Zhang had become the target of public ire. The citizens' voices surged like a tidal wave. If Wen Yao had been present that day, Ah Hu would have been a corpse by now. It is his dereliction of duty. He must surely be in cahoots with the criminal. I demand to file a formal complaint. Thousands of complaints poured in daily, all directed at him, overwhelming the complaints department, which promptly summoned him to the inquiry room. In the complaints department of the police headquarters, the head of the inquiry team addressed him with a stern and unyielding tone. "Inspector Zhang, please confront this issue directly. Why was Wen Yao excluded from the operation on the day in question?" The veins on Inspector Zhang's temples throbbed. Once again, it was Wen Yao. This name was like a thorn, piercing his temples with each mention. Yet, faced with the complaints department's office, he could only tighten his jaw, lower his voice, and swallow all his frustration, especially since his performance evaluation was still in their hands. The rationale was clear. Wen Yao had only been transferred to the Major Crimes Unit 3 days prior, and he barely recognized the backs of his colleagues. In the face of a ruthless fugitive like Ah Hu, even a slight misstep in coordination could lead to the entire operation collapsing. "I would rather have one less person than allow an inexperienced face to disrupt our rhythm and jeopardize the entire team." Furthermore, he was merely an ordinary officer, not some god of war. Could one truly expect him to single-handedly turn the tide? As these words left his lips, the directors of the complaints department exchanged glances, none of them nodding in agreement. That afternoon, a new record of deducted points quietly appeared in Inspector Zhang's performance evaluation. The next time promotions were considered, he would likely have to endure an additional 6 months of waiting. Bang! Just as Inspector Zhang stepped out of the police headquarters, he raised his foot and delivered a fierce kick to the metal trash bin by the roadside. His foot collided with something hard, producing a dull thud. Ouch! He bent over, clutching his right foot, gritting his teeth as he inhaled sharply. Wen Yao. The 3 syllables erupted from between his gritted teeth, tinged with a sense of bloodlust. At that moment, from a distance, the sharp-eyed reporter Fong Siwei from Asia Television spotted his contorted face and immediately rushed over. Microphone in hand. "Inspector Zhang, hello. I am Fong Siwei from Asia Television, and I would like to ask, during the last operation, why did you insist on excluding Sir Wen Yao from participation?" The microphone almost poked into his nostrils. Inspector Zhang's face darkened, his throat tightening. Wen Yao? Again with Wen Yao. His voice rose abruptly, like a leopard whose tail had been stepped on. "Do you all truly regard him as a living Buddha? With him around, will the case solve itself? Ah Hu has been on the run for a full 6 days. Why haven't we seen him return with a severed head?" After his outburst, he spun on his heel and dove into his car, flooring the accelerator. sending a plume of white smoke billowing from the exhaust as he sped away. Feng Siwei, however, stood rooted in place, her fingertips tingling, her heart pounding like a drum. She had struck gold, an explosive piece of material. She turned and sprinted towards the television station. That afternoon, Asia Television broadcast snippets of the news. Do you all truly regard him as a living Buddha? Ahu has been on the run for a full 6 days. Why haven't we seen him return with a severed head? The entire city was in an uproar. Discussions erupted in every corner. Some applauded, while others unleashed a torrent of curses, and many more dialed the complaint hotline, nearly causing the lines to overheat. The case's profile skyrocketed overnight, trending on social media. Some even whispered in hushed tones, can Wen Yao really catch Ahu? At the East Kowloon police station, Wen Yao leaned against the window, the screen of his phone illuminating the news flash. He chuckled softly to himself. Almost there. This performance had reached its peak as he had orchestrated it. To prolong it further would risk burning it to a crisp. As was his habit, he drove around for a while before finally veering into a secluded coastal area. The sun was sinking beneath the horizon, casting molten gold across the sky. He turned off the engine, leaned back in the driver's seat, and dialed a number. Hello. Boss. Yes, Wen Yao replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Is everything steady on your end? The voice on the other end was calm and collected. All is ready. Well done. His tone remained tranquil, as if discussing the weather. It's south time to close the net. As planned, we will act tonight. Understood, boss. Yes. After hanging up, he stretched his body leisurely, stepped out of the car, and leaned against the hood, gazing quietly at the sun that hovered on the brink of setting. Truly beautiful. At the same moment, in a coastal fishing village, inside a dimly lit room, Ahu was tightly bound to a chair, a matte black box pressed against his chest. Its wires exposed. Though his wounds had scabbed over, his face was still bruised, the cheekbones protruding, resembling an old newspaper drained of its color. Across from him, several members of the Bunny Gang, wearing headphones, were cheering and laughing for a team battle in their game, their laughter bouncing off the walls in an echoing void. Creak. Just then, the door swung open with a click, and the doctor, who had just hung up from a call with Wen Yao, walked in with a warm smile. Approaching Ahu with an air of calmness and friendliness. Brother, the opportunity to leave the port has arrived. Brother, the opportunity to set sail has arrived. Ahu's previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled with surprise as he slowly raised his head, staring at the doctor with a look of bewilderment. His voice low and tense. What do you mean by that? Are you sending me to my demise? For the past few days, he had been tightly bound to a chair, unable to move even a finger, and had long since categorized the doctor as one of the ruthless. Yet, this situation seemed bizarre. If they truly intended to silence him, why wait until now? They should have acted sooner. That statement, however, fell like a stone into water, leaving him utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the doctor's intentions. Indeed, I am sending you on your way, but not to the Underworld. Rather, I am facilitating your escape from this port. The doctor chuckled lightly, then turned towards the door and called out, enough of this. Quickly untie Brother Hu. All right. A few men promptly arrived, swiftly cutting the ropes and removing the explosive strap to Ahu's waist, their movements precise and efficient. Yet, liberated, Ahu stood frozen, as if nailed to the chair. Even his breathing became subdued, feeling as though the scene before him was a dream. The doctor's expression remained calm, a hint of remorse lingering in his brow. Brother Ahu, I apologize for the distress caused. Keeping you confined these days was unavoidable. The explosives were not meant to prevent your escape, but rather to ensure you did not act rashly. If you ventured out, not only would you be in danger, but the entire rescue team would suffer as well. I took the risk of leading this operation to rescue you. I could not afford any complications. Ahu was taken aback, hesitating for a moment before lowering his voice to ask, you're not deceiving me? Deceive you for what purpose? The doctor nodded, his gaze clear, his tone resolute. Bandits do not deceive bandits. Had I truly wanted to eliminate you, I would have acted long ago. Why allow you to sit here in confusion? You know how tight the situation is outside. In the initial days, it was impossible to leave. Forcing your way out would be tantamount to seeking death. Thus, I kept you hidden until the scrutiny eased, and then I would quietly send you aboard. Ahu lowered his gaze in silence. Doubts lingered, yet every word made sense, leaving no room for contradiction. Good brother, thank you for your efforts. His eyes grew warm, and he suddenly stood up, embracing the doctor tightly, his shoulders trembling slightly, his voice choked with emotion. It turned out he had misjudged him. Indeed, a man of loyalty. Bandits do not deceive bandits. When the doctor placed a heavy pistol into his palm, the last vestige of his hesitation dissipated into thin air. Ultimately, he had been overly cautious. In this world, there are still those who uphold righteousness. Mother, I am alive. Tears streamed down his face. It is not yet time to show ourselves. The streets are crowded. Wait another 2 hours for the boat. I have made the necessary preparations. Good brother. In the future, should anything arise, I will face mountains of blades and seas of fire without a flicker of hesitation. No need for such formality. First, take a breath and gather your strength. Then we can make our escape. Indeed. Ahu raised his hand to wipe his face. Such warmth. Chapter 19. Why are the villains so eager to meet their demise? At this moment, outside the headquarters of TVB. Squeak. A black sedan screeched to a halt by the roadside, and Wen Yao stepped out, leaning against the car, waiting patiently. The vehicle was ordinary, but the man was anything but. As soon as his strikingly handsome face appeared, the attention of the entire street was drawn to him, particularly a group of young women. Their eyes sparkling, clustered around, chattering and giggling, their cheeks flushed with shyness and excitement. Some bold ones even blew kisses, smiling as they offered their phones, hoping to exchange contact information. As a diligent and dedicated police officer, Wen Yao felt it was his duty to ensure public safety. However, his standards were high. After all, he was often accompanied by the radiant Lu Huijin, and it was indeed challenging for an ordinary girl to capture his interest. Just as Wen Yao was being surrounded by a few young girls, he noticed Lu Huijin stepping out in a fitted short dress, her silhouette accentuating her graceful waist. Upon spotting him in the crowd, her lips tightened into a thin line, her expression tense, jealousy bubbling within. "Darling, you look dazzling today." Upon seeing her, Wen Yao immediately parted the crowd and approached her, his smile warm and his gaze bright. "Humph." She tilted her chin, crossing her arms defiantly, turning her head away, unwilling to spare him even a glance. Wen Yao chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Oh, feeling a bit sour, are we?" "Who's feeling sour?" Her voice rose slightly, laden with displeasure. "Ha ha." He laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around her slender waist, the warmth of his palm guiding her as they walked outside. "Come, let me take you to a wonderful place, a newly discovered treasure of a restaurant, where the seafood is freshly caught and cooked, tantalizingly fragrant." In an instant, Lu Huijin found herself slipping into Wen Yao's sleek black car, disappearing from view amidst the admiring gazes of the girls. She lightly traced the car window with her fingertips, a small smile of satisfaction curling at the corners of her lips, sweetly dissolving the tension in her heart. Ah, what woman doesn't harbor a few little thoughts? Half an hour later, in a secluded fishing port in East Kowloon, Wen Yao, familiar with the place, pushed open the unassuming seafood stall, exchanging a high five with the apron-clad owner while casually naming 3 signature dishes. Despite the simplicity of the place, the flavors were robust. Noticing Lu Huijin raising an eyebrow, surveying the surroundings, he smiled and explained. "The fishing boats just docked this morning. The shrimp are jumping into the pot, and the fish are still flapping their tails. I stumbled upon this while on patrol. Do you find it unsatisfactory?" She tilted her head and smiled. "How could I possibly find fault? I'm just curious why you've suddenly found the time to accompany me for dinner. This week, you've only been knocking on my door at dawn, and my phone is almost set to do not disturb mode. Your astuteness is hard to conceal." Ahem, Wen Yao cleared his throat, nearly choking. "Indeed, at home. The chef has been tirelessly concocting soup and dishes, hardly leaving the stove. Alas, it's partly my fault for casually remarking that your culinary skills are exceptional, which led the chef to take it to heart and turn the kitchen into a battleground. He was in a tough spot. If it weren't for his remarkable resilience and rapid recovery, anyone else would have been utterly drained by now." He picked up his teacup, blowing away the steam, and smiled. "The police department has relaxed its grip, cases are stalled, and the tension has eased. Ahu, he has likely slipped out of the port by now, otherwise we wouldn't be unable to catch even a glimpse of him." "Indeed." Lu Huijin nodded, her expression calm. "Journalists are keenly observant. Even if the police keep their mouths shut, news will inevitably leak from tea houses, docks, and editorial offices. The police department's reputation may soon be scraping the floor." Wen Yao was taken aback, then smiled. "The world is unpredictable. Perhaps one day, a twist of fate will occur." She chuckled, playfully resting her tongue against her cheek. "At this point, still hoping for a turnaround? You sound like you're trying to comfort a child. All right, let us not discuss cases tonight." As he watched the waiter bring over a steaming plate of fish, he skillfully picked the tenderest piece of fish and placed it steadily into her bowl, serving it hot, silky like satin. "Ah, feed me." The two of them took turns feeding each other, their laughter ringing out, bowls and chopsticks clinking together, warmth enveloping them amidst the bustling atmosphere. Time flowed gently across the table. "Are you full?" Wen Yao glanced at his watch, a fleeting glimmer of light passing through his eyes. When he lifted his gaze again, he wore a beaming smile. "The night breeze is just right. Would you accompany me for a stroll by the sea, to aid digestion and enjoy the moonlight?" "Sounds great." She delicately dabbed the corners of her lips with a tissue to rid them of any shine, then picked up her handbag and rose to her feet, naturally linking her arm with his as they briskly made their way toward the door. Soon, they resembled a couple deeply in love. strolling hand in hand along the coastline towards the dock, surrounded by whispers and soft laughter that filled the air. Lu Huijin wore a perpetual smile, her eyes sparkling with light, completely enveloped in sweetness. The night had thickened to an almost tangible darkness, yet the streetlights flickered on one after another, resembling a river of scattered gold, illuminating the entire street with brilliance. Groups of passers-by occasionally brushed past them, some engaged in lively conversation, while others strolled leisurely, exuding a vibrant, lively atmosphere. As the silhouette of the dock loomed ahead, suddenly, a figure clad in black dashed past them, the brim of his hat pulled low, his shoulders tense, and his footsteps hurried, emanating an air of panic. Wen Yao's pupils constricted, a short, startled exclamation escaping his throat. What's wrong? Lu Huijin turned her head, her brow slightly furrowed, her eyes filled with confusion. Without answering, Wen Yao grasped her wrist, swiftly pulling her behind him, and then shouted sternly at the shadow, "Halt!" The figure paused in response but remained turned away from them, standing rigid as a statue. Wen Yao's gaze sharpened as he cautiously approached, revealing his badge from within his coat, his voice steady and authoritative. "Police, routine check. Turn around slowly and produce your identification." As the words police left his lips, the man in black's back suddenly trembled, and in the next instant, he bolted, his shoes scraping against the ground as he sprinted towards the dock with astonishing speed, kicking up a gust of wind. "Damn it, don't run." Wen Yao instantly released Lu Huijin and took off in pursuit, his shout echoing so forcefully that even the shadows of the streetlights seemed to tremble. The game was officially afoot. Lu Huijin was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure, reaching into her bag for her portable camera, clicking it on to record, and then sprinting after him, her cheeks flushed and her eyes alight with excitement, resembling a young leopard in pursuit of its prey. They ran wildly, closing in on the alleyway, around lampposts and up steps, their footsteps heavy and urgent. A glance back revealed a familiar face illuminated suddenly under the streetlight. It was Ah Hu. Wen Yao's lips curled into a sly smile, quickening his pace as he closed in. This encounter was a scheme he had long orchestrated with the doctor, and the objective was crystal clear. In terms of stamina, explosive power, and reaction speed, Wen Yao effortlessly outmatched Ah Hu. He remained calm, maintaining a steady pursuit, akin to a cat teasing a mouse. Meanwhile, Ah Hu's heart raced, sweat beading on his forehead as he ran, glancing around frantically. The alley was too narrow, with too few escape routes, and the footsteps behind him grew ever closer. Compounding his panic was the dull ache from an old injury at his ribs, each step pulling at the pain. Escape? It seemed unlikely. What sent chills down his spine was catching sight of Wen Yao drawing his gun, a knowing smile etched on his face. In a flash, panic exploded in his mind. Oh no, it's a trap. He understood completely now. This officer was in league with the doctor. The escape route had been meticulously drawn out by the doctor himself, leading him to a street corner just 100 meters from the dock, where he had been instructed to walk. Yet, just a few steps in, the police had blocked his path. Absurd. Impossible. With a furtive glance, he noticed a familiar figure in a white coat flickering in the shadows of the sycamore trees. A complete setup. His teeth clenched in rage. Damn it. Are they using my head as a bargaining chip? This world is utterly corrupt. The villains are all hiding beneath white coats. Cursed doctor. You'll meet your fate soon enough. I'll be waiting. Ah Hu abruptly halted, grabbing a nearby passerby attempting to flee and yanking them forward, his arm tightening around their neck like a vice, his face contorted in a monstrous snarl. This was his desperate gamble. "Ah!" the woman screamed, her voice piercing as she struggled helplessly. He didn't flinch, his fingers tightening, his voice rasping like sandpaper. "Shut up." Before the words had fully left his mouth, his hand dove into his coat, retrieving his gun, aiming it at the stumbling Wen Yao behind him. Ah Hu's features twisted in a primal snarl as he bellowed, "Stay where you are." Bang! The words barely escaped his lips when the gunshot rang out. Wen Yao's wrist flicked up, his firearm locking onto the target, his index finger pressing down, the bullet erupting from the chamber. "Don't shoot." Ah Hu's pupils dilated in horror, his mind blanking in shock as the bullet struck true, piercing his forehead. The warm spray of blood erupted, casting a vivid crimson mist beneath the dim streetlight, like splattered vermilion, blinding and searing. His last thought was a bewildered fragmentation. Why are villains so eager to meet their end? Alas, the realization came too late, leaving him no time to catch his breath. "Miss, are you all right?" Wen Yao glanced down at the crumpled body on the ground, his tone as calm as if brushing away a speck of dust from his shoulder. Before gently embracing the trembling hostage, patting her back reassuringly. "It's over now, you're safe." She remained silent, gripping his clothing tightly, burying her face into it, gradually calming her racing heart. The gunfire had hardly ceased when a crowd began to gather, craning their necks to catch a glimpse, their chatter erupting in a cacophony. "Oh my, is that Ah Hu?" the one on the wanted list for 3 months. Look, it's Inspector Wen Yao. My goodness. It really is him. He just raised his hand and shot without a blink. How cool. Inspector Li is ruthless. He must have been tracking him the whole way. It serves him right. This mad dog has finally been caught. All thanks to Inspector Li's decisive shot. Chapter 20. With such a figure beneath. You thought it was mere decoration? Lu Huijin rushed to the scene, breathless, her camera focused squarely on the lifeless body on the ground. Her lips curling into a triumphant smile, her eyes gleaming with the fervor of a hunter spotting a fat deer. Upon recognizing the deceased's face, her breath hitched, and her eyes sparkled with excitement, her fingers trembling. A headline. An explosive headline. She completely forgot that Wen Yao was still holding someone in his arms. Leaning closer, Yao, look. It's Ahu. Wen Yao released the hostage, a relaxed smile gracing his features. Yes, I recognize him. What luck. Just out for a meal and stumbled upon a big catch. He shot her a sidelong glance, half-jokingly adding, Did you bring your camera on a date to film me eating steak? Lu Huijin's ears flushed slightly as she raised her chin defiantly. Mind your own business. I recorded every move you made, turning, drawing, firing, all in one fluid motion. All right, my dear Jinjin is the best. He chuckled, ruffling her hair gently, his tone warm. Don't just stand there. Hurry and have your station dispatch a helicopter. This news is worthy of 3 flights. Right. She smacked her forehead, glancing down at her watch, 2031. A sense of relief washed over her. TVB night news starts at 2200 hours. An hour and a half is more than enough. She immediately turned and dialed, her voice bright and crisp. Director Wang, Ahu has been apprehended. Please dispatch a helicopter immediately. I need live coverage from the scene. For news of this magnitude, a helicopter was merely the beginning. Even police channels would have to yield. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of stunned silence, swiftly followed by an incredulous exclamation, and then a decisive command. Take off immediately. I will accompany you personally. At that very moment, Wen Yao also turned to the side, took out his phone, and dialed the direct line to Officer Li. Hello? The languid voice of Officer Li came through the receiver. Wen Yao? What is the matter calling at this hour? Report, Wen Yao replied calmly. While dining with my girlfriend, we encountered Ahu, who has been neutralized on the spot. Please dispatch personnel to secure the scene and control the witnesses. What? Officer Li's chair toppled over with a loud crash, his voice suddenly escalating, causing the receiver to buzz. Could you repeat that? It was truly Ahu. That is correct, Wen Yao answered succinctly. Also, please send an ambulance immediately. A civilian sustained a severe head injury during the incident and requires urgent medical attention. Officer Li spoke rapidly. Understood. Quickly provide me with the address. I will dispatch assistance at once. Ensure strict surveillance. No one from other precincts is to step foot near the scene. Yes, sir. As soon as the call ended, Lu Huijin also stowed her phone away. Their eyes met, and they shared a knowing smile. Don't move. Who are you? Just as the words left his mouth, 2 officers pushed through the crowd of onlookers, and, upon catching sight of the body on the ground, their expressions shifted dramatically. Their hands instinctively moved to their holsters. Drawing their weapons with a swift motion, the dark barrels aimed directly at Wen Yao and Lu Huijin. Wen Yao did not even flinch, promptly producing his identification. His voice steady. Inspector Wen Yao from the East Kowloon Major Crime Unit. The fugitive Ahu has just been apprehended here. Ahu. The name struck like a match, igniting a spark of fervent ambition in the eyes of the 2 officers. It was not reverence, but an unabashed desire for glory. We must claim this achievement. For nearly a month, Ahu had wreaked havoc across Hong Kong, instilling terror in the populace. Whoever could affix this notorious head to their record would surely see promotions and salary increases. It was almost a foregone conclusion. Furthermore, this area was not even within their jurisdiction, which only heightened their eagerness. However, when their gaze fell upon the camera still running in Lu Huijin's hands, and then upon her poised and graceful face, they choked back their ambitions, their minds going cold. The beloved host of TVB's primetime slot, who did not recognize her? The flickering flame of their aspirations was doused with a bucket of icy water. Claim credit? They would be lucky to even get a glimpse of the spotlight, only to be publicly ridiculed by the entire audience of Hong Kong. Reluctantly holstering their weapons, they forced smiles. Don't worry, Officer Li. We'll take care of this. Thank you for your hard work, Wen Yao nodded, his tone as cool as tea that has grown lukewarm. Before long, the radio crackled to life with calls for additional support, and the yellow and blue police tape was unfurled in concentric circles, enclosing the still warm corner of the street. Meanwhile, Officer Li hung up the phone, pivoted on his heel, and dashed out of his office, heading straight for Captain Zheng's office. The night had deepened. Ordinarily, this was the time when Captain Zheng would be winding down at a cha-chan tongue. But recent reports of him clocking in while his subordinates worked overtime had stirred up a storm of discontent, forcing him to remain at his desk. feigning diligence to the point of clenching his jaw in frustration. What? Li Wenyo has taken down Ahu. Captain Zheng sprang up, the chair screeching against the floor in protest. Still reeling from the shock, he barked orders. All major crime unit personnel, assemble. We depart in 5 minutes. In under 4.5 minutes, 3 police cars roared into action, tires kicking up gravel as they sped towards the location reported by Li Wenyo. Faster. Accelerate. In the passenger seat, Captain Zheng drummed his fingers anxiously against the window sill, beads of sweat forming at his temples, his mind churning. Why was it him? Why not me? As the neon lights blurred past outside, he pondered his strategy. Should he assert command at the scene, emphasize remote oversight, or simply reassign Li Wenyo away from the front lines and take charge himself? A mere inspector beneath his watch, and he thought to hoard the accolades? Suddenly, a thunderous roar split the night sky. Captain Zheng looked up to see a TVB helicopter sweeping low, its spotlight slicing through the clouds, heading straight for the crime scene. His heart sank, and he immediately pressed his phone to his ear. Hello? Li Wenyo. This is Captain Zheng. Ensure the scene is locked down immediately. No one is to approach, photograph, or record anything. Hold the line until I arrive. That is an order. Do you understand? After listening, Li Wenyo's eyelids flickered with slight amusement. How could he not grasp the ulterior motives of Captain Zheng? Was he courting danger by trying to seize credit for something that could easily backfire? Captain Zheng, has your mind been compromised? Li Wenyo's tone was flat, as if discussing the weather. What? Captain Zheng froze momentarily, his eyes bulging, voice rising sharply. Do you realize who you are speaking to? Oh. Li Wenyo scoffed lightly, his glare icy. And do you know who you are speaking to? Captain Zheng, none of us are fools. I can see through your little schemes with my eyes closed. Don't think that just because you hold a higher rank, you can pluck accolades as if they were wildflowers. My report is clear. I was dining with my girlfriend when Ahu burst in with a knife, and she recorded the entire incident. Who is she? TVB host Lo Huijin, a face known to all of Hong Kong. She not only witnessed it, but has the video, audio, and timestamps to prove it. Before you attempt to claim credit, perhaps you should think things through. If you're confused, it's time to wake up. As his words hung in the air, Captain Zheng felt as if struck by lightning. His face reddened, veins bulged at his neck, and he gripped his phone so tightly his knuckles turned white, as if he might crush it into a disc at any moment. Yet, before he could catch his breath, Li Wenyo had already hung up decisively, leaving no trailing words for him. Captain Zheng's chest heaved violently, his forehead throbbing, nearly on the verge of exploding. The officers in the car were startled, turning in unison. Captain Zheng, what is wrong? Less chatter, full speed ahead. Head to the scene immediately. Yes, sir. The officers responded in unison, though inwardly rolling their eyes at his desperate attempt to seize glory. 20 minutes later, at the crime scene, the screeching halt of tires pierced the air as Captain Zheng led the major crime unit, finally arriving. However, as he pushed open the car door, he stood frozen in place. The police cordon had already been established, patrol officers were on high alert, but a solid wall of citizens surrounded the area, creating layers upon layers of spectators, making it nearly impossible for even a fly to squeeze through. News had traveled faster than the wind. Upon hearing that Li Wenyo had shot down Hong Kong's most wanted criminal, Ahu, the local residents had nearly emptied their homes just to catch a glimpse of the young inspector who had captured the notorious tiger alive. By the time Captain Zheng and his team struggled through the crowd, the sight before him sent his heart racing. Li Wenyo was standing in the spotlight, giving an interview, with a TVB helicopter hovering above, its rotors buzzing loudly. Upon observing the unrestrained smile gracing his face, clad in a sharply tailored uniform, the composed and resolute Inspector Zheng tightened his jaw, nearly crushing his molars. It was over. He had arrived a moment too late. The accolades had already been firmly cemented under the spotlight. His heart felt as though it had been viciously squeezed, a dull ache spreading through his chest. What a stroke of misfortune. Of all times, it had to be during his meal that he encountered Ahu. He swallowed hard, wishing he could rush over and deliver a few forceful kicks to Ahu's lifeless body. Were it not for the throng of reporters and the cameras rolling in the vicinity, otherwise, he might have acted on that impulse. The news spread swiftly back to the police headquarters, causing a ripple of agitation among the upper echelons. Even the chief could no longer remain seated, promptly leading a team to the scene. Good evening, Commissioner. Upon seeing the incoming figure, Inspector Zheng was taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward. Yet, the chief did not spare him a glance, merely waved him aside, brushing past him. Inspector, do you think you are worthy of obstructing my path? He continued forward, making a beeline for Li Wenyo. Just as Li Wenyo, having concluded an interview, raised his eyes and momentarily froze, he stood at attention and saluted sharply. Director, good evening. With a hearty clap on his shoulder, the chief beamed. Inspector Li Wenyo? Well done. I had my eye on you earlier, and you have once again surprised me. This achievement is truly well-deserved. Logically, The head of the police department would never personally attend such an on-the-ground scene, but the Ahu case was too sensitive, prompting the Victoria headquarters to make 3 urgent international calls overnight. For days, there had been no word. Ahu seemed to have evaporated. Just the thought weighed heavily on Wen Yao's shoulders. Having almost lost hope, he was taken aback when the news hit him unexpectedly, igniting warmth in his heart and causing his eyes to well up. His presence was not solely about solving the case. It was also about providing reassurance to the citizens of Hong Kong. Wen Yao stood tall, his expression stern, each word resonating like iron. "Thank you, Commissioner, for your recognition. I dare not claim any credit. Protecting the safety of our community is our duty as police officers. This uniform is not mere decoration. It embodies responsibility. Only when the citizens can sleep peacefully can I deem myself worthy of it." As his words resonated, thunderous applause erupted around him. The chief, increasingly impressed, clapped in enthusiasm. "Excellent. Truly splendid." However, before he could finish his sentence, Inspector Zhang, standing in the back, gritted his teeth, his gaze like a knife slicing into Wen Yao's back, wishing he could rip the metal from his chest and replace it with his own name. How infuriating. This glory was rightfully his. What was Wen Yao, after all? "Inspector Zhang, the chief is calling for you." An undercover officer approached swiftly, speaking in hushed tones. "Oh, very well. I'm on my way." Inspector Zhang first hesitated, then a smile crept onto his face as he jogged forward, his back slightly hunched. Like a bird eager for a reward, expecting to bask in the residual glory, he was instead met with the chief's fiery glare. "Are you Inspector Zhang? Have your eyes grown atop your head? With someone of your stature here, you treat him as mere decoration? Were it not for your misguided orders and your propensity to shift blame, would the case have dragged on this long? A formal reprimand is in order. If you falter again, pack your bags and leave. Do not expect leniency from me." "Yes, sir." Inspector Zhang swallowed hard, forcing the anger down into his gut, his voice trembling, daring not to utter a single superfluous word. He understood better than anyone. One slip of the tongue could cost him his rank. As he caught a glimpse of the faint yet piercingly painful smile on Wen Yao's face, his nails dug into his palm, drawing blood. Chapter 21 Finally, he could account for his actions. At exactly 10 o'clock in the evening, the TVB Night News channel lit up as scheduled. "Good evening, viewers, and welcome to the Evening Dispatch." Breaking news. 2 hours ago, Hong Kong's most wanted criminal, Ahu, was brought to justice on the eastern coast. The officer responsible for his demise is none other than Inspector Wen Yao of the East Kowloon Police's Major Crimes Unit. The story unfolds from tonight, where Inspector Li was dining with our reporter, Liu Huijin, followed by a stroll along the coast, when they unexpectedly encountered the armed fugitive, Ahu. In a moment of crisis, Inspector Li decisively drew his weapon, first rescuing a trapped civilian, then pursued while firing, striking the criminal squarely in the forehead, resulting in a fatal shot. Without further ado, let us view the live footage and exclusive interview. As the news aired, the entire city of Hong Kong erupted in excitement. Particularly striking was the moment when Wen Yao steadied the shaken Liu Huijin, turning to the camera with a composed nod, prompting exclamations across the streets. "Wow. Li Sir is incredibly handsome. Fierce yet gentle. That shot was textbook-level foresight." Achieving tranquility amidst chaos, he demonstrated precision and decisiveness all at once. Who else could manage such a feat? Running while shooting at a moving target and scoring a headshot? Unbelievable. Huh. Remember when Zhang Sir claimed Inspector Li couldn't solve the case? How's that for a stinging rebuke? I've always said, if one isn't capable, they should yield their position. Meanwhile, deep in a secluded fishing village along the coast, a few individuals, Dr. Old K, and Aja, gathered around an old television set. The screen frozen on an image of Wen Yao being interviewed. His gaze was intense, his tone earnest, articulating his commitment to justice and responsibility for the citizens. The doctor, fixated on the screen, remained silent for a long while, before slowly raising his hand to press against his rapidly beating temple. "Rabbit. Lost Nation. Fei. A heavy silence enveloped the room. The air felt thick, even their breathing softened. In comparison to their boss's thick-skinned demeanor, they felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing they could vanish into the ground. It turned out there was far more to learn than they had ever imagined. They would need to muster all their strength to align themselves with their boss. At the crime scene, over an hour had passed, while the area remained cordoned off. The crowd had mostly dispersed, leaving the streets noticeably empty. The TVB helicopter had already taken off after completing its interviews and understanding the general situation. It was crucial to catch the evening news, or they would face consequences. Liu Huijin remained behind to follow up on subsequent developments. After a thorough reprimand of Inspector Zhang, the chief hastily dealt with the reporters before turning to leave. Upon seeing Wen Yao, Inspector Zhang felt a surge of anger. Yet the chief's warning still echoed in his ears, deterring him from causing further trouble. He could only muster the courage to direct the Major Crimes Unit to review surrounding surveillance footage and interview eyewitnesses, intent on uncovering who had resurfaced and whether he had accomplices. If he could unearth some concrete evidence, perhaps he might still claim some credit. Unfortunately, it was a futile endeavor. The doctor was no ordinary character. He would not leave any openings for them to exploit. Dream on. As the streetlights cast a warm yellow glow, Wen Yao and Lu Huijin stood side by side, watching the officers nearby concluding their tasks. Wen Yao spoke earnestly. I sincerely apologize. I had promised to accompany you for dinner and a leisurely stroll tonight, but alas, this incident unfolded. Lu Huijin tilted her face up, her eyes sparkling with mirth, her smile undiminished. It's quite all right. No one can predict unexpected events. Besides, I should be thanking you for providing me with such a significant headline. Such understanding. Wen Yao smiled softly, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. I observed that they were nearing the end of their shift, and shortly thereafter, they would need to return to the police station to take statements, leaving me unable to escort you home. Will you be all right on your own? Of course, I am not a 3-year-old child. Lu Huijin waved her hand dismissively, speaking with an air of nonchalance, as she needed to return to the station to handle some paperwork. Wen Yao nodded, leaning closer to her ear, his voice low and laced with amusement. Make sure to wash up nicely tonight and wear something enticing for me. The warm breath brushed against her earlobe, causing Lu Huijin to shiver slightly. Her toes unconsciously grazed the ground, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she murmured softly, Suddenly, a jarring screech of brakes shattered the silence, drawing everyone's attention. A female reporter from Asia Television, Fong Siwei, leapt out of the car with her cameraman in tow, brandishing her press credentials as she boldly crossed the police cordon. However, the scene before her rendered her momentarily frozen. The street was desolate and quiet, with officers packing up to leave, and only a handful of onlookers remained. The microphone in her hand hung limply in midair, leaving her at a loss as to where to direct it. Hey, come with me. Fong Siwei's sharp eyes quickly spotted Wen Yao, who stood out among the crowd with his tall stature and striking features. It was impossible to overlook his handsome face. Oh, how annoying. Wen Yao had sensed her presence the moment her car door swung open. He paused for a moment, then a slight smile graced his lips. Wasn't he that Zhou Huimin, the epitome of beauty? From a family renowned for their unwavering devotion across generations, his grandfather's deep affection, his father's relentless pursuit, and now, he too found himself infatuated with the same unreachable swan, Zhou Huimin. TSK, that clear gaze and elongated figure. She was indeed the embodiment of the softest moonlight in countless young men's hearts. At this moment, Fong Siwei was clad in a sharp black skirt, her long, dark hair billowing in the wind, and her unadorned face beneath her blunt bangs radiated an ethereal purity. Her legs, elegantly shaped, were a sight to behold. For many men, a single glance was enough to make their hearts skip a beat. Such a vibrant and dazzling presence was impossible to ignore. However, as Fong Siwei hurriedly approached, her gaze fell upon Lu Huijin standing beside Wen Yao, and her smile instantly faltered, her brows knitting together as she instinctively pressed a hand to her chest. A pang of discomfort struck her. Wherever there was a scoop, Lu Huijin seemed to have a knack for being there first, always managing to intercept her, which left Fong Siwei seething with frustration. She was reluctant to concede, yet deep down, she recognized that when it came to quick thinking, finesse, and timing, Lu Huijin was indeed a cut above. But if they were to compare academic credentials and appearances, they were clearly on equal footing. So where was the disparity? Oh, you're late again? Lu Huijin had already locked eyes with Fong Siwei, their encounters numbering in the double digits. Before the words could escape her lips, the corners of her mouth had already curled into a subtly provocative smile. I'm not here for you. What concern is it of yours? Fong Siwei shot back, her eyelids fluttering as she promptly turned to Wen Yao, flashing him a sweet, yet not overly saccharine smile, while extending her hand. Inspector Li, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Fong Siwei from Asia Television. Wen Yao returned her gesture with a polite smile, shaking her cool fingertips. However, the moment he released her hand, a business card embossed with gold lettering unexpectedly appeared in his palm. Fong Siwei S. Was he captivated by her allure? Absurd. I, Wen Yao, a respectable member of the police force, have always adhered to principles. And a reporter? Did she not notice my girlfriend standing right beside me? If she were truly unaware, that would be negligence. If she knew and still acted this way, it was even more inappropriate. Wen Yao maintained a calm expression, his gaze steady as he pinched the card between two fingers and smoothly presented it to Fong Siwei, his tone even yet unyielding. Miss Fong, your business card inadvertently ended up in my possession. The atmosphere grew tense, with several pairs of eyes fixated on the thin piece of paper. Fong Siwei was taken aback, her ears warming. She had not anticipated this maneuver. Her face flushed as she struggled to maintain her composure. Lu Huijin's expression hardened, her arm instinctively wrapping around Wen Yao's, her gaze sharpening like a blade aimed at Feng Siwei, clearly conveying the message. This tree was planted by me. Feng Siwei, what do you mean by this? She inquired, though internally, she silently acknowledged Wen Yao's cleverness. Tonight, she would have to reward him well. Feng Siwei took a deep breath, suppressing her rising embarrassment, her voice steadying as she replied, Is there a problem? It's merely a business card. Is it really necessary to be so serious? Inspector Li, would it be convenient for you to grant us an exclusive interview with Asia Television? Wen Yao gently placed the card back into her palm, his smile warm yet firm. I apologize. I've just received word that I must return to the station immediately for a meeting. I truly cannot spare the time. I will make it a priority to arrange it next time. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Lu Huijin triumphantly teased Feng Siwei, playfully sticking out her tongue before tugging Wen Yao away. Humph. Feng Siwei stamped her foot in frustration, her nails digging into her palm. A mix of anger and embarrassment flooding her. This was it. She feared a severe reprimand from her editor upon returning, as she wallowed in her discontent. Her peripheral vision caught a sudden movement, and she looked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she raised her hand and dashed toward the direction of Inspector Zhang. Inspector Zhang, do you remember me? She thrust the microphone toward the dejected Inspector Zhang, her tone buoyant like a jubilant lark, during the last live broadcast. You had confidently asserted that Inspector Li could never apprehend the wanted criminal Ahu. Now that the case has been wrapped up neatly, and Ahu has met his end, what is your take on this, Inspector Zhang? Inspector Zhang had initially intended to seize the opportunity to showcase his authority, but before he could finish his thought, his complexion turned a deep shade of crimson, the veins on his forehead bulging. Finally, unable to contain himself, Inspector Zhang erupted. Wen Yao, you two keep babbling about him as if he were a deity. Is he your father? Or have you been secretly serving him tea? Huh, and feelings? What feelings? Get out of my sight. Feng Siwei, however, did not even flinch, inwardly relishing his outburst, hoping he would become even more agitated. A smile crept across her lips as she asked nonchalantly, Inspector Zhang, with the evidence laid bare, do you still stand by your initial gag order? Shouldn't you apologize to the citizens of Hong Kong and provide them with an explanation? Someone, get these two out of here immediately. I don't want to see them again. Inspector Zhang shouted before storming off towards his car, slamming the door with a loud bang as the engine roared to life, speeding away. The officers from the Major Crimes Unit exchanged glances, reluctantly stepping forward to half-advise, half-bar the way in front of Feng Siwei and her assistant. Yet, Feng Siwei not only remained unfazed, she even burst into laughter. Finally, I can fulfill my reporting duties. Wen Yao also started the engine, accelerating towards the East Kowloon police station. Meanwhile, Lu Huijin had already returned to the television station's headquarters, swiftly diving into editing and preparation for the broadcast. Chapter 21. Tonight, it seems, will be a formidable battle to withstand. Half an hour later, in the lobby of the East Kowloon police station, the applause surged like a tidal wave. Inspector Li, you were magnificent. Indeed, Sir Li, without your steadfast presence, our police station would surely be condemned to rust upon the pillar of shame. Sir Li, you are remarkable. You are our unwavering anchor. As Wen Yao stepped through the door, the corridors on either side were already filled with colleagues, each standing tall, their eyes alight with admiration and trust. During the suffocating pressure of the Ahu case, who among us did not toil with red-rimmed eyes and weary limbs? Who did not long for someone to break the deadlock? Wen Yao waved his hand dismissively, his tone unembellished. It's merely a stroke of luck. It's really not that mystical. Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous voice erupted from behind. What is all this ruckus about? Why the commotion? Inspector Zhang strode through the entrance, his eyes narrowing as they sliced through the crowd like a knife across iron. Don't you all want to finish your shifts and go home? Get back to your posts. Now. Immediately. Otherwise, no one leaves tonight. You'll be writing reports all night long. A hush fell over the gathered crowd, their necks retracting as they scattered like startled birds, leaving not a trace behind. Inspector Zhang snorted dismissively, casting a sidelong glance at Wen Yao before turning on his heel and striding toward his office. Wen Yao shrugged, choosing not to engage, and made his way toward the serious crimes unit. Suddenly, a robust hand clapped down on his shoulder. He turned, momentarily taken aback. Group leader? Is there something you need? Sir Li Yu smiled warmly. You handled the Ahu incident splendidly. I am genuinely pleased for you. Don't overthink Inspector Zhang's demeanor. He has been quite irritable lately, likely due to some hormonal imbalance, and seems to perceive everyone is indebted to him. However, he is still your superior. So bear with him. Don't be confrontational, as it may strain relations. We are brothers. There is no need for long faces. Wen Yao shook his head with a wry smile. Group leader, what you witnessed was not me provoking him. He has simply latched onto me. If it weren't for reporter Luke keeping a close eye tonight, he would have already crossed my name off the credit list, replacing it with his own. Li Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, opening his mouth, but unable to respond. Yet, Wen Yao suddenly smiled. But rest assured, I have a big heart and one T hold it against him. However, that tension within me has already tightened, awaiting a shift, a gap. For Inspector Zheng must step aside. What audacity! Does he truly believe that his rank grants him the right to ride roughshod over me? Who gave him such audacity? Oh, this is good, Li Yu responded, relieved by Wen Yao's remarks, his tense shoulders relaxing as he patted him on the back. Tonight, we'll need you to hold the fort. After you give your statement, you can head home early to rest. We shall handle the remaining tasks. Indeed. Wen Yao nodded emphatically, and the two walked side by side through the door of the Serious Crimes Unit. Approximately 10 minutes later, having completed the statement process with the assistance of colleagues, he returned to his workstation, plopping down in his chair, his fingertips unconsciously spinning his phone, his brow furrowed and his gaze vacant. Fong Siwei, what was her phone number again? After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly smiled and swiftly pressed the dial button. He merely caught a glimpse of the number flashing on the screen when returning the phone, but please, do not underestimate Wen Yao's memory. Such matters come as naturally to him as breathing. Ugh, what a scoundrel. At that moment, at the headquarters of Asia Television, bang, 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 in a certain office. A balding middle-aged man sat at the head of the table, veins throbbing at his temples, his palms slamming down onto the desk, glaring at Fong Siwei with an intensity that felt as though he could incinerate her. How many times has this happened now? No matter how sensational the scoop. You're always one step behind, with Lu Huijin snatching it right from under your feet, leaving you with nothing but the dregs. Just look at TVB's exclusive premiere. Live coverage. And you? You only managed to burst through the police station doors after the news had finished broadcasting. Pray tell, how is that justifiable? Asia Television and TVB are natural adversaries. In every matter, they refuse to yield an inch. Fong Siwei lowered her gaze, her voice trembling. Supervisor, I truly did not intend to be late. The moment I received the news, I rushed out, but I was still a beat slow. What can I do? Moreover, this time, I genuinely had nothing to report. The supervisor, infuriated, slammed his hands on the table. Oh? That 3-second video of Inspector Zheng's public blunder is your only scoop? I demand a headline of considerable weight. An exclusive from Wen Yao. Do you understand? Can't you learn something from TVB's Le Reporter? Mentioning Lu Huijin ignited a fire within Fong Siwei, just as she was about to retort. The jarring ring of a telephone erupted. She had no mind to answer. With a swipe of her finger, she hung up. Just as she was about to continue her argument, the phone rang again, relentless and insistent. Fong Siwei had no choice but to answer, her tone irritable. Hello? Who is this? I'm busy right now. Call back later. Ah, Miss Fong. It seems you are indeed quite the busy bee. I shall await your return call once you're free. Wait. Hearing that familiar, cheerful voice, Fong Siwei froze, swiftly pressing down on her supervisor, exclaiming, Inspector Li? Oh, Miss Fong, your ears are quite keen. I am indeed flattered, Wen Yao replied with a light chuckle. No rush. Attend to your matters first. And return my call when you're available. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Siwei had no intention of letting go. Inspector Li, don't hang up. I'm not busy at all. If you have any instructions, please speak. Wen Yao responded succinctly. Well, Miss Fong has been eager to interview me, hasn't she? What a coincidence. I just became hungry. How about we chat while having some supper? Absolutely. That sounds wonderful. Fong Siwei blurted out, her face alight with joy, hardly daring to believe it. Just tell me the address, and I'll set off immediately. Great. Once the call ended, she stood there momentarily, her fingertips tingling, her face a canvas of dazed disbelief, as if stepping into a dream. There was no denying it. Fortune had arrived with startling swiftness. Quickly, quickly. What did Inspector Li say? Beside her, her supervisor had already donned a different demeanor, leaning in to inquire, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After steadying her heart, Fong Siwei tightly gripped her phone, her lips curling upward uncontrollably. Inspector Li has relented. He agreed to let me shadow him. Fantastic. Upon hearing this, the supervisor sprang up with excitement, his eyes shining with anticipation, then lowered his voice, earnestly fixing his gaze on Fong Siwei. No matter how you pry, how you negotiate, or how you sweet talk, this time, you must extract the real substance. We need hard-hitting material, something explosive. Do you understand? Fong Siwei's mind was already soaring toward East Kowloon, and she waved her hand dismissively. Understood, don't worry. Before she could finish her sentence, she had already turned and hurried out the door, returning to her workstation to grab her bag and recording equipment, heading straight for East Kowloon. Wait, I need to draw my eyebrows and touch up my lips first. Half an hour later, in East Kowloon, at a bustling night stall. Come, fill it up. 2 little bees buzzing into the flowers. Ha ha ha. You've lost. 1 gulp down. Boss. 2 portions of stir-fried beef ho fun. Add extra green onions. At this moment, Night had just fallen, and the entire fragrant harbor was awakening from the remnants of daylight warmth. Neon lights splashed across narrow alleys and covered walkways. Car lights flowed like rivers, and shadows intertwined, creating a cacophony of life. The food stalls billowed with steam, drunken patrons swayed at bar entrances, and street corners bustled with men in shorts and tank tops alongside girls with swirling skirts. Wen Yao's name had long since spread through the clinking of glasses. The moment he made his appearance, the crowd converged around him as if drawn by a magnetic force, laughter, shouts, and the clicks of cameras erupting in an instant. It was inevitable. Even clad in a simple t-shirt with slightly tousled hair, his chiseled features could not conceal his radiance. Wow, Officer Lee. You look even more vibrant in person than on the news. Officer Lee, would you do me the honor of sharing a drink? Idol, may I take a picture with you? Just one. Fortunately, the citizens showed restraint. Upon seeing him smile and wave, they patiently dispersed back to their seats, leaving behind a somewhat quieter corner. Only then did Wen Yao breathe a sigh of relief and choose a weathered wooden table against the wall. Boss, bring me 4 dozen oysters first, followed by 2 plates of spicy squid, a serving of dry-fried beef ho fun, and 2 bottles of ice-cold beer. Tonight's going to be a hard-fought battle. Oysters, I must have plenty. You got it. No sooner had he spoken than the boss, just setting down the last plate of oysters, was interrupted by a young figure in a beige trench coat, her ponytail bobbing as she cautiously peeked around the stall like a timid yet eager fawn. The moment Wen Yao caught sight of her, his eyes lit up, and he raised his hand to beckon her over. Miss Fong, over here. Fong Siwei turned at the sound, her gaze locking onto his, a smile instantly brightening her expression as she quickly approached, the sharp click of her heels echoing on the concrete floor. Inspector Lee, I'm sorry for being late. Not late at all, just on time. He shifted to make room on the neighboring chair, his smile warm as he gestured for her to sit. Are you hungry? Would you like a bite? Yes, thank you. As she settled in, her gaze swept over the mountain of oysters on the table, momentarily taken aback before her lips curled into a smile. It seems Inspector Lee has been burning the midnight oil lately. Indeed, without a hoe case. I've been at it for 7 nights straight. Now that it's settled, I must make up for lost time. He pried open an oyster, its juices bursting forth. His tone relaxed. This is what I call self-healing. Absolutely. I'm only working hard to solve cases. Hong Sheng, Lu Huijin. I've never heard of them. Hong Sheng, Lu Huijin. Shall we eat and chat? The bustling atmosphere around them felt the most natural. What do you think? Fong Siwei set down her bag, nodding with a smile. Of course. Pausing, she propped her chin on her hand, a hint of mischief sparkling in her eyes. But I have a small question that has been on my mind. You clearly didn't take my business card. How did you know my number? And why did you suddenly agree to the interview? Aren't you worried about Miss Lu Huijin getting upset? She had pondered this matter repeatedly on her way here. He had merely glanced at the card before returning it without hesitation. Wen Yao leisurely pried open another oyster, meeting her gaze with a smile as he pointed to the police badge on his chest. Miss Fong, don't forget what line of work I'm in. If I lacked this skill, how could I protect the Knights of Hong Kong? Accepting your interview was my own initiative. But you know, at that time, my girlfriend was right beside me. Now, however, it's different. She isn't here, right? Besides, appearing on camera is akin to gilding my resume. Isn't that a simple enough concept to grasp? I wish to climb higher. The higher my position, the greater my authority, and the more I can accomplish. Indeed, I had no intention of taking advantage of you. Fong Siwei nodded, her tone calm. Now shall we begin? No sooner had she spoken than she retrieved a palm-sized camera from her bag, placing it steadily on the edge of the table, its lens aimed squarely at Wen Yao. She also produced a silver-gray voice recorder, gently pushing it to the center of the table. Chapter 22, huh? What are you planning to do? All right. Wen Yao merely cast a casual glance, his lips still adorned with that composed smile. Boss, 2 dozen ice-cold beers, please. The oily apron still speckled with shrimp shell remnants. The boss balanced a tray in one hand while neatly arranging the beer bottles beside Wen Yao, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Lee sir, today's meal is on me. Eat your fill, don't hold back. Just as Wen Yao opened his mouth to protest, the boss had already turned and dashed back to the kitchen, leaving him shaking his head with a wry smile, a hint of familiarity in his resignation. Fong Siwei chuckled softly. It seems Inspector Lee is quite popular among the locals. It's not so much popularity, it's merely everyone's kindness. Wen Yao replied as he swiftly twisted open 2 bottles of beer, handing one to her. Here, quench your thirst. He tilted his head back, gulping down a hearty mouthful, foam clinging to his chin. Fong Siwei hesitated briefly before lifting her bottle and taking 3 delicate sips. She typically abstained from alcohol, but with such significant news at hand, this minor sacrifice was worth it. Inspector Lee, would you be willing to share with us your early experiences? The moment Wen Yao set down his beer, Fong Siwei immediately dove into the topic. She wasn't there merely to share a late-night snack, With the camera rolling and time pressing, substantive content was the priority. Oh, this story truly needs to be unraveled from the beginning. Wen Yao sighed deeply, his voice dropping to a somber tone, as if shrouded in an old cloth. Upon graduating from the police academy, I was among the top 3 in shooting and a combat exemplar. Little did I know. What followed was Wen Yao's soliloquy. During a patrol, he stumbled upon a gambling ring run by the scions of the elite, only to be reassigned to guard a remote pond. There, he encountered Wen Yao, tracing leads that unveiled a series of arson cases. While investigating, he narrowly escaped an assassination attempt, yet through sheer tenacity, he turned the tables. His tone remained steady, each word resonating like a hammer on rusty iron, heavy and muted. Those unspeakable shadows, the clandestine transactions that nearly derailed his future, were all sidestepped, leaving only the skeleton of the tale, devoid of flesh. Intriguingly, he always seized the moment to slide a bottle of beer across the table. Come, join me for a drink, let us douse this long-held fire. Fong Siwei initially maintained her composure, but after several rounds, her cheeks flushed, her gaze softened. A thin sheen of moisture glimmering in her eyes like a lake caressed by the evening breeze. Inspector Lee, I truly didn't expect you to have traversed such a convoluted path. I sincerely admire that. She paused, her voice lowering slightly. By the way, your skills, especially your marksmanship, are astonishingly quick and precise. How did you cultivate such abilities? Wen Yao slowly raised his eyes, gazing out at the deep night sky, his profile blurred by the neon lights. You've hit the nail on the head. Back then, to perfect my trigger pull, I would spend every morning at the shooting range by 4 o'clock, my frozen fingers strapped with sandbags to practice squeezing the trigger. Ah, those were the days. Crafting a tale? He had long etched the draft into the very marrow of his bones. Fong Siwei was captivated, leaning slightly forward, even her breathing becoming delicate. Admiration, like creeping vines, quietly entwined around her heart. A full 60 minutes passed, and the interview reached a pause. Fong Siwei posed over a dozen questions, Wen Yao catching each one, pouring drinks as he spoke leisurely. The rhythm as precise as an old tea master pouring tea, filling to 7/10 full, leaving 3/10 for aftertaste. Just a little gesture, don't get it wrong. Miss Fong? Miss Fong? Wen Yao looked down to find Fong Siwei slumped over the table, her hair cascading, her breathing deep and steady. He gently nudged her a couple of times, but there was no response. He turned off the camera, pulled out the memory card, and tucked it along with the voice recorder into her bag, zipping it up. After scanning the table for the last oyster, he retrieved a few bills and pressed them beneath the plate, gently lifting Fong Siwei up and half supporting her as they exited. 10 minutes later, on the 8th floor of a certain hotel, room 807, Wen Yao carefully laid her on the bed, shaking his slightly tipsy head as he gazed at her slender yet curvaceous figure, murmuring softly, Teisuke, though she looks so delicate, she certainly doesn't skimp on the essentials. Do not extol his capacity for drink. Today's imbibing has been rather excessive, and my mind has begun to wander. Very well. Let today be a day of complete respite for my sense of justice. Wen Yao gazed at Fong Siwei's clear, pristine visage, his hand raised halfway before he forcibly retracted it. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to proceed with caution, not rushing into action. As soon as the words left his lips, Fong Siwei suddenly let out a soft hum, her body shifting slightly as her fingers deftly reached for her clothing buttons. Mumbling about the heat. Oh, the heat, her breath now uneven. The scene was too intoxicating, causing Wen Yao, self-proclaimed guardian of decorum, to swallow hard, nearly losing his composure. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Fong Siwei firmly grasped his wrist, throwing herself into his embrace, her cheeks aflame, resting her face against his forearm with a boldness that felt utterly justified. Who could withstand such a thing? Well, this was a stairway you yourself had offered. Colleagues, I have witnesses and surveillance footage to corroborate that she initiated this. The following day, morning, as the sun began to spill over the jagged skyline of Victoria Harbor, the streets gradually came to life, the sounds of vehicles and chatter swelling like the tide. However, within the hotel room, an unusual stillness prevailed, suffused with the lingering scent of alcohol that hung in the air. Fong Siwei, in a daze, rolled over, feeling a heavy weight upon her chest. Frowning, she reached out to push it away, her eyelids fluttering open just a crack. As her vision sharpened, she was startled to find a head resting on her bosom, sending a jolt through her entire being as she bolted upright. Yet before she could steady herself, a chill coursed down her neck, a prickling sensation at her shoulder, as if something had grazed her. Looking down, she noticed her nightgown had slipped down significantly, the strap askew, faint fingerprints visible on her skin. A shriek erupted, rousing Wen Yao from his slumber, who sat up in alarm, scanning the room. Smack! A resounding slap landed across his face. He blinked, dazed, only to see Fong Siwei huddled in the corner of the bed, clutching the covers tightly, her eyes red-rimmed and her fingers trembling. Goodness, that was a close call. Miss Fong, what performance are you putting on? Fong Siwei jabbed a finger at his nose, her voice quaking. You lecher. Taking advantage of me while I was inebriated. Inspector Li, I misjudged you. I never imagined you to be such a person. Stop right there. Wen Yao pressed his forehead, overwhelmed by the weight of the accusation. It was you who first enticed me. Miss Liu, could you kindly close your eyes for 3 seconds and replay last night's events? You were too drunk to stand. And I had no idea where your home was, so I could only bring you to the hotel. I even inserted the room card into the lock of the adjacent room, and it was you who seized my wrist, unbuttoning your clothing and pleading for me not to leave. Besides, I was in a haze myself. Surely I cannot bear the burden of this alone. Look at the bedside table. There are 2 room cards side by side, yours and mine. Fong Siwei froze, her gaze sweeping over to confirm the presence of the 2 cards. Reflecting back, she did indeed recall gripping the warmth of his wrist and her body leaning in. She felt as though struck by lightning, her face burning hot enough to fry an egg, her hands instinctively covering her eyes as she curled into a ball, weeping. Wen Yao's heart sank. Goodness, is she truly this honest? She believes it so readily? If I do not take advantage of this opportunity to further my own interests, would it not be a waste? No, wait. What a scoundrel. He quickly leaned in, softening his tone. Oh dear, please do not cry. What's done is done. I will take responsibility moving forward. Fong Siwei looked up through tear-streaked cheeks. But you have a girlfriend. How can you take responsibility? Ah, that statement is flawed, Wen Yao replied earnestly. A man, after all, should cultivate numerous connections. It has always been thus. Fong Siwei. Her pupils widened in disbelief, her eyes blazing with fury. So you wish to embrace Minnie? Though forbidden in Hong Kong, the heart knows no bounds. Besides, he shrugged with a smile. Is it not reasonable for someone as reliable and ambitious as myself to have more companions who understand my warmth? Huh, utterly shameless. Fong Siwei seethed, launching a fierce punch aimed at him. Stop crying, stop crying. If you keep this up, your eyes will swell to the size of walnuts. Before his words had fully left his lips, Wen Yao had already raised his hand, gently brushing away the remnants of her tears from her cheek. Fong Siwei swatted his wrist away irritably, her cheeks puffed like an irate pufferfish. This is all your fault. This was my first time, and I was so muddled that you took advantage of me. Well, that is not difficult. While the bathwater is still warm, shall we relive the experience? What? What do you intend to do? What can I do? You reek of alcohol. If you do not hurry to wash it off, you'll end up fainting from the scent. Do you truly think I am some lecherous scoundrel? Meanwhile, while Wen Yao and Fong Siwei were still splashing about in the bathtub, the media outlets across Hong Kong were in a frenzy. Nearly every television station and newspaper was frantically rebroadcasting last night's case recordings, with cameras fixated on Wen Yao, even dredging up old cases he had handled 3 years prior for extensive analysis. It was no surprise, as only TVB had managed to scoop the news of Ahu's capture last night, while ATV and other print media were left trailing behind. Who wouldn't want to ride this wave to seize the headlines, snatch up advertisements, and capture attention? Thus, Wen Yao's name became a household topic overnight. A new hero among tea house uncles, office workers, and students outside school gates. ATV, seizing the opportunity, included footage of Sergeant Zheng being confronted by Fong Siwei, visibly enraged. In their morning news broadcast, as the footage aired, the entire city erupted in astonishment. In a corner breakfast shop, boss, turn up the volume on the television. Indeed, it's like a mosquito buzzing. Who can hear anything? Next time, let us switch to a 50-inch screen. I want to see the little mole on my idol's chin. All right. Don't worry, I'll fry the eggs while watching. I nearly burnt them 3 times with my shaking hands. The shop was already packed, with the freshly fried youtiao snatched away in an instant. The boss grinned widely as he counted money, his hands growing tired, but the patrons hardly touched their meals, all craning their necks to gaze at the small television on the wall, their expressions remarkably uniform. TSK. Inspector Li has truly achieved legendary status. If East Kowloon didn't have him at the helm, it would surely be a chaotic mess. ISNT that the truth. The case has gone in circles, ultimately relying on his personal stamp to conclude. He should have led the investigation from the start. Sergeant Zheng? All talk and no action. When faced with a tough situation, he merely passes the buck, leaving his face in the dust of the ATV cameras. Watching him slam the table in frustration when questioned by reporters, so delightful that I finished another bowl of soy milk. With such a character occupying the sergeant position, it would be better to make way for Inspector Li to lead the entire criminal investigation team. Chapter 23. In the comparison of people, one can scarcely catch their breath. On a double-decker bus traversing Central, beyond the low hum of the engine, the cabin was so quiet that the rustle of newspapers could be heard. Everyone clutched a morning paper, their eyes glued to the printed words, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Some stifled laughter, others nodded thoughtfully, while a few simply hoisted their newspapers above their heads to catch a clearer glimpse of Wen Yao in his crisp, tailored shirt. Commuters rushing to work had no time to linger before the television. Newspapers served as their most refreshing sustenance during the commute. Once they spotted Wen Yao's name, a spark ignited in their eyes. I'm convinced. Inspector Li seems to stumble upon wanted criminals wherever he goes. Is it sheer luck, or are criminals simply cursed? What do you know? This is called the nemesis of evil spirits, specializing in various forms of injustice. That title is absolutely brilliant. It fits more perfectly than the epaulets on his uniform. Indeed, wherever he is deployed, major cases follow suit. When he takes action, ironclad evidence inevitably materializes. The drug lords of Hong Kong are likely to spend a sleepless night tonight. Who will be the next to kneel and admit defeat? 2 hours later, at the police headquarters, Public Relations Division, Wen Yao hurriedly fastened his belt as he exited Fong Siwei's residence, making his way directly to the headquarters. Meanwhile, Fong Siwei rushed back to the ATV building to edit and package the exclusive footage recorded last night, ensuring it was pushed online before the afternoon news segment. Inside an office at the Public Relations Division, a competent female police officer with short hair gently slid a folder towards him. Sir Lee, the press conference begins in 10 minutes. Just read the script as it is. I've highlighted the key segments. Wen Yao seized the script. All right, no problem. As he glanced down, he noted the exaggerated writing that transformed the entire operation against who into a dramatic tale of life and death, akin to a thrilling martial arts narrative, provoking a frown. Yet, Wen Yao was unfazed. After all, he was the one being praised. Portraying himself as a formidable hero, why not revel in it? Even if this group of scribes depicted him as a lone warrior splitting open the gates of hell, he would read on, each word resonating with authority. Then, Sir Lee, shall we set off now? Absolutely, I appreciate your efforts. He rose swiftly, following the stunning female officer out. 10 minutes later, at the press conference venue, the hall was already packed to capacity. With reporters and agencies from all over Hong Kong virtually emptying their ranks, cameras filled the front rows. Armed officers surrounded the area, forming a formidable presence, exuding an air of undeniable seriousness. This was a special-grade event personally sanctioned by the chief, intended to shatter the lingering shadows of the Ahu case and restore the police force's standing in the eyes of the citizens. The public relations team had worked tirelessly, burning the midnight oil, reviewing files, and scrutinizing every detail. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. The press conference will commence shortly. A clear announcement resonated, silencing the buzz of voices as all eyes turned toward the center stage. Soon after, Wen Yao strode onto the stage, flanked by high-ranking officials, a perfect smile adorning his lips. Click, click, click. The sound of cameras erupted, bright flashes illuminating the room, with every lens fixated on him, as if he were the sole source of light. Sir Lee, was the apprehension of Ahu purely coincidental? Sir Lee, did the operation pose any unforeseen dangers? Faced with a barrage of questions, he approached the microphone with composure, his smile warm. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I will forego introductions. Do not worry. I will answer all of your questions without exception. Let us begin with the operation that night. He proceeded to read the script verbatim, while it added considerable dramatic flair. Wen Yao's voice remained steady, his tone assured, rendering even the most far-fetched details as if they were witnessed firsthand. After he concluded, several foreign dignitaries took the stage, each offering commendations for Wen Yao. This case has taken unexpected turns, but justice is never absent. I hereby solemnly warn all criminals, no matter how deeply you hide or how far you flee, if you commit crimes in Hong Kong, we will pursue you relentlessly and deliver you to justice. The dignity of the Hong Kong police force is not for anyone to trifle with. The courage and accountability displayed by Inspector Wen Yao during this operation should serve as a benchmark for all of us to aspire to. In light of his outstanding performance in this case and several significant criminal cases prior, the police department has conducted a thorough review and has decided to award him the Super Police Honorary Medal. Let us welcome Inspector Lee with the warmest applause. The applause surged like a tidal wave, resonating from reporters, officers, and staff alike, shaking the overhead lights. A deputy commissioner personally stepped forward to present the medal. Beaming with congratulations, Wen Yao maintained a friendly and humble demeanor throughout, graciously accepting the medal and delivering a seemingly sincere thank you speech. Yet inside, he was sharpening his metaphorical knives. These foreign officials would inevitably face my wrath. Just the thought of it made his tongue tingle with a hint of sweetness. Noon at the TVB headquarters. In the office, Lu Huijin gazed at the screen, having just caught a segment of Fong Siwei's exclusive interview with Wen Yao. She froze, her expression darkening, her brow knitting in discontent. She snatched up the phone on her desk and swiftly retreated to an empty corner of the hallway, pressing the dial button forcefully to reach Wen Yao. Hello? My darling, What made you think of calling me at this moment? Li Wenyo's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes glinting with certainty. Could it be that she had heard about my honor and was eager to shower me with praise? Oh please, there's no need to flatter. My man is a gem who shines on his own, and this award was bound to come my way sooner or later. You stop right there. Who's congratulating you? Your skin is thicker than the walls of Causeway Bay. Lu Huijin interrupted sharply. Li Wenyo, you must give me an explanation today. Li Wenyo was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. Darling, what's wrong? Don't try to butter me up. Who's your darling? She placed her hands on her hips, pouting and glaring at the phone screen. We agreed last night that I would freshen up and wait for your results, didn't we? I even picked out my earrings and spritzed on perfume 3 times. Sitting here staring at my phone until my eyelids grew heavy. The call wouldn't connect, and my messages vanished into the void. I thought you had been dragged into the peak tunnel by a zombie. Well, turns out you went live on ATV. And Feng Siwei herself was right in front of you interviewing you. Be honest, are you interested in that witch's assistant, leaving me to feel like a mere mop? As soon as she finished, slap. Li Wenyo smacked his forehead, his face scrunching up in distress. Oh no, I completely forgot about that. This was a total disaster. A complete and utter blunder. It was all Feng Siwei's fault for being so adept at playing her cards right, leaning in close while crossing her arms, causing his mind to short-circuit. Feng Siwei, what does it have to do with me? His mind raced as he quickly donned a sincerely apologetic expression. Darling, it was my fault. I truly didn't mean to be evasive. This was an urgent task assigned by the police department, and as an ordinary officer, how could I dare refuse an order? I'm so sorry. I was swamped with cases that day and completely forgot about this matter. Lu Huijin fell silent for a few seconds, her voice lowering. Really? To deceive you would be a betrayal of my character, Li Wenyo replied solemnly, each word firm. I wanted to decline too, but when Surly called directly, how could I say no? Besides, you are so endearing. I would never dare neglect you. At last, Lu Huijin let out a soft huff, a smile creeping onto her lips. I'll let you off this time. But remember, if there's essay next time, just wait for a night on the floor. Absolutely no next time. Li Wenyo immediately chimed in, a relieved smile finally gracing his eyes. TSK, fortunately. I reacted swiftly and managed to appease her with just a few words. Do not be upset. This evening, after work, I shall hurry over to your place. Sincerely to make amends, accompany you with some fine red wine, and allow you to vent your frustrations as you see fit. Lu Huijin felt her ears flush with warmth. Casting a sidelong glance, she scoffed. Who cares about your flattery? I can manage my life perfectly well on my own. After a brief pause, her tone softened slightly. If I do not see you tonight, you may inquire about the door lock code from the lock itself. With that, she abruptly hung up with a click, turned, and returned to her workstation. Her fingers unconsciously twirled a lock of hair for a couple of rounds, her cheeks aflame. She quickly shook her head and buried herself in her files to continue working. Meanwhile, in the police station office, Wen Yao held his phone, momentarily stunned, then chuckled and shook his head, gently placing the device on the edge of the desk. This little firecracker, teasing and then vanishing, is quite exhilarating. How should one put it? A disciple nurtured by a master truly possesses remarkable flair. At that moment, his superior, Sir Li Liu, strolled over. Li Yao, congratulations. The Super Police Honor Medal is in your hands. Thank you, Sir Li. There's more good news. The police department has just issued a transfer order, effective immediately. You are promoted to senior inspector. Really? Although Wen Yao had anticipated this, a surge of warmth blossomed in his chest. After all, below the rank of inspector, it is a battle of achievements. Yet to ascend further, mere accomplishments are insufficient. One must endure time and weather the storms. You have only just completed 30 days. And already you have leaped from being an ordinary officer guarding a pond in the outlying islands to a senior inspector stationed in East Kowloon. The speed of this promotion is more rapid than that of a jet aircraft. The old adage rings true. When comparing oneself to others, one can hardly catch a breath. Wen Yao maintained a serious demeanor, solemnly patting Liu's shoulder, lowering his voice. Sir Li, you truly need not feel envious. A rare talent like me, endowed with exceptional aptitude, sharp intellect, and nimble hands, is a once-in-500 years phenomenon. You cannot rival me. It is simply destiny. Liu, this knack for turning the tables. You must have practiced it, right? I'm impressed. Ha ha ha. Wen Yao threw his head back in laughter, raising an arm. Sir Li, today is such a celebratory occasion. How can we not drink a few glasses to honor this gathering of brothers? Tonight, send a message to groups A and B. Invite everyone. It's on me, unlimited. Liu raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? Don't be boastful. Combined, the two groups total over 20 people. Can your pocket hold that? Wen Yao smirked. A trivial matter. Oh, then I shall first thank Boss Li on behalf of everyone. Thank for what? It's part of the duty. Haha, you are quite the character. Chapter 24 Kid, do not stir the waters unnecessarily. As night fell, in East Kowloon, at a venerable restaurant. When the private room door swung open, a warm glow illuminated the space, and the aroma of wine mingled with the heat of cooked dishes wafted towards them. Do not be shy. Order whatever you like. Tonight, the bill is on me. Wen Yao. He confidently took his place at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over familiar faces of fellow officers, his smile radiant, his tone straightforward, exuding a refreshing vigor. Everyone relaxed, laughter erupting. Sir Li, you've kept this hidden well. Turns out you're an invisible tycoon. Indeed, handsome and tall, with swift, precise, and ruthless execution in handling cases. Who wouldn't give a thumbs up upon seeing you? Partnering with you gives me great peace of mind. I can patrol the streets at midnight without a care. Sir Li, could you teach us how to quickly change magazines sometime? Enough chatter. To Sir Li's promotion. Let us raise a glass. Cheers. Faced with a lively crowd, Wen Yao immediately stood, lifting his glass, the red wine gleaming amber under the light. Come. Let me toast to all of you for our collective progress and shared glory. He drained his glass, the bottom facing the sky, and the atmosphere at the table became utterly lively, with the sounds of games, clinking glasses, and laughter filling the air. It was evident that this new addition had firmly wedged himself into the old team of East Kowloon. Ahem, Sir Li. There is something I'm unsure if I should mention. Suddenly, an officer set down his chopsticks, turning to him with a look of hesitation. Wen Yao swirled his wineglass, casually replying, "We are all brothers here. What is there that cannot be said?" The officer nodded, lowering his voice. "At today's dinner, since you were the one treating, I casually mentioned it to Inspector Zhang, and he immediately darkened his face and scolded you several times. Did you have a falling out with Inspector Zhang?" Before he could finish, all eyes at the table turned sharply towards him. Some subtly perked up their ears, while others discreetly placed their glasses back on the table, their eyes brimming with barely contained curiosity. Wen Yao paused for a moment, gently setting down his glass, leaning slightly forward, and lowering his voice further. "I will only say this once. Whoever leaks this out, I will not spare them. Of course, if the news of Inspector Zhang's ashen face were to leak, it would be quite satisfying to imagine." MMM. The officers nodded in unison, sitting up straight, their eyes wide open, resembling individuals engrossed in a gripping tale. Wen Yao cleared his throat. "Here's the situation. Last night, after I dismantled a Hu's hideout, I promptly informed Team Leader Li. Then, Inspector Zhang called in, instructing me not to speak publicly until he arrived for a unified statement. Isn't he blatantly attempting to claim credit for himself? How could I accept this?" I retorted immediately, leaving no room for negotiation. Wow. Upon hearing this, the officers nearly dropped their jaws onto the table, their eyes reflecting disbelief, their hearts cursing Inspector Zhang's logic of stealing credit to the high heavens. But outwardly, no one dared to respond. After all, none were fools. All right, enough of these disheartening matters. Come, fill your glasses. Cheers. The following day, at East Kowloon Police Station. Bang. This is utterly ridiculous. Taking advantage of my absence to gossip behind my back. Who gave him the audacity? Inspector Zhang slammed his palm onto the mahogany desk, causing the teacup to jump up half an inch, his eyes nearly bulging out, veins on his forehead throbbing like tightened steel wires. The officer who had snuck in to deliver the news stiffened, his heels seemingly glued to the floorboards, even holding his breath. Wen Yao is truly living recklessly, completely disregarding authority, audacious beyond measure. Am I, an inspector, to covet his trivial achievements? Huh. I merely asked him to keep a close eye on the scene to prevent any mishap. How did that turn into credit stealing? What is this if not slander? What is slander? Inspector Zhang glared fiercely, pressing the officer with his questions. The officer internally rolled his eyes, thinking, do you really not know? Yet he had no choice but to muster his courage and shout. It's pure defamation. Utterly unfounded. Wen Yao has indeed become too arrogant. It's time to put him in his place. Inspector Zhang's temples throbbed furiously, his neck reddening. To tarnish my reputation? This is outrageous. Before he could finish, report. Sir Zhang. An officer burst into the office, breathless. The new superintendent has arrived downstairs. He will enter the building in 5 minutes. Instantly, Inspector Zhang reined in his anger, straightened his back, and commanded, let us go, assemble to welcome him. After the previous superintendent was taken down by Wen Yao, the position had been vacant for many days. But now, the new superintendent had finally arrived. Half an hour later, in the police station's large conference room, over 300 seats were filled to capacity. The Major Crimes Unit, Anti-Triad Unit, Criminal Techniques Division, Intelligence Department, everyone who could attend was present. Of course, not everyone was there. Wen Yao had not made an appearance, and the appointment of anyone else was of no concern to him. As long as he was not provoked, he would not even bother to lift his eyelids. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy, forceful footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, each step resonating like a weight upon the hearts of those present. The door swung open, and a foreign man with a full beard strode in, broad-shouldered and long-legged, his muscles taut beneath his uniform, his gaze sharp as a blade. He was no mere facade. "All rise." The command rang out, and the entire assembly stood in unison. "Greetings. I am Theodore, and from this day forth, I will assume the position of chief of the East Kowloon police station." He stood tall at the center of the podium, his epaulets gleaming, his eyes like iron, sweeping over the crowd. "To be frank, I did not wish to come here. Yet a command is a command, and there is no room for negotiation. The reason? It is unnecessary for me to elaborate. The debacle involving the tiger, leopard, and wolf gangs is sufficient to highlight the dereliction of duty by both the Major Crimes Unit and the Anti-Triad Unit. However, I must acknowledge the Anti-Triad Unit for their efforts this time. They successfully gathered intelligence on the gang's operational times and hideouts, which must be commended. A murmur swept through the officers. "What the hell? This foreigner is protecting his own, shamelessly embellishing the truth." The tone shifted abruptly. "But I wish to inquire of the Major Crimes Unit. Where were you during the operations? The primary targets slipped through your fingers. And not only did Ahu escape right before your eyes, but he continues to wreak havoc in the district, causing even the newly appointed chief to fall at his hands. This blame cannot be shifted by any of you, especially you, Inspector Zheng." Theodore pointed directly at him, highlighting the fact that there was a capable and formidable figure in the form of Senior Inspector Wen Yao under his command that he chose not to utilize. Only after trouble arose did he seek excuses to evade responsibility. "Let me tell you, you are nothing but a decoration, a useless entity." Each accusation struck the air like lashes from a whip. The faces of the Major Crimes Unit turned ashen, Inspector Zheng's expression resembling that of a scalded pot, droplets of saliva nearly landing on his nose. Meanwhile, several foreign officers from the Anti-Triad Unit stood with their arms crossed, smirking, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Meeting adjourned. After 10 solid minutes of reprimanding, Theodore finally closed his notebook and strode out. This sudden departure jolted the officers into realization. The newly appointed Chief Theodore was no pushover, and certainly not someone to be trifled with. They exited, whispers of speculation rising around them. "Inspector Lee, please hold on." Just as Wen Yao turned to leave, Theodore's gentle yet authoritative call reached him from behind. He halted, turning back with a slight raise of his brow. "Chief, is there something you wish to discuss?" His tone carried a hint of surprise. "Yes, I would like to have a word with you." Theodore nodded with a smile, the curve of his lips perfectly measured, and then turned towards the office. A smiling tiger. Those in the know were well aware of Theodore's nickname, for the more he smiled, the more it indicated he was concocting some underhanded scheme. As for Wen Yao, a man often labeled cold-blooded and devoid of morals, he possessed a beast-like instinct when it came to detecting danger. He could already sense the ominous aura surrounding Theodore. "No way. No. I am a law-abiding citizen, a steadfast and honorable police officer." Wen Yao's heart raced, his vigilance heightened. He was eager to see what this chief had in store. Inspector Zheng stood in a corner, his eyes narrowing as he watched Wen Yao being ushered into the office by Theodore. Having just endured a scolding at the meeting, he was contemplating how to establish a rapport with Theodore, only to find that the man had barely acknowledged him before summoning Wen Yao instead. His mindset shattered. Inside the chief's office, a faint scent of sandalwood lingered. "Inspector Lee, I have reviewed your resume several times, and to be honest, it is quite impressive." Theodore sat back in his chair, his smile warm, but his gaze as deep as a tranquil pool. To emerge unscathed from that hellhole in the outlying islands and rise to the rank of senior inspector is no mere stroke of luck. "I have also perused the files of the major cases you have recently handled. Your methods are astute, and your timing precise. Clearly, you are cut out for significant tasks." As Theodore showered praise upon him, Wen Yao merely smiled faintly. "Thank you for your kind words, Chief." Theodore waved his hand dismissively, the smile unwavering. "I have witnessed your marksmanship firsthand, and you must be quite familiar with firearms. Therefore, I wish to assign you a task." Wen Yao maintained his composure. "What task?" Theodore's smile faded, his voice lowering. "Recently, there has been a surge in the circulation of firearms on the market, and I suspect that a smuggling gang is secretly operating within Hong Kong. I have dispatched several teams to investigate, but all leads have run dry, leaving only one name." "Who?" Wen Yao's brows knitted together. "Johnny Wong." The name struck him like a thunderbolt, his pupils narrowing as memories flooded back to the bloody confrontation at the Mingxin Hospital in the film Hard Boiled, where Ah Lang and Yuan Haoyan fired their guns amidst the chaos, and Johnny Wong's maniacal laughter echoed in the flames, as if it had happened just yesterday. Seeing him momentarily stunned, Theodore misinterpreted it as fear and quickly added, "I understand the risks involved in this case. But rest assured, whatever you require, manpower, firearms, intelligence, I will grant you. Moreover, the entire operation will remain confidential. We will be accountable solely to each other. Additionally, from today onwards, you will serve as the deputy leader of Team A in the Major Crimes Unit." Li Wenyo quickly regained his composure. A clean and decisive smile on his face. Thank you for your trust, Chief. I will ensure it is handled. A sigh of relief escaped him. Upon seeing his prompt agreement, Theodore's hand, previously clasped behind his back, slowly relaxed. He stepped forward and patted Li Wenyo's shoulder firmly, his voice laced with approval. Excellent. I knew I was not mistaken. When you return victorious. Yes, sir. With that, Li Wenyo turned and departed, his steps steady. The moment the door closed behind him, Theodore's smile vanished like the retreating tide, his gaze chilling, the corners of his mouth twisting into a mocking curve. Kid, don't stir the waters. It would be best if you never returned. His audacity stemmed from a firm confidence. Like Huang Minka, Theodore was already a corrupt officer, intricately connected to drug trafficking syndicates. As for his superior, the police department recognized him as a promising prospect, Zhuo Jingquan, the ruthless figure from betrayal and crime, whose presence could shake the precinct. Although Zhuo bore a Chinese visage, he was raised in England, a hardened individual forged in military school. His London accent more authentic than that of the locals, truly one of their own. Of course, Zhuo Jingquan was not the highest authority. The police department was intricately linked with various political and judicial networks, extending beyond the confines of the police force, reaching into the upper echelons. The reason Theodore specifically tasked Li Wenyo with the murky waters of arms dealing was precisely because his investigations into drug cases had drawn too much attention. While others relied on clues, he depended on instinct. While others sifted through files, he could discern where the drugs were hidden merely by the wind. Such ability was both valuable and perilous. Thus, it was prudent to sideline him, pushing him into the fire. If he succeeded, it would be as if nothing happened. If he failed, it would save a great deal of trouble. Should circumstances become dire, Theodore would quietly tip off Johnny Wong, colluding to eliminate Li Wenyo cleanly and efficiently. Chapter 25. This time, who will be the fall guy? Chief, you summoned me? Within minutes, Inspector Zheng entered with a forced smile. His back slightly hunched and head naturally bowed, resembling a freshly groomed husky, obediently standing before Theodore's desk. Theodore looked up with a smile. His tone as warm as a cup of gently brewed tea. Inspector Zheng, please do not take to heart what transpired at the meeting. You understand. Some situations must be performed with a semblance of authenticity. Inspector Zheng hastily waved his hand, a broad smile forced upon his face. Not a problem, not a problem. Why would I take it to heart? Ha ha ha, splendid. Theodore chuckled softly, adding, to be honest, I've always had great faith in you. The major crimes unit in your hands will only grow more steadfast. Grateful for the director's support. Inspector Zheng nodded vigorously, a warm flush rising to his chest. Pausing for a moment, he lowered his voice to inquire, by the way, you called Li Wenyo up alone just now. Was there a special arrangement? At the mention of Li Wenyo, a cold glimmer flickered in Theodore's eyes, swift as a blade slicing through glass. Oh, just a minor affair, he replied casually. I have a tough case for him to handle. Additionally, he will hold the title of Deputy Leader of Major Crimes Group A. Inspector Zheng's pupils constricted, his knuckles whitening as his nails nearly embedded into his palm. The case bypassed him, the head of the Major Crimes Unit, and went directly to a line member instead. This was not merely a slap in the face. It was a blatant display of distrust, coupled with an effort to elevate Li Wenyo. Theodore remained impassive, yet the corners of his mouth subtly lifted. This reaction was precisely what he desired. He understood all too well the undercurrents between Inspector Zheng and Li Wenyo. One prided himself on seniority, while the other was praised for his potential. Both akin to two grasshoppers on a single string, eyeing each other's vulnerabilities. What he wanted was the very spark of animosity. Once ignited, Inspector Zheng would either set a trap or act covertly. In any case, the goal remained singular, to ensure Li Wenyo could not rise again. This game had already been quietly set in motion. Inspector Zheng, you wouldn't have any objections, would you? Inspector Zheng snapped back to reality, immediately forcing a grin. Of course not. The director's decision undoubtedly carries profound significance. I wholeheartedly support it. Very well, then. You may proceed with your duties. Yes, sir. At that moment, Li Wenyo had returned to the Major Crimes Unit office, his fingertips unconsciously drumming on the desk, his mind racing. What exactly is this foreign director plotting? According to protocol, shouldn't the case have been assigned to Inspector Zheng? Why was he singled out, bypassing all procedures? Ding. Suddenly, a soft chime echoed in his mind. The system was online. Ding. New task triggered. Eliminate the newly appointed drug lord, Director Theodore. Reason: long-term collusion with the Golden Triangle drug lords, laundering money and trafficking drugs. Ding. Task reward, randomly distributed. Li Wenyo? What is this? Drug lord? Theodore? Good heavens, this revelation is rather shocking. No wonder I felt something was off the moment I entered. It wasn't my imagination, but rather the overwhelming stench of decay. Indeed, that sixth sense is not to be underestimated. Could it be that my intuition has been sharpened from dining out too frequently with female colleagues? It seems I must exert more effort and hone my skills. However, Wen Yao's expression soon became solemn, his brow furrowing slightly as a glint of amusement danced in his eyes. Why is it that these reckless individuals continue to collide right beneath my very nose? TSK. Another director appears poised to fall into my hands? At this rate, I might just earn the moniker of the Director Reaper. How delightful, truly delightful. Even he could not help but feel a surge of excitement, his fingertips warming ever so slightly. He picked up his phone and made his way to the rooftop, dialing the doctor's number. "Hello, boss." Wen Yao spoke with a steady tone, devoid of any hint of turbulence. "I have a job for you. There's an arms broker named Johnny Wong. Arrange for someone to pose as a buyer to approach him, infiltrate his circle, and gradually extract information from him." "Understood, boss." The doctor responded succinctly, his voice taut with seriousness. Wen Yao paused momentarily before adding, "Also, dig deeper into the newly appointed Director Theodore from East Kowloon. Trace his ancestry. Clarify his connections in both the legal and illegal realms. And don't just rely on surface credentials for Inspector Zheng. Uncover any hidden ties as well. Report any developments immediately." Received. Once the call ended, he stood at the edge of the rooftop, the wind tousling his hair as distant clouds billowed, the sky a crystal clear blue. A faint smile crept upon his lips, subtle yet brimming with an eager intensity. A splendid performance is about to commence. I can hardly contain my excitement. This time, who will serve as the stepping stone? Last time it was the tiger, leopard, and wolf. This time Johnny Wong? Or perhaps Uncle Hai? Alas, being such a soft-hearted and gentle person, engaging in these sordid affairs truly weighs on my conscience. As night deepened, in Hong Kong, within a private club hidden amidst the bustling city. After work, Theodore drove over, familiar with the route as he pushed open the door to a lavish room spanning over 200 square meters. Inside, the atmosphere was already rife with clinking glasses. 7 or 8 foreign faces laughing and mingling with youthful women, the air thick with a sense of relaxed satisfaction. In a corner, the only Asian face among them was that of Zhuo Jingquan, the deputy director of the police action division. Yet at this moment, he was merely a backdrop to the scene. "Theodore, I've finally been waiting for you." Zhuo Jingquan rose with a smile, raising his glass in greeting. "Tonight's gathering is specially arranged to celebrate your promotion to Director of East Kowloon. We shall not leave until we're thoroughly intoxicated. Here's to our new director. Congratulations on your ascent." "Congratulations indeed." Theodore raised his glass, his smile modest, yet his gaze was as frigid as ice. "Cheers." After several rounds of drinks, a few charming young women gracefully approached, freshly scouted from Hong Kong University. Each one possessed fair skin and bright eyes, none older than 20, truly exquisite specimens. An hour later, in a soundproof suite within the club, Theodore was fervently engaged with one of the young women, yet his hands gripped her slender neck like iron pincers. His knuckles turning white, Adam's apple bobbing, his face flushed with a near-drunken hue. Just as he reached his peak, the girl's pupils suddenly dilated, her limbs stiffening, breath ceasing. Cold, a still-warm corpse. Yet he did not even lift his eyelids, casually wrapping himself in a bathrobe and dialing the internal phone. His tone as calm as if ordering a cup of coffee. The club staff had long since grown accustomed to his behavior. Within 10 minutes, the room was silently cleared of evidence. This penchant had begun the night he strangled his unfaithful wife while they were entwined in bed, unexpectedly exerting force until she ceased to breathe. Since that moment, he had become enamored with the thrill of controlling life and death. Over the years, at least 20 lives had slipped through his fingers. At this moment, he suddenly recalled Wen Yao. In a moment of clarity, his mind sharpened as he contemplated utilizing others as instruments of his will. He could leak the intelligence Wen Yao was pursuing regarding the arms trade to a group of desperate criminals, sending them to tear him apart. This strategy is rather venomous. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door. Director William? In the last century, when Jardine Matheson first entered the Qing dynasty, it had already deeply stirred the political and commercial currents, trafficking opium and monopolizing the tea trade, making it one of the most active players behind the scenes of the Opium Wars. In Hong Kong, it was virtually synonymous with the opening of the port, with a popular saying among the people, "First comes Jardine, then comes Hong Kong." Situated in the most coveted and opulent area of Central, the lands department under Jardine Matheson is undoubtedly the king among kings of real estate, still firmly holding more than half of the premier buildings and golden retail spaces in the heart of the city. He chuckled. "I hope I haven't disturbed Director Theodore's leisure." William, the bank president, replied with a warm smile and a gentle tone. Theodore, fully aware of the significance of this banking magnate in Hong Kong, who wields considerable influence in both political and business circles, immediately waved his hand with a smile. "How could I dare to be a bother? If President William is personally reaching out, it must be for something of great importance." "Indeed, there is a small matter at hand." We have just received a shipment of brand new US dollars from New York, amounting to a full 100 million, which needs to be delivered directly from Kai Tak Airport to the Tsim Sha Sui vault. The entire process requires secure escort. I would like to trouble Director Theodore to assign a few capable individuals, if that is at all possible. Theodore laughed heartily, thumping his chest with confidence. Leave it to me. By tomorrow morning, personnel, vehicles, and routes will all be arranged for you. Ha ha ha, my sincere thanks for your generous support, Director Theodore. President William nodded appreciatively, satisfaction evident in his demeanor. I will discuss the details with you later. Of course, I shall be at your service. Meanwhile, in the Serious Crimes Unit, Wen Yao leaned back in his chair, his spine cracking pleasantly as he stretched luxuriously. He glanced at the wall clock, a smile creeping onto his lips. It's exactly 7 o'clock. The night's performance is about to commence. Let us go. With a swift motion, he tapped his phone and summoned Gangsheng. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he had already snatched up his car keys and dashed out of the police station, pressing the accelerator as the vehicle sped away like an arrow towards Gangsheng's residence. I'm back. The moment the door clicked open, Wen Yao was greeted by the sight of a figure in the kitchen, clad in an apron. Gangsheng was on tiptoe, reaching for a bottle of sauce from a high shelf, her silhouette graceful and slender, her waist impeccably defined, while the light glinted off her shoulder blades. The apron, a narrow strip tied around her waist, barely concealed her modesty, leaving the skin below glistening and enticing. Cough. That apron is dazzlingly white, pure to the point of being blinding. The wind hasn't even stirred yet, and its edges are already fluttering. Darling, you're back. Upon hearing his voice, Gangsheng turned, her eyes lighting up like two shimmering pools of spring water. Without a moment's hesitation, she knelt on the floor, lifting his ankle to lovingly swap his shoes for slippers. Wen Yao glanced down, his throat involuntarily tightening. Gangsheng, he closed the door behind him, sauntering to the dining table. His gaze calm, yet his tone intriguing. What's wrong, darling? Gangsheng placed a steaming dish on the table, her eyelashes fluttering as she looked at him with an innocent and soft expression. Wen Yao sat upright, his eyes steady on her face, enunciating each word. Your outfit today is exceptionally striking, especially that apron. It suits you perfectly. You should wear it more often. By the way, the hosiery shop in Causeway Bay has received a new batch of black stockings that are sheer yet opaque. Do pick a few pairs that you fancy. They would pair perfectly with your outfit tonight. Gangsheng paused momentarily, then broke into a playful smile, her eyes curving mischievously. All right, whatever you say, darling. Let us eat first. Indeed, Wen Yao didn't refuse. His stomach had been growling with hunger, and besides, a hearty meal would grant him the energy to indulge and pamper further. This meal was the most satisfying and fulfilling one he had enjoyed in a long time. It was fragrant, truly fragrant, hot, genuinely hot, warm, unmistakably warm. After setting down his chopsticks, he wiped his mouth and suddenly grew serious. Love is a mutual endeavor. It can't be one-sided. Now it's my turn to put in some effort. Huh, what do you mean? What do you think? Chapter 26. Who hasn't had their shining moments? 2 hours later, by the balcony railing. The moonlight tonight is truly captivating. Wen Yao leaned against the cool stone railing, a cigarette in his left hand and a glass in his right, the amber liquid reflecting the soft glow as he took a delicate sip, letting out a languorous sigh. At this moment, he felt utterly relaxed. Every bone in his body felt light, and his heart was as if caressed by a gentle spring breeze, warm and tingling. Just one word, sublime. Inside, Gangsheng leaned against the doorframe, watching him with a silent, bittersweet smile. She understood his vigor, yet tonight's display was more intense, hotter, and simply irresistible. Her body trembled uncontrollably. It's truly daunting. Dingling. Just as the thought crossed her mind, the phone on the bedside table erupted with a sudden ring. Hello? Who is this? Wen Yao strode into the room, swiftly grabbing the receiver, his tone as steady as if nothing were amiss, indicating that any matters could wait until tomorrow. He was busy. What are you busy with? Are you flirting with some beautiful female reporter again? Lu Huijin's voice rose sharply, her frustration palpable. Oh dear! Upon hearing that voice, Wen Yao's heart skipped a beat, his face going pale as he involuntarily grimaced. Oh no, how did I forget about this? No, I'm still at the police station. His eyes darted, and he quickly donned a pitiful expression. You wouldn't believe it. That Officer Zheng is absolutely merciless. Just because I challenged him a bit over the Yahoo case, he turned around and gave me the cold shoulder, leaving me to clean up the mess without a moment's pause to even drink some water. I thought he was here to deliver bad news. Darling, you're not really angry, are you? Zheng, you're kidding. Throwing a pot is easier than throwing a knife? I want to take the blame. Lu Huijin's anger dissipated upon hearing this, replaced by concern. You're working so hard? Haven't you had dinner yet? I can drive over to pick you up, and we can grab a warm meal together. Wen Yao feigned exhaustion. Don't bother. I'm just wrapping things up. You should go home, take a bath, apply some moisturizer, and I'll be there soon. Alright, I just bought a new outfit that's quite spicy. I can't wait for you to see it. Lu Huijin's voice dripped with sweetness. Great. Li Wenyo's eyes lit up, hanging up the phone. He stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray, placed the glass back on the table, and dashed into the bedroom to change. Gangsheng, resting against the headboard, opened her eyes upon hearing the commotion and reached out to tug on the hem of his shirt, her voice trembling. Darling, please don't go tonight. Can you stay and keep me company? She understood all too well that this battle must be fought. Li Wenyo buttoned the last button, looked down at her. His expression as hard as iron. Men handle their affairs. Women should refrain from interfering. With that, he pulled up his pants, standing tall and straight. It's your fault. Dressing like that and swaying about, nearly derailing my important business. I'm off. Remember to be more mindful next time. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he leaned down to kiss her forehead, grabbed his car keys, and descended the stairs. Pressing the accelerator, the silhouette of his car vanished into the night. Gangshenghua. She buried herself in the blanket, sobbing uncontrollably. What a scoundrel. What does it have to do with me? Didn't you choose the materials yourself and issue the orders? You even made me try on black stockings. Ugh. 30 minutes later, Lu Huijin stood downstairs as Li Wenyo slammed on the brakes, swiftly adjusting his shirt collar, spraying a couple of dabs of cologne on his wrists, and leaning in to ensure there was no lingering scent before he ascended the stairs. Women's noses are as sensitive as hounds. If she caught a whiff of the jasmine scent from Gangsheng lingering on his sleeve, wouldn't that lead to an immediate confrontation? This was a situation that absolutely could not go awry. Darling, I've arrived. He stepped through the door, calling out, as he kicked off his dress shoes and slipped into slippers. Look at this outfit. Isn't it handsome? Before her words could fade, the bedroom door creaked open with a soft click. Lu Huijin leaned against the doorframe, adorned in a black lace camisole that clung delicately to her form. The straps so slender they seemed ready to snap with a mere tug. Her gaze, sharp and alluring, ensnared him entirely. Wen Yao felt his throat constrict. Truly, she was the epitome of sensuality, effortlessly captivating, wielding her charm with precision and intent. She and Gangsheng were akin to fine spirits, one a heady liquor, the other a soothing tea, both flavors intoxicating and irresistible. With her allure presented so invitingly, what was there to hesitate? He closed the distance in a few swift strides, wrapping his arms around her and lifting her effortlessly. Just then, the phone on the bedside table erupted into an insistent ringing. Hello? Who is it? He snapped, irritation lacing his voice as he seized the receiver. Inspector Li, it's me, came Fong Siwei's voice, crystal clear from the other end. Li Wenyao's body stiffened abruptly, and he deftly rolled over to lie flat on his back. What's the matter? Fong Siwei's fingers twisted the hem of her clothing, her voice as soft as a feather. Can you come keep me company tonight? I miss you. Li Wenyao was taken aback, then blurted out, of course. Who would refuse a meal served on a silver platter? Let us meet at the usual place, that hotel from last time. As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly hung up, her ears aflame, her cheeks flushed with warmth. She had contemplated this decision for several days since their intimate encounter. It was like having tasted a potent spirit, leaving her tongue tingling and her senses ablaze. Even worse, while writing during the day, his every smile and frown haunted her thoughts, rendering her unable to focus, her face burning with embarrassment as she wished to hide beneath her desk. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and dialed the familiar number. What are you doing? Lu Huijin exclaimed in shock. Li Wenyao's expression remained calm, his words rapid. Urgent matter. I must expedite. Within less than an hour, Lu Huijin had become a puddle of spring water, utterly drained of strength. Where are you going? She gasped, watching helplessly as Li Wenyao swiftly donned a shirt and trousers. He fastened his belt, his tone resolute. The police department just called with an urgent task. Be good and go to bed early tonight. No, can't you stay just a little longer? What nonsense. I, Li Wenyao, am a man in uniform. The citizens are waiting for me to solve cases. How can I linger in bed? You need to reflect on this. Lu Huijin protested. No matter how she tugged and pleaded, Li Wenyao did not falter in his steps. He strode out without a backward glance. Moments later, he stood before the hotel room door, gently knocking on Fong Siwei's door. Although fatigue tugged at him, the fire within him burned brighter than the previous night. Charge forth, young man. The next morning, as sunlight filtered through the window seams in the hotel room, Li Wenyao was jolted awake by a sudden ache in his back, letting out a low groan, his eyelids fluttering open, weariness etched across his face. Turning his head, he found Fong Siwei peacefully resting against his chest, her breath steady, her lashes fluttering gently. He smiled wryly, shaking his head, and pressed a hand against his stiff back. Last night had felt like a battle. Had it not been for his iron constitution, he would have surrendered long ago. He had anticipated that Fong Siwei, who appeared so cool and composed, would be so fervent, nearly exhausting him. He dared not linger, holding his breath, he carefully shifted her aside, placing his bare feet on the floor, hastily dressing to make his exit. If she woke up and sought his company again, he truly wouldn't have the strength to respond. "Li sir, where are you going?" Just as he was fastening the last button, a languid yet alert voice called from behind. Fong Siwei propped herself up, her sleep-laden eyes sparkling as she fixed her gaze on the furtively dressing Wen Yao. "It's still early. Come lie with me a bit longer." Clearing his throat, he abruptly turned, straightening his posture, his expression grave. "Why I must strongly disapprove of such thoughts. A true policeman cannot be mired in romantic entanglements." He continued, "Moreover, I am currently burdened with a critical case. You must seriously consider this." Fong Siwei wrapped herself in the blanket, her eyes suddenly bright. What critical case? The instincts of a professional journalist ignited within her, and she sat up straight, her excitement palpable. Wen Yao paused, lowering his voice. "The director tasked me last night to thoroughly investigate an arms smuggling ring. The clues are extremely sensitive, and the stakes are high. Therefore, I cannot afford to waste time here with you. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Fong Siwei's eyes lit up, her head nodding vigorously like a rattling drum. "Got it. Fine, I want to keep you. You can take a nap, and I'll have breakfast before heading to work." As soon as Wen Yao's words left his lips, he turned on his heel and exited without a hint of hesitation. Firm and decisive. Yet as soon as the door closed behind him, his shoulders sagged, and he exhaled deeply, leaning against the wall while pressing down on his aching back. Good heavens, I nearly fell apart. Thankfully, I acted swiftly and slipped away in time. It was a close call. Wow, so manly. Fong Siwei gazed at his retreating figure, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with stars. Remembering the wild and heated events of the previous night, she buried her face in the blanket, overwhelmed with embarrassment. An hour later, at the East Kowloon police station. "Oh, isn't that Li sir? Li sir, why does your face look like you've been awake for 3 days and nights? Your legs look wobbly." Wen Yao, bearing heavy dark circles under his eyes, staggered into the major crimes unit, eliciting a chorus of gasps from his colleagues. They quickly surrounded him, concern etched on their faces. "Li sir, can you hold on? Do you need a sick note to rest?" "No worries." Wen Yao waved a hand, flashing a grin. "It's just a minor issue. Last night, the director personally assigned me an urgent job. I was following up on some leads all night. Just feeling a bit drained. My mind is a bit foggy. Is that really the case?" TSK. Wen Yao's skin must be thicker than bulletproof glass. Yet his colleagues believed him wholeheartedly. Their eyes filled with admiration. "Li sir is truly dedicated. No wonder he can crack major cases and shoulder heavy responsibilities. If only I had half of his tenacity, I would have been promoted by now." "Stop right there. Who is Li sir? Are you even in his league?" "Exactly. Even if you stayed up all night, could you solve those cases he is handling? Don't kid yourself." The flattery buzzed around him, causing Wen Yao's ears to heat up as he waved his hands dismissively. "Oh, please spare me. Each of you is exceptional in your own right. Getting into the major crimes unit isn't just luck. Everyone has their shining moments. Just keep forging ahead." Compliments? That came as naturally to him as breathing. Yet, he couldn't deny that seeing the renewed light in their eyes from those few words was far more invigorating than coffee. "What are you all gathered around for? Do you think the major crimes unit is a tea house for entertainment?" Suddenly, a booming shout erupted from behind. The crowd turned in unison to find Inspector Zheng, his face a dark shade of displeasure, hands on his hips, glaring with palpable impatience. Instantly, everyone scattered like startled birds, fleeing faster than rabbits. Wen Yao lazily raised his gaze for a fleeting moment before turning back to his station, too disinterested to offer even a casual greeting. Not an ounce of sentiment was spared. Now that he was part of the major crimes unit, Zheng's authority had been thoroughly undermined to the point of obliteration. Who would still heed his words? Were it not for the official cap atop his head, it was likely someone would have already flipped the table in front of him, pointing fingers and hurling insults. Who would willingly submit to a superior who claimed credit for others' accomplishments and deftly shifted blame? Inspector Zheng's teeth ground together in frustration as he fixed his gaze on the back of Wen Yao's head, his fists clenched and then relaxed. He had intended to confront Li and vent his anger, but instead, he found himself left standing there, a mere laughingstock. Yet, there was little he could do. He couldn't very well march up and seize Li by the collar or bang the table, could he? Ultimately, he could only grind his teeth in ire and retreat to his office in defeat. Meanwhile, Wen Yao had comfortably sunk into his chair, eyes closed, savoring a moment of respite. Exhausted. Chapter 27. Whom to blame? Only myself for overthinking. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the most carefree and joyous of all was undoubtedly Wen Yao. He spent his days idly wandering the police station, skirting work responsibilities. And whenever he fancied an excuse for an investigation, he would swiftly make his exit. Whether accompanying Hong Sheng on leisurely strolls through the streets or taking Lu Huijin out for a breezy sail, He even occasionally met with Fong Siwei for a cup of coffee to chat about trivial matters. To describe his life as indulgent would be an understatement. As for matters concerning Johnny Wong, he paid them no mind, instead contentedly remaining on the sidelines, awaiting updates from the doctor. Such a rare opportunity for relaxation was not to be squandered. To do so would be to disrespect the heavens for their generosity. At this moment, the midday sun blazed fiercely. At a secluded dock, a sleek silver yacht floated serenely upon the azure waves. On the deck, Lu Huijin donned a brightly colored bikini. Lying face up, her skin glowing with the warm light of the sun, her eyelids half closed as she languidly inhaled the sea breeze and tranquility. Wen Yao, bare-chested and clad in loose-fitting beach shorts, his sunglasses shielding his eyes, reclined in a wicker chair, gripping a military-grade telescope, scanning the surroundings like a vigilant seabird. The yacht was rented from his own pocket. While he was indeed affluent, he was acutely aware that being too ostentatious would inevitably attract the attention of the Internal Affairs Unit, and that would spell trouble. Suddenly, a low gasp escaped his throat as he sat upright, quickly striding to the edge of the boat, adjusting the focus of the telescope to zero in on the shore. Brother F.A. As the familiar faces came into clearer view beneath the willow trees, an old man and a young one, Wen Yao's voice involuntarily rose an octave. At first, he thought he was hallucinating, rubbing his temples and refocusing his gaze. No mistake, it was indeed Brother F.A. What an extraordinary coincidence. He had merely intended to pass the time with a casual glance at the sea view, yet stumbled upon this unexpected sight. The scene instantly triggered a memory of a moment from The Unyielding Detective, where Yuan Haoyun met with an informant at a tea house. It was during that encounter that Yuan Haoyun received intelligence about Johnny Wong's impending raid on Uncle Hai's warehouse. However, Wen Yao frowned. It had been unusually quiet lately, with not even a leaf stirring at Yunlai Tea House. Why had they suddenly resumed contact? Upon reflection, it was possible that they were not discussing serious matters at all. Perhaps that location was merely a habitual meeting point for Yuan Haoyun, and they were conversing about another deal entirely. Yao, go come help me apply sunscreen. I'm about to burn. Lu Huijin's melodious voice called from behind, her fingers playfully poking at his back. Wen Yao turned with a smile, setting down the telescope. Coming right up. He was quite adept at this task. With deft movements, he dispensed lotion from his palms, smoothing it over her sun-kissed shoulders, his fingers gliding along her spine. Hey, be gentle. This isn't a rope-making session, she protested. If the back is taken care of, shouldn't the front be done too? It's all about harmony. Then don't pinch my waist. Cough. My hand slipped. It's a professional hazard. I'll practice my control another day. Humph. Lu Huijin turned her face away, ignoring him, but Wen Yao only grinned wider, his fingers dancing as he continued his work leisurely. Meanwhile, on the shore, Yuan Haoyun had just bid farewell to his informant and was preparing to pack up his fishing gear. His gaze inadvertently drifted across the water, catching sight of the gleaming yacht and the figure lounging casually on the deck. He froze momentarily, remaining silent for a while before ultimately turning away, his silhouette elongated by the scorching sun. The lives of the wealthy truly seemed enviable. They knew how to relax, how to indulge, and even their laziness appeared cinematic. As night fell, within his rented room, the shrill ring of the telephone shattered the silence. Wen Yao had just concluded an intense training session. Beads of sweat still trickling down his forehead, Hong Sheng lay sprawled on the floor, his chest heaving like a bellows. He picked up the receiver and paced into the living room, gulping down a large glass of cold water, his voice steady. Hello? Who is this? Boss, it's me. The doctor's voice came through the receiver, crisp and efficient. Go ahead. Wen Yao sank into the sofa, tilting back his head to finish the last sip of water, casually resting his right leg over his left knee. What have you discovered? The doctor spoke with increased urgency. As per your instructions, we've been closely monitoring Director Theodore and Inspector Zheng. Theodore has recently been in frequent contact with a number of unfamiliar faces. Photos and activity logs have been encrypted and sent to your computer. Good, I'll check it now. Before the doctor could finish, Wen Yao had already risen, striding to the old desktop computer that buzzed softly on the desk. With a click of the mouse, he opened the file, scanning the screen with narrowed pupils, his lips gradually flattening into a thin line. Among the foreign faces, he recognized only Zhu Jingquan. He had never laid eyes on Theodore. However, Zhu Jingquan, he was the notorious antagonist from betrayal and undercover crime. In fact, the script nearly had him ascend to the position of police commissioner. Wen Yao remembered that face and the aura it exuded vividly. Yet another familiar face suddenly caught his attention. William, the bank president from Iha Bank. He had just seen his interview on the news that morning. Connecting the dots, it was clear that Theodore and Zhu Jingquan were likely in cahoots. There was no need for speculation. This group of foreigners was undoubtedly up to no good. At this rate, he feared he might actually become the blade used to carve through these foreign predators. As a principled and resilient youth in Hong Kong, how could Wen Yao stand idly by while they polluted his homeland? Rest assured, Once the opportunity arises, none of these individuals will escape unscathed. All right. I have a general idea of the situation. What about Inspector Zheng? The doctor shrugged, his tone faltering slightly. To be honest, we haven't detected anything unusual on his end. But don't worry, our personnel has not been withdrawn. They are still closely monitoring him. Wen Yao nodded, pausing momentarily before inquiring. By the way, what about Johnny Wong? It's been a week. Any updates? The doctor scratched the back of his neck, appearing somewhat embarrassed. I apologize, boss. It's my fault. Johnny Wong is exceedingly slippery. His movements are tightly controlled, making it difficult to catch even a glimpse of him. But if you can grant us a few more days, we should be able to make contact. Wen Yao lowered his voice. All right, pick up the pace. If anything suspicious arises, report to me immediately. Understood. Once the call ended, he leaned back against the sofa, his fingers slowly stroking his chin as his expression darkened. Theodore pushed him onto the path of Johnny Wong, and it was far from as clean as it appeared. It was almost certain he was awaiting a pitfall. Now that Theodore had laid all his cards on the table, Wen Yao could hardly believe that this foreign devil could utter a single word of truth. Moving forward, he had to keep his nape taut. While a direct attack could be dodged, a concealed dagger was truly deadly. The next day, at the East Kowloon police station. Today, Wen Yao was imbued with a distinct vitality. His steps were brisk, his shoulders squared, and as he strode into the major crimes unit, he seemed like a different person altogether. After that intense night of confrontation, he had finally grasped the essence. The bones were too hard and prone to break. When it was time to bend, one must bend deeply. Inspector Lee, the superintendent wishes to see you, a police officer said, gently tapping him on the shoulder as he sat, his eyes half closed in contemplation. Oh, right away. He rose and headed straight for the superintendent's office. Superintendent, you called for me. Bang. Theodore's face was ashen, his palms slammed down on the desk, causing the penholder to jolt, his voice chilling. Inspector Lee, what on earth are you doing? Wen Yao tilted his head slightly, feigning confusion. Superintendent, I don't quite understand your meaning. Theodore pointed a finger at him. Shaking his head in exasperation, his tone suddenly rising. Don't understand? The arms case was assigned to you for a whole 7 days. And what have you presented? A blank sheet of paper? I chose you for this task because I believed in your ability to tackle tough challenges, yet you've let me down. It seems I have overestimated you. Wen Yao listened quietly, his gaze sweeping over Theodore's taut jawline, a silent scoff bubbling within him. He was putting on quite the act, but unfortunately, the stage beneath him had long been stripped bare. Superintendent, I cannot bear the entire blame, he replied calmly, articulating each word clearly. The case is quite intricate, as you are well aware. The trap you personally set consumed considerable effort, and all that emerged was the name of Johnny Wong. I am alone in this for 7 days. Did you truly expect me to unveil the entire black chain? Perhaps we should consider replacing me? Replace you? Not a chance. Theodore, the foreign superintendent, immediately donned a smile. All right, I want to press you on this case. It's truly yours. You have the sharpest skills and the keenest mind. Get to work. If you crack this case, I'll reserve the position of deputy chief for you. A sweetener first. Wen Yao's lips curled into a cold smile. He was indeed harboring ulterior motives, wishing for me to leap into danger tonight. Before he could finish that thought, a spark of insight flashed in Theodore's mind. Though Wen Yao did not heed his commands, his combat prowess overshadowed all. More crucially, in 3 days, a fresh shipment of $100 million was set to be dispatched. It would be wise to integrate him into the escort team. With him on board, the cash would be more secure than locked in a vault. Unfortunately, Theodore was entirely unaware that Wen Yao had no sense of justice within him. If he truly knew, he might just spit out blood on the spot. Resolute in his thoughts, Theodore spoke up. Last week, President William of Iha Bank entrusted me with escorting a freshly printed sum of $100 million. I was thinking of incorporating you into the escort team. Your capabilities inspire confidence in me. With you around, I can sleep soundly. Upon hearing this, Wen Yao's eyes sparkled, his heart ablaze with excitement. $100 million? If I don't act now, I would be letting my own face down. This was the opportunity to leap to wealth, to become a billionaire. He was fully aware William was in cahoots with Theodore, and this money was likely tainted. For justice, for the people, for world peace, I, Wen Yao, must expose it all. Rest assured, Superintendent, you can count on me. I won't let you down, Wen Yao declared with unwavering conviction. Theodore burst into laughter. Excellent. I love your spirit. Your future is boundless. Thank you, sir. As he was about to exit, Wen Yao cast a glance back at Theodore, his eyes reflecting a blend of warmth and benevolence. He resembled a prosperous child, who wouldn't feel elated upon seeing him. Yet, if Theodore could peer into his mind, he would likely suffer a hemorrhage. What was once calm was now thrown into chaos, all due to that fleeting moment of inspiration, which led him to willingly step into the fire. Who could he blame? Only himself for being too clever. Chapter 28. The bandit does not deceive a bandit. At this moment, in East Kowloon, a street corner bar, the doctor had arrived early. The establishment was closed for the day, leaving the interior desolate. With only 2 or 3 waitstaff lazily wiping the bar, the silence broken only by the sound of rolling bottles. The doctor, with his sleek black slicked-back hair and a sharply tailored black suit, sat poised in a booth, unmoving. Behind him stood a man clad in camouflage, wearing a beret and sunglasses, his stance rigid as a soldier, his expression tense. It was indeed his brother, Tuzi. The two remained silent, like 2 statues waiting for the wind. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached, and 7 or 8 figures pushed through the door, advancing directly towards the booth. The leader, dressed in a glaring ochre suit, bore a face pockmarked as if struck by shrapnel, yet he raised his chin high, casting a sidelong glance at the doctor before brazenly taking a seat opposite him, propping his leg up higher than the heavens. "Ah, you must be Johnny Wong?" The doctor maintained his smile, calmly extending his hand. "Pleasure to meet you. I hear you're in need of arms." Johnny Wong wasted no time. Cutting straight to the chase, what is the purpose? He had long inquired about the doctor's background, an internationally renowned bandit with a formidable reputation. Yet rumors were just that, and their veracity was hard to ascertain. Even if he truly was a bandit, he wouldn't dare wreak havoc in Hong Kong, especially since the doctor had left no trace in this territory. His aloofness was entirely understandable. The doctor pondered briefly and then replied candidly, "I'm in a tight spot and plan to pull off a big job, so I'm in need of some equipment." As he spoke, he drew a piece of paper from his inner pocket and slid it across the table. "Here's the list. Do you have the goods?" Johnny Wong scoffed, tapping his fingers on the table. "In the Hong Kong area, there's nothing I, Johnny Wong, can't procure." As he casually grabbed the paper and glanced at it, his eyelids shot up in surprise. "Oh, a true connoisseur. You've got some skills. I need the goods by tomorrow. Is that agreeable?" The doctor's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone relaxed. "Leave it to me." Johnny Wong thumped his chest in agreement, pulling out his phone to jot down a number. "I'll send you the pickup point." The doctor nodded. "Sounds good." As soon as the words left his mouth, he promptly noted down the number and, without lingering, turned to walk out alongside Tuzi. Johnny Wong led his entourage out as well. The doctor was no fool. He wouldn't chase after them with a barrage of questions, for he feared that even a single inquiry would label him a nail that would raise their suspicions. Trust must be simmered like old soup, slow cooked. A rapid boil would burn it to a crisp. Stay calm, don't panic. In the car, Tuzi gripped the steering wheel as they departed the street corner. The doctor sat in the passenger seat, pondering briefly before dialing Wen Yao's number. Ring ring. On the other end, Wen Yao had just been summoned by the superintendent for a reprimand, and his backside hadn't even warmed the chair in the major crimes unit when his phone vibrated. He cast a fleeting glance at the screen, swiped his finger, and abruptly severed the connection. Rising swiftly, he strode purposefully onto the rooftop, leaning against the rusted iron railing, his gaze sharp as a blade, firmly fixated on the half-open door at the stairway. "Boss," he spoke in a low, steady tone. The doctor immediately responded, indicating that Johnny Wong had managed to pry open a link. They had just met under the pretext of purchasing arms. However, he remained skeptical about our background and believed that earning his complete trust would require considerable effort. "Well done." Wen Yao swallowed hard, the corners of his lips subtly curling upwards as a sudden flash of insight ignited in his mind. The original plan was merely to check on the progress, yet unexpectedly, opportunity had presented itself like a pillow offered to a weary head. This news arrived like a bullet chambered, poised, and ready to be fired. The doctor sensed the excitement in his tone and was momentarily taken aback, offering a wry smile. "Boss, you haven't even seen a shadow yet. Why the elation?" "Oh, you remain unaware." Wen Yao lowered his voice, imbued with the calmness of a hunter zeroing in on its prey. "Theodore had just tossed me a lead. In 3 days, a sum of $100 million would be transported from Kai Tak Airport to Tsim Sha Tsui. $100 million? The normally composed doctor could not suppress a jolt of exhilaration. Goodness, it wasn't Hong Kong dollars. It was in USD. If successfully secured, one could live comfortably for generations. "Are you planning to intercept this shipment?" "Indeed," Wen Yao affirmed, his eyes gleaming with fervor, "but we won't act independently. You need to find a reason to meet with Johnny Wong again, draw him into the scheme, and the two of you can coordinate your actions. Remember, he must be the one to take action. You merely pass along the intelligence and collect your commission while maintaining your own cover." The doctor was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow. "But it seems simple enough. I just ordered a batch of arms, and he confirmed delivery for tomorrow. If we proceed this way, we won't profit much at all. Are you suggesting we use this money for benevolent purposes to earn his trust? Isn't that a steep price to pay?" Wen Yao nearly laughed, rolling his eyes. "Are you truly naive enough to think I intend to foot the bill for his coffin? If I genuinely mistrusted him, I would have stormed into Mingxin Hospital long ago to uproot his nest. Why would I still be here stalling? What I mean is, he will send someone to seize it, and we will lie in ambush to net both the culprits and the cash, placing the blame entirely on him. Do you understand? Impressive as always, boss. Your cunning remains unmatched, meticulous and flawless, the doctor remarked, raising his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, brilliant. Understood, boss. Remember, proceed steadily and don't reveal any flaws. In a moment, I will send you the transport route. This will be our trump card in negotiations. Rest assured, there will be no missteps. As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Yao terminated the call, pressing his hands against the cold metallic railing, tilting his face upwards to let the sea breeze tousle his hair, inhaling deeply the briny air, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth, suffused with certainty. Ah, Theodore, I shall personally settle this account with you slowly. The grand performance was about to commence. The following morning, in East Kowloon, at a secluded waterfront dock, following the coordinates provided by Johnny Wong's underlings, the doctor arrived with the rabbit in tow. As the car door swung open, Johnny Wong stood in the shadow of a rusted shipping container, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing. This was a non-negotiable condition set by the doctor. Had he not come in person, such a clandestine transaction would not have transpired. The goods are all here. Shall we inspect? He gestured towards the dark pile of firearms on the table, his eyelids slightly lowered, but his gaze sliced through the air like a blade. The doctor understood all too well. He was weighing his own value. Maintaining an impassive expression, he merely nodded at the rabbit. Without hesitation, the rabbit seized a Beretta 92F, disassembled it, loaded it, and chambered around in one fluid motion, turning and firing 3 shots. The distant wooden crates exploded in response. He then picked up an MP5, racked the bolt, fired, and repositioned with swift precision, leaving no room for error. Johnny Wong's pupils constricted, his throat swallowing hard. A true expert reveals his caliber with a single maneuver. The rabbit ceased fire, not uttering a word, only nodding steadily at the doctor. Only then did the doctor turn to Johnny Wong, his smile gentle. As expected, everything is genuine. Of course, Johnny Wong stepped forward a couple of strides, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips. Now that the goods have been verified, shall we discuss the urgent matter from our phone conversation? Certainly, the doctor replied, fixing his gaze intently on Johnny Wong. The day after tomorrow, $100 million will be transported from Kai Tak Airport to Tsimsha Tsui. I wish to collaborate with you on this operation. $100 million? Johnny Wong's heart raced, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against the seam of his trousers. Though a look of unease crept onto his face, a cash truck heist? I have never undertaken such a task. You know very well that I only deal in arms. Executing the operation is not my forte, he replied. Not your forte? The doctor laughed openly. You have manpower, firearms, and courage. Why fear the heist? $100 million. You could sell arms for a decade and not earn that much. Besides, I have already mapped out the transport route. With the right setup, success is nearly guaranteed. His words were like a red-hot iron, burning Johnny Wong's resolve. His eyes swirled with calculations, hesitations, and above all, suspicion. A pie falling from the sky? Why should it land in his lap? He fixed his gaze on the doctor, his voice low and heavy. Why seek me out? Wouldn't it be more satisfying to go it alone than to drag me into this? The doctor shrugged, spreading his hands. I wish I could, but I have the manpower. Where are the guns? Not a single one. Moreover, I am utterly unfamiliar with the terrain of Hong Kong. Without local heavyweights, should I rely on maps? Thieves do not deceive thieves. For something of this magnitude, what do I gain by deceiving you? Johnny Wong remained silent for a moment, before finally exhaling slowly. Let me think it over. Fine, but you only have 1 day. Once the time passes, the opportunity will have wilted. All right. The doctor and the rabbit turned to leave. Their backs relaxed, their steps unhurried. He was utterly convinced that no one could remain composed in the face of $100 million. Meanwhile, Johnny Wong stood rooted in place, until the old car vanished from sight, at which point he abruptly waved his hand, summoning his confidant. His voice cold and hard as iron. Immediately investigate this matter. Uncover every detail. Yes, sir. The next morning, at the East Kowloon police station, in the conference room, a handful of individuals were seated, some with their legs crossed, others leaning back in their chairs with eyes closed, while a few were engrossed in assembling firearms. These individuals were all hardened operatives handpicked by Theodore from the major crimes and anti-corruption units, each with a formidable reputation and sharp tongues. Naturally, Wen Yao was among them. However, when he raised his eyes and spotted Inspector Zhang, sitting upright and impeccably attired in uniform, his brows arched slightly in surprise. It seemed the inspector had also arrived. He silently scoffed within, thinking, Theodore truly dares to utilize anyone, even a rotten piece of wood to prop up the knife's edge. It was for the best, sparing him the trouble of setting a trap. This man had willingly walked into his own demise. and he had no one to blame but himself. Achoo! Before he could finish his thought, Inspector Zheng suddenly sneezed, his nose tingling, a chill running down his spine. Instinctively, he tensed his shoulders, as if caught in the gaze of a venomous snake, and abruptly turned to meet Wen Yao's penetrating gaze, accompanied by a smile that concealed hidden daggers. TSK. Inspector Zheng emitted a sound from his nostrils, not bothering to lift his eyelids, merely loosening his tie by half an inch, pretending not to see. Footsteps grew louder as Theodore, clad in a crisp police uniform, strode through the door, his polished shoes striking the ground like a drumbeat. He surveyed the room, raised his hand, and clapped 3 times, commanding attention. This is not a gathering for tea. Tomorrow, we face a formidable challenge, codenamed Raven, which must remain undisclosed to avoid leaks. Today, we have but one task, to ensure you are prepared and your resolve is steeled. The operation commander is Chief Inspector Simon of the Anti-Organized Crime Unit. The deputy commander is Chief Inspector Zheng of the Major Crimes Unit. All directives shall originate from these 2 individuals. Understood? Yes, Chief. Upon hearing this, Chief Inspector Zheng straightened his shoulders and subtly raised his chin, as if freshly pressed. Excellent. Theodore nodded, his gaze sweeping across every face. You are the sharpest blades in the precinct. Do not let me grasp the hilt without drawing blood. Sleep well tonight. By morning, you must embody the spirit of a cheetah. Yes, Chief. After a few succinct words of instruction, Theodore turned and exited. One by one, the officers rose, murmuring in hushed tones as they made their way outside. What are we guarding? Who are we watching? Where are we going? Chapter 29. Bah. Wretched man. Halt. Just as Wen Yao reached for the doorknob, a sharp voice called from behind. Chief Inspector Zheng strode towards him, the sound of his shoes echoing against the floor. Halting abruptly before Li, his gaze piercing like a searchlight. Young man, I will not question your right to enter, but remember this. Cease your tricks and heed the signals. If I catch you crossing boundaries again, he pointed a finger at Wen Yao's chest, your badge will find its way into the recycling bin. Li remained motionless, simply gazing at him, his eyes resembling that of a fly entangled in a web, shaking his head gently. He suddenly understood the meaning of courting disaster. Just as one is about to fall into a pit, they are busy dusting off their trousers. Chief Inspector Zheng, he spoke slowly. Have you consulted the almanac this morning? Chief Inspector Zheng frowned. What nonsense are you spouting now? Wen Yao flicked his fingers in a mocking gesture, his expression suddenly grave. Tomorrow is a day of misfortune. Travel is ill-advised, as is conflict or exposure. He paused, his lips curling into a smirk. I suggest you submit a leave request and stay home playing mahjong. It would be safer than venturing out. A charlatan's facade. For whom are you performing? Chief Inspector Zheng scoffed. A bit of insight, just a bit. Wen Yao clasped his hands in mock respect, sidestepping past Zheng's shoulder as he departed, leaving behind a parting remark. The outcome rests entirely in your hands. Believe it or not. Chief Inspector Zheng glared at the retreating figure, his teeth clenched, fists tightening, and then relaxing, ultimately managing to mutter through gritted teeth. You little rascal. Just wait and see. In the deep of night, Wen Yao leaned against the headboard, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke that dissipated into the air. He reached out to brush aside the damp strands of hair from Lu Huijian's forehead, his fingertips warm, his voice soft and low. Darling, are you all right? Yes. I'm fine. Lu Huijian tilted her face upward, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter, the joy spilling from the corners of her eyes to her lips. Oh. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk dancing at the corners of his mouth. Shall we take a break? Just as he uttered the words, Lu Huijian shook her head vigorously, her knees nearly buckling as her complexion turned pale, gripping the edge of the sofa tightly, her voice trembling. No. I truly can't take it anymore. I surrender completely today. Ha ha ha. I was just teasing you. Wen Yao laughed heartily, his tone a blend of jest and certainty. I'm known for my appreciation of delicate flowers. Lu Huijian rolled her eyes dramatically, inwardly grumbling. Appreciate flowers? That moment when you nearly twisted my spine was hardly delicate. By the way, I just heard a rumor from Kowloon. Tomorrow might be quite explosive. Explosive? Is that credible? At the mention, Lu Huijian immediately straightened her back, her eyes shining with excitement as she leaned forward, causing her skirt to sway. Wen Yao cast a sidelong glance, shrugging leisurely. Believe it or not. It might just be baseless chatter, or it could be set in stone. Who knows? In any case, you're out and about gathering news every day. Why not step on it along the way? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Huijian nodded in agreement. All right. I do need to head to Kowloon tomorrow for some matters. I'll keep an eye out. Indeed. He reached up to ruffle her hair, his smile warm and gentle. But remember, preserving your life is more important than breaking news. Safety always comes first. Got it. She lifted her face, grinning slyly and sweetly, like a little fox that had just stolen honey, wrapping her arms around his waist and burying her face in his back. Ding ding ding. The shrill ringing of the phone abruptly shattered the tranquility. Li Wenyo grabbed his phone to glance at it. With a shove, Lu Huijin was propelled half a foot into the sofa. Lu Huijin, bah? Wretched man. He slipped into a pair of boxers and dashed onto the balcony to answer the call. Hello. Boss, it's me. Go ahead. The task you assigned has been altered at the last minute. The doctor spoke steadily, recounting every detail of the clandestine meeting with Johnny Wong from earlier that day. Explaining, the atmosphere was off, and fearing exposure, I didn't push him to go solo. Instead, I paved the way in another manner. He called just now, confirming the plan to hijack the armored truck, but insisted our people must be present. Apologies for not following the original plan entirely. Apologize for what? Li Wenyo chuckled lightly. Displaying no displeasure, you handled it very well. He was perfectly aware. In such situations, one cannot strictly adhere to the script. A slight deviation lends authenticity. The last thing he wanted was for the doctor to stubbornly force Johnny Wong into a reckless confrontation. Even a fool could sense something was amiss. But do not personally take the field, understood? The doctor chuckled softly. Boss, I'm not tired of living yet. Why would I risk my life for them? Rest assured, I know how to handle the timing. Very good. Li Wenyo nodded, pausing for a moment before adding. Ensure all your personnel were the designated markers to avoid accidentally harming our own during the operation. Understood. Wait a moment. Just as his thumb hovered over the hang-up button, he suddenly paused. If possible, it would be best to sideline Chief Inspector Zhang. Received. After a few more details were confirmed, the call ended. Li Wenyo, however, furrowed his brow slightly, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of his phone. Theodore would most likely not take matters into his own hands. What a pity. It could have been a 2-for-1 deal. Eliminating both the man and the mission in one fell swoop, clean and efficient. For now, he would have to wait for the dust to settle and seek another opportunity. Who are you chatting with? Lu Huijin, barefoot, emerged from the room, wrapping her arms around him from behind, her chin resting lightly on his shoulder, her breath warm. Li Wenyo tucked his phone away, grasping her delicate fingers in his free hand, his tone light. Just a minor issue, work-related noise. The dawn is nearing. You should rest. Lu Huijin blinked, looking at Li Wenyo with suspicion. What about you? Aren't you staying the night? Staying the night? What are you thinking? Do you think I, Li Wenyo, am the kind of person who casually stays over? Li Wenyo waved his hand dismissively, his expression serious. I can't. Especially with a demanding task just assigned at the precinct. I must return to meticulously plan. Be good now, don't throw a tantrum. Lu Huijin pouted, crossing her arms. Turning her head away towards the window, huffing. Go on, who's stopping you? Li Wenyo offered no further explanation, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. His voice warm, yet resolute. Sleep well and gather your strength. Before his words could fully settle, he had already turned and exited, leaving Lu Huijin with an expression of wanting to say something, but stopping short as he departed, stepping on the gas, the car speeding into the depths of the night. Inside the vehicle, he swiped his finger across the screen, dialing Fong Siwei's number. Hello? Are you still awake? Just finished showering. What's up? Don't dawdle. Put on your nurse's outfit. I'll be there in 3 minutes. Fong Siwei, Lu Huijin ba? Wretched man. The following morning, East Kowloon Police Station. The operation is officially underway. The next day, at exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, East Kowloon Police Station. In the conference room, Theodore surveyed the officers seated rigidly, their brows furrowed and eyes sharp as blades. Before formally assigning the tasks, everyone was required to surrender their mobile phones, walkie-talkies, and smartwatches. A murmur of surprise rippled through the room as everyone exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily taken aback. Theodore's voice was deep and resonant, each word striking like a hammer. This operation is highly confidential. Any misstep could lead to catastrophe. We must sever all external communications. Do you understand? Understood. After a brief hesitation, the officers quickly rose, forming an orderly line to relinquish their equipment. Li Wenyo followed suit, inwardly commending the prudence of this measure. The more decisive the handover, the clearer their innocence. After all, his modified device had long ceased to emit any sound. Quite clever indeed. Moments later, Theodore straightened his back, enunciating clearly. The objective of this mission is to escort $100 million, transporting it directly from Kai Tak Airport to the Kowloon Gold Vault. On the surface, it appears to be a simple transport, but in reality, it is fraught with peril. I do not seek any showboating. I demand 0 errors, 0 oversights, and 0 accidents. Any questions? The previously eager atmosphere in the room instantly dampened, and someone could not help but blurt out. Commissioner, is it really just cash transport? Does the entire team need to be mobilized for this? Theodore's expression darkened abruptly, and he barked. Do you understand what 100 million means? $100 million. Not 100 million Hong Kong dollars. And certainly not 100 million in small change. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Some hands trembled. Others swallowed hard, and even breathing seemed to falter. Who has ever seen a neatly stacked mountain of $100 million? These are not mere figures on a ledger. They are tangible green bills capable of bending the steel plates of an armored truck. Silence. Theodore's voice thundered. Have you never seen money? Or have you never witnessed such grandeur? Steady your nerves and stand tall. This route will only be disclosed to the two on-site commanders, Simon and Inspector Zhang. You will each perform your duties, following orders without question, speculation, or unauthorized actions. Do you comprehend? Yes, sir. Good. Immediately gather your gear and prepare to depart. With the command given, the entire team moved with the swiftness of the wind, lining up to head towards the equipment room, retrieving firearms, checking ammunition, and preparing themselves. Subsequently, under the coordination of Simon and Inspector Zhang, two armored cash transport vehicles roared to life, speeding towards Kai Tak Airport. Theodore stood by the office window, watching the convoy of police cars gradually fade into the distance, a slight smile gracing his lips as he nodded gently. He then picked up the landline and dialed the number of William, the president of Yuwa Bank. Hello? Commissioner Theodore. My flight will be taxiing onto the runway in half an hour. Is everything secure on your end? William's voice was crisp and devoid of any pleasantries. Theodore's lips curled into a smirk, his tone assured. All is well, it is foolproof. I have dispatched only seasoned members of the Heavy Crime Squad and the Anti-Triad Unit. They are en route and heading towards the airport at full speed. This operation will leave no chance for even a single needle to slip through. William chuckled softly, responding, Fine, I appreciate your hard work. Once everything is wrapped up cleanly, I'll treat you to an authentic French meal and then take you to the peak for some fresh air and relaxation. Ha ha. Are we still engaging in such frivolous gestures, my brother? Theodore's smile broadened, his demeanor relaxed, and his heart felt at ease. Although this was a private assignment, it was an excellent opportunity to tighten his grip on the connection with William. One must remember that anyone who holds the position of president at Yuwa Bank did not ascend by mere chance. They are entangled in a web of intricate relationships, more complex than the roots of an ancient banyan tree. To put it plainly, this endeavor is a guaranteed profit with no room for failure. Yet, the more one is convinced that fortune is assured, the more fate tends to douse them with a bucket of cold water. Just like the situation at hand. At this moment, Theodore was reveling in delight, unaware that in just a few hours, reality would mercilessly force him to the ground, subjecting him to a harsh lesson. All right, I'll hang up now. Certainly. Chapter 30, Fire. Keep them subdued. On the other side, East Kowloon, an abandoned warehouse that had lain derelict for years. On the expansive concrete floor, two box trucks stood silently. Johnny Wong led a group of over 10 men, their expressions calm and devoid of impatience. Each man was armed not with mere toy guns, but with MP5s, AK-47s, and Remington 870s, their gun muzzles gleaming coldly. Creak. The jarring sound of brakes shattered the silence. A black sedan and a gray van approached steadily, coming to a halt at the warehouse entrance. The car doors swung open, and the doctor stepped out slowly, followed by 5 formidable figures emerging in single file, tactical vests accentuating their broad shoulders, sunglasses obscuring their eyes, and their strides measured, radiating latent menace. They were certainly not the rabble led by Bunny. He wasn't foolish enough to send his trusted men into such a reckless situation. The timing was not yet right for them to reveal their blades. Johnny Wong's gaze swept over the 5 individuals, his throat tightening as he instinctively glanced back at his 15 brothers, letting out an unspoken sigh. The ruthlessness and discipline of these seasoned transnational operatives were indeed beyond what street thugs could compare. The doctor surveyed Johnny Wong's men and smiled, praising, Truly, as a veteran arms dealer, your equipment is impressive. Huh, compared to you fellows, my little crew feels like a bunch of trainees. Johnny Wong leaned in slightly, lowering his voice to ask, May I inquire about the background of these brothers? They certainly do not resemble ordinary individuals. The doctor smiled nonchalantly. A few of them are veterans, experienced in mountain assaults, with a solid foundation. Johnny Wong's eyes sparkled. Where did you find them? Are there any more? Once this deal is done, be sure to introduce me to a few. Count on me. The doctor spoke warmly, but inwardly scoffed. At nearly 50 years old, still dreaming of recruiting special forces to serve as lackeys? By the way, where's my shipment? Bang bang. Johnny Wong slapped the side of the truck, grinning widely. It's all in here, fully loaded, with the guns oiled and ready to fire at any moment. Ding ding ding. No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone rang abruptly. The doctor answered, listening intently before his eyes brightened. And he announced loudly, They're on the move. The East Kowloon police station has just dispatched, heading straight for the airport. Johnny Wong clenched his fists and shouted excitedly, Let us go. Arm yourselves and move out. The doctor made no attempt to stop him, but whispered a few words to his 5 companions before turning to open the car door, preparing to drive off alone. Johnny Wong paused. Doctor, aren't you coming in with us? The doctor slowly shook his head, his tone grave and resolute. Of course not. I never lead from the front. I am the strategist orchestrating the plan, not the frontline fighter. However, I have dispatched someone to accompany you, ready to follow your orders and respond swiftly. Furthermore, once you engage, the commotion will reverberate throughout half the city. I need to secure your escape route and seal the back door. Stealing something, that's a matter of a mere flick of the wrist. But making a clean getaway? That requires meticulous planning, with every detail interlocking. If someone else were to set this trap, I wouldn't stake my reputation on it. This is a task I must personally oversee. With the urgency mounting, Johnny Wong gave little thought to the doctor's words, instead finding them entirely reasonable. And he exclaimed, "Truly, the international top-tier criminal, your professionalism is unparalleled. Partnering with you is indeed a masterstroke." The doctor's lips curled into a slight smile. His expression warm yet devoid of warmth. "May this venture be victorious." You too. In the blink of an eye, Johnny Wong led his team, bolstered by the capable personnel deployed by the doctor, as 20 individuals split into 3 vans, their engines roaring as they sped towards Kai Tak Airport. Meanwhile, the doctor drove alone, veering into another street, his figure swiftly disappearing into the twilight. An hour later, at Kai Tak Airport, the air was pierced by the shrill sound of screeching brakes. Simon and Inspector Zheng led their team directly into the restricted zone, advancing through the green channel with determination. The armored truck, laden with U.S. dollars, was already waiting by the tarmac. Upon seeing the two alight from their vehicle, the head of the security detail promptly approached with a brisk and cordial smile. Simultaneously, a squad of officers rapidly fanned out, forming a protective perimeter. Their gazes sharp and vigilant, scanning the surroundings. "At last, we've been expecting you," the security chief called out in a booming voice. Inspector Zhang's eyes narrowed like a blade as he swiftly surveyed the area around the cash truck, nodding. "Is everything in order? Are all personnel accounted for?" "All set. Ready to depart at your command," came the succinct reply. "Excellent." Inspector Zhang's expression turned serious, his tone resolute. Subsequently, the 3 parties swiftly finalized the details, the route, rendezvous points, signals, and emergency commands, meticulously arranged with precision. "Action commences. Depart." The command was issued, and the convoy surged forth from the airport like arrows released from a bow, plunging into the Kai Tak tunnel, heading straight for Tsim Sha Tsui. Leading the way was a disguised police car, followed closely by the cash truck, with Inspector Zheng firmly in the third vehicle. While Li Wenyo was discreetly positioned at the end, clearly marginalized. Yet, Li Wenyo remained unfazed, reclining against the seat, his demeanor relaxed, even hinting at a glimmer of eager anticipation. As he glanced towards Inspector Zheng, his gaze resembled that of one observing a lifeless body. The wheels rolled on. Entering the tunnel, Kai Tak Airport is renowned as one of the busiest airports in the world, and the density of traffic is unimaginable. The Kai Tak tunnel stretches 1.26 kilometers, narrow and deep. A minor mishap could result in a catastrophic jam, rendering progress impossible. This kept a heavy weight of apprehension in Inspector Zhang's heart. Suddenly, at the moment the cash truck burst out of the tunnel's exit, a thunderous explosion erupted from behind, shaking the glass and abruptly halting the flow of traffic. "What is happening? Who is behind this?" Inspector Zheng slammed the intercom, his voice taut with tension. "Report. A chain collision has occurred at the tunnel's entrance. It's completely blocked. And the cash truck? It has exited the tunnel and is advancing." A wave of dread washed over Inspector Zheng, cold sweat beading on his forehead as an intense sense of crisis seized him. He gritted his teeth and barked, "No matter the means, clear the obstruction immediately. Create a path for us. Front vehicle, reduce speed and hold position." "Yes, sir." He fixated on the cash truck, now receding into the distance, his anxiety mounting. Yet he could only watch helplessly as his subordinates flailed in confusion. At that moment, in the rear vehicle, Li Wenyo subtly curled his lips, whispering silently, "The show has begun." Ahead, the cash truck and the lead police car obeyed the order to decelerate, their bodies swaying slightly. Boom! The roar of engines suddenly erupted. Growing closer, wild as thunder, a gray-white van lunged forward like a leopard pouncing on its prey, flooring the accelerator. Executing a sharp skid to wedge itself precisely between the cash truck and the police car, its rear almost touching the cash truck's front bumper. Simultaneously, 2 cargo vans screeched to a halt, one on each side. With a hiss, the doors flew open, and a wave of dark figures sprang from the cargo holds. Johnny Wong's team, the doctor's team, had arrived. The 3 cargo vans, echoing one another, formed a pincer attack. With a hiss, the doors burst open, and figures poured out like a tide. Johnny Wong's team, the doctor's team, had come to kill. One robber, donned in a pink hood, leaped from the vehicle, kneeling with one knee on the ground, shouldering a rocket launcher, his movements as precise as a blade being drawn. The security personnel inside the cash truck's pupils constricted in terror. "Oh no, stop." Whoosh boom. Before the words could leave the pink-hooded robber's mouth, he pulled the trigger. the rocket trailing a blazing white tail as it violently collided with the rear of the disguised police car. Boom! The explosion unleashed a shockwave. A fireball erupting skyward, debris and smoke scattering in all directions. The disguised police car was rendered incapacitated, its rear torn apart, the engine hood flung into the air, twisted and charred beyond recognition. The officers inside were either left with broken ribs or had suffered fatal head injuries, their screams silenced as blood coated their faces. Collapsing into their seats, convulsing uncontrollably. Almost simultaneously, from the two cargo vans behind, two more pink-hooded figures leapt down, clutching blocks of creamy white plastic explosives. Their strides leisurely as they approached the front of the cash truck, as unhurried as if strolling through a market. Before the occupants of the cash truck could comprehend the situation, the robbers affixed the explosives to the windshield and rear door's interior, casually stepping back 7 or 8 paces, barely lifting their eyelids. Detonation prepared. Inside the cargo hold, Johnny Wong observed the scene, swallowing hard, his eyes gleaming with excitement as fire surged within him. Damn, that's ruthless. Now that's a real man. Casting another glance at his own men, each trembling and pale, beads of sweat dripping onto their shoes, some could barely steady their weapons. Utterly lacking the demeanor of desperate outlaws. Yet, these were the trusted confidants he had handpicked. In the past, while trafficking arms, they could act tough, but now, attempting to hijack a cash truck, they had turned into paper tigers. Johnny Wong's mouth twitched as plans began to form in his mind. Once this is over, I'll replace them with reckless madmen. If it weren't for the current lack of manpower, I would have already kicked these cowards into the sea to feed the fish. Boom! Before he could finish his thought, a thunderous explosion erupted. He looked up sharply, only to see the cash truck soaring into the air. Spinning as it ascended, flames illuminating the entire tunnel's ceiling. The front end crumpled like a crumpled paper, the windshield shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. Debris embedding itself deep into the asphalt. The shockwave swept outward, shattering the windows of nearby vehicles, glass raining down like confetti. Bang! The cash truck hung in the air for a moment before crashing heavily back to the ground, its undercarriage facing skyward, the wheels still spinning in place. The doctor's crew had detonated it with enough force, but they hadn't disassembled the structure. Otherwise, the money would be reduced to ash, rendering the heist pointless. As for the security personnel inside, they were already incapacitated, their organs displaced, blood streaming from their ears and noses, dying before they could utter a sound. Gulp! Johnny Wong swallowed hard, gazing at the shattered glass scattered across the ground, his scalp tingling with alarm. Damn, that was hardcore. The power of that explosive is 3 times stronger than what I have in my warehouse. Why are you still dawdling? Grab your weapons. He watched as 5 pink-hooded figures approached the cash truck, yanking open the rear doors, effortlessly tossing out bulging bags of cash. Their movements as deft as if tossing sacks of grain, immediately bellowing at his subordinates. Get to it. Only then did the others snap back to reality, seizing their firearms and tumbling out of the vehicles, rushing towards the cash truck to assist. Just then, a convoy of police SUVs erupted from the tunnel entrance like arrows released from a bow, skidding to a halt in the middle of the road. The screech of tires piercingly sharp. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. Before Inspector Zheng could exit the vehicle with his officers, Johnny Wong's subordinates took the initiative to strike, raising their guns and unleashing a torrent of bullets. The dense hail of gunfire instantly pinned everyone inside the car, rendering them unable to lift their heads. Nevertheless, they seized the opportunity to force open the doors, rolling out and taking cover behind the vehicle, retaliating with their own fire. Wen Yao, who was crouched slightly behind Inspector Zheng, remained motionless, allowing the bullets to whiz past his ears without so much as a twitch on his face. It was only when he glanced up and spotted 5 pink-masked figures, conspicuously agile as they maneuvered behind the car, suppressing fire with precision, that he was momentarily taken aback. Nearly bursting into laughter, there was no need for speculation. It was evident that this was a signal orchestrated by the doctor, both conspicuous and absurd. Pink. It seemed that the fellow indeed harbored an unexpected sweetness within. At that moment, Inspector Zheng bellowed, "Open fire. Keep them suppressed." His voice was laced with the urgency of being cornered. Only then did Wen Yao raise his arm, steadying his handgun on the target, his index finger squeezing the trigger. Chapter 31. It's over. The battlefield has arrived. Bang, bang. The sharp sounds of gunfire echoed as 2 of the assailants collapsed, blood erupting from their foreheads as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Following that, a 3rd shot, then a 4th, each resulting in swift, decisive takedowns. As if invisible strings had severed the puppets from their control. Under Wen Yao's aim, those armed with heavy weaponry resembled inexperienced youths who had just grasped a firearm, lacking even the chance to take aim. They're down. There's a sharpshooter on the opposite side. As 7 or 8 men fell, Johnny Wong's expression finally shifted. While changing magazines, he crouched behind the vehicle, gasping for breath, a bullet grazing his left cheek, blood trickling down his chin. Death was not unusual, but each bullet struck true, piercing the forehead. This was no mere luck, it was deliberate targeting. They were only 40 meters apart, with handguns having an effective range of about 50 meters. He could not believe that ordinary officers could achieve such precision. What was even more frustrating was that they wielded AKs, boasting overwhelming firepower, yet they were utterly powerless against a few handguns. The veins on Johnny Wong's forehead bulged as he abruptly tossed aside his rifle, crouched down to open the van door, and hoisted a rocket launcher onto his shoulder, roaring, "Blow them away for me." Whoosh. Boom. Flames tore through the air, trailing white smoke as they surged towards the officer's position. A decoy police car flipped through the air, and the officers behind it were thrown into the debris, landing heavily amidst the rubble, mouths filled with dirt. The remaining officers' expressions changed drastically, hastily retreating to their cover as the gunfire diminished. The battlefield fell eerily silent. "Quick, grab the money and retreat." Taking advantage of the explosive smoke, Johnny Wong shouted at his subordinates, turning to dash into the back alley. One remaining lackey snatched up a money box, following closely behind, their steps chaotic yet swift. The 5 pink-masked bandits exchanged glances, also grabbing money boxes as they retreated, their gunfire rhythmically coordinated, advancing and retreating in an orderly fashion. Tat tat tat. Inspector Zheng peeked out and caught sight of the enemy attempting to escape. His eyes reddened with urgency as he leaped from cover, arm raised in a furious shout. "Have you tasted the power now? I will not let a single one of you leave today. Pursue. Not one shall escape." "Yes, sir." He disregarded the protocol for accolades and was the first to charge out, leading the pursuit. As Wen Yao ran, he raised his gun, the muzzle steady as a rock. The last of the assailants continued to fall, yet each money box remained tightly gripped in their hands, not a single one touching the ground. At that moment, 5 figures suddenly halted ahead, crouching down in staggered formation, their guns swiveling in unison, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets towards Inspector Zheng's position. Just as Inspector Zheng took his third step, his chest, shoulder, and thigh erupted with wounds, and he staggered to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Excruciating pain exploding within him, cold sweat mingling with blood, staining his face. In an instant, the asphalt was soaked in crimson, slowly spreading outwards. Zheng's pupils began to lose focus as they fixed upon the unscathed Wen Yao beside him, rage surging to his very core as he bellowed, "What the hell? The bullets are all aimed at me? Wen Yao just stands there like a deity, and no one dares to touch him? My hands are shaking." Wen Yao, out of the corner of his eye, noticed the blood seeping from Zheng's shoulder, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. A semblance of a smile that was neither genuine nor mocking, before he indifferently averted his gaze, not granting a moment's pause. What rank did he hold to be worthy of walking alongside him? In the blink of an eye, the 5 pink-masked bandits, having swiftly dispatched Inspector Zheng, promptly turned and sprinted away, their footsteps swift and determined, quickly catching up with Johnny Wong's group. Wen Yao raised his hand and feigned a couple of shots, the bullets veering wildly off course, failing to graze a single piece of clothing. Yet, he accurately struck the foremost member of Johnny Wong's crew. Bang, bang, bang. A single shot took one down. Johnny Wong watched in disbelief as his subordinates fell one after another, his anger boiling over as he shouted, "Am I cursed? Why are you targeting my men specifically? The doctor's side hasn't he lost a single hair? What the hell?" In no time, only 2 of Johnny Wong's men remained. Panting heavily, while 3 money boxes lay scattered on the ground, the 5 pink-masked bandits hastily caught up, snatching the scattered boxes as they fled, their figures vanishing around the street corner. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire and the shattering of glass, pedestrians had long since dialed the police. A wave of officers surged towards the scene, the sounds of tires screeching and radio static filling the air. Yet Johnny Wong, along with the remaining 2 subordinates and the 5 pink-masked bandits, had slipped through the encirclement like eels, heading straight for the coastline. "Hurry, get on the boat." 2 speedboats lay quietly at the shore, their engines growling in readiness. Johnny Wong and his crew rushed forward without hesitation, tossing the money boxes onto the deck, twisting the throttle as the boat surged forth, tearing through the sea. They vanished in an instant, leaving only a blur in their wake. Bang, bang, bang. The officers on the shore fired desperately, bullets splashing into the water, sending up a flurry of white foam. They could only watch helplessly as the speedboat cleaved through the waves, shrinking into the distance, ultimately merging with the horizon where the gray-blue sea met the sky. No matter how fervently they pursued, they ultimately allowed these individuals to slip away. Wen Yao gazed at the vanishing silhouette of the boat, leisurely stowing his weapon, his expression remarkably calm, as if he had not just endured a fierce gunfight. Had he truly wished to capture them, Johnny Wong would never have even touched the boat's edge, but that was not the purpose of his mission. Damn it! Jiaju, immediately instruct the water police to intercept. Not a single one is to be allowed to escape. A thunderous command shattered the air. Wen Yao turned his head at the sound, halting his steps, his brows arching slightly in surprise. Chinjiaju? He beheld a man with a prominent nose and a rugged profile, an unmistakable likeness to a young Long Shu. Now intensely focused on the sea, his jaw clenched, eyes filled with resentment. It dawned on him that West Kowloon was indeed Raymond's territory, and Chinjiaju naturally served here. The one issuing orders was none other than the arriving team leader, Wen Jinren. Wen Yao gently shook his head, not delving deeper. Most likely, it was just the reinforcements that had arrived, but the scene was too chaotic for him to have noticed earlier. At that moment, in the East Kowloon police station, in the chief's office, Theodore reclined in a leather chair, cradling a cup of coffee in his left hand, tapping lightly on the table with his right, humming a tuneless melody, completely unaware of the unfolding chaos. It is no wonder that he had previously handled such escort missions at least 7 or 8 times. By convention, it was merely a formality. The convoy would slowly pass by, cameras would click, press releases would be drafted, and everything would be just fine. There was no need for heightened vigilance. Suddenly, the office door was violently kicked open, causing the frame to resonate with a dull thud. A police officer, dripping with sweat, stumbled in, his voice trembling. "Director Theodore, we have a grave situation." Theodore, startled, felt his hand shake, spilling scalding coffee into his lap, his complexion paling to a ghostly hue. "You fool, have you lost your mind? How dare you barge in here without knocking? Even if the sky were to fall. Get out, knock, and then enter again." However, as soon as the officer met Theodore's menacing gaze, he instinctively recoiled, obediently turning to exit and then rapping on the door once more. Theodore was vigorously dabbing at his lap with a napkin, his brow furrowed in distress, his tone sharp as a knife. "Speak. What is it?" The officer took a deep breath to steady his racing heart and spoke rapidly. "The anti-organized crime unit just sent an urgent report that the armored vehicle they were escorting has been ambushed." "What?" Upon hearing this, Theodore sprang to his feet, disregarding the sticky heat in his lower half, his face turning a deep shade of anger. And he bellowed, "Damn it, why didn't you take action sooner?" The officer replied, "But didn't you personally instruct me to go knock on the door? Isn't this a bit unfair? Get out." Reluctantly, the officer, upon encountering Theodore's fierce glare, quickly retracted his neck and left the room, only to knock again before re-entering. Theodore was still furiously wiping at his lap, his brow knitted in a tight knot, his tone slicing through the air. "Now, what is the situation? Where's the money? Has it been stolen? The entire security detail has been wiped out, and we lost 2 of our colleagues as well. Although we managed to eliminate a dozen of the assailants on the spot, their firepower was overwhelming, and 7 or 8 managed to escape with all the cash. The details of the scene are still unclear. We will provide a full report upon their return." Bang. Theodore absorbed none of the other information, fixating instead on the 5 words, "The money is all gone," which rendered him momentarily paralyzed, his pupils dilating. He seized a nearby folder and slammed it onto the desk, roaring like thunder. "Damn it. This is a catastrophe." He had been anticipating the opportunity to display his authority when William treated them to dinner, only to have his dreams shattered more easily than glass. Not only did he lose face, but he also risked incurring a staggering financial liability. A full $100 million. Immediately. Right now? Call Simon, the head of the anti-organized crime unit, and have him return to see me. Yes, sir. The moment the officer stepped out, the phone on the desk rang out with an agonizing shriek. "Hello? Who is it?" Theodore's voice was hoarse, his anger still simmering, laced with irritation. "Director Theodore, do you dare to speak to me in such a manner?" Recognizing the voice, Theodore felt a chill run down his spine, forcing him to swallow his rage, his tone softening immediately. "President William, this incident was purely accidental. Please allow me to explain." "Explain? What good will that do now?" William's voice pierced through like an icicle. "What assurance did you give me back then? Is this the so-called toughest police force in East Kowloon? I find them to be no better than street thugs, just like you. $100 million. Do you realize how many lives were exchanged for this sum?" Theodore swallowed hard, lowering his voice. "President William, given the circumstances, shouting will not help. This operation was kept entirely confidential. I did not leak any information to anyone. And the personnel sent out were not equipped with radios. The route and timing were all cloaked in secrecy. For them to set such a precise ambush, it is highly likely that there was an internal leak. I urge you to conduct an immediate investigation and provide us with leads. As for those thieves, I will personally oversee the matter. We will certainly recover the money for you. You better follow through on that promise." William scoffed coldly. "Director Theodore, you must understand the numerous connections behind this money. If you wish to extricate yourself from this predicament, first return the money to me intact." With a click, the call was abruptly terminated, leaving an echoing busy signal in its wake. Theodore's face darkened ominously, and he hurled a ceramic mug from his desk to the ground. Crash! Shards scattered, coffee splattering everywhere, resembling a pool of dried blood. A flurry of orders was swiftly disseminated, regardless of whether they were on leave or standby. All personnel at the East Kowloon police station were to be urgently recalled. Meanwhile, at the crime scene, the area was already surrounded by police officers who had rushed over upon hearing the news. The twisted, smoking armored vehicle on the asphalt road, the bullet-riddled windshield, and fragments of glass mixed with blood, all silently narrated the tale of the recent bloody battle. Several ambulances, lights flashing, were busy as medical personnel scurried about, swiftly loading anyone still breathing onto stretchers without a moment's delay. When Wen Yao returned to the original crime scene, he immediately spotted Inspector Zheng still clinging to life, desperately receiving aid from paramedics in a pool of blood. Is this life forged from iron and bronze? Something felt off. The blood loss was nearing critical levels. Yet he was still breathing? Upon closer inspection, he learned that when Inspector Zheng fell, a patrol officer had rushed to him, applying a tourniquet with remarkable speed. The bullet having narrowly grazed the edge of the spleen, effectively tearing up half of the Grim Reaper's invitation. Wen Yao stood stunned, having witnessed the blood gushing from his chest, only to discover it was an elaborate ruse of death. Unbelievable. Brother. Sir. Two urgent calls pierced through the chaos, rushing straight to his eardrums. Wen Yao turned slightly, noting that Lu Huijin and Feng Siwei were both sprinting towards him. Their brows furrowed in concern, their footsteps echoing loudly against the concrete, neither willing to yield an inch. This is bad. A chill gripped his heart. It's over. The battleground has descended upon him. His mind raced as he contemplated where to hide, how to slip away, whether to feign a limp or a mute demeanor. He was all too aware of the consequences. Once the two stood shoulder to shoulder, the tension would be more palpable than the lingering gunpowder in the air. Feng Siwei was manageable. He had been trained a few times and understood the boundaries. But Lu Huijin, the fiery little pepper, was completely unaware of the intricacies. If she revealed any weakness, it could bring down the entire building. As the two figures closed within 5 meters, an electric spark ignited in Wen Yao's mind. He suddenly jolted his shoulder, closed his eyes, and feigned to collapse backward. Chapter 32. Who spread such nonsense? Have him come in and clarify face to face. Just before hitting the ground, he made sure to dig his fingers into Inspector Zheng's wound twice, smearing his hands with the sticky warmth, and then rubbed it against his sleeve with a forceful motion. Inspector Zheng, who was in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly locked his brows, a muffled groan escaping his throat, the pain causing his toes to curl. Brother, I implore you to show some mercy. The blood is nearly flowing like a stream. If you keep this up, I'll truly become a corpse. Wake up, brother. Sir. Doctor, hurry. Before he could finish, Wen Yao's head sank into a warm embrace, his nose filled with two contrasting scents, and two urgent cries erupted in his ears. The two women didn't spare a glance for one another. At this moment, their focus was solely on his pale face. This was exactly the tactical feinting Wen Yao desired. A flawless execution. The doctor rushed to scan his entire body, finding no visible injuries, yet he remained unconscious, his pulse faint and erratic. Not daring to delay, they called out, "Lift him. Follow with the stretcher." There were still 7 or 8 blood-soaked victims waiting for treatment, and there was no time for him to perform a silent play. Regardless of its authenticity, he had to be sent to the hospital, and that was that. By noon, TVB, ATV's midday news broadcast. Good afternoon, dear viewers, and welcome to the midday news. Breaking news. At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, a brutal armed robbery erupted at the exit of the Kai Tak tunnel, where an armored cash truck was seized by a heavily armed gang. According to police reports, the assailants were outfitted with formidable weaponry, including explosive devices, rocket launchers, and standard heavy firepower. In this premeditated assault, the police managed to eliminate over 10 of the criminals. However, the toll was severe, with 3 officers losing their lives, 6 sustaining serious injuries, and over 10 others suffering minor wounds, alongside several civilians who were inadvertently injured. Insiders revealed that more than 90% of the assailants killed on site were subdued by Senior Inspector Wen Yao of the East Kowloon Police Station. The financial loss for the Bank of East Asia amounts to a staggering $150 million, setting a new record for losses in Hong Kong's history of robberies. Here are the live images from the crime scene. The dual broadcast has sent shockwaves across the city, with residents clutching newspapers and fixated on television screens. Chopsticks frozen midair in tea houses, and astonished faces illuminated by the glow of mobile phone screens in subway carriages. Good heavens, are these people warlords descending from the mountains? They even brought out explosives and rocket launchers, terrifying everyone. My goodness, they are truly desperate. What could possibly justify risking their lives for a few measly dollars? Of course, my brother, this is a veritable $150 million. Not Hong Kong dollars, but US dollars. Not only those desperate criminals. Even I am feeling the heat in my palms and my heart racing. Wow, Sir is impressive. If only the opposing firepower weren't so overwhelming. We could have taken them all out. Alas, at the end of the day, one can only blame Lee Sir's partner for being so ineffective, leaving one person to bear the brunt of the storm. As the news concluded, major newspapers in Hong Kong immediately sensed the juicy story, rushing to invest heavily in purchasing press releases, quickly formatting and printing special editions for this morning's developments. Such a rare case. It would be a disservice to oneself not to capitalize on it while the iron is hot. Meanwhile, in the hospital, in one of the double occupancy wards, Inspector Zheng, after an emergency rescue, has finally clawed his way back from the brink of death. Fortunately, he was not struck in a vital area, and the extraction of the bullet, blood transfusions, and stitches were all executed seamlessly, with his consciousness swiftly restored. Yet, his body was swathed in bandages, leaving only his eyes and mouth visible, resembling an ancient Egyptian mummy freshly unearthed. It is no wonder, with 5 guns firing simultaneously, that emerging alive is nothing short of a miraculous stroke of luck. Missing limbs would still be considered a blessing from his ancestors. In the same room was Wen Yao. In stark contrast to Inspector Zheng, Li appeared to be on vacation. Clad in a blue and white striped patient gown, he lounged against the head of the bed, casually humming a tuneless melody, while a nurse from Hong Kong fed him spoonfuls of soup. Previously, Lu Hoiqing and Fong Siwei had also come bearing thermal containers filled with homemade chicken soup and chicken porridge. However, with the aftermath of the robbery being so convoluted, both had to leave hastily after just a few minutes to return to the police station for overtime. Of course, the 3 ladies did not arrive in a cluster. Had they truly gathered, Wen Yao would not have had this moment of leisure. The soup prepared by the nurse was made from scratch, simmered slowly, each spoonful lovingly delivered to his lips, filled with tenderness and concern. As for the other 2 offerings, Wen Yao managed to swallow a mouthful, though it was bland and unremarkable, especially when compared to the nurse's culinary skills, which made it taste like yesterday's cold water mixed with boiled water. Oh dear. This is a hospital. There are others here too. Where should you put your hands? Come on, finish your soup. The doctor said you are exceedingly weak and need to recuperate. The nurse's ears turned red as she gently swatted away Wen Yao's restless hand, playfully insisting on bringing the piping hot, fragrant broth to his lips once more. Gulp. Wen Yao suddenly sat upright, his eyes wide open. Nonsense. I'm weak. Who said that? Have them come in and clarify. The nurse placed a hand on his shoulder and sighed. All right. Lie down and recover. Drink up. As you command. My little sweetheart. This scene was witnessed by Inspector Zheng from the adjacent bed, observing the 3 ladies attending to Li with gentle words and spoon-fed soup. Then glancing at his side, a portly nurse with a loud voice was forcefully shoving a bowl of grayish mush into his mouth. The taste was a nauseating mix, resembling the dregs scraped from the bottom of a slop bucket. He was so incensed that his chest tightened, nearly causing him to spit up blood. Jealousy was turning his eyes bloodshot. Inspector Zheng, look at your situation. How come you have no visitors? Wen Yao seemed to understand the bitterness etched on Zheng's face and picked up another bowl of chicken soup from the table, shaking his head and sighing, as if recalling something, suddenly smacking his forehead. Oh dear, I apologize, I forgot, you've been single for over 30 years. So it's understandable that no one is thinking of you. Inspector Zheng's throat moved, gritting his teeth as he turned his face away, his voice hoarse. You. Before he could finish, Wen Yao had already raised his voice toward the door. Nurse, I have an extra bowl of soup here. Could you please feed Inspector Zheng? The portly nurse turned with a smile, responding cheerfully. Li Sir is truly considerate of his superior. I won't hold back then. She took the porcelain bowl from the nurse and confidently scooped up some soup, steadily bringing a spoonful of hot broth to Inspector Zheng's lips. However, to her surprise, Inspector Zheng twisted his neck and turned his head away. I won't drink. In the next moment, the nurse's expression darkened. Hands on her hips, she glared, her voice booming. Li Sir personally inquiring about your condition is already a tremendous favor. Yet you still have the audacity to be picky? Last time with the Yahoo case, I noticed you glaring at Li Sir. You have quite the nerve. You are his direct superior. I am not. This is a hospital. Do you think I will coddle you? Inspector Zheng was immediately frozen, as if his throat had been constricted. Wen Yao was also taken aback, his mind reeling from the unexpected turn of events. I swear it was not my suggestion. Before he could finish his thought, the nurse approached Wen Yao. Her cheeks slightly flushed, her voice soft. Li Sir, could I please have your autograph? Oh, of course. In the blink of an eye, she clutched the signed note and dashed away, not even casting a glance back at Inspector Zheng. Just as Inspector Zheng regained his senses, his face had turned the color of liver, yet his body felt completely limp, unable to move even a fraction. He could only lie back on the hospital bed and silently seethe, his chest tightening, a metallic taste rising in his throat. Nurse, please turn on the television and see if there is any new information. Certainly. Wen Yao, uninterested in Inspector Zheng any further, waved at the nurse to switch to the news channel, eager to ascertain the latest developments in the case. However, as soon as the screen changed, his pupils dilated, and he blurted out, "What? 150 million US dollars. Good grief, the Bank of East Asia truly dares to make such a bold claim. Is this figure meant to attract attention? Is someone attempting to launder money? Or is someone trying to seize the opportunity to swallow it whole?" Truly, the Bank of East Asia remains unfazed in the face of danger, with a firm grip. All right. I, Lee, am not one to be swayed by money. I shall forego that 50 million US dollars. President William, you're talking nonsense. At this moment, the hospital was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. While the East Kowloon police had already erupted into action, the entire police force mobilized, conducting a thorough search for any traces of the perpetrator. Efforts bore fruit, and clues finally surfaced, pointing directly to the arms group led by Johnny Wong. The high-ranking officials of the police department are filled with fury, hastily issuing the highest level of wanted notice and deploying a citywide manhunt. However, to be fair, the police's swift identification of Johnny Wong is largely attributed to the subtle hints laid out by the doctor, which were intentionally leaked by his subordinates. Could they have relied solely on their own fumbling? It's likely that Johnny Wong would have already boarded a plane and fled the country while they were still sifting through old files. Wouldn't the subsequent plans of Wen Yao then be rendered completely futile? At this moment, in a certain suburban area of Hong Kong, a long-abandoned warehouse sits solitary amidst the overgrown weeds. In the open space, a black car is parked quietly. The doctor leisurely sits at the front of the vehicle, idly twirling his phone with his fingertips, his expression as calm as a still ancient well. Behind him, the rabbit and the somber stand with their arms crossed, their faces resembling stone sculptures. Fei leans against him, twirling a strand of hair with her fingers. This is one of the Doctor's established bases. Although it is remote and dilapidated, it is equipped with running water and electricity. In the corner, an old television set crackles with the day's news. $150 million? What audacity. The Doctor's lips curl into a cold smile, devoid of warmth. Suddenly, two cars come racing down the dirt road, kicking up a cloud of dust, and come to a steady halt before the group. The laughter arrives before the maniacal energy, nearly bordering on insanity. As the car door opens, Johnny Wong leaps out, followed by only two of his fortunate surviving subordinates. In stark contrast, the Doctor's 5 subordinates remain entirely unscathed. "I'm still alive." He strides forward, slapping the Doctor's shoulder with considerable force, his laughter causing his fleshy face to tremble. "All thanks to your people's support. Otherwise, how could it have gone so smoothly?" The doctor offers a faint smile. "Congratulations on your escape. However, the losses this time are indeed significant." Indeed, Johnny Wong's expression instantly sours, sighing deeply. 13 brothers, all of them veterans who fought alongside me. Each death is like losing a rib. I risked everything for this deal, handling equipment, manpower, and backup. Logically, I should receive an additional 30%. Greed lays itself bare, peeled back and displayed openly. But what gives him the audacity to speak of profit sharing in such a tone before the doctor? Does he not realize that he has only 3 men left, reduced to mere remnants? Is he not afraid of being bitten back? Has he lost his mind? It is no wonder Johnny Wong is already blinded by the allure of money, his elation rendering him senseless, leaving no room to contemplate such matters. Chapter 33. In this line of work, you understand the nuances better than I do. Indeed, you have risked the most this time and should rightly receive a larger share. The doctor nods in agreement, but his tone is as flat as a weather forecast, suddenly plunging into seriousness. "But I never intended to give you a single cent. Doctor." You bang. Bang. Before he can finish, 2 gunshots ring out. The rabbit and the somber raise their hands and fire. Their guns aim directly at Johnny Wong's remaining 2 loyal subordinates, not even blinking. Just as the 2 men breathe a sigh of relief, believing they have narrowly escaped death, their heads explode, hot blood splattering all over Johnny Wong's face. Boom. Johnny Wong's eardrums buzz. His complexion shifts dramatically as he lunges for the car, instinctively reaching for his gun to retaliate. Yet he is met head-on by 5 desperate men. A kick to the chest sending him sprawling back 3 meters, blood spewing forth, his handgun flying into the gutter. In an instant, he is bound like a dumpling, with a bomb vest that the doctor personally crafted firmly strapped to his chest. Just the right size. The doctor circles around him, lightly flicking the vest's metal buckle, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Just the bloody size. Johnny Wong gasps for breath, his temples throbbing, a roar escaping his throat. "You bastard, dare to betray me? Open your eyes and see clearly. No one in Hong Kong dares to touch a hair on Johnny Wong. Release me immediately, or I'll tear you apart. TSK. There's no need to be so angry." The doctor waves his finger, sighing. "I wouldn't want to either, but the boss has issued a death order, and I can only comply. Damn it. Who is your boss? Johnny Wong bellows. The doctor smiles. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that. Enough, stop wasting your breath. Rest assured, for the time being, you want to be sent on your way. Perhaps one day the boss will be in a good mood and might pull you out. Just hold on to that hope. By the way, don't twist your body too much. I haven't tested the stability of this vest, and if it blows up, you won't even have a speck of ash left. Johnny Wong glares fiercely at the doctor, his throat tightening, ultimately biting down hard and closing his mouth. He knows that no matter how harshly he curses or how fiercely he struggles, it is all in vain. At this moment, there remains only one path. Conserve energy and wait for the winds to change. At that moment, the television screen in the corner flickers, and the image suddenly jumps to his wanted notice, accompanied by the reporter's articulate broadcast. Johnny Wong freezes in place. What is going on? How could the police have pinpointed me so quickly, as if they sprouted wings? In a flash of realization, he whips his head around, his gaze piercing into the doctor like a dagger. It was this bastard who sold him out. Did you do this? Indeed. The doctor smiles with an air of genteel elegance. You Johnny Wong's eyes bulge, almost bursting with rage. Damn it. How could such a venomous snake exist in this world? Worse still, he suddenly remembers. This operation was top secret, and to prevent leaks. He only brought his most trusted confidants to seize the cash, yet they all lay flat now. The only one left who knows is him. And all evidence points solely at him. The world spins around him. Not only has his effort gone to waste, but he also bears the entire blame. Is there still any law in this world? What infuriates him further is the blood-sucking fiends at the bank. It was agreed to only rob $100 million. How did an additional $50 million suddenly appear? Woo-woo. Mom, outside are wolves in human skin. I want to go home. Woo-woo. Mom, outside are wolves in human skin. I want to go home. Ding ding ding. The jarring sound of a telephone ringing abruptly shatters the silence, instantly igniting a cacophony within the warehouse. Hello, boss. The doctor grabs the phone, raising his hand to signal the rabbit and the others to keep quiet, and strides to the window. Wen Yao's tone is steady but carries an undeniable weight. Have you stabilized the situation on your end? Johnny Wong is now completely under control, just waiting for your orders. The doctor's voice drops to a whisper. At present, we are. Stop. Wen Yao immediately interrupts. No need to report where he is hidden. Just ensure he is well concealed. Right now, all police forces in Hong Kong are hunting him down. Even the slightest disturbance could expose everything. If it truly cannot be contained, then push him out. You cannot afford to have any mishaps. Do you understand? This statement escapes him without a flicker of hesitation. The doctor, in his hands, is the fulcrum that can tip the entire board. Johnny Wong? Merely a pawn that can be discarded at any moment. Moreover, the Hong Kong police are not made of paper. There are numerous seasoned detectives, and the Flying Tigers are the sharpest blades on the front lines. No matter how tightly packed the hideouts are, they won't withstand a thorough search. At worst, the achievements will go down the drain, but the sky won't fall. The money has already been secured, and the person is still in hand. There will always be opportunities for future accomplishments, right? Understood, boss. The doctor's throat tightens, his eyes welling with heat, nearly choking him. The boss is indeed ruthless and cunning, yet when it comes to his own people, he stands resolutely against any adversity. This is the kind of person one can truly entrust their life to. Wen Yao pondered for a moment before continuing. Although the police have secured Johnny Wong, one must remain vigilant. Record a confession video of him, compelling him to implicate himself. Use the excuse of dredging up some old grievances with the EHE trading company. That will burden him for a lifetime. Once filmed, send it directly to TVB and ATV. I recall that at both stations, reporters Liu Huijin and Fong Siwei often cover societal issues. I shall forward it to them. Doctor. Indeed, the flavor remains unchanged, not a bit altered. Boss, you truly possess a knack for mischief. No, it is brilliance that sends shivers down one's spine. Wen Yao smiled gently. Doctor, you understand this line of work better than I do. To deal with a scoundrel like Johnny Wong, one must be colder and more ruthless than he is. Taking his life is easy. The challenge lies in ensuring that every ounce of value is extracted from him before he meets his end. Precisely. Your insight is profound. Each word a gem. The doctor should be decisive and efficient. For such a character, to still be of use to the boss before his demise is surely a stroke of ancestral fortune. Johnny Wong, you scoundrel. Try repeating that. You think you're cleaner than I am? More human? And what ancestral fortune? I'll smash your head in. This matter must be resolved today. I expect to see it on the news before 6 this evening. Understood. As the call ended, Wen Yao stepped onto the edge of the hospital rooftop, tilting his face upward to embrace the clear blue sky, closing his eyes as the sunlight poured over him, warmth seeping into his skin. Yet, within 2 minutes, he turned back towards the ward. After all, he was still a critically injured patient, and lying down was the priority. Meanwhile, the doctor understood the unspoken instructions. pocketed his phone, and gestured to the others with a nod before picking up the portable camera and heading straight to the storage room where Johnny Wong was confined. The room reeked of mildew, its walls bare except for a few rusted iron frames propped in the corners. Upon entering, everyone froze in astonishment. There stood Johnny Wong, precariously balancing on a chair, desperately rubbing the chair leg against the sharp edge of an iron frame, the ropes around his wrists fraying, his predicament both comical and pitiful. Hearing the commotion, he froze, his neck twisting awkwardly, his face betraying his embarrassment at being caught. Ah, truly, he is an old hand in the arms trade of Hong Kong, with a spine of steel. The doctor approached slowly, deftly loosening the deeply embedded ropes from his wrists. Feigning reproach. Look at how tightly you've been bound. I struggled to untie you, and you were doing it to yourself? Aren't you afraid you'll wear off a layer of skin? Johnny Wong was momentarily stunned, watching in disbelief as the doctor genuinely freed him. Momentarily at a loss as to the other's intentions, frozen in place, even his breathing grew shallow. Yet his mind raced, scanning the iron door, the ventilation shaft, the stacked wooden crates, his toes tightening in preparation to bolt at any moment. However, the doctor seemed to see through his thoughts. Placing a firm yet gentle hand on his shoulder, a warm smile gracing his face. Don't bother calculating your escape. You 1T get out that door. Oh, and I forgot to mention, that explosive vest you're wearing will detonate a step away from the warehouse, leaving not even a trace. Want to leave in one piece? Then behave yourself. Johnny Wong's pupils constricted, his teeth grinding audibly, fixating on the doctor with a low, ominous voice. What do you really want? The doctor smiled slightly, his tone as light as discussing the weather. It's a simple task. Record a video confession admitting to the Kai Tak tunnel robbery, and lay all the blame on Ehe Trading. I've already prepared the script, just read it aloud. Dream on, Johnny Wong shouted, his fury palpable. This doctor had just tricked him into a trap and was now forcing him to become a scapegoat. There was no room for hesitation. Realizing he couldn't escape, he slumped back into the chair, the legs screeching painfully against the concrete floor. The doctor's expression darkened, his smile freezing. What's wrong? Is your resolve so weak? I'm not asking you, do you understand? There are two paths. Either lie down now or become a firework. Cold sweat broke out on Johnny Wong's neck as he quickly replied, I'll do it. But once it's done, you must let me go. Let you go? The doctor leisurely stroked his chin, his eyes flickering momentarily before breaking into a smile. Fine, I agree. Really? Johnny Wong's eyes brightened significantly. The doctor nodded, his smile sincere. I will not go back on my word. Excellent. Let us record immediately. All right. The equipment was set up, and Johnny Wong slumped into the chair, crossing his legs, lifting his chin defiantly, a look of arrogance plastered on his face. Behind him, boxes of cash piled like a small mountain. The lids of 2 boxes opened, stacks of fresh bills meticulously arranged, the scent of ink mingling with the aroma of paper wafting through the air. A total of $100 million, dazzling enough to make one dizzy. Hey, Hong Kong's cops, I've heard you're searching all over for me? Huh. Didn't he expect you'd lock onto my whereabouts so quickly? Impressive. Indeed, the heist at the Kai Tak tunnel was my doing. Do you see all this money behind me? Aren't you tempted? I stole it fair and square from Ehe Bank. Uffed. The true culprits are those behind Ehe Trading. A bunch of foreign devils who built their fortune on opium trafficking, making their hands filthy with ill-gotten gains. How many have become addicted, selling their wives and children, jumping into the sea or wells? Now they wear a facade of respectability, as if past debts can be erased. Who would believe that? Consider this a warning for the next time. I'll blow your vault doors to smithereens. Chapter 34. A den of old foxes, cunning to the core. Moments later, after listening to the playback, the doctor nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Each word hits the mark. Johnny Wong immediately turned. Can I leave now? Of course. The doctor shrugged with a smile. My word as a doctor is always good. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he stepped forward, deftly removing the detonator from the vest, his movements swift, then stepped aside, gesturing. Please. Johnny Wong was taken aback, not daring to blink. He had expected the other to turn hostile, yet here he was, keeping his word. The tension he had been maintaining, betting his life on it, now relaxed. He had indeed made the right call. Without further hesitation, he sprinted towards the exit, his feet quickening, his mind already plotting, back to gather my men. Set this decrepit warehouse ablaze, leaving not a trace behind. Whoosh. Just 2 steps out, a fierce wind suddenly sliced through the air behind him. Bang. A heavy blow struck the back of his head, and the world exploded into white light. He crashed into the wall, dust raining down all around him. Gagging, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body going limp, consciousness fading entirely. The henchman reeled back, yanking Johnny Wong back into the chair, swiftly resecuring the explosive vest's buckles. The doctor and others leaned against the wall, quietly observing, their lips curling into a faintly amused smile. You're going back on your word. Johnny Wong's eyes fluttered open, blood staining the corner of his mouth. His gaze burning like coal as he glared at the doctor, his voice a hoarse roar. "Scoundrel! You despicable rat!" The doctor raised an eyebrow. His tone as flat as discussing the weather. "Hey, think before you speak. Did I not let you go? I agreed to release you for $900 and indeed loosen my grip. What is wrong with that? But my men didn't nod in agreement. It was they who acted. It has nothing to do with me." Johnny Wong's mind raced, realizing the cleverness of the doctor's words. There was not a flaw to be found, leaving him utterly speechless. "You. A den of cunning foxes, dripping with treachery. My goodness. They are all nefarious individuals. Oh, how disheartening." 2 hours later, at the headquarters of TVB, Lu Huijin's fingers danced across the keyboard, the sound of her typing resonating like a rhythmic percussion as she meticulously uncovered the threads of the robbery case at the Kai Tak tunnel entrance. Her pace frenetic and unyielding. Although a brief news update had been broadcast at noon, her keen instincts had already sensed an unusual tension surrounding the matter, compelling her to dig deeper. Should she uncover sensational revelations, it would undoubtedly become a headline-grabbing story that would reverberate throughout Hong Kong. "Huijin, your parcel." The receptionist approached swiftly, cradling a brown paper box, and gently placed it on the corner of her desk. Lu Huijin looked up with a smile. "Thank you." "Huh, the sender's information is blank?" The receptionist shrugged. "I'm not sure. It was just delivered, and I thought to bring it along." "All right, you've been very helpful." "No trouble at all." She didn't dwell on it. Having been in this line of work for some time, she was accustomed to receiving anonymous packages. Upon opening it, she found a solitary videotape lying quietly within. Furrowing her brow, she casually inserted it into the player. The beginning was rather lackadaisical, but as soon as the image flickered to life, she sprang up suddenly, her chair toppling over. The figure on the screen, the words spoken, the tone, these were irrefutable evidence sent by the doctor at Li Wenyao's behest. "Ah!" Lu Huijin's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, oblivious to the incredulous gazes of her colleagues, clutching the tape tightly as she hurried towards the director's office. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of ATV, Fong Siwei too grasped a similar videotape, his hands trembling with excitement, his face aglow. After hearing the report, the supervisor's eyes sparkled, and he slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "Cut in immediately. No need to wait for the evening slot. We go live now." TVB and ATV nearly simultaneously interrupted their regular programming, urgently transitioning to a breaking news broadcast. "Dear viewers, we interrupt your regular programming to bring you breaking news. A violent armed robbery occurred this morning at the Kai Tak tunnel entrance, a matter of great public concern, and our station has been closely monitoring the developments. Although the police have exerted every effort to apprehend the main suspect, Johnny Wong, substantial leads have eluded them. Just moments ago, our reporter Lu Huijin received a mysterious videotape containing shocking content. Johnny Wong admits to the crime in his own words and vehemently criticizes Jardine Matheson. Now, please watch the footage." The two major channels alternated in broadcasting, igniting a frenzy across Hong Kong. Discussions erupted on the streets, phone lines buzzing with activity. Johnny Wong is audacious indeed. Even as a wanted man, he dares to confront them publicly? Impressive. To rob Jardine Matheson's money. He must have been harboring this grudge for quite some time. My heavens, seeing $100 million piled up looks like a mountain of silver. Wait a minute. Wasn't he at 150 million? 150 million? We all know the truth, don't we? TSK, putting aside everything else. Just his audacity to openly insult Jardine Matheson earns my respect. At my age, I've seen my fair share. But Johnny Wong is the first to dare confront Jardine Matheson so boldly, especially those old Hong Kong folks. They are well aware of the unscrupulous deeds Jardine Matheson has committed over the years, excluding the heinous crimes of robbery and murder. Just the sheer defiance of Johnny Wong is enough to make people secretly applaud in exhilaration. As the news broke, major newspapers pounced on the story like sharks sensing blood. Reporters rushed into the television station to seize materials, dissect the footage, craft headlines, and the printing houses worked overnight to produce the third edition, the ink barely dry. Even the elderly residents who had not turned on their televisions immediately understood that something monumental had occurred upon hearing the shouts from the newsstands. In less than 60 minutes, the entire city, from Causeway Bay to Tuen Mun, from the Peak Villas to the tenement buildings of Sham Shui Pa, was abuzz with the name Johnny Wong. At the police headquarters, the chief, after receiving the report, smashed his teacup in rage, his eyes reddened, and issued a stern command. "We need to see him alive. We need to see his corpse. This man must be apprehended today." In an instant, all road checkpoints were established, harbor operations were halted, helicopters circled overhead, and ferries were ordered to dock for inspection. The city felt ensnared in an iron net, every blade of grass tense under the wind. The Public Relations Department hastily convened a press conference to announce the case details. The spokesperson stood at the podium, scanning the tightly packed cameras and microphones below. His expression as hard as iron. Please remain calm. We all understand the seriousness of the robbery at the Kai Tak tunnel entrance. The purpose of today's gathering is to address the footage of Johnny Wong's blatant provocation. Let me make one thing clear. The police never negotiate with criminals. Nor will we be intimidated by anyone. Whoever dares to wreak havoc in Hong Kong, even the most powerful will find themselves behind bars. No matter who you are. Hiding in which dark alley, which dilapidated building, or on which derelict ship, we will uncover you, handcuff you, and bring you to justice. Especially regarding Johnny Wong's public affront to and humiliation of the police force. It is not mere arrogance. It is a death wish. Currently, a solid contingency plan has been activated across Hong Kong, at all entry and exit points. Lastly, we urge citizens, anyone providing valid information regarding Johnny Wong will be rewarded upon verification, if you can accurately locate his hiding place. A bounty of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars will be given, payable on the spot. This concludes the press conference. With that, he turned and strode away. Not even acknowledging the barrage of questions hurled by reporters. His unyielding resolve silenced the entire room. The journalists, left with their heads hung low, reluctantly gathered their materials, leaving behind a flurry of discarded paper. Soon, blue uniforms surged through the streets of Hong Kong, patrol cars blaring their sirens, police motorcycles roaring through the alleys. The underworld, once brazen, now dared not breathe a word. Drug lords retreated into their warehouses. Gang leaders reinforced their strongholds. Even the most audacious night watchmen tucked away their weapons. Deng Bo, Big D, Alok, Lin Kuan, Jiang Tiansheng, Camel, and Zhu Tao, each a leader in their domain, glared at the grinning Johnny Wong on the television screen. Infuriated to the point of smashing their remote controls. Is this fool out of his mind? He has the audacity to rob Jardine Matheson, but lacks the courage to flee? Has it only been a few days? My goods just arrived, and the police are already at the docks. Impressive? Why don't you go to Central and engage in a gunfight instead of hiding behind this video? What a fool. Has he robbed enough to warrant 300 million and still not run? Does he think he is the star of an action movie? Damn it. If I get my hands on you, I'll first strip you down and then stuff you into a garbage bin upside down. At the same time, in a gray-walled villa on the hills of Hong Kong, an elderly man dressed in a sharply tailored suit sat on the sofa, his hair frosted with age. His thick fingers gripping the remote tightly as he stared intently at the television screen, his brow furrowed in disbelief. This man was the leader of another underground arms channel. Uncle Hai. Johnny Wong is a rising star, but his rapid ascent has pressured several established suppliers, threatening to monopolize the entire arms chain of Hong Kong within just 2 years. Therefore, Uncle Hai has been watching him closely from the shadows, wary of a sudden upheaval. But this situation was truly unexpected. Why can't he just remain a respectable arms dealer and do his job as a middleman? Why stir up trouble with Jardine Matheson? Using such a flimsy excuse to attack their vault? Is he not content with the chaos he has already created? To publicly insult the police force on camera. What is this if not a rush toward destruction? Along, there is something sinister about this. Uncle Hai turned his gaze to the sharply defined young man beside him. Along, just snapping back to reality, smiled wryly and shook his head. I haven't quite grasped the intricacies myself. When the incident occurred this morning, I immediately dispatched personnel to investigate Johnny Wong, but he seemed to vanish into thin air. Even those seasoned veterans under him fell silent. Not a whisper or rustle to be heard. Lang furrowed his brow, a cloud of unease weighing heavily on his heart. He was originally a covert pawn placed beside Johnny Wong by Uncle Hai, who had long regarded him as a successor. The intricate web of the entire operation, the accounts, the personnel, was nearly all under his control. The delay in taking action was a strategic ploy to infiltrate Johnny Wong's inner circle and dismantle the concealed arms depot, aiming to eliminate the two major arms lords of Hong Kong in one fell swoop. However, the unfolding drama had taken a sudden and jarring turn, leaving Lang feeling precarious, uncertain whether it was thunder or a mere smokescreen. Uncle Hai tapped his fingers against the armrest, his voice deep and ominous. Stay vigilant. Johnny Wong is no fool. We must not underestimate the possibility of a feigned retreat. Understood. Chapter 35. Truly deserving of the title Godfather of Arms in Hong Kong, his methods are indeed ruthless. Meanwhile, in an abandoned warehouse belonging to Johnny Wong, a robbery video was being replayed on the television. The room was filled with subordinates, their faces stiff with shock as they exchanged apprehensive glances, none daring to break the silence. What is the boss thinking? Aren't we just dealing in arms? When did we take up bank robbery? If you understood the stakes, you'd be the one sitting in the main seat right now. $15 million. Who wouldn't be tempted? Wasn't it just supposed to be 10 million? But to carry it out so brazenly, without even a hint of concealment? And yet, not a single word has been uttered? Goodness, could it be that he really plans to abscond with the money? Filming this video could merely be a ploy to draw the police in, using us as scapegoats. As soon as the words were spoken, the room fell into an eerie silence, the sound of heartbeats palpable. Several faces turned pale, throats swallowing hard, cold sweat creeping up their temples. The more they pondered, the chillier their spines felt. Some rubbed their knuckles anxiously, others clicked their lighters nervously, while a few stealthily edged towards the door. Soon enough, the crowd split into 3 wary groups, their breaths tense with anticipation. Everyone stopped pretending. One man loosened his tie, his voice hoarse. With this deal, we didn't even hear a whisper, which means we've been kicked out of the game. It's pointless to tear apart our faces now. Let us strike while the iron is hot. Let us raid the arms depot, take as much as we can, and scatter. The group exchanged looks, silence stretching for 2 seconds before they nodded in unison. Let us do it. Without further ado, they armed themselves and surged towards Mingxin Hospital with lethal intent. At that moment, in the special care unit on the 3rd floor of Mingxin Hospital, Wen Yao lay on his hospital bed, hands clasped behind his head, crossing his legs as he watched the news. Grapes freshly peeled were offered to him by Gangsheng, the succulent flesh sliding into his mouth as he spat out the seeds, which Gangsheng deftly caught without even needing to lift his gaze. Inspector Zheng, in the adjacent bed, felt his teeth itch with envy, his eyes glued to Wen Yao, wishing he could bore 2 holes through him with his stare. Why must he be in the same room? And how dare he feed himself so unabashedly right in front of him? He truly deserves a beating. However, Wen Yao couldn't be bothered to glance in his direction, fixated instead on the television screen, particularly when he saw the police department offering a reward of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, calling for public assistance. He clicked his tongue in surprise. Wow, they're really willing to spend. Suddenly, the corridor erupted with the sound of hurried footsteps, shadows flitting past the window, all with fierce expressions and bulging muscles, their heavy steps vibrating the floor. Wen Yao turned his head slightly, his brow arching. Those faces seem increasingly familiar. In a flash, it dawned on him. Aren't those the familiar faces of Johnny Wong's men? Could it be a jolt ran through Wen Yao's heart? These are Johnny Wong's henchmen, aren't they? Hey, dear, what are you mumbling about? Gangsheng offered him a banana, her brow slightly furrowed, confusion evident in her eyes. Wen Yao caught it, taking a large bite, mumbling with his mouth full. What is the name of this hospital? Huh. Gangsheng blinked, taken aback. It's Mingxin Hospital. Why? As the name registered, Wen Yao's mind lit up like a bulb, and he slapped the back of his head in disbelief, sighing at his own absurdity. How ridiculous. After lying here for half a day, he hadn't even figured out the name of his own confinement. Mingxin Hospital? Isn't that Johnny Wong's secret arms stash? What a stroke of luck, the feast laid out right before him. How could he possibly turn it down? Who would have thought that feigning illness would lead to such a fortunate coincidence? With resolve, he threw off the covers, bare feet hitting the floor as he swiftly approached the bedside table, retrieving the weighty pistol and tucking it into his waistband. He turned, heading towards the door. Johnny Wong had already been grasped in his palm. This juicy opportunity would not be fed to anyone else. Dear. Gangsheng's face paled as she saw him draw the gun, grabbing his wrist. What are you doing? Wen Yao turned back with a smile, warm as the afternoon sun, and gently ruffled her hair. Don't worry, just handling a small matter. Remember to stay here. No matter how noisy it gets outside, don't step out. Gangsheng's fingers turned cold, gripping his arm tightly, her voice trembling. I'm scared. He paused, pulling her gently into his embrace, soothingly patting her back. Nonsense. The sky won't fall. Just be obedient and wait for me to return. She nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening with moisture. Wen Yao lingered no longer, his hospital gown swaying as he strode purposefully down the corridor, pursuing the direction the men had disappeared, the last trace of warmth on his face vanishing. Leaving only a steely resolve, he trailed them at a measured pace, weaving through the white walls and green doors. The few men from Johnny Wong didn't even glance back. Who would pay attention to a shuffling patient? Wen Yao's ears perked up, catching snippets of conversation. The boss has gone dark. All the factions are scattering. We need to grab a score. Hurry. The corners of his mouth curled into a knowing smirk. Johnny Wong was untraceable and repeatedly provoking the police. His men must be terrified. This wasn't a retreat. It was a rout. It would be foolish not to seize this golden opportunity falling from the sky. He narrowed his eyes, a silent, cold laugh escaping his lips. Thinking of escaping? Have you consulted the gun in my hand? Shadows flickered as he reached the back of the hospital. In front of the morgue's iron door, several ambulances were parked haphazardly on the concrete, their doors wide open. 2 men in security uniforms stood with hands clasped behind their backs, their eyes scanning the surroundings like hawks. A few men in black had just nodded to them before slipping into the morgue. They even set up a perimeter? Wen Yao crouched at the stairwell corner, peering out to quickly assess the situation. The surface seemed sparse in numbers, but the arms depot hidden within could not be underestimated. It had to be a decisive strike. He did not wish to become collateral damage should the entire building be detonated midway. He took a slow breath, exhaling steadily, his pupils constricting sharply, keen as a blade cutting through cold steel. Then, he straightened his wrinkled hospital gown and stepped out confidently into the open. Stop! A commotion erupted at the stairway as the two security guards abruptly turned, barking questions, their right hands instinctively moving to their waists. The ruckus immediately drew the attention of those busy transporting goods, who turned to look. But upon seeing Wen Yao in his wrinkled hospital gown, the tension in their shoulders eased slightly, and they quickly stepped forward to block his path. Stop! This is a restricted area. What are you doing here? Leave immediately. I'm telling you. Before the words could escape his lips, Wen Yao sprang forth like a cheetah, his gaze suddenly icy. He swiftly grasped the wrist of the individual pointing at him and twisted it with great force. The sharp crack of dislocated bones had barely faded when the security guard let out a pig-like shriek, propelled into the air by a powerful kick, his back colliding violently with the metal doorframe. The expression of the remaining security guard and two porters shifted dramatically. In a flurry, they drew their weapons. But before their guns could rise to waist level, Wen Yao's firearm was already in hand. Bang! 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 The three shots rang out with crisp precision. Blood mist erupting from their chests almost simultaneously, their eyes bulging as they collapsed, twitching not even once. Wen Yao quickly crouched and dashed, rolling beneath the ambulance, taking refuge in the shadows beneath the vehicle. Rat-tat-tat. The door to the morgue was forcefully flung open, and four shadowy figures wielding submachine guns rushed out, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the ambulance. The windows shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. The vehicle's body splintered under the assault, riddled with bullet holes like a beehive. Yet, Wen Yao remained utterly still, merely lowering himself and raising his weapon to fire twice. Pop! Pop! With unerring accuracy, piercing the ankles of two assailants. Blood gushed forth, and they screamed, collapsing to their knees, their legs aligned in a straight line. Without hesitation, he raised his arm again. Bang! Bang! Two bullets shattered skulls, red and white matter splattering across the concrete floor. The remaining two, their pupils dilating in terror, hastily crouched and retreated to the entrance of the morgue, using the doorframe as cover, their eyes fixed on him. However, Wen Yao did not pursue. Instead, he swiftly stowed his firearm, bending down to seize the weapon from the corpse nearby, which still had a few rounds left. After all, he was merely a patient who had just had four removed. Possessing a sidearm was already a stretch, let alone a spare magazine. The revolver, having already expended its 6 rounds, left him with no choice but to charge in unarmed. Rat-tat-tat. Another wave of figures burst from within, their firearms diverse and bullets flying in a chaotic barrage. Two more crept low, flanking him from the left and right. Wen Yao furrowed his brow, his mind racing. If he continued to retreat, he would ultimately be pinned down. Suddenly, he bent low, grasped the corpse at his feet, and hurled the putrid body into the air, momentarily obscuring the adversary's line of sight. In that instant, he slammed his knee to the ground, sliding forward, the muzzle of his gun flashing with fire. Bang! 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 The distance was so close that aiming was redundant. 3 bodies swung in midair before collapsing lifelessly, their faces frozen in shock. This tactic of using a corpse as a shield was executed with perfect timing. In the blink of an eye, blood pooled and seeped through the cracks in the brick, forming a serpentine stream of dark red. Xiao Wang had taken all the elite confidants, leaving only a ragtag bunch of cannon fodder, insufficient even to serve as live targets. Yet, Wen Yao did not spare a glance at the pile of bodies. He vaulted to the entrance, kneeling on one knee, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the interior with a piercing gaze. It was empty, save for a heavy iron door leading to the armory, standing ajar in ominous silence. He did not recklessly enter, quickly swapping for a submachine gun, its muzzle slightly lowered, his breath steady as he stepped cautiously into the corridor. At the end of the passage, the armory door loomed ahead, still eerily quiet, devoid of gunfire. He did not rush inside, instead peering in to quickly survey the neatly stacked ammunition boxes, bundles of detonators, and mounted heavy machine guns, cold and foreboding, but not a single living soul in sight. Finally, he circled the doorframe, moving deliberately, his gun sweeping across every shadowy corner, his ears keenly attuned to any faint sound. At last, he confirmed it. The area was secure. With that realization, the tension in Wen Yao's shoulders eased, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like a hawk, his breath catching for a moment. The entire wall was piled high with crates of weaponry, while tables were strewn with an array of equipment: AK rifles, Gatling guns, shotguns, precision sniper rifles, rocket launchers, grenades, all meticulously organized, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. This was no mere storage facility. It was undeniably an underground armory bristling with armaments. The equipment was more than sufficient for an enhanced company. Indeed, the arms dealer of Hong Kong did not disappoint. His ambition was formidable. With a decisive turn, he strode toward the morgue entrance, retrieving his phone as he walked, deftly dialing Lu Huijin's number. This was not a matter to be delayed. The journalists must be the first on the scene. Lu Huijin was one of his own. And yes, he needed to call Feng Siwei as well. Chapter 36. Who does he think he is to compete for credit with me? The call connected, and a cheerful voice greeted him. Hello? What are you busy with, darling? Lu Huijin had just set down her pen, her tone bright. What else? Working overtime. How's your recovery coming along? I'm full of energy, just took down a gang of armed smugglers. Wen Yao replied lightly, as if discussing the weather. What? Wait. What did you say? You took down a group of arms dealers. Her concern for his injury vanished in an instant, her posture straightening, her pupils dilating, her voice rising an octave. Wen Yao smirked slightly. That's right. Right in the morgue of Mingxin Hospital. Guess what? There's a black market for arms hidden beneath the morgue. My God. This is explosive news. Front page headline secured. She exclaimed, her voice barely contained in her excitement. You're not joking with me, are you? Of course not. I'm telling you the truth. Hurry up and gather the cameras and evidence collection equipment, and get here fast. I'm on my way. He hung up and immediately dialed a second number, fearing that someone might catch wind of the situation. That guy Theodore had a nose sharper than a dog's, always swooping in for ready-made accolades. Hello? Li Sir? Oh, still calling me Li Sir? He teased. Feng Siwei's ears turned warm, and she corrected herself like a mosquito. Hubby? Haha, now that's more like it. Since you called me hubby, I must reward you with a grand gift. Come to Mingxin Hospital, at the morgue's entrance. I'll be waiting for you. She was taken aback, her cheeks flushing. What? The morgue? You can't possibly mean. Hey, calm down. Don't think too much. Keep your thoughts sunny, all right? To me, you're the girl who wants to touch a gun at the sight of one and lights up at the hint of a clue. But aren't you? She murmured softly. Enough. It's a major arms case I just uncovered. If you don't come soon, the credit will slip away. Really? She shot up from her seat, her professional instincts igniting as her voice brightened. You're not pulling my leg, are you? He sighed in resignation. How did these two girls always view him as a habitual offender? Wen Yao, a man of his word, more natural than drinking water. Am I lying? Reverse my name if I am. Hurry up, I was the first to inform you. If you're late, don't blame me for not warning you. Lu Huijin, you weren't the first to tell me, were you? And what happened to never lying? Huh. What a scoundrel. Feng Siwei was already too impatient to sit still. Thank you, hubby. I'm on my way. As soon as she finished, Wen Yao deftly ended the call, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he secured his position. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly dialed his immediate superior, team leader Li Yu. Hello? Wen Yao? Speak quickly. I'm swamped with issues right now. Li Yu was frazzled due to the troubles caused by Xiao Wang, his tone laced with irritation. Wen Yao, however, remained unflustered, his tone steady. Sir Li, a munitions depot has been discovered in the basement of Mingxin Hospital, and all individuals involved have been apprehended. Please dispatch reinforcements immediately. Understood. Remain on site. Li Yu instinctively replied, his finger poised to end the call when he suddenly halted, his voice rising sharply. What? A munitions depot? Indeed, Wen Yao affirmed after a brief pause, his tone resolute. It is highly likely that it was established by John Wang. Director Theodore personally assigned me to covertly investigate John Wang's arms empire some time ago, and I have gathered substantial information on 3 of his key operatives. While recuperating in the hospital, I happened to spot one familiar face acting suspiciously, and I followed him. He succinctly laid out the entire situation. His narrative has been rehearsed multiple times, with logic as tight as a drum. Theodore's side corroborates it, standing up to scrutiny. It is exceptionally well executed. Li Yu, exhilarated, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Wen Yao, you are truly remarkable. I was still troubled by John Wang, and you have already unearthed his lair. Keep a close watch on the scene, and ensure no other precinct interferes. I will dispatch personnel immediately. Li Yu was now thoroughly invigorated. Although he had not captured John Wang himself, seizing an entire munitions depot was sufficient to reassure the public and demonstrate to superiors that the East Kowloon police station was not merely a facade, and certainly not idling away its time. Understood. As the call ended, Wen Yao cast a glance at the nearly bloodless corpse at the foot of the stairs, his brow furrowing in distaste as he sidestepped it and proceeded to the stairwell, sitting down to await the accolades that were sure to follow. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Meanwhile, at East Kowloon police station, Li Yu set down his phone, still ablaze with fervent excitement, the worries that had plagued him dissipating in an instant. Yu Suqiu, the leader of Group B, who was discussing the case with him, appeared astonished. Sir Li, what has transpired? Has John Wang made a move? Close enough. Li Yu snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously as he quickly recounted Wen Yao's findings. Upon hearing this, Yu Suqiu's eyes widened, and she broke into a radiant smile, exclaiming repeatedly, Wow, your Inspector Wen Yao is truly the reincarnation of a living Yama. Last time with the Yahoo hostage case, he was involved, and now he has stumbled upon a munitions depot while hospitalized. His luck is nothing short of extraordinary. And his skills are formidable. Those outlaws will likely have to change careers overnight. No wonder the outside world refers to him as the bane of evil. It's not just empty flattery. Liu threw back his head in laughter. Huh, luck? That is also a product of skill honed on the edge of a knife. Do you understand? All right, enough chatter. You take the serious crimes unit and head out immediately. I will report directly to the director. Understood. The two turned in unison. Hastening toward the director's office, one accompanied by a dozen capable officers, engines roaring as they sped toward Mingxin Hospital. Simultaneously, Liu Huijin and Feng Siwei swiftly mobilized. Having briefly consulted their superiors, they raced to Mingxin Hospital. Bang! Are you certain this isn't a mistake? In the director's office, Theodore, who was already frazzled over the John Wang case, slammed his palm down on the desk upon hearing Liu's report, springing to his feet. His pupils constricting as he fixed Liu with an intense gaze. Absolutely certain, Liu replied steadily, nodding. Team leader Yu has already set out and is en route. What are your thoughts on the next steps? Without a moment's hesitation, Theodore strode toward the door, declaring, what are we waiting for? Let us head over immediately. Oh, and contact mainstream media right away. This story must break first. Understood. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly halted, turning back to shout, wait. Do not release the press statement yet. Issue another directive. Seal off the scene immediately. No unauthorized personnel are to enter until we arrive and assess the situation. This was an extraordinary opportunity, and he would not relinquish it lightly. The operational procedures mirrored those from the previous case with Officer Zheng. He was determined to secure the credit for this achievement. Only by doing so could he mitigate the negative fallout from the robbery case. As for Wen Yao, what was he worth? Did he think he could compete for credit with me? Yes. Liu responded promptly, hastily following suit. At Mingxin Hospital, Wawawa. The moment Wen Yao's news broke, a throng of police forces arrived within half an hour. Under Yu Suchio's coordination, the entire perimeter of the hospital was encircled by officers. All entry and exit points sealed. Not even a sparrow could fly in. The gathering crowd of onlookers grew increasingly dense, straining to catch a glimpse beyond the barricades. Whispering among themselves, filled with curiosity. However, some were quicker than them. Liu Huijin and Feng Siwei had already arrived ahead with crews from 2 television stations. Now positioned at the entrance of the morgue, microphones raised and cameras rolling, deep in the midst of interviews. Yu Suchio furrowed her brow, contemplating whether to intervene and disperse the crowd, yet fearing a backlash from public sentiment. She found herself momentarily paralyzed, caught between a rock and a hard place. Ultimately, she could only grit her teeth and acquiesce. After all, these two were backed by the 2 most popular television stations in Hong Kong, their influence too significant to overlook. Any misstep could lead to a firestorm. When a large contingent of officers surged toward the morgue entrance, encountering the scattered corpses within, nearly all of them froze, breath hitching, skin prickling with dread. Not to mention the thick, inescapable scent of rust and the nauseating stench. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as a hellish scene. A few rookie officers covered their mouths, stumbling to a corner, retching uncontrollably. Although Yu Suchio was seasoned, her expression darkened momentarily as she raised her voice to order. Don't just stand there. Immediately organize the scene and gather the bodies. Send another team in to investigate. All evidence must be preserved and brought out intact. Understood, ma'am. Orders were dispatched with precision, and Yu Suchio commanded with authority. The officers suppressed their discomfort and quickly sprang into action. Meanwhile, Liu Huijin and Feng Siwei continued their interviews. Liu Huijin, her eyes bright with intensity, cut to the chase. Inspector Wen Yao, could you please share how you pinpointed this location? Feng Siwei was equally relentless. Pressing further, Sir Li, why did you not wait for backup before taking action? Was it bravado born of expertise, or were the circumstances too urgent to delay? Wen Yao glanced at the two, silently sighing. Hadn't they just landed, and already they were tearing into him? His temples pulsed. Yet, his face remained impassive, lips taut. His demeanor cool and resolute. It was no joke, the cameras were rolling, and he could not afford to show even an ounce of weakness. Ahem, please remain patient. Both of you, I will address your questions truthfully. To be honest, the discovery of this concealed munitions depot was purely serendipitous. I had been covertly investigating John Wang's arms empire and had traced several of his trusted henchmen. That day, while recuperating in the hospital, I happened to catch sight of one. I had considered waiting for backup, but I was armed with only a sidearm and had no time to don body armor. However, as I observed them loading arms onto a truck, hesitation was not an option. I had to take the plunge. If I had allowed them to escape, the next target could very well be a school, a subway station, or a street-side breakfast stall. The lives of ordinary citizens are not mere targets for their practice. That is a bottom line I will steadfastly defend. Even with a knife at my throat, as long as I can still pull the trigger. I will not retreat an inch. At this point, Wen Yao's voice rang out like a thunderclap. A fierce anger ignited between his brows. His spine stood erect like a freshly drawn sword. Observe the walls, riddled with bullet marks, each a testament to the razor-thin line between life and death. Numerous bullets have whizzed past my ears, my heart racing as if to shatter my ribs, yet I steadied my breath, raised my hand, and fired 3 shots. Not a single one missing its mark. Boasting is second nature to Wen Yao, who has never accepted being outdone. Yet, among the entire Hong Kong police force, he alone can embody heroism with such formidable authenticity, devoid of exaggeration. Lu Huijin and her companion found no time for banter. Entirely absorbed in the narrative spun by Wen Yao, fists clenched, breaths held, their faces a canvas of anxiety, especially when the tension peaked. They couldn't help but gasp in alarm. Chapter 37. One can only say to do one's best. Lu Huijin pressed on, Inspector Li, having single-handedly dismantled this hideout. What is it you most wish to convey at this moment? Before her words could fully escape, Wen Yao suddenly turned, his gaze sharp as a knife, his voice rising abruptly. In this battle, I ventured alone into the dragon's lair, tearing through the tiger's den to seize an entire arsenal. At first glance, it may seem a stroke of luck, yet perhaps it is fate's design. His tone escalated because he caught out of the corner of his eye Theodore, accompanied by Li Yu, hastily entering the scene. Seizing the moment, Wen Yao asserted his primary responsibility, implicitly shielding others from the camera's gaze. This tactic proved effective. Theodore, initially bristling with anger, his brow furrowed and veins bulging, recalled the humiliating downfall of his predecessor, Inspector Zhang, who had been publicly ridiculed. He clenched his teeth, swallowing his fury. What a bitter pill to swallow. He had intended to leverage this incident to thoroughly undermine Wen Yao, only for the latter to turn the tables and achieve monumental success. Observing the continuous flow of newly lifted ammunition crates, fresh, plentiful, and diverse, it was evident that this was a major stronghold. What stung even more was the certainty that this achievement would be recognized, while his meticulously planned ascent through the ranks had been pierced by Wen Yao's gunfire. As he watched Wen Yao, resplendent in the spotlight, Theodore's nails dug into his palm, his mind racing with thoughts on how to subtly weave the words on-site coordination and command into the official statement. He abruptly turned to Li Yu, his tone as cold as ice. Li Yu, what on earth is happening? Didn't I explicitly order that no action be taken until my arrival? Li Yu, bewildered, waved his hands in protest. Director, I assure you, it's not my fault. I relayed your instructions step by step, but the reporters were quicker than us. Before we even entered the building, they had already set up their cameras. Theodore closed his eyes, inhaling deeply to suppress his fury, then called for Yu Suchio, his voice reverberating in the corridor. Group leader Yu, did you receive my orders? Yu Suchio spread her hands, a gesture of helplessness on her face. I did. But as soon as my vehicle stopped, the reporters had already swarmed the entrance. I couldn't just throw them all out in front of the live cameras. Upon hearing this, Theodore froze, his throat tightening as he struggled to find someone to blame. His mind was a whirlwind, logic slipping away. Are reporters now arriving by helicopter? We only notified the media during the final phase. Ultimately, he could only begrudgingly fall silent, attempting to edge closer to the camera for visibility. There was no room for him to interject. Lu Huijin and her companion completely ignored the presence of the director, their gaze fixed solely on Wen Yao, not even sparing a glance in his direction. Was there any need to ask? The man had already rolled up his sleeves and was swimming in success, while they were mere bystanders. At this moment, in the hospital room, Inspector Zhang fixated on the nurse entering to change the sheets, hurriedly inquiring, what is going on outside? Why are a fleet of police cars rushing this way? You really don't know? The nurse raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with pride. I heard they unearthed an arsenal beneath our hospital's morgue. The police are busy wrapping things up right now. Leading the operation is Sir Li, who single-handedly took down the entire gang, swift and decisive. And look at your superior, lying in bed like a mere decoration. You might as well submit your resignation. Nearby, a fellow patient, upon hearing this, sat up abruptly. What? A major case? He leapt to his feet, bolting towards the scene. Meanwhile, Inspector Zhang stood frozen, mouth agape, his pupils dilating. He has been inactive and yet still managed to stumble into a sensational case? Why is it that while I am bedridden, not a single word reaches me about such significant events? Even a young nurse is more informed than I am. What sort of logic is this? As the head of the major crimes unit, he felt utterly humiliated being chastised by a mere nurse, overwhelmed with a mix of shame and anger that nearly brought him to tears. To make matters worse, all credit for the success slipped away. Background sound subtly emerges. So unfair, I was the last to know even about the breakup. That evening, at 6 o'clock sharp, the television news channel transitioned as scheduled. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Evening Focus. Breaking news. This evening, Senior Inspector Wen Yao from the East Kowloon Police's Major Crime Unit executed a solo raid, successfully dismantling a large arsenal hidden within the morgue of Mingxin Hospital, resulting in the death of over 10 armed criminals on the spot. The owner of this arsenal is none other than the most wanted criminal across Hong Kong, Johnny Wong. The hiding place was exceptionally secretive, having evaded professional search teams thrice. Upon inspection, the police discovered that this cache of weapons was sufficient to arm an entire regiment, including grenades, assault rifles, and anti-material sniper rifles. Had it not been for Sir Lee's decisive intervention, countless civilians would have faced peril. Regrettably, Johnny Wong was not present at the scene. However, this case has become a pivotal breakthrough, and with Sir Lee at the helm, the pursuit operation is bound to accelerate. Without further ado, let us turn to our reporter on the scene for a first-hand account of Sir Lee's thunderous prowess. Following the simultaneous broadcasts by TVB and ATV, the entire city of Hong Kong erupted in excitement. Especially upon hearing of Wen Yao's triumphant return, citizens were filled with fervor, discussing fervently in the streets. Truly, Sir Lee is unmatched. His every action is a game-changer. Did you see that? The entire Hong Kong police force scoured every nook and cranny for Johnny Wong. While he casually dismantled the criminal's nest during his hospital stay, what a remarkable talent. A bane to evil? That title is well-deserved. From now on, when criminals hear Sir Lee's name, they will surely run the other way. In the midst of the external uproar, the protagonist of the case, Wen Yao, had already slipped away, retreating into the comfort of his own home to catch up on much-needed sleep. The work was done, and the aftermath would naturally be handled by someone else. Besides, with such abundant energy, feigning illness in the hospital would be too contrived. One must always leave a margin. Too much zeal could lead to burning one's fingers. The following morning, the first rays of dawn cascaded over the jagged skyline of Hong Kong, gently illuminating the windowsill. Inside the rented room, Wen Yao was deep in slumber when he suddenly felt a gentle stirring against his chest, reminiscent of a kitten nuzzling against him. He opened his eyes abruptly, only to find Hong Shen curled up against him, a bemused expression crossing his face. "What are you up to so early in the morning? I nearly thought I was seeing ghosts." My heart almost leapt out of my chest. The young woman tilted her face upward, playfully sticking out her tongue, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint. "Darling, I've woken you up." Wen Yao rubbed his sleepy eyes with a hand and glanced out the window, where the dawn light was still shrouded in a gray haze, leaving him devoid of any motivation to rise. "Never mind, it's still early. I'll just catch a few more winks." As soon as the words left his lips, his eyelids grew heavy and closed. However, the young woman was not one to relent easily. She immediately leaned closer, her voice sweet as honey. "Don't sleep. I want breakfast." Wen Yao, eyes still shut, lazily waved a hand. "If you want to eat, go get it yourself. Don't drag me into it." "All right, but remember, you promised." Before her words had fully settled, a knowing smile crept onto her lips, and she curled up, swiftly disappearing beneath the covers. In an instant, Wen Yao, who had been teetering on the edge of sleep, opened his eyes wide, fully alert, as his spine instinctively stiffened. 2 hours later, Wen Yao strode into the Major Crimes Unit, a freshly baked pineapple bun in hand. Feeling invigorated and light on his feet, officers he encountered greeted him warmly, their eyes brimming with unabashed admiration, especially a few female colleagues, who, upon catching sight of his strikingly handsome face, found their breaths momentarily thrown into disarray. It was no surprise if their drawers were filled with love letters. Yet, he was hardly preoccupied with such attention, his gaze discerning to the point of being almost critical. It was indeed difficult for an ordinary girl to catch his eye. Returning to his workstation, he nibbled on the crispy pineapple bun while humming a tuneless melody, efficiently finishing the case report. Once the report was completed, he headed straight for the office of his superior, Liu, gently placing the document on the desk. "Boss, here is the complete record of last night's operation." "Oh, Wen Yao has arrived?" Upon seeing him, Liu immediately set aside his work and welcomed him with a broad smile. "How are you feeling? Any lingering discomfort?" "What could possibly be wrong?" Wen Yao replied with a smile, handing over the report, every detail of last night's operation laid out meticulously. "I would appreciate it if you could submit this." Liu skimmed through a few lines and nodded. "A trivial matter, leave it to me." After a brief pause, his tone grew more serious. "Wen Yao, everyone is aware of your recent performance. Director Theodore has just made the decision to promote you to deputy leader of Team A. The responsibilities are heavier now. You are well aware of the implications of this case involving Johnny Wong. Although you temporarily diverted public attention by dismantling his arms transfer station last night, the root of the problem remains. Until we personally lock him behind bars, this chapter in our precinct will never truly close." Wen Yao shrugged, hands raised in a gesture of nonchalance, his smile imbued with a hint of acceptance. "I can only do my best. After all, last night's raid was merely serendipitous. Who knows if fortune will smile upon us again next time. Furthermore, Having raided his stronghold, if he retaliates in secret, no one can predict the outcome. Liu snorted, tapping his fingers against the table. If he dares to make a move, I will not hesitate to cut him down. The previous incident with Ahu has already tarnished the Precinct's reputation. Should this case involving Johnny Wong slip from our grasp, I fear our uniforms will become a source of shame. Indeed, Wen Yao nodded. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well. As Liu watched him depart, he promptly seized the report and made his way to the director's office, personally delivering it to Theodore. Chapter 38. Brother? Is your skin made of bulletproof steel? Inside Theodore's office, Director, this is the action report just submitted by Senior Inspector Wen Yao. Please have a look. Oh, let me see. Raising an eyebrow, Theodore took the document and flipped through just 2 pages before his expression darkened abruptly. With a swift motion, he tore the entire report in half and tossed it into the wastebasket. This left Liu, who stood nearby, utterly stunned. His face etched with confusion as he inquired, Director, what is the meaning of this? What are you doing? Did you not read a single word of the report? Theodore erupted, his voice rising sharply like a taut string. I did read it. I went through it thoroughly, and there was nothing wrong. Liu frowned, bewildered. Nothing wrong. Are your eyes merely for decoration? Theodore pointed emphatically at the desk, his posture rigid. While it was true that Wen Yao stumbled upon the Arms Depot case, he had pocketed all the credit for himself. What kind of reasoning is that? Did no one else put in the effort? Did no one else conduct surveillance? Endure sleepless nights interrogating suspects, or withstand pressure to secure the scene? This is not just casework, it's an act of thievery. The credit should be shared, borne by the collective efforts of all involved. Yet he, relying on a bit of skill, dismisses the efforts of others as if they were mere air. Liu, taken aback by Theodore's righteous indignation, felt his head spin. Is there truly a problem? Were you the one risking your life to blow up the Arms Depot? Or was I the one leading the charge? It was clearly Wen Yao who stormed in alone. What pitiful drama are you trying to enact here? Theodore waved his hand dismissively, his tone heavy as lead. Return and have him rewrite the report. Any case related to Johnny Wong must have the credit clearly attributed. The anti-organized crime team's leader, Simon, was the one overseeing it throughout, enduring countless sleepless nights and exerting immense effort. Wen Yao must have his name clearly written, understood? At this point, the seasoned Liu could discern the underlying implications, his lips twitching involuntarily. So it's a matter of wanting to take credit without earning it. However, seeing Theodore's unyielding demeanor, Liu could only swallow his indignation. After all, he was the superior. He turned to exit, wearing a forced smile tinged with awkwardness. Making his way back to the Major Crimes Unit, where he seized Wen Yao, who had just been boasting about the case's resolution, having just claimed the credit. He was now publicly stripped of it, his face burning with embarrassment. Sir, what is the matter? Noticing Liu's downcast expression as he entered, Wen Yao immediately grew alert, his tone turning serious. What has happened? Wen Yao, do not be upset. Liu rubbed his hands together, hesitating for a long moment before finally speaking. Speak plainly. Wen Yao's demeanor remained calm, yet a steely resolve permeated his voice. Sighing, Liu relayed Theodore's words verbatim. With each word, Wen Yao's grip tightened, the veins in his temples throbbing. Utterly shameless. Who is Simon? He hasn't even shown his face, yet he wishes to share in the accolades? Liu placed a hand on his shoulder, warmth radiating from his palm. Though his voice carried a weariness, this time is different. The director personally endorsed it, and I cannot obstruct it. You know how deeply entrenched these foreign faces are within the police force. Perhaps it's best to take a step back for now. Step back? Wen Yao never retreats. He was acutely aware. Theodore's aim was to undermine him while seizing the credit for himself. But the accolades Wen Yao earned came at the cost of his life. How could he allow anyone to simply take it? The fate of Officer Zhang was a stark reminder. At that moment, his expression remained unchanged, even his breathing steady. Yet deep within, he had already sentenced Theodore to death. It was not out of pettiness or unwillingness to yield. It was the principle that such credit could not be sullied by foreign hands. Wen Yao raised the corners of his mouth, his smile shallow yet devoid of warmth. Since Sir has spoken, what more can I say? Very well, I will rewrite it. Rewrite? Wait until the day I escort him off the stage before I put pen to paper. A flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes, yet he remained impassive. Surly nodded slightly, his voice low and hoarse. Wen Yao, the world has always been this way. We take the lead, traverse the minefield, bear the bullets. They sit in the back, reading their scripts and receiving applause. When things go awry, we bear the responsibility. When success is achieved, they cut the ribbon. Enduring it has become second nature. After saying this, he did not linger but turned and departed. As the office door closed, the smile on Wen Yao's face vanished in an instant, a sneer curling at the corners of his lips, a cold mirth glinting in his eyes. While others may lower their heads, I disdain to do so. Suddenly, Wen Yao rose abruptly, striding out of the homicide unit, and in a matter of moments, he ascended to the rooftop of the police station, his right foot heavily stamping down on the rusted iron railing. His entire being poised like an eagle on the edge of a cliff, surveying the entire police station below. He dialed the doctor's number. A busy tone resonated in the receiver, followed by a connection. "Hello, boss." Wen Yao's tone was steady. Yet beneath it lay a current as icy as the depths of winter. "What is the current condition of Johnny Wong?" The doctor's smile did not reach his eyes. His voice buoyant. "Rest assured, he is still breathing, lively as ever." "Excellent." Wen Yao tilted his head back, his gaze piercing into the clear blue sky. His voice as frigid as a blade tempered in frost. "Make your move tonight, not a moment's delay. Theodore has lived long enough. He shall not see the sun rise tomorrow. Following the plan we previously agreed upon, execute it immediately. As for Johnny Wong, you can handle it as you see fit. I demand results, not excuses." The doctor, listening to the venom-laden whispers, felt a chill run down his spine, the icy dread climbing from his tailbone up to the nape of his neck. He understood all too well the lethal intent behind that tone. The boss was genuinely enraged. The smile on his face vanished in an instant, his expression taut as a drawn bowstring. "Understood, I will act immediately. By the way, ensure that the sum in US dollars is locked securely in the safe, not a single cent less." Wen Yao paused and added, his tone imbued with an undeniable caution. The doctor straightened his back, thumping his chest in assurance. "Rest easy, even the King of Heaven could not pry it open." The call ended sharply. Wen Yao stood with his eyes closed, inhaling the crisp morning breeze deeply, a playful curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. "Theodore, the path you tread has collapsed beneath you. Do not blame others. Just as I have received my orders regarding you, do not expect to survive the night." Downstairs, Theodore was bent over his desk, signing documents, when suddenly, he felt a shiver run through him, his fingertips trembling, the pen leaving a long ink stain across the paper. On the other side, deep within an abandoned warehouse in Hong Kong, the doctor had just set down his phone, releasing a long breath as he cast a sharp glance at the others, turning to push open the iron door, entering the cell where Johnny Wong was held. At that moment, Johnny Wong was slumped in the corner, his gaze vacant, like a husk devoid of bones. After 3 attempts to escape, he had been doused with cold water. Whether crashing into the infrared net or stepping into a trapdoor, he had found no way out. Not to mention this bomb-laden garment he wore. Jumping from the window? That would be tantamount to self-detonation. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of leather shoes striking the concrete floor grew nearer. The doctor entered the room. Johnny Wong did not even lift his eyelids, simply turning his face toward the wall. The doctor paced in front of him, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Did you sleep well last night?" Johnny Wong remained unresponsive, too lazy to even flutter his eyelashes. "Huh." The doctor chuckled softly, leisurely continuing, "I almost forgot to tell you that yesterday afternoon, your arms cache hidden in the basement of Mingxin Hospital was completely raided by the police." "What?" Johnny Wong shot upright, his eyes bulging, fixating intently on the doctor, his voice cracking. "Say that again." He had not been silent simply because he was still of use. As long as he drew breath, there was a chance for a comeback. Even if he was being toyed with, he could at least return to his old haunt and resume his former ways. But this revelation abruptly severed his last shred of hope. The doctor sighed, assuming a sympathetic demeanor. "I understand this is hard to believe, but facts are facts. I too cannot swallow this indignation. The Hong Kong police are far too arrogant. Therefore, I intend to avenge you. However," he leaned slightly closer, lowering his voice, "I need you to record a video first. Just say that you cannot bear this humiliation, that you intend to bloodily retaliate against the police station and Mingxin Hospital. Sign your name, reveal your face. That should carry weight, no?" Johnny Wong's pupils constricted, swiftly calming himself. He knew the doctor too well. The sweeter the smile, the deadlier the blade. His anger was genuine. The desire to tear apart the police was real. But he was not foolish enough to become a target for someone else. He swallowed hard, resolute. "I won't do it. Let me go. I will handle it myself." The smile on the doctor's face vanished entirely, shaking his head as though lamenting a defective product. "It seems you still do not grasp your predicament. 2 paths lie before you. Follow my instructions, or..." He paused, lightly tapping the detonator on Johnny Wong's chest. His voice as soft as a whisper. "I can let you live, just to rot away slowly. Rest assured, though my nickname is Doctor, it's not just for show. I can ensure you remain breathing for 30 days, without dying. For instance, slicing the skin open, slathering it with thick honey, and then inviting a swarm of ants to crawl inside. Or using a toothpick to repeatedly stab the tips of your fingers, targeting the areas with the densest nerves. Or..." The doctor casually listed 7 or 8 chilling interrogation methods. "Would you like to choose one to try?" Johnny Wong's mind erupted with images, swarms of ants writhing, blood seeping from his fingertips, cold sweat soaking the back of his neck, a chill racing from his tailbone to the crown of his head, his teeth involuntarily chattering. He believed this man was capable of doing it. The doctor was a true professional criminal, his strikes more precise than a heartbeat. No, that's enough. Johnny Wong immediately surrendered. He was not a hard nut to crack. He understood the stakes were high, and there was no room for pride when life was on the line. Ha! The doctor instantly broke into a wide grin, warm as if he had just recognized a long-lost relative. How much better it would have been if you had understood this sooner. That's the spirit, my brother. Brother? Is your face crafted from bulletproof steel? Johnny Wong nearly choked on his own blood. This brotherhood, he'd rather sever ties than continue. Soon. Johnny Wong followed the doctor's instructions to record the video, his gaze fierce enough to bite, his expression so fierce it seemed he would swallow his target whole, each frame radiating a fury driven to the brink. At least he had seized the opportunity to vent the fire burning within him. The doctor's objectives achieved, he turned to finalize the next phase of action. Throughout Hong Kong, the undercurrents had begun to surge, a storm looming overhead. Chapter 39. Pa? I can't stand seeing a spineless coward like you. As night fell, at the East Kowloon police station, precisely at 9 o'clock. Sigh. Theodore slumped in the leather chair of the chief's office, his shoulders sagging, his brow twisted in a knot, releasing a long, heavy sigh. As if all his bones had been extracted. Today felt as though he had been tossed into a tumble dryer and spun around 800 times. He had thought it was merely an ordinary escort, yet unexpectedly, he was blindsided by a series of explosive surprises that left him dizzy. To make matters worse, Johnny Wong had remained utterly unreachable, neither alive nor dead. Just the thought of it made his temples throb. He understood all too well, this matter could not be delayed. Each day dragged on. His own prospects crumbled a fraction more, especially that sum of money, $5 billion? Bah. In reality, it was merely 100 million. Just the mention of it made Theodore furious. The Bank of Iha is nothing short of a predator, mercilessly inflating figures by 50 million, treating him as a gullible fool. Even if that 100 million is reclaimed, who will compensate for the remaining 50 million? Who can be held accountable? William's word is law. While Theodore holds not even a scrap of written evidence, relying solely on hearsay in this legal battle, how can he hope to prevail? It is indeed a daunting challenge. Shaking his head to dismiss the convoluted thoughts, Theodore grabbed his coat and strode out, flooring the accelerator towards his apartment. On a desolate side road on the outskirts, the wheels spun furiously. Just as Theodore passed an intersection, a blinding beam of light suddenly sliced through the darkness ahead. Instinctively, he turned, his pupils constricting, his throat tightening as his blood ran cold. A small truck was barreling towards him at full speed, a mere 10 meters away. There was no time to slam the brakes or swerve. Crash. The two vehicles collided with a violent impact. The sound of metal tearing apart was deafening. The windshield shattered like a spider's web, the car's body crumpling as if it were a wrinkled tin can. The truck, however, did not stop, its engine roaring as it relentlessly pushed against Theodore's vehicle, driving it towards the concrete barrier by the roadside until it came to a halt. Then reversing and speeding away with the efficiency of a knife slicing through vegetables. Theodore's forehead split open, blood smeared across half of his face. Several ribs felt shattered, each breath tugging at a dull, agonizing pain. His vision blurred and swayed, a constant buzzing in his ears, and he hung on to life by a thread, as if it could snap at any moment. Squeak. The shrill sound of brakes pierced the air once more. A dusty van screeched to a halt beside the road. Amidst the blood mist and dizziness, Theodore struggled to raise his bloodied hand, his fingertips trembling. A figure approached, expressionless, swiftly removing the car door and dragging him out of the driver's seat as if he were a mere sack. With a careless toss, he was shoved into the cargo area, and the van sped away, leaving behind the distorted, smoking police car that bore witness to the harrowing ordeal as if it had never occurred. An hour later, the sea lay still as ink. An old fishing boat rocked gently with the waves, creaking like a windbag struggling to breathe. Thick clouds blanketed the sky, shrouding the moon. And the darkness between sea and sky was dense, the air heavy with a cold, briny stench. On the deck of the boat, Theodore lay on his back, his hands bound tightly behind him with rough rope. Dried blood caked at his temple, forming a dark red crust like a solidified scar. Before him stood 5 imposing figures, motionless, uniformly clad in glaring pink hoods, their smiles unervingly sinister. The dim yellow light from the cabin cast ghostly shadows over the damp deck, and the air was thick with the metallic tang of rust mingled with salt. An old camcorder rested nearby, its red light flickering, silently recording every moment of his terror. Inside the cabin, a doctor leaned against the wall, fingers resting on the hilt of a dagger. Johnny Wong sat in the corner, impeccably dressed, his gaze stiff and unyielding, fixated on the window alongside several armed subordinates. Tap, tap, tap. A fine rain began to fall, cold and dense, striking his face like needles. The sea breeze, heavy with moisture, seeped into his collar, sending chills down his spine. Ugh! Theodore's Adam's apple bobbed, his eyelids fluttered, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide. His gaze was vacant, scanning his surroundings as if he had just been yanked from a deep slumber. As his vision settled back into the reality of rust and the swaying boat, the sight of the pink-hooded face above him made his body tense involuntarily. He instinctively attempted to push himself up, but his entire being was weighed down by a dull ache, unable even to lift a finger. Who are you? His voice was hoarse and trembling, like sandpaper scraping against wood. No one responded. One of the figures stepped forward, seizing him by the collar and dragging him to his knees on the deck, his knees hitting the hard surface with a dull thud. The leader of the thugs crouched down, slapping Theodore's cheek with a sharp crack, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. Director Theodore, what an honor it is to finally meet you. Our boss, Johnny Wong, has sent me to convey a message. Gulp. Theodore's throat constricted violently, cold sweat soaking the nape of his neck. He recognized them as the very same ruthless gang that had stormed the bank. Brandishing explosives and kicking down vault doors, East Kowloon's most notorious pink-hooded crew. His face paled, his teeth chattering, his body trembling like reeds in the wind. What do you want? The thug's smile faded, his expression chilling. Your people have turned our boss's arms depot upside down. You dare to ask why? Now, our boss is furious. He needs to establish dominance, to spill blood, to make it known across the harbor that crossing us comes at a price. You must answer for this tonight. Inside the cabin, Johnny Wong interjected, Nonsense. I never gave such an order. You lot are the ones scheming behind my back. You'll regret this, Wong. You should know what to say and do next, the doctor remarked, tilting his head slightly, the knife sheath tapping lightly against Theodore's knee. If you continue to play coy, I shall take a slice out of you and feed it to the sharks. Do you understand? Johnny Wong's temples throbbed, cold sweat trickling down his temples, his eyes reddening with frustration. He could only grit his teeth and nod. I understand. Very well. On the deck, Theodore's face turned ashen, his voice cracking. Big brother. All of you. I swear this isn't my doing. The order wasn't mine. It was that rascally Wen Yao who acted on his own. If you have the guts, go after him. Yes. Yes. Debts have owners. Grievances have heads. He is the mastermind. I've never even touched a gun. The leading thug scoffed, his gaze slicing through Theodore's face like a knife. It doesn't matter who did it. You must take the fall. Enough chatter. It's time for you to meet your fate. Wait. Wait. Seeing the thug's hand move towards his waist, Theodore's voice trembled as he cried out, Don't kill me. I will agree to anything. Just spare my life. And I will lead you to Wen Yao. I will personally deliver him to you. The thug hesitated, his pupils narrowing, the glint of murderous intent swirling in his gaze like a dark current crashing against rocks. Oh, is that true? Before the words could settle, the cabin door creaked open. Johnny Wong adjusted his tie, stepping out with an air of authority, clad in a finely tailored black suit that glimmered with a cold hue in the dim light. A smirk playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with amusement, as though he were watching a fine play unfold. Theodore's head snapped up, his pupils dilating. Who are you? The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Only a few flickering yellow lights from the distant boat illuminated the scene, leaving him momentarily unable to recognize the figure before him. Johnny Wong slowly crouched, his knees creaking against the deck, a smile creeping across his lips. Guess who I am? Why, you're Johnny Wong. Theodore's throat constricted violently, his face turning as pale as a sheet, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He had memorized every detail of the classified dossier, the photographs, the physical traits, the methods of operation, the wanted status, all engraved in his mind. Recognizing him was no surprise. But this was hardly the time for reminiscing. All the blood in his body felt as though it had frozen, his back teeth chattering. Even breathing felt laborious. He hastily nodded, his voice trembling. Let me go. I will do whatever you ask. Bang. Before he could finish his plea, Johnny Wong had already drawn the weapon from the waist of the pink-hooded thug, pressing the barrel against Theodore's temple and pulling the trigger. Blood erupted in a spray, fragments of bone and gray matter splattering against the rusted railing. The twisted face frozen in a moment of terror. Johnny Wong frowned and spat, then kicked the lifeless body, sending Theodore flying like a discarded sack into the sea with a splash. Ugh, I can't stand weaklings like you. His voice was hoarse, and his eyes burned with a cold fire, reminiscent of the bitter taste of betrayal from the one he once trusted the most. Even now, he could still taste the rust at the root of his tongue. Theodore's countenance was an unmistakable echo of that shadow from years past. Suddenly, the sea erupted in turmoil, dark currents roiling beneath the surface. Just as the pungent scent of blood wafted through the air, 7 or 8 sharks surged forth like arrows released from a bow, their sharp teeth tearing into flesh, a tide of crimson swelling as the bodies sank, leaving only a few tattered rags swirling downwards. Nearby, a ruthless thug raised a camera, capturing the entire scene with steady hands before snapping the lid shut. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, the doctor emerged from the hatch, leisurely clapping his hands, the corners of his eyes crinkling with mirth. Excellent. Truly splendid. This performance deserves an Oscar for Best Newcomer. Zun Wang shoved the gun into the thug's hands. His voice flat and devoid of inflection. The task is completed. I have no further value now. It's my turn, isn't it? Oh dear, how hurtful. The doctor shook his head, his smile warm and inscrutable. I have always been clear-cut in my dealings. Why would I harm a once useful ally? Perhaps on a whim. I might just hand you the key to your freedom one day. Who would believe your saintly facade? He scoffed coldly, turning to leave. His boots echoing against the metal ladder as he marched deeper into the ship's belly, having no intention of contemplating escape. Jumping overboard? That was merely feeding the sharks. Disarming the bomb. The detonator on his vest had long been rendered inoperative, and the remote control was snugly tucked in the doctor's pocket. Mutual destruction? He couldn't even reach the self-destruct button. It was a dead end, and it was better to focus on survival for now. The doctor, unfazed, exchanged glances with the others, and the thugs in pink hoods filed back into the cabin. Only the man at the bow remained still. He calmly walked to the ship's edge, lifted his hand to remove his hood, the sea breeze tousling his bangs, revealing a strikingly handsome face with sharp features. Wen Yao, boss. The doctor hurried forward, bowing his head in a gesture of utmost respect, his demeanor almost reverent. The operation went flawlessly, without a single flaw. Wen Yao gazed at the horizon, where the sea appeared thick as ink, a slight smile gracing his lips. Well done. Edit the footage thoroughly. Nothing that shouldn't be there must remain. Once done, send it directly to Morning Star and Deep Blue. Understood. The doctor paused briefly, then asked, shall we send it to those two journalists as usual? Indeed. Wen Yao nodded, his gaze shifting towards the hatch, his tone calm, yet resolute. Keep a close eye on Zun Wang. Do not let him perish. We still need him for what comes next. What shall we do next? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, pondering for a moment. For now, we lay low and observe the developments. After all, Zun Wang's reputation carries significant weight. The last brute force approach has proven ineffective. This time, we must elevate him even higher, provoke him more fiercely, and make a grand show of it. When all eyes are on him, I shall personally reap the rewards. Set course for home. Yes, soon. With a decisive command from Wen Yao, the fishing boat's engine roared to life. The vessel jolting forward like an arrow slicing through the waves, racing towards the shoreline. Chapter 40. This is the true big shot. Hardcore to the extreme. He stood at the bow, fingers gripping the cold metal railing tightly, his eyes slightly closed, allowing the sea breeze and fine rain to lash against his cheeks. The briny scent invading his nostrils, a flavor tinged with a rust-like sweetness. Just then, a crisp notification echoed in his mind. Mission accomplished. Eliminate Theodore, Chief of the East Kowloon Police Station. Reward is being dispatched. Reward unlocked. South China Sea Bodyguards. The Wang Jianjun Squad, including his brother and several elite hunters with backgrounds as Vietnam War veterans. South China Sea Bodyguards. Wang Jianjun Squad. Wen Yao's eyes snapped open, a fiery light dancing within, his lips curling into an uncontrollable smile, nearly overflowing with joy. This had come at the most opportune moment. Wang Jianjun, Chong Wei, was no mere facade. He was a genuine tough character, forged in the crucible of real combat. A former Special Forces soldier wielding a three-sided blade with unparalleled skill, never faltering in close-quarters combat. Had he not crossed paths with a protagonist like Su Zhengyang, who seemed to have the game rigged in his favor, he would not have met his end with a single cut to the throat. Alas, villains often have a tendency to monologue. Yet, for Wen Yao, that was hardly a flaw. This was not the silver screen. There was no script, nor did it adhere to any dramatic conventions. Moreover, Wang Jianjun's team was a solid assassination unit, entirely distinct from the doctor's strategy-oriented crew. Could he not deliver a firm ultimatum to all of Hong Kong? Those foreign faces should be on high alert. A wave of exhilaration surged through him, almost compelling him to howl at the heavens in joy. The long night was just beginning. Midnight, TVB headquarters. The office was deserted, save for the warm glow of a desk lamp illuminating Lu Huijin's profile as she diligently organized tomorrow's news articles. Suddenly, a torrential downpour erupted outside, the large raindrops battering the glass, enveloping all of Hong Kong in a shroud of gray mist. Lu Huijin glanced at the clock on the wall, stretching languidly. Oh, is it that late already? Wow, it's really coming down. She rose and strolled to the window, peering out at the white expanse, wrinkling her nose in resignation. This was troublesome. She would surely end up drenched on her way home. Tap, tap. A light, abrupt knocking echoed from the glass door of her office. She whirled around, catching a glimpse of a shadow darting past the doorframe like ink dropped into clear water, vanishing in an instant. Who? Her body tensed, her complexion paling as she retreated a few steps to her desk, swiftly grabbing the heavy baseball bat from beneath it, her knuckles whitening as she fixed her gaze on the entrance. A thief? A lunatic? A voyeur? Countless thoughts raced through her mind. Yet, after a prolonged silence, the only sound outside was the relentless rain. Gritting her teeth, she held her breath, clutching the bat tightly, inching toward the door, her heels barely making a sound on the floor. Huh, she suddenly shouted, yanking the door open and darting out, scanning the empty corridor, but finding not a single soul. Only a flat cardboard box lay quietly at the threshold. Huh, for me? A gift from a fan. She bent down to pick it up, noticing her name neatly written on the front in black ink. With a sense of suspicion, she lifted the lid, only to find no candy or greeting card inside. Just an old-fashioned videotape. Recently, these mysterious videotapes. Lu Huijin's heart raced, her fingertips tingling with excitement. This was big, absolutely explosive material. She rushed back to her desk, fumbling to insert it into the VCR, pressing the play button with a click. As the image flickered to life, her eyes widened in shock, her breath catching in her throat. First, Zun Wang was seen gritting his teeth and issuing threats. Then, the scene shifted to the tumultuous sea, where Theodore was shot dead, the footage steady and horrifyingly clear, even capturing the arc of the splashing water. Particularly shocking was the revelation that Theodore had secretly betrayed Wen Yao just before his demise, igniting a fury within her. Deserved it. A mix of shock, anger, and excitement made her fingers tingle. She grabbed the phone, dialing her superior's number, her voice urgent yet unable to contain her exhilaration. "Director, wake up. It's explosive. Everything about Theodore is on this tape." Meanwhile, on the other end, Fang Siwei almost simultaneously received the footage, his palms sweating as he swiftly reported to his superiors. At a desolate seaside dock, Tuzi stood by the shore, the brim of his hat pulled low, his demeanor as frigid as a rock formation. Indifferent to the torrential raindrops hammering against his shoulders, quietly listening to the muffled sound of waves crashing against the shore. Before long, two thugs clad in raincoats hurried over, their pant legs still splattered with mud. "Hey, the task you assigned has been completed. Where's the money?" 10,000. "Money? Right here." Tuzi suddenly turned around, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Yet that smile, beneath the harsh glare of the pale streetlight and the relentless downpour, emanated a chilling malice. He reached into his coat, pulling out a matte, silenced handgun, its muzzle steadily aimed at the foreheads of the two men. Pop, pop, two muffled sounds, and blood splattered forth. The two men barely had time to scream before they crumpled to the ground, rolling down the slick concrete slope into the sea, swiftly consumed by a surging black wave. Tuzi didn't even blink. He merely cast a glance at the water's surface before turning to leave, his figure quickly melding into the thick darkness of the night. At that moment, Wen Yao remained blissfully unaware, nestled at home, one hand supporting the back of Gangsheng while the other steadied his waist, diligently adjusting a new yoga pose, savoring the tranquil warmth of the evening. The next day, in the TVB Morning News studio. Good morning, esteemed viewers, and welcome to the TVB Morning News. We have a breaking news story, so please prepare yourselves. Last night, our station received an anonymously sent videotape, the content of which is so shocking it sends chills down the spine. First, let us watch a clip from the video, after which we will analyze it. The scene abruptly shifted, Johnny Wong facing the camera, each word sharp as a blade, immediately followed by Theodore collapsing to the ground, blood spreading in an instant. Once the footage finished, Lu Huijin's complexion turned ashen. Her voice taut. Johnny Wong's actions are nothing short of a blatant humiliation to the entire police force. We mourn the passing of Director Theodore. However, one point is utterly perplexing. How could a dignified chief of the East Kowloon police station be so terrified of death? While pleading for mercy is understandable, why push Senior Inspector Wen Yao out to take the fall, and to publicly humiliate his own subordinate? Is the bottom line for police officers to sacrifice their brothers and trade merits for survival? Claiming credit when successful, yet distancing oneself at the first sign of trouble. This attitude will not be tolerated by the public, nor will we accept it. We demand a clear explanation from the police force. ATV's report was equally incisive, particularly denouncing Theodore for shirking responsibility in the face of danger, calling his behavior despicable and unworthy. As the news broke, the entire city erupted into an uproar. Damn, Johnny Wong is ruthless. Isn't he afraid of losing his head? Even in death, he seeks justice for his subordinates. What loyalty! Theodore deserved to die, fearing for his life while dragging others down with him. Truly disgraceful. Nonsense. How could such a character hold the position of director? Lee Sir is the real leader. If he hadn't been completely devoured by the sharks, I would storm into the funeral home and slap him. The deceased Theodore. Perhaps even he did not anticipate that as soon as he lay still, the denunciations would already be overturning his coffin lid. Were it not for the complete disintegration of his remains, one might expect him to leap from the urn to proclaim his innocence. In a covert hideout of Johnny Wong, the few remaining subordinates huddled around an old sofa, furrowed brows deliberating whether to disband or hold on. As the news broke on television, their eyes immediately welled up, excitement prompting them to rise from their seats. Wow. The boss is so manly. He didn't abandon us at all. This is a true big shot. Hardcore to the max. Who dare say the boss ran? I would be the first to spit in their face. He merely biding his time. He will return. My goodness, that headshot was extraordinary, simply stunning. For life. I acknowledge only one leader. Johnny Wong. Feeling invincible, are we? I'm currently being held at death's door, unable to move. If I could flee. You wouldn't even know it. Much less concern yourselves with calling me your idol. Would you like to take this knife from me? At this moment. In the office of the Deputy Director of the Operations Division of the Police Department. The room was so quiet one could hear the ticking of the clock, with only the news anchor's precise voice resonating softly. Zhuo Jingquan sat behind a large desk, fingers interlaced under his chin, his gaze fixed on the screen. Brows knitted into a deep furrow, his expression as dark as the leaden clouds before a storm. He had hoped for a moment of relief today. But upon opening his eyes, the screen was filled with grim tidings. His mind buzzed with chaos. If they couldn't handle this minor incident, they were worse than useless. He had initially hoped that with Austin's death, he could smoothly install a trusted confidant to stabilize the East Kowloon side's few deepwater docks. But Austin was the lifeblood of the drug trade with the Golden Triangle. Johnny Wong's mess could at least be salvaged, yet Theodore, that fool, had met his end in the street, mirroring Austin's demise. Wasn't he this ripping open a bloody wound in his plans? Zhuo Jingquan inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury surging in his throat, and immediately pressed the intercom to summon his personal aide. East Kowloon, he absolutely could not let go. Arrange for someone to fill Theodore's position immediately. Understand this time. The person chosen must be sharp-witted, ruthless, and discreet. Do not try to fool me with some ornamental pillow that looks nice, but is useless. Got it? His subordinate stood at attention, nodding. Understood. I'll implement it right away. Also, the case concerning Johnny Wong must be resolved swiftly. I will not tolerate the vague excuse of an ongoing investigation. Nor do I wish to see a second headline. Yes, sir. The police department was not the only entity in motion. Upon learning the news, the chief inspector shattered a teacup in fury, issuing orders to spare no effort in capturing Johnny Wong alive. With Austin's body still warm, Theodore followed suit. Both dying in identical fashion. If with each change in director, someone was to be slaughtered in the streets by criminals, would the East Kowloon police station still have any face left? Would the entire police force still retain any dignity? This was no longer mere negligence. It was a disgrace. A red line that could not be crossed. The police force was truly taking decisive action this time. A bounty of 2 million was placed. The wanted notice, stamped with a vivid red seal, was sent out across all ports, docks, subway stations, and convenience stores, vowing to drag Johnny Wong into the light. Inside the East Kowloon police station, chaos erupted. With the director's sudden deaths, humiliation loomed large. Yet, recalling Theodore's usual practices of deceit and corruption, many officers secretly cursed. He got what he deserved. On the surface, however, they dared not slacken. The deputy director, Allen, decisively took command, mobilizing all available manpower for a thorough search for Johnny Wong. Meanwhile, another elite team was dispatched directly to the television station, meticulously scrutinizing every frame of the videotape, hoping to glean some tangible evidence. Unfortunately, it was in vain. The corpses of those two thugs had likely long been swept away by the night tide of Victoria Harbor, leaving no trace behind. And at the very eye of the storm, Wen Yao remained entirely unfazed. He feigned scrolling through his phone while keenly observing the police movements, akin to a leopard lying in wait in the grass, silently anticipating the perfect moment to strike. A day passed by quietly and unassumingly. Chapter 41, Little One. I've already discerned your thoughts. The following day, East Kowloon Police Station. At the main entrance, the Deputy Commissioner, Chief of the Major Crimes Unit, Head of the Anti-Organized Crime Group, and key members of each unit, along with Li Wenyun, stood in a solemn formation at the foot of the steps. Their expressions grave and their gazes piercing. Inspector Zheng? Still at the hospital on N4 drip. Why is everyone gathered here? A notification just came in this morning. The new commissioner has arrived. The top brass from the police force has been urgently dispatched to take command of the East Kowloon police station. As soon as the news broke, there was a stir throughout the precinct, with whispers circulating. Who will fill this perilous position now? After all, East Kowloon has seen 2 consecutive commissioners fall. It is said that this place is cursed. Moments later, several gleaming black sedans arrived in succession, coming to a steady halt in front of the East Kowloon police station. As the doors opened, a bald, rotund foreigner, leading a cadre of sharply dressed officers with shining epaulets, strode confidently towards the gathered crowd. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself, Daniel, your newly appointed commissioner. You may call me Commissioner Daniel, or simply Commissioner will suffice. With a slight smile gracing his lips, His demeanor was as polished as a freshly pressed shirt, exuding a blend of familiarity and empathy. From the back of the crowd, Li Wenyun raised his gaze, his steps faltering as his pupils constricted slightly. How astute of Chung Qingchen to act so swiftly. He recognized him clearly as the man depicted in the photograph handed by the doctor, standing alongside Theodore. No need for further speculation. He was undoubtedly a pawn personally placed by Chung Qingchen, methodically maneuvered with precision. One ISNT enough? Must they send another? How utterly embarrassing. Commissioner Daniel spread his hands with a smile. To be frank, I had no desire to take on this mess. However, directives from above leave no room for refusal. Let us skip any formalities. Just a brief introduction will suffice. Deputy Commissioner Allen immediately stepped forward. Commissioner, what are our next steps? Daniel shrugged, a hint of anxiety flickering in his brow. What else can we do? We must tackle the case of Johnny Wong first. The higher-ups have set firm expectations. We must bear the load. His gaze swept across the assembly before pausing abruptly. Where is Senior Inspector Li Wenyun? Li Wenyun stepped forward, standing tall. Commissioner, badge number 53642. Reporting for duty. I am honored to finally meet you in person. Your reputation precedes you. Daniel's smile crinkled the corners of his eyes. I have reviewed your past cases. They are solid, efficient, and bold. I trust you will continue to excel. Li Wenyun stood at attention, his voice resonant. Thank you, sir. All right. I won't delay your work any longer. You're all dismissed. Yes, sir. The crowd replied in unison. In the blink of an eye, Daniel, surrounded by his entourage, entered the commissioner's office, and the crowd began to disperse. Li Wenyun returned to his workstation, promptly opening his computer to rewrite the operation report for Mingxin Hospital. With a new commissioner in office, it was imperative to act swiftly. If left too long, the materials would gather dust, and his hard work would evaporate. He had aspirations to advance further based on this report. Inside the commissioner's office, once the last figure vanished through the doorway, Daniel finally relaxed, leaning heavily into his chair, exhaling deeply as his temples throbbed. The most pressing matter was to apprehend Johnny Wong. Otherwise, no matter how securely he sat in this chair, it would still feel precarious. But that man was as elusive as an eel, and after extensive efforts from the entire police force, not even a single strand of hair had been found. Where could he be hiding? Worse still, Johnny Wong was ruthless. If this dragged on, might he face the same fate as Theodore? The only breakthrough lay in luring him into a trap, ensnaring him, and closing the net in one fluid motion. But fishing requires bait. To lure a wolf, one must throw out meat. Where could he find that bait? What did that madman desire, fear, or resent? His fingers paused as a name suddenly flickered in his mind, one mentioned with clenched teeth in Theodore's recorded footage. Li Wenyun. Wasn't he Johnny Wong seeking revenge? If he dared to target the commissioner of East Kowloon, would he spare Li Wenyun, the one who had dismantled his lair? This was a ready-made bait. However, it must remain concealed. Daniel stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes as he pondered how to entice Li Wenyun into the trap, ideally without his awareness. After all, Theodore's earlier intent to use Li Wenyun as a scapegoat had already stirred quite a commotion in Hong Kong. Daniel did not wish to be confronted by citizens demanding blood at the elevator as soon as he set foot in the precinct. Let us proceed with this plan. Once Li Wenyun was thrust into the limelight, he would discreetly assign a skilled team to shadow their target. Should Johnny Wong dare to make a move, he would ensure he entered horizontally and exited vertically. Daniel couldn't help but touch his gleaming bald head, marveling internally. This mind of mine is truly brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Half an hour later, within the Major Crimes Unit office, Li Wenyun glanced at the operation brief in his hands, a smile creeping onto his lips before he rose and headed straight for the commissioner's office. Knock, knock. Come in. Good day, Commissioner. He stood at attention, saluting. Inspector Li? Upon seeing him, Daniel's eyes lit up as if electrified, his smile warm and inviting. Please, have a seat. What a coincidence. I was just looking for you. Oh, what do you have there? Li Wenyun presented the document with both hands, his tone steady. This is the case closure report for the Mingxin Hospital Armory incident. I kindly request the commissioner to review it. Oh, perfect timing. Daniel grinned as he took the report, flipping it open to read it word for word without raising his gaze. Meanwhile, Li Wenyun observed Daniel's overly shiny face, saturated with insincere cheer, and couldn't shake the suspicion that this excessive cordiality concealed ulterior motives. Well done. Moments later, Daniel suddenly slapped his thigh, the sound reverberating through the room. I didn't realize until now, but what a revelation. The entire operation was executed flawlessly. Even seasoned members of the Flying Tiger unit would struggle to match your efficiency and cunning. The title of heroic police officer is indeed well-deserved. Li Wenyun nodded slightly. Thank you for your kind words, Commissioner. Daniel continued to lavish praise, but then abruptly shifted his tone to one of gravity, rubbing his hands together as he sighed. Inspector Li, I have a challenging task I wish to entrust to you. This afternoon, I will hold a press conference to inform the citizens of Hong Kong and the media about the details surrounding the Mingxin Hospital Armory case. What do you think? Li Wenyuan's eyelids flickered, immediately sensing something amiss, his brow furrowing. Commissioner, I fear this may not be necessary. The case was resolved several days ago, and public sentiment has already calmed. Why create a stir? Isn't the priority to capture Johnny Wong? With a thud, Daniel slammed his palm on the table. His expression serious. Exactly. We must respond to Johnny Wong. He dares to challenge the police force in broad daylight. How do we expect the public to view us? As weak? As fearful? No. We must strike back. The Arms Depot case serves as the most formidable fist and the loudest slap across his face, proclaiming to all of Hong Kong, the police remain undaunted and harbor no fear of him. And you are the most dazzling protagonist in this counterattack. Tell me, is this not the truth? At this point, how could Wen Yao be oblivious to the schemes Daniel was concocting? That scoundrel seeks to use me as bait? Truly, he is a foreigner, none of whom are easy to handle. Damn, a cold smile sliced through his heart. Yet, in the next moment, he couldn't help but grin. Zun and I Wong, already firmly grasped in his palm. This game of chess was never within Daniel's control from the outset. Not only could he turn the tables, but he could also transform the case into a sensational hit, accumulating accolades like a rolling snowball, while deftly extracting the last vestiges of value from Zun and I Wong. He gazed at the seemingly harmless Daniel before him, his eyes icy. Want to play? I shall accompany you to the end. Huh. It seems he has truly locked horns with Zhuo Jingquan's people now. Li Wen Yao lifted his gaze, his eyes sweeping past Daniel's smiling face. A silent sneer brewing within him. Those who attempt to scheme against Li Wen Yao have yet to enjoy a moment of comfort. Director Daniel, are you prepared to receive the challenge? Director, there is truly no need for this press conference. However, I understand your intent. You merely wish to use me as bait to flush out Zun and I Wong, correct? The smile on Daniel's face shattered like a frozen lake in an instant. A flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes as he never anticipated Li Wen Yao to be so direct, striking at the core. Daniel retracted his smile, his tone suddenly heavy. Indeed, that is my intention. Zun and I Wong has already injured 7 people. If this continues, the streets of Xiangjiang may run red with blood. It is imperative to apprehend him, to suppress him, without delay. This is our duty as the police force, and it is our bottom line. Each word struck like iron, resonating with conviction. Every sentence bore a sharp edge, radiating righteous indignation. Frankly speaking, this is not a negotiation, it is an order. Li Wen Yao lowered his gaze for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of conflict evident in his expression, since the director has spoken and even issued an order. Yet if this matter escalates into a genuine confrontation, any misstep could be perilous. According to protocol, I have the right to decline. Pausing, he raised his gaze to meet Daniel's, his tone softening slightly, yet still imbued with determination. I am willing to proceed, but with one condition, I must be promoted. Otherwise, an interview? Let us not even discuss it. Such a once-in-a-lifetime bargaining chip. How could Li Wen Yao let it slip away? It is not extortion, merely reclaiming the accolades that rightfully belong in his own pocket. If he were to soften even slightly now, the case of the Arms Depot might indeed languish in the pile of documents, neglected and forgotten. He was certain Daniel was desperate enough not to risk a confrontation at this critical juncture. What? You want a promotion? Daniel's brow furrowed, his voice taut. Has it only been a few weeks since the last promotion? Do you wish to ascend to the heavens in one leap? This time is not for your personal gain. It is for the entire police department, for the millions of eyes in Xiangjiang watching over peace. If you lack even this modicum of responsibility, fixating only on the stars on your shoulder, do you consider the collective effort merely ornamental? How would the officers who look up to you as a benchmark and the citizens who trust and protect you react if they were to find out? His chest heaved, anger surging, resembling a judge who despises evil, wishing to label Li Wen Yao as a coward unwilling to fight. Yet Li Wen Yao merely shrugged, standing tall, unwavering. Director, every star I possess was earned from the scene of the incident. Is there a problem with that? This arms case, with 3 groups of suspects, 2 lives lost, and the entire black market chain dismantled, such a formidable achievement. Is it excessive to seek a team leader position in return? I have submitted reports 4 times, and they have sunk like stones into the sea. I merely seek a measure of justice. A promotion means I am in the spotlight. If not, let us part ways. You. Daniel's throat tightened, his anger nearly erupting, the veins on his forehead pulsing. But upon reflection, without Li Wen Yao's face, that live broadcast would turn into a mute play, resulting in complete failure. After a moment of gritting his teeth and weighing his options, he eventually relented, muttering through clenched teeth, "Fine, I will grant you a promotion." The Major Crimes Unit currently has Group 1 and Group 2, both led by Li Yu and Yu Suqiu, who are both solid talents. There are few vacancies left. Would you replace them? Impossible. I will specially approve the establishment of a third Group C under your leadership. Any objections? Wen Yao's lips curled into a smile, his expression bright. Thank you, sir. Aha. I have long seen through your intentions. Chapter 42. Who are we to each other? Best buddies. Daniel stared at him for a while, finally waving his hand in resignation. All right, I have accepted your terms. Do not let me down on my end. In front of the interview cameras, you understand the balance required, correct? Wen Yao laughed heartily. Rest assured, I shall handle it. You may close your eyes. If there is nothing else, I shall return to prepare. By the way, Director, could you please sign this action report for the arms case? He extended the document forward, the edges of the paper slightly curling. Without even glancing closely, Daniel fiercely scrawled his name with a fountain pen, then waved him away. Wen Yao, clutching the freshly inked appointment letter, strolled back to the Major Crimes Unit with a spring in his step. Meanwhile, Daniel sat alone behind his desk, his expression dark enough to drip water. Daniel, ever decisive, issued orders the same day. The news of the new Group C in the Major Crimes Unit spread swiftly, with 4 capable officers being assigned under Wen Yao's command. He finally had his own independent office. Though small, it was bright and tidy, complete with a telephone, filing cabinet, an operational whiteboard. The team did not erupt in chaos. Rather, there was a palpable sense of eagerness. Many officers proactively submitted application forms, hoping to join Group C and work alongside Wen Yao on a significant case. However, the team was entirely composed of officers personally selected by Daniel. It was impossible to slot top talents into Group C, but Wen Yao did not dwell on this. He only needed enough manpower. His success relied on hardcore technological means, and he was not lacking in hands for menial tasks. Moreover, having subordinates to handle the legwork was far more convenient, allowing him to offload numerous trivial matters and enjoy a bit of leisure. Congratulations, Yao. Liu seized Wen Yao, his laughter radiating warmth as he clapped a heavy hand on his shoulder. You're quite something, quietly amassing wealth, and in the blink of an eye. You've caught up to me. I'm truly impressed. Wen Yao waved his hand, his tone light. No. It's merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. From here on out, I shall rely on you, sir, for guidance and support. Spare me that. Liu chuckled, shaking his head in half-serious jest. I'm currently contemplating how to cling tightly to your thick thigh. Next time there's a big case, make sure to call me first. As if that needs saying. Wen Yao nodded emphatically. His expression then turned serious. However, the immediate priority is to pin down Zun and I Wong. Delaying him for even a day doubles the risk, and the reputation of the police force will take a hit. His words were not mere slogans. He was genuinely anxious, each word hitting the nail on the head. Mentioning Zun and I Wong. The smile on the U.S. face vanished completely. Indeed, it's a tricky situation. This person is as slippery as an eel, evading capture. Do you have a plan? Wen Yao maintained a calm demeanor, merely stating, I can tentatively say there's a way. Hiss. As Wen Yao outlined Daniel's plan, Liu gasped, immediately tightening his expression. It sounds like a viable route, but for you to personally take part, it's too perilous. In the event that something goes awry. Wen Yao merely shrugged, displaying an air of indifference. It's a minor setback, nothing to concern ourselves with. The task of rooting out Johnny Wong and ensuring the residents of Hong Kong can sleep soundly is one I wholeheartedly accept. Daniel, accept? With that flippant demeanor of yours. Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a declaration? Doctor, boss, you truly remain the same boss. At that moment, Liu gazed into Wen Yao's eyes, filled with admiration. This is the embodiment of a steadfast and resolute police spirit. Afternoon, East Kowloon Police Station, the scene of a press conference. The venue was teeming with reporters, cameras, recording devices, and notebooks all at the ready, each pair of eyes gleaming with anticipation. Word had spread that this press conference was dedicated to Wen Yao, prompting everyone to rush in, scarcely pausing to revise their notes, eager to secure a front-row seat. The significance of Wen Yao's presence was unmistakable. Sir, over here. Sir, I am your devoted fan. Sir, may we take a photo together? As the newly appointed Commissioner Daniel accompanied Wen Yao onto the stage, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers, resembling the arrival of a celebrity. Daniel, catching sight of the reporter's fervor, felt a slight tightening at the corners of his mouth, yet maintained his composure. Ahem. He seated himself in the primary position, surveying the entire assembly, his voice steady and commanding. I am Daniel, the newly appointed Commissioner of the East Kowloon Police Station. I express my gratitude to all of you for attending today. The star of this press conference is Senior Inspector Wen Yao. Please give him a warm welcome. Thunderous applause erupted, nearly lifting the roof off the building. Wen Yao inclined his head and smiled at the crowd. Good day, everyone. I am Wen Yao. Allow me to clarify the matter regarding the arms depot at the Mingxin Hospital. It all began in the early hours of that fateful day. He spoke deliberately, recounting the entire process of uncovering the arms depot, rich in detail and vividly engaging. The reporters were captivated, frequently interjecting with questions, to which Wen Yao responded with clarity and precision. In the end, we dismantled the arms depot that Johnny Wong had concealed within Mingxin Hospital, effectively uprooting his lair. He was infuriated on the spot, turning his ire toward the police force and even unleashing his wrath upon ordinary citizens. For this, I extend a solemn apology on behalf of the task force. However, let it be clear that the dignity of the police force is no trivial matter, and we shall not yield an inch to evil. With that, Wen Yao stood tall, his voice resonating like thunder. Johnny Wong, that den of iniquity was toppled by my own hand. If you possess any semblance of honor, come at me for retribution. Should you dare to show yourself, I will ensure you enter horizontally and exit in a prone state. At the conclusion of his words, the entire assembly of reporters rose in unison, their gazes fixed intently on Wen Yao, the applause swelling like a tidal wave. Every face bore expressions of shock, admiration, and heartfelt emotion, with some even on the verge of tears. Sir, you are truly formidable. Such iron resolve, to dare confront the deranged Johnny Wong in public. Meanwhile, Johnny Wong seethed in the shadows, gritting his teeth. You are the insane one, Wen Yao. Daniel stood to the side, a smile creeping onto his face, his heart swelling with joy. This was precisely the scenario he had envisioned. Ideally, Johnny Wong would retaliate fiercely, dragging Wen Yao down with him. The press conference concluded abruptly, with reporters rushing back to their offices, eager to edit and broadcast the news. As the story broke, it sent shockwaves throughout Hong Kong, igniting fervent discussions in every corner. Wow, Sir has essentially placed a knife to his own throat, shielding the entire city from bullets. This is what a true police officer looks like. And then there's Theodore. What kind of enforcer is he? Sir is incredibly impressive. This is the essence of a man standing tall. But it's too precarious. Everyone knows how many lives have been lost under Johnny Wong's reign. Indeed, he is gambling with his life. It's exhilarating. It strikes a chord. He is a living hero. I can hardly hold back my tears. Is the foreign commissioner really holding this press conference to elevate Sir? Did he make this decision himself? It feels rather sinister. Clearly, he is sending Sir into the line of fire. At the same moment, in the office of the Deputy Director of Operations at the police force, Zhuo Jingquan sat poised in his chair, fingers interlaced atop the desk, his cold gaze fixed on the television screen displaying Wen Yao's assertive presence, his brow furrowed. After a moment, he suddenly appeared enlightened, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth, a glimmer of approval crossing his eyes as he nodded slightly. Good. Very good. Daniel, you are quite astute. He had been keeping an eye on Wen Yao, who had managed to navigate through several major cases and unearth numerous internal traitors and corrupt officers. Such a figure would inevitably become a stumbling block. Previously, he had secretly ordered Theodore to eliminate him, but instead, Theodore had fallen, and Wen Yao had only grown bolder. With the appointment of a newcomer to oversee East Kowloon, the primary objective was to eradicate Johnny Wong. Once that was accomplished, they would find a way to ensure Wen Yao's unexpected demise. Daniel's strategy was both a means to draw out the snake and a clever maneuver to eliminate an adversary, truly a two birds with one stone approach. Yet, upon further reflection, he furrowed his brow. While Johnny Wong was ruthless, Wen Yao was no pushover either. What if things took a turn for the worse? After a moment of contemplation, he summoned a trusted aide. Speaking in a low voice, informed Daniel that this move was executed brilliantly. However, he must increase the stakes by discreetly positioning a team to ensure a decisive strike when Johnny Wong acts. None of the two can be allowed to remain. Do you understand? The subordinate bowed his head, his tone devoid of emotion. Understood. Go. Yes. Zhuo Jingquan rose and strolled to the window, savoring a sip of coffee, the steam swirling as he gazed with a piercing intensity. Wen Yao, alas, your brilliance is too glaring. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Meanwhile, in a desolate warehouse somewhere in Hong Kong, the sound of intermittent television news echoed across the empty concrete floor. The doctor and his crew were gathered around the television, their eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on the live broadcast of Wen Yao exuding an aura of authority. Rabbit's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Truly the boss." His words strike like thunder, every syllable ablaze. Absolutely. His tactic of drawing the snake out of its hole was executed flawlessly. Brilliant. Utterly brilliant. Feifei nodded vigorously, her tone filled with respect. Doctor, do you genuinely believe this is a heroic saga? With all your praise, I almost feel as if I am producing a blockbuster film. However, judging by the current momentum, the boss is likely on the verge of achieving another significant feat. Johnny Wong, that old fossil, is sure to be squeezed dry. All right, the boss isn't even here. Let's not get too carried away with flattery. Quickly, let us bring Johnny Wong out. The time has come. Understood. Rabbit sprang into action, moving swiftly into the adjacent room. In less than half a minute, Johnny Wong, bound tightly with rope, was dragged out. At that moment, Johnny Wong's complexion was sallow, dark circles under his eyes, looking gaunter than before, but his frame remained intact, and his spirit had not waned. After all, the doctor was relying on him, ensuring he received his meals and hot water each night, fearful that he might one day lose hope and throw himself against a wall. Yet, Johnny Wong's will to survive burned fiercely. As long as he drew breath, there remained a chance for a comeback. Perhaps one day, a guard would doze off, allowing him to pry open a window and escape. Moreover, the doctor has arranged for a dual-duty rotation, infrared monitoring, and a triple-lock access system to prevent suicide. Not even a nail clipper within reach. Doctor, what devious scheme are you concocting? Johnny Wong growled through clenched teeth. Oh dear, does that sound a bit too distant? The doctor chuckled as he leaned in, placing a hand lightly on his shoulder. Come now, who are we to each other? Best buddies. Why the hesitation? Release him at once. As his words fell, two henchmen promptly stepped forward, swiftly untying the ropes. Johnny Wong flexed his wrists, the corners of his mouth twitching. Best buddies? Nonsense. Even if knives rained from the sky and Asao mastered the art of walking on water, he would never believe a single word from the doctor's lips. Chapter 43. So why the pleasantries? The doctor seized him by the shoulder and pressed him onto the sofa, his finger pointing emphatically at the righteous news footage on the television. See that? The police are publicly calling you out, clearly aiming to slap you across the face. Why not record a video in response? At the very least, let everyone know who truly rules this territory. True leaders are never forged through mere endurance. Wouldn't you agree? Johnny Wong retorted, damn. This feels like shouting slogans before facing execution. I thought I was meeting the Grim Reaper tonight. Is it really just about recording a video? Such a simple task. Must it be made to feel like receiving a royal decree? At that moment, Johnny Wong had long since laid down his arms, his heart as still as water. He had come to realize that to stand firm would only lead to a beating followed by kneeling to sign a cooperation agreement. To play the tough guy would ultimately result in more bloodshed than bravado. Yet, he could never comprehend why this group of doctors insisted on clashing relentlessly with the police. What was the true identity of their mysterious boss? Did they truly harbor such hatred for those in uniform? Even more absurdly, with money piled high, why not pack up and leave? Had their brains been kicked by a mule? Speak. What do you want me to do? The doctor chuckled, patting him on the back with a glint of approval in his eyes. Good lad. You know what's up. Come, let me clarify the details for you. Soon. Under the doctor's meticulous guidance, a full-scale reverse intimidation operation commenced. Johnny Wong put on a fierce performance, his gaze feral as a wolf, his voice raspy like sandpaper scraping metal, threatening to ensure Wen Yao cleans his neck and prepares a coffin. Click. As the recording halted, Johnny Wong was about to rub his face and relax, thinking he deserved a bowl of braised pork to calm his nerves. Instead, the doctor dealt him a sharp slap across the face, immediately followed by a powerful knee to his shin. Taken by surprise, Johnny Wong collapsed to his knees before the television, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he looked up in bewilderment, eyes wide with shock. The doctor's face was ashen, pointing furiously at him. Idiot. I told you to rehearse, not to lose yourself in the role. How dare you challenge my boss to his face? And with such fervor, do you truly wish for your demise? Johnny Wong protested, damn. Wasn't it you who forced me to perform like this? And now you turn on me? Wait a minute. Your boss? A sudden realization struck Johnny Wong, his pupils constricting. As he stood frozen in place, fixated on Wen Yao being interviewed on the television, his mouth agape, breath caught in his throat. Gulp. His Adam's apple bobbed violently, cold sweat breaking out, his scalp tingling as his mind raced. In an instant, everything clicked into place. It was all a trap, a thoroughly orchestrated scheme. Good heavens. It was all a play crafted by Wen Yao. The previous incidents of his subordinates falling into his hands were nothing but bait he had intentionally set. It all made sense now. The pieces fell into alignment. Damn it. This man is far too cunning. How is it that such ruthless characters abound in this world? Oh wow. At that moment of revelation, Johnny Wong felt his eyes well up, tears streaming down his face. Humph. The doctor let out a cold snicker from his nostrils, his lips curling in disdain. Sangbang. Drag him inside and give him a thorough beating. What kind of creature dares to insult the boss? All right. Sangbang immediately perked up, grabbing Johnny Wong by the collar and dragging him away. The wails of anguish erupted, heart-wrenching and soul-piercing, a sound that could make flesh tear. Yet the doctor didn't even blink, expressionless as he handed the tape to the rabbit. You know what to do, right? Leave it to me. Be swift and discreet. And clean up without a trace. Understood? Meanwhile, at 2 television stations in Hong Kong, a dozen mainstream newspapers were rolling out Wen Yao's exclusive interview in rapid succession. Just at this critical moment, 2 identical packages were quietly delivered to both stations. As the staff opened them, they found only a single tape inside. When they pressed play, The screen was immediately filled with Johnny Wong's fierce visage, shouting threats against Wen Yao, causing an uproar in the entire editorial department. At this point, only 3 minutes remained until the 6 o'clock news broadcast. 1800, the news commenced punctually. Good evening, viewers. I am Lu Huizhen. With a serious expression and steady speech, we have just received an anonymous package containing a videotape. After urgent review, we were left in shock. Without further ado, we shall play it. The camera switched, and Johnny Wong's menacing face instantly dominated the screen, spitting venomous threats against Wen Yao. As you can see, this footage captures Johnny Wong publicly challenging Senior Inspector Wen Yao, his words brimming with arrogance and devoid of restraint. He openly threatens the personal safety of Officer Li. We implore the East Kowloon police to initiate a Level 1 response immediately. Allowing such a reckless criminal to act with impunity is unacceptable. The news broke, sending shockwaves throughout Hong Kong. On the streets, in tea houses, at bus stops, everyone clutched newspapers, glued to their television screens, voices rising in a cacophony of discussion. What is this? Johnny Wong is still as outrageous as ever, daring to speak like that in broad daylight? I've never seen someone bolder. Who gives him the audacity? Officer Li is truly in peril. Johnny Wong is no joke. When he goes mad, he even turns on himself. My goodness. Is this not dancing on the edge of a knife? One misstep, and it's all over. Yet Officer Li already anticipated this outcome and continued to press forward. I can't hold it any longer. At that same moment, the operations room at the East Kowloon police station erupted in alarm. Everyone standing up, faces pale, fists clenched. All were on high alert. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Wen Yao calmly lifted his teacup, blowing on it gently, his expression serene, his gaze tranquil, as if he had been waiting for this moment all along. After all, he had orchestrated the entire game himself. What was there to fear? He was contemplating how to conclude this in the most elegant manner, ensuring a dignified exit while squeezing every last drop of profit. Just then, the office door swung open, and Li Yu and Yu Suqiu entered one after the other, their brows laden with heavy clouds. Hey Yao, the news has spread, hasn't he it? Wen Yao rose, nodding slightly, and remarked, I was already aware. The two of them had something to say. Li Yu spread his hands, his tone tightening. Is that even a question? The sky is about to collapse, and you act as if nothing is amiss? Don't forget, Johnny Wong has specifically called for your head. Do you truly not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Yu Suqiu also wore a stern expression as she nodded, her voice laced with anger. Indeed, Mr. Li, you must keep your guard up. That Johnny Wong has become exceedingly arrogant, believing no one in Hong Kong can rein him in. Previously, he kept to the shadows, engaging in illicit activities. But now he brazenly levels his weapon at you. It's a clear path to self-destruction. Wen Yao chuckled softly, yet his eyes revealed no emotion. Even if Sir claimed he was courting death, one must ponder, was he truly that foolish? Was that declaration merely bravado, or a smokescreen? Who can discern? However, should he dare to step through that door, it would be the final threshold he crosses in this lifetime. Yet, we cannot afford to remain idle. We must lay out our plans and tighten our net. Li Yu exchanged glances with Yu Suqiu, both nodding in agreement, their voices low and steady. All right. We will follow your lead. Moments later, the group finalized their divisions of labor, and Li Yu and Yu Suqiu hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Daniel, having caught wind of the situation, couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips, his eyes gleaming with the light of successful scheming. As expected, his efforts were not in vain. Johnny Wong had indeed taken the bait. Humph, Wen Yao, just sit tight in your position as leader for a few days and enjoy it while it lasts. Little did he realize that he was the one dancing on stage like a jubilant clown. What he did not foresee was that the situation had escalated dangerously. Bursting forth into the open, Johnny Wong was no fool. Would he draw his blade next, or would he merely feign bravado before retreating from Hong Kong? Uncertainty gnawed at him. Everything hinged on Johnny Wong's choice. Hopefully, he wouldn't spoil my fun. Kill Wen Yao, then obediently step into the cage we've set for him. Ha. That evening, at Fong Siwei's residence. Phew. As she stepped through the doorway, kicked off her high heels, and tossed her bag onto the entryway cabinet. She sank into the sofa, her shoulders slumping as if her very bones had been extracted. Yet her gaze drifted toward the window, where the cold moonlight illuminated her heart, tightening it with thoughts of Wen Yao. She was acutely aware of everything that had transpired today, especially the image of him standing at the eye of the storm, which made her breath feel heavy. The phone rested in her hand, repeatedly rubbed, its screen flickering on and off. She contemplated calling, yet feared interrupting his plans. She thought of sending a message, but worried it might seem trivial. Her fingertips hovered over the keys, unable to press down. Ding dong. The doorbell rang abruptly, causing her to startle and sit up straight. Who could it be? Responding as she walked briskly to the door, she peered through the peephole. In the next moment, she froze in place, then flung the door open, rushing to embrace the person outside, her arms tightening around him as if she sought to merge into his very being. Hey, slow down. Wen Yao was jolted back slightly, allowing her to cling to him, as he lifted his hand to support her legs bend, moving them both inside while deftly kicking the door shut behind them. All right, let go. He chuckled, patting her back, his tone a mixture of indulgence and helplessness. Only then did she gradually release her grip, rising onto her toes to scrutinize him, her fingers unconsciously tugging at his clothing, her voice trembling. Are you truly unscathed? Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. What could possibly happen to me? But that Johnny Wong did threaten you, didn't he? Fong Siwei gazed into his eyes, her own filled with concern. Huh. Wen Yao couldn't help but laugh, waving his hand dismissively. Do you take every word spoken by others at face value? I have already set the stage. If he dares to show his face, it is merely a declaration of allegiance to the King of Hell. You know my background well enough, right? Rest assured, I am as steady as a mountain. Fong Siwei stepped closer, tilting her face up, her gaze piercing as it locked onto his eyes. You must promise me with your own words. I won't allow you to be harmed in any way. Wen Yao raised his hand in surrender. All right. I swear I won't encounter any mishaps. If I go back on my word, then let me. Before he could finish, she sealed his lips with her own. Wen Yao was momentarily taken aback, watching her on her tiptoes, her eyelashes fluttering, feeling a tremor in his heart. This girl has become increasingly audacious. What is there to be polite about? Hiss. Hey, are you out of your mind? I just put this outfit on. It's too thick, it's bothersome. Chapter 44. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. An hour later, in the bedroom, Wen Yao reclined against the headboard, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, a smile creeping from the corners of his eyes. It must be said that Fong Siwei's physique was more delectable than that of Liu Huijin and others, smoother, more tender, and as addictive as honey to the touch. TSK. Each has its unique allure, making it hard to choose between them. Truly a dilemma. Dingling. The phone rang unexpectedly. Wen Yao glanced at the screen, his spine straightening instantly, a grin breaking across his lips. Hello? Darling, are you missing me? Beside him, Fong Siwei, having just regained her breath, immediately pouted and climbed onto him, pinching the soft flesh at his side. Wen Yao recoiled slightly, biting his tongue to stifle a sound, and could only blink at her in resignation. Are you all right? Liu Huijin's gentle voice came through, filled with concern. Wen Yao shook his head lazily. What could possibly be wrong with me? It's just a piece of cake. Liu Huijin replied, then asked, is it true that Johnny Wong might come after you? I would welcome him to show up with a knife. It would give me a chance to shine. Most likely, it's just bravado to intimidate. Don't worry. Okay. She paused, her voice dripping with sweetness. I miss you. Can you come keep me company? Wen Yao had just opened his mouth when Fong Siwei deftly flipped herself over, pinning him down, her fingers tracing circles on his chest, shaking her head like a rattle. This is unbearable. Moreover, her bright eyes contained a hint of alluring mischief that tugged at his heartstrings. Wen Yao quickly changed his tone, adopting a serious demeanor. Let us postpone. I have mountains of work at the office today and truly can't get away. As soon as I find the time, I'll fly over. Be good. Wait for me, okay? Though Liu Huijin was reluctant, she understood that pressing further was futile and softly acquiesced. All right then. Love you. As the call ended, Wen Yao raised his gaze to the girl atop him, a sly grin forming on his lips. So, tell me, what are you planning to do to make it up to me? Fong Siwei immediately lowered her head, her cheeks aflame, her voice barely above a whisper. Whatever you wish. I shall comply. Those were your own words. Oh, as dawn broke, Wen Yao enjoyed a hearty breakfast at Fong Siwei's home. Once the dishes were set aside, he promptly exited. He didn't head straight to the police station, but instead veered towards an abandoned dock on the western side of Hong Kong, where, upon opening the old warehouse door, he found Wang Jianjun's small team already waiting inside. Wang Jianjun, with his closely cropped hair and impeccably tailored black trench coat that accentuated his strong shoulders, exuded an aura so heavy it seemed to press down upon the very air around him, rendering it almost stagnant. Beside him stood his brother, Wang Zhengwo, refined and polite, his white shirt buttoned to the top. When he smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkled slightly, yet the warmth of his smile never quite reached his gaze, which resembled a cold glint from the blade of a sheath. The entire ensemble comprised merely 5 individuals, apart from the 2 brothers. The other 3 also sported short hair closely cropped to their scalps, dressed in plain, unremarkable attire. Standing at the street corner, they embodied the sort of ordinary people one would overlook without a second glance. However, upon meeting their sharp, tranquil eyes, each concealing the latent threat of unsheathed blades, one would sense the violent potential lurking beneath the surface. All were veterans from the Vietnam War, having followed Wang Jianjun through the fires of conflict, tightly bound in brotherhood, unwilling to disperse even after their service had ended. Boss, Wen Yao announced as he entered, prompting the 5 shadows to straighten with military precision. their voices crisp and forceful, akin to bullets being chambered. Much like the medical team, their loyalty to Wen Yao was ingrained in their very bones, unwavering and resolute. In their eyes, Wen Yao was not merely a superior, but rather a steadfast guiding star. The embodiment of rules that demanded immediate action. Wen Yao scanned the faces before him, finally nodding with an upbeat yet weighty tone. Good, the spirit is high. Boss. Wang Jianjun stepped forward, his gaze intense. If there's work to be done, please assign it. I heard there's a fellow named Johnny Wang who has been making a scene outside. I can take a team and ensure he is silenced for good. Johnny Wang. Wen Yao paused for a brief moment, then chuckled lightly, shaking his head. There's no need. He has been right under my nose. I know whether to act or not. It was no wonder that Wang Jianjun had acted rashly upon his arrival in Hong Kong, for he was entirely unaware of the connections Johnny Wang had with the doctor. Nor did he realize that the very man standing before him was the boss behind it all. Wang Jianjun immediately fell silent, standing at attention, responding, understood. Wen Yao surveyed the weathered concrete walls and rusted steel frames around him, casually inquiring, "You're local. Are your identities clean?" "Absolutely," Wang Jianjun replied firmly. "Identification, social security, tax filings, all in order. Not even a traffic citation in the police records." "Good." A smile tugged at the corners of Wen Yao's mouth. "Let's South vacate this place for now and rent a decent apartment to settle in. There are no pressing matters at the moment. I'll summon you when needed." "Yes, boss." Before his words had fully settled, Wen Yao had already turned to exit, his back exuding decisiveness. This visit was merely to familiarize himself with the team, to lay a foundation for future relations. They would also need to introduce the medical team to these men. Otherwise, should a mission arise, a misfire among allies would be a disastrous folly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Hong Kong was unusually quiet. The East Kowloon police station was tense, every sound muffled. Even the clinking of cups in the break room was subdued. Yet Johnny Wang seemed to have evaporated. Since his last public threat, there had been no further developments. The police officers felt stifled, their chests tight with frustration, as they were toyed with. Oblivious to the location of the elusive threat, they had established surveillance in plain sight and woven webs in secrecy, yet they had gleaned nothing. Forced to swallow the bitter pill of their impotence. At that moment, within the chief's office, the air was thick enough to wring water from. The 3 team leaders of the major crimes unit stood in a straight line, their backs stiff as they awaited the summons of Daniel. Seated behind a large desk, Daniel tapped his fingers lightly on the surface, his voice low and grave. "I called you here regarding a new case. We just received word that a batch of high-quality counterfeit U.S. currency is circulating globally, employing techniques previously unseen. Interpol has verified that this counterfeit money originated from Hong Kong. Thus they have entrusted us with the task of tracing it back to its source. Not only our precinct, but every station across the territory has received the same directive. Counterfeit currency gang?" Upon hearing Daniel's succinct briefing, Wen Yao furrowed his brow, racing to sift through his memories. He could count on one hand the number of Hong Kong films that had tackled counterfeiting. Project Gutenberg was too recent and sophisticated to be plausible. Eye of the Beholder involved Hong Kong dollars, which did not match. Curiously, the film that fit most closely was the old classic of Better Tomorrow. Of course, this was merely a fleeting deduction in his mind, lacking concrete evidence. "Chief, has there been any hint from above regarding this counterfeit gang?" Liu pondered briefly before asking. Daniel waved his hand dismissively. "If there were any leads, would Interpol need to ask for our assistance?" This batch of counterfeit bills had already disrupted financial orders in multiple countries, and the police department had issued a strict order to swiftly unearth this gang. None were to be overlooked. "You will immediately allocate personnel and utilize all available channels to investigate. Once you uncover any traces, report immediately." Yusuchio looked troubled. "Chief, splitting our forces at this juncture may not be the wisest strategy." Daniel turned his face slightly, his tone calm, yet unyielding. "Johnny Wang remains at large, and we are still fully engaged in containment. If we divert manpower to monitor the counterfeiting case, our defenses may become compromised." Her voice lowered, yet each word was taut with tension. Everyone knew Johnny Wang was ruthless, and his apparent calm over the past 3 days could very well be a prelude to striking when they least expected it. Moreover, they had sealed off all land, sea, and air routes into Hong Kong, making it likely that he was lurking in the shadows, waiting to deliver a fatal blow. Her brow furrowed slightly, her expression anxious. Daniel nodded slowly. "You are correct. Johnny Wang could emerge at any moment. Dispersing our forces now is indeed risky." However, his voice suddenly rose, his gaze fixating on Wen Yao's face. "We still have Inspector Wen Yao. The confidence in his skills, intellect, and luck was well understood among the team. Even if Johnny Wang did come knocking, he might not gain the upper hand, would he?" After saying this, he smiled amiably, yet there was no warmth in his eyes. Inwardly, he eagerly anticipated the dispersal of police forces, hoping Johnny Wong would seize the opportunity to strike, allowing Li Wenyao to fall completely. Li Wenyao scoffed internally. The calculations were loud, but it would be wiser to return home and count money. Yet outwardly, he merely lowered his gaze and sighed lightly. If I remain vigilant, it should not lead to any missteps. But just as Li Yu was about to respond, Daniel decisively interrupted him. Enough. Inspector Li has already assured us that there are no issues. What do we have to worry about? The Johnny Wong case will be under his purview. You two teams will focus entirely on the counterfeit currency gang. Meeting adjourned. Yes, sir. The three replied in unison. As they exited the conference room, Li Yu hurried to catch up with Li Wenyao, an anxious expression on his face. Yao, can you truly handle this? Johnny Wong is no pushover. Li Wenyao placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, a slight smile gracing his lips. Li sir, don't worry, I have a plan. Li Yu opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately sighed and nodded silently. Ding ding ding. The moment they stepped into the office, the phone rang sharply. Hello? Darling. What's wrong? Lu Huijian's voice was soft yet tinged with reproach. Have you forgotten about me? Li Wenyao exclaimed inwardly. Oh my, what melodrama is this? How could I forget? I cherish you too much. He quickly reassured her. Liar. She puffed her cheeks. Last time you promised you'd come see me once you finished up. It's been 3 days. Where are you? Li Wenyao silently chuckled to himself. Realizing he was truly innocent of this charge, Fong Siwei has been exerting herself these past few nights, employing every possible tactic to keep him firmly ensconced in the situation, making it nearly impossible for him to catch his breath. And then there's Gangsheng. She feels utterly stretched thin. Li Wenyao's eyes flickered, his expression shifting to one of earnestness, his tone as sincere as if he were making a vow. Darling, how could you think that? You know very well that Johnny Wong might come knocking at any moment. If I were to seek you out first, wouldn't that put you in peril? How could I bear to let you face even the slightest danger? You cannot begin to imagine the torment I have endured these past few days. My mind consumed with thoughts of you. Even my breaths are tinged with your essence. Have you ever experienced this? Lying down each night, the space beside me utterly vacant, the very air charged with an intense heat of absence. Li Wenyao nearly found himself moved to tears by his own words. Lu Huijin, listening to this fervent confession, hastily covered her mouth, her eyes suddenly moist with emotion. I understand. I think of you every day as well. So, can you accompany me tonight? After a moment's contemplation, Li Wenyao replied, his voice deep yet resolute. Of course, I will pick you up after work. However, being with me may indeed lead to complications for you. Lu Huijin shook her head vigorously, her gaze fierce and radiant. I'm not afraid. With you by my side, I would dare to confront even the mightiest of foes. All right, let us meet at the television station entrance at 7:30. Thankfully, I reacted quickly. The moment the call ended, a smile crept onto Li Wenyao's lips, filled with a sense of ease and pride. See, that was a piece of cake, almost causing someone to sob with joy. It felt as if I were in a melodrama. He chuckled softly. Johnny Wong. Damn it, using my name as a shield is one thing, but now he's employing it to woo women? I'm impressed. Chapter 45. Let us go. The show is over. Nothing left to see. That evening, at the TVB headquarters, a sleek black sedan glided to a stop by the roadside. Li Wenyao leaped out, dressed casually, yet somehow radiating an aura that seemed to draw attention like a spotlight. He walked with an undeniable swagger. As soon as he arrived, he attracted the collective gaze of the bustling crowd, especially from a few young women, whose eyes lit up as they unconsciously gravitated toward him. However, before they could approach, a slender and agile figure darted toward him like an arrow, crashing into his embrace with a thud, her arms tightening around him without a hint of slack. She glanced back over her shoulder, winking at the group of girls, her smile unmistakably declaring, "He-s mine." The warmth and softness of her presence ignited a warmth within Li Wenyao's chest, and he reached up to tousle her hair. All right, we're in public. Let us save the affection for home. I don't care. I want them to see that you belong to me. Lu Huijin tilted her face upward, playfully shaking her little fist, her fierce demeanor utterly adorable. Li Wenyao chuckled and shook his head. Let us get in the car. She hopped into the passenger seat, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Where are we headed? Li Wenyao pressed the accelerator, his tone light. First dinner, then a stroll, perhaps a couple of drinks, and finally, I'll take you home. Whatever you wish to do tonight, I'm at your service. You're so wonderful. The car swiftly departed the television station, turning into a tastefully decorated Western restaurant. After a delightful meal, they strolled hand in hand for nearly 2 hours, and just after 10, they chose a cozy little bar bathed in warm yellow light. As they entered, the rhythmic thumping of drums greeted them, vibrating through the air, while the lighting softened to a gentle dim. The bar was bustling with patrons, and nearly all the booths were occupied. After circling around, they finally snagged a vacant table in the corner. Li Wenyao looked around, chuckling. Who would have thought such a place would be so lively? Lu Huijin rested her chin on her hand, nodding. Indeed, nightclubs are too loud and superficial. This type of place is perfect for unwinding after work, catching up with friends, or simply escaping the chaos. Oh, your drinking capacity may be lacking, but your experience is quite impressive. Wen Yao teased, raising an eyebrow. That's just common sense. She straightened her back, though she didn't pull out her press pass. The confidence radiated from her being. How else would I cover the news? As they continued their playful banter, a group of sharply dressed men suddenly surged through the entrance, their synchronized steps and commanding presence palpable. Wen Yao's gaze swept across the room and froze. The leader of the group was none other than Tan Sheng. Just as Wen Yao was processing this, Tan Sheng swaggered in with a few underlings, their polished shoes echoing against the floor as they boldly claimed the corner booth, casually draping their arms over the shoulders of the man seated across from them, laughing and chatting. Wen Yao's mind sparked with recognition. This was just like the tense standoff from A Better Tomorrow, where the tension was palpable even before the first blade was drawn. His pupils constricted slightly, and his gaze sharpened. He instinctively scanned the surroundings, his focus landing on the left side by the window, where Fa Gu sat. To the right, at the bar, was Di Long. His heart sank heavily. There was no doubt that the two men before him were Xiao Ma Gu and Song Zihao. How Gu? What a coincidence. It was truly a stroke of genius. Wen Yao couldn't help but chuckle to himself, never expecting that a casual visit to a seemingly inconspicuous bar would lead to witnessing such a momentous clash. Surely, fate had nudged him along this path. Tan Sheng, yet another significant opportunity was about to land in his lap. Fantastic. Hold on. The second-generation heir Johnny Wong was on the verge of exiting the scene. It was imperative to identify a third-generation successor quickly. Tan Sheng, now that was a ready-made candidate, boisterous, reckless, and just foolish enough to serve as a target. He glanced toward the bar, where a young man clad in a black leather jacket, his features sharp and piercing, lounged casually on a high stool, lightly tapping the edge of his glass with his fingertips. Song Zijia, the brother of the character portrayed by Leslie Chung. How Gu? All the players were in position. The stage was set, and the drums were about to sound. What are you staring at? Have you lost your mind? Lu Huijin waved her hand in front of his eyes, following his gaze and pouting. A few rough men just drinking. What is so extraordinary about that? I thought you had your sights set on some stunning beauty. Wen Yao snapped back to reality, leaning closer to her ear, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Before me stands a living, breathing beauty. Why would I waste my time looking at anyone else? You certainly know how to flatter. Lu Huijin raised her chin, her lips curling into a playful smirk, her chest puffing up with pride, as she tiptoed to peck him on the cheek. Ha! He tilted his head back, downing half a glass of wine, his laughter hearty, his eyes sparkling with joy. Lu Huijin smiled, taking a delicate sip from her glass, not overly indulgent. Suddenly, a commotion arose behind them. Tan Sheng, flanked by 7 or 8 men, parted the crowd with a commanding presence, his leather jacket flapping open, striding directly toward Xiao Ma Gu's table. With a loud scrape, he pulled out a chair and sat down, unceremoniously. Lu Huijin turned her head, her eyes brightening with interest as she leaned slightly forward, clearly intrigued. Given this atmosphere, sparks were bound to fly. Wen Yao narrowed his eyes, leaning closer and lowering his voice. Did you bring the camera? She nodded, patting her small handbag. Of course, it's right here. Why? He gestured toward Xiao Ma Gu's table. If you want to film, go ahead. All right. She responded with enthusiasm, naturally curious. She could tell this situation was anything but ordinary. Coupled with her instincts as a reporter, she was convinced this would make for a headline-worthy story. Before her words had fully left her lips, she swiftly retrieved her compact video camera, quietly pointing the lens toward the unfolding scene, her fingers deftly pressing the record button. Wen Yao leisurely swirled his glass, a slight smirk on his lips, adopting an expression that conveyed his delight in the unfolding spectacle. The classic scene unfolds before our eyes. If we do not keep our focus, we risk losing everything. Just as the two finished speaking, an unmistakable tension filled the air. Brother Ma, without uttering a word, filled the glasses of the 3 men, then abruptly lifted the empty prosthetic leg, slamming it onto the table with a resounding thud that made the wine glasses tremble. Tan Sheng's face turned pale, his throat constricting as he fought to remain silent. This toast is for my leg, Brother Ma declared, raising his glass and slowly pouring the amber liquid, which cascaded down the crevices of the prosthetic, dripping steadily. Finally, he clapped the empty glass down, spreading his hands with a sinister smile. Happy? Tan Sheng's lips twitched, as if he had swallowed a moldy olive. He was acutely aware of how this leg had been lost, but what did it matter? Times had changed. The Underworld had long since altered its facade. And who would still hold Brother Ma accountable for past grievances? As he relaxed his throat, a sudden grin broke across his face, and he slapped Song Zihao's shoulder vigorously. Brother Hao, come by my place sometime. We have much to discuss. Not interested, Song Zaheo replied. His tone as flat as a glass of lukewarm water. You will be interested eventually, Tan Sheng retorted with a smirk. Casting a sidelong glance at Brother Ma before adjusting his suit jacket and turning to leave, his polished shoes echoing crisply against the floor. At that moment, Song Zijia hurried over, grabbing Song Zaheo's arm and pulling him toward the back door. This is so dull. I thought we were about to witness a full-on brawl. Meanwhile, Lu Huijin rolled her eyes at the sight of Brother Ma's gathering dispersing, her face etched with disappointment. Oh, how it made my heart race. Huh. You would rather see them draw guns and shoot it out, and then have me rush in with my baton to save the day? Li Wenyo teased. Lu Huijin blinked and nodded earnestly. Exactly. How did you guess so accurately? Isn't this headline news? Li Wenyo fell silent. This girl truly had a daring spirit. Let's go. The show is over. There's nothing left to see. It's barely past a few hours. Can't we stay a bit longer? Li Wenyo suddenly stood up, wrapping his long arm around her waist, his forehead nearly brushing against her ear, his voice low and heated. It's getting late. I can hardly wait any longer. Besides, isn't it much more exhilarating to have fun at home? Lu Huijin felt her ears flush instantly, her gaze dropping as she bit her lip, her toes unconsciously tapping the ground, her body slightly weakening. Moments later, he embraced her and they slipped into the car, driving off. As they passed the alley, they caught a glimpse of Brother Ma and his companions arguing fiercely, and a smirk played on Li Wenyo's lips, his amusement profound yet subdued. Days swiftly passed, and soon it was 4 days later. At the East Kowloon police station, in the commissioner's office. Bang. Damn it. How many days has it been since people went missing? And not a single lead in sight. Daniel slammed his palm onto the desk, causing the pen holder to bounce up an inch, the veins on his forehead pulsing visibly. As days trickled by, John Wong seemed to have vanished into thin air, swallowed by an ominous fog. Daniel's last thread of patience had long since snapped. He had initially hoped to resolve the case swiftly and eliminate Li Wenyo in the process. Yet here he was, left empty-handed, having drawn water with a basket, without even a ripple. Could it be that the man was truly toying with him? He furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before summoning Li Wenyo. Commissioner, you called? Li Wenyo entered, immediately noticing Daniel's grim expression, but feigning ignorance. You have something for me? I assigned the investigation of John Wong to you, and what do I have to show for it? Daniel's voice rose sharply, his finger jabbing forcefully at the desk. It's been over 10 days, and you have found not a single clue. What have you been doing? Li Wenyo shrugged. He refuses to show himself. I cannot simply drag him out by the neck. Besides, aren't the counterfeit money operations being monitored by teams A and B still circling aimlessly? Are you throwing accusations back at me? Daniel glared, his face taut, his voice chillingly low. Those are hardened criminals. Can you even compare with them? You've been holed up in the station for days without stepping outside. Who on earth would willingly walk into your line of fire? Can't you use your brain a bit? Go out, set a trap, and lure him out. As his temper flared, he could no longer maintain his composure, spitting words almost onto Li Wenyo's face. His jowls quivering, Li Wenyo frowned, his expression darkening, his voice cold as ice. Commissioner, are you asking me to risk my life? Chapter 46, Boss? Who is your boss? I believe John Wong is quite interested in your head. Why not you take the front line yourself and act as bait? Rest assured, my bullets will recognize their target, not straying even a millimeter. You. Daniel sprang to his feet, his finger jabbing towards Li Wenyo's nose. You took on this case. You created this mess, and now you want to wash your hands of it? I'll say this one last time. You have to bring John Wong in, or else you'll face the consequences. Li Wenyo lowered his eyelashes, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes, a murderous intent quietly rising. In that instant, a system notification sounded unexpectedly in the depths of his mind. Ding. Task activated. Eliminate Daniel, the new commissioner of East Kowloon and his #1 enforcer, who has committed numerous crimes and is conspiring to control the water and land routes of East Kowloon, paving the way for drug trafficking. Reward, to be unlocked. Li Wenyo, this is a bit excessive, isn't it? I've only thought about it once in my mind, and besides, the previous 2 commissioners just fell. Why is another one here? Shouldn't we just send that foreign commissioner away directly? In fact, for the past few days, Li Wenyo had been waiting for John Wong to show up so he could take a stroll and then clean up the mess. But this fellow was surrounded by police forces like a fortress. On the surface, there were 54 uniformed officers on duty, while covertly, there were at least 7 or 8 plainclothes officers lying in wait. Just last night, he had accompanied Lu Huijin to eat supper in Causeway Bay and at the alley, the second floor of the tea house, and even behind the glass of the neighboring hair salon, he had spotted several familiar faces. It was infuriating. Not to mention that the robbery case in West Kowloon had just broken out, and they had already assigned someone to keep a close eye on him, even tracking how many cups of iced lemon tea he consumed. Could he really wait for John Wong to appear? The variables were too many, the risks too high. He had to push that thought aside. The most prudent course of action now was to create a significant commotion to draw the police's attention away from himself. Originally, Daniel had not been on Wen Yao's elimination list, but with the system unexpectedly throwing this directive at him, he had no choice but to comply. After all, Daniel would not survive this month. Why not use him as a target? Divert the fire while also collecting a reward? Two birds with one stone. With this thought settled, Wen Yao's gaze darkened, and there was no longer a trace of hesitation. Moments later, in the commissioner's office, he did not explode in anger or sneer. He simply regarded Daniel quietly, as if he were staring at a hollow shell still drawing breath. Then he turned and left, not even bothering to utter a word. Daniel, however, perceived this as a blatant humiliation, his chest heaving, his knuckles turning white as he furiously plotted how to retaliate, how to assert his authority, how to kick Wen Yao out of the major crimes unit. He was completely oblivious to the shadow of death already creeping up behind him. On the rooftop of the police station, after leaving the office, Wen Yao did not return to the major crimes unit, but took a shortcut up to the rooftop. He stood at the edge, facing the sea breeze, slowly inhaling and exhaling, calming his mind before pulling out his phone and dialing Wang Jianjun's number. If he were to involve the medical team, it would be too conspicuous. Given the tense atmosphere in Hong Kong, any misstep could lead to total disaster. The team led by Wang Jianjun is adept at executing clandestine operations with precision and efficiency, leaving no trace behind. It is a perfect fit for their line of work. Meanwhile, it is also prudent to gauge the capabilities of these individuals. The phone connection was established swiftly, and Wang Jianjun's deep, resonant voice came through the receiver. Boss. Yes. Wen Yao replied. Are all the personnel in place? Wang Jianjun's voice was unwavering. They have dispersed, concealed throughout Xiangjiang, maintaining their usual routines of dining, sleeping, and working. At a moment's notice, they can mobilize. Even if someone attempts to trace their steps, they will not uncover a second individual. It is foolproof. Wen Yao responded softly. Good. I have a task for you. Ascertain the details of East Kowloon's Director Daniel, his residence, the ages of his wife and children, his daily routes, and security arrangements. The more detailed, the better. I need the results by midnight tonight. Understood. Wang Jianjun promptly affirmed, pausing briefly before inquiring. Do you require me to eliminate him now? Wen Yao hesitated for a moment. First, restrain him. We must thoroughly understand the situation before proceeding. Yes. After hanging up, Wen Yao leaned against the iron railing, the night breeze stirring a few strands of hair across his forehead. He lowered his gaze to light a cigarette, the flickering flame illuminating the darkness. Logically, it would have been most efficient to have Wang Jianjun scout the area, take out the target, and conclude the matter. However, he refrained from doing so. What if Daniel's wife and children were still at home? Wang Jianjun had always been ruthless, leaving no room for error. If there were any lives at stake, he would not hesitate to extinguish them. Wen Yao was no saint, but he possessed a moral compass. He only sought Daniel's life, nothing more. Yet, should that woman be complicit in laundering money for him, or that child serve as a lookout, he would not hesitate to act with cruelty. A family united on the road to the Underworld, none could be spared. As night fell, at Gongxing's home, Wen Yao pushed the door open, and the warm aroma of food enveloped him. The eight immortals' table was laden, steaming with glossy red-braised pork, vibrant stir-fried vegetables, and a bowl of seaweed soup, dotted with golden egg flowers, bubbling gently. A smile crept onto his lips, his eyes sparkling with delight. Darling, you've been busy all day, haven't you? Hurry and wash your hands. The meal is ready. Before he could finish, Gangsheng emerged from the kitchen, clad only in an oversized men's shirt that barely covered her thighs. Her long legs, wrapped in black stockings, glided barefoot across the cool wooden floor as she hurried toward him, her hair still damp. A warmth surged within Wen Yao. He opened his arms to embrace her, his fingers brushing against the warm, firm curve of her waist beneath the shirt, instantly realizing it concealed nothing. His breath quickened, and his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Gangsheng stiffened, her ears flushing crimson, and she stepped back in a fluster, nervously tugging at the hem of her shirt. Her voice soft and sweet. Let us eat first. Wen Yao paused, a low chuckle escaping him as he took her cool hand, guiding her to sit beside him at the table. I must see if your culinary skills have secretly improved. Absolutely. Gangsheng's south eyes curved into crescent moons as she deftly placed a quivering piece of dompa pork into his bowl, shaking her head triumphantly. It's all your favorites. Eat more to replenish your strength. He took a bite, the sauce rich yet not greasy, the balance of fat and lean meat perfect. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved into a deep, aromatic flavor, prompting him to raise an eyebrow in approval. You've truly outdone yourself. Her culinary prowess, indeed, was a skill honed in the hills, masterfully controlled, every flavor penetrated thoroughly, never half-hearted. Seeing him enjoy his meal so animatedly, Gangsheng could not help but rest her chin on her palm, her bright eyes reflecting the gentle rise and fall of his jawline as he chewed. Suddenly, The shrill ring of the phone pierced the air. Li Wenyao glanced at the screen and stood to pace toward the balcony, answering with a low, "Hello, boss. I've gathered the information." Wang Jianjun's voice was low and clear. Daniel's mother is 83 and bedridden. His wife is deeply religious, and his daughter has just returned from studying abroad. There is also a woman he has kept hidden for 7 years, residing in a villa in Shallow Water Bay, which he has transferred solely into his name. She is expected every Tuesday and Friday before 9 o'clock, without fail. Tonight is the time for their meeting. Li Wenyao listened, unfazed by the news. Such occurrences had become an unspoken current in the wealthy circles. It was executed with efficiency. He paused, maintaining a calm demeanor. Initiate action tonight. Leave no traces, no loose ends. Daniel's life is already hanging by a thread. Delaying even a day introduces further uncertainty. The conditions tonight. He will be home. Make this the perfect opportunity. Understood. After ending the call, he leaned against the railing, standing still for a moment as the night breeze caressed his forehead, his thoughts spreading like ink in water, gradually dissipating. To be frank, eliminating him now was indeed a risky endeavor. Yet, having come this far, there was no retreat or avoidance. As long as the execution was clean, who would suspect him? How to proceed next would depend on the winds of fate. "Darling, what are you thinking about?" A warm arm encircled his waist from behind. Gongxing's cheek pressed against his back, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, akin to a lullaby meant solely for her. Li Wenyao turned to lift her effortlessly, cradling her legs off the ground as he walked back into the house. Meanwhile, in the inky night, at a standalone villa in Shallow Water Bay, a matte black car came to a silent halt. The door swung open, and Daniel, with his round belly, rushed inside, neglecting to fasten his coat. Upon entering, he was greeted by the warm glow of the room, where the woman lounged on a velvet sofa, her sheer nightgown teasingly revealing, one leg crossed over the other. Her toes a hint of red, her gaze alluring, a smile gracing her lips. Daniel's throat tightened, and he hurriedly approached her, rubbing his hands together. "Little enchantress, I've missed you terribly." Yet the woman pressed a finger to his lips, gliding it down his tie, gently pulling it, her voice tremulous with seduction. "What is the rush? Let us soak in the bath first, and then I'll take my time with you." "Of course, I'm all yours," he replied, his Adam's apple moving as he grinned widely. Suddenly, a jarring ring erupted. "Who is it?" Daniel snapped, snatching the phone, irritation evident in his tone. "Well, who do you think it is?" The voice of Zhuo Jingquan was as cold as ice, laced with frustration. "It's taken you long enough. There hasn't even been a murmur from you? Didn't I instruct you to wrap this up swiftly?" Daniel's spine stiffened, as if the breath had been knocked out of him, and he abruptly stepped away from the sultry beauty in his arms, retreating to the corridor with a lowered voice to defend himself. "Zun and I Wang hasn't shown his face. I can't even catch a glimpse of him." Ultimately, this mess was caused by Li Wenyao, that coward, who Zun and I Wang was fixated on. However, this man had been holed up in the police station for days, not daring to step outside. Zun and I Wang was no fool. Would he dare to charge into our police station and start shooting? Zhuo Jingquan's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Are you a figurehead or deaf, director? Can't you deploy personnel and set a trap to lure the snake? I'm giving you one last chance. Leave no survivors, understand?" "Understood." Daniel's throat constricted as he straightened his back, gritting his teeth. "Today, I've already confronted Li Wenyao. If he refuses to cooperate, we'll take him as bait, even if it means dragging him into the station. Let us hope that's the case." As soon as the words left his lips, the call was abruptly cut off. Daniel felt a surge of anger in his chest as he stormed back into the living room, wrapping his arms around the beauty once more. The sound of rushing water filled the air, steam rising from the bathroom. Suddenly, the villa's front door creaked open, and a shadow stepped in leisurely. The sound of rushing water was deafening, and Daniel, with his eyes tightly shut, was lost in a moment of relaxation, completely oblivious to the creaking of the door. The intruder was none other than Wang Jianjun, clad in a matte black outfit, his leather boots making no sound as he walked, and in his right hand, he firmly grasped a silenced pistol. He pushed the bathroom door open without hesitation. "Ah, who are you?" Both men, startled, felt their souls leave their bodies. Their screams caught in their throats, trembling with fear. "My boss sends his regards." Whoosh, whoosh. 2 bullets tore through the air, one pierced the temple, while the other penetrated the left chest. Daniel's body jerked violently backward, crashing heavily onto the tiles, his eyes bulging, blood gushing from his ears, mouth, and chest. "Boss. Who is your boss?" The words lingered on his tongue, but his consciousness had already slipped into darkness, his eyes remaining wide open in death. The woman beside him barely had time to plead for mercy before Wang Jianjun raised his hand and fired, decisively and efficiently. The metallic scent of blood quickly enveloped the room. The floor soaked up the dark red liquid, mingling with the relentless flow of water, gurgling down the drain. Wang Jianjun did not rush to leave. He donned gloves, bent down to probe Daniel's chest wound, digging in with fervor, and then, using the warm blood, inscribed 5 vivid crimson characters on the mirror, glass door, and pristine white wall. Killer Zhu and I Wang. Subsequently, he produced a camera and took 3 meticulously composed shots of the corpse from various angles, each one suitable for the cover of a criminal investigation report. After completing this, he meticulously wiped away shoe prints, fingerprints, stray hairs, and even plucked a few eyelashes floating in the air with tweezers before turning to exit. Blending into the depths of the night. On a desolate road, the headlights sliced through the ink-like darkness, and the engine roared like a prowling beast. He dialed Wen Yao's number with one hand and sent a brief message, all taken care of. At that moment, Wen Yao was sweating profusely in the gym, bare-chested. The phone screen flickered, and upon seeing those 3 words, he smirked, lifting the dumbbells with even more vigor, his breath tinged with amusement. Delightful. Chapter 47. What the hell? Waking up to a royal flush? Approximately an hour later, outside the villa belonging to Daniel's mistress. The wailing of a patrol car's siren pierced the air as it sped onto the scene, tires screeching over gravel. This night, it was destined that some would be unable to find rest. 10 minutes later, outside the mistress's villa, another patrol car, responding to a neighbor's report, raced to the scene. Is this the place? Indeed, hurry inside. Slow down, stay alert. Received. 2 patrol officers leaped from the vehicle, exchanging a glance. One gripped the powerful flashlight tightly, while the other rested a hand on his sidearm, cautiously approaching the front door. The report indicated screams had been heard, and the scent of blood suggested a homicide was imminent. Who knew if a rabid dog or an armed fugitive lurked behind the door? Moments later, the 2 officers slipped through the slightly ajar door. The entire villa was engulfed in thick darkness, the outlines of their fingers indistinguishable. Drip, drip. Only the first-floor bathroom emitted a ghastly pale light, the faucet left unturned, water droplets falling into the porcelain basin like a countdown ticking away. After sweeping the perimeter and confirming no abnormalities, the officers proceeded directly to the bathroom door, raising a hand to push it open. As the door swung wide, a pungent metallic scent assaulted their senses. The walls were emblazoned with the bloody inscription Killer Zhu and I Wang, and blood trickled down the tiles, coagulating into dark brown clots. A horrifying sight. A glance further inside revealed 2 naked bodies curled in the corner of the stall, their eyes bulging, mouths agape. As if the final scream had been lodged in their throats, the floor was thoroughly soaked with blood, thick and dark, almost slippery beneath their feet. The officers' faces turned ashen, their Adam's apples bobbing as their fingers trembled over the walkie-talkie. Report. 2 bodies confirmed at the scene, no sign of other suspects. Urgent backup. Immediately summoned the Major Crimes Unit and Forensics. Received, over. After catching their breath, one officer quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie, his voice strained and rapid. Less than 10 minutes later, a police car from the Hong Kong precinct tore through the night, its red and blue lights spinning wildly against the villa's exterior. The perimeter was swiftly cordoned off. Plainclothes officers fanned out to search the neighboring residences, leaving no trash can unchecked. When Daniel's identity was confirmed, the crowd erupted in disbelief. What the hell? The one who died is the chief of the East Kowloon police station. He just took office 3 weeks ago. This is too much to bear. Is it Zhu and I Wang again? Wasn't it said he was targeting Wen Yao? How could he turn around and butcher the chief? This isn't just murder. It's a slap in the face to us in broad daylight. This is the 2nd district chief to be taken down. No madman would dare to act like this. The position of East Kowloon chief must be cursed. One comes and another goes. Who would dare to take it? At this point, it was already 2 in the morning. At Zhua Jingxuan's villa, inside the study, he closed the last dossier, glancing sideways out the window at the cold moon suspended in the deep blue sky. A sudden draft swept through, brushing against the nape of his neck, sending a shiver down his spine. Dingling. Just as he rose to close the window, the landline erupted into a cacophony. Hello, what is it? From the other end of the line, Secretary Lu's voice came through, sharp and urgent. Zhua, sir. There's been a situation. A serious one. Just 10 minutes ago, the Hong Kong police discovered Daniel's body at a villa. It was Zhu and I Wang's doing. What? Zhua Jingquan sprang to his feet, the legs of the chair screeching against the floor with an ear-piercing sound. The shock lasted only half a second before being consumed by an overwhelming fury. He ground his teeth and growled. Say that again? Secretary Lu gasped for breath. It's absolutely true. I verified it 3 times. The scene photos have been sent to your email. Ding. The phone screen illuminated, revealing a high-definition image. Daniel lay in a pool of blood, a half-broken knife embedded in his chest, his face frozen in a mask of disbelief. Zhua Jingxuan's knuckles cracked as he slammed his palm down on the mahogany desk, causing the pen to leap and roll away. Bang! Zhu and I Wang should be skinned alive. He should be dismembered. He had hoped that Daniel would eliminate Zhu and I Wang, and in the process, crush Wen Yao. thereby stabilizing the situation in East Kowloon. This man had been sharp-minded and adept, resolving 7 tricky cases for him over the past 6 months. Yet, just an hour ago, they had been discussing deployment details over the phone, and now, he was cold and lifeless, his body still warm. Ironically, it was the very person he had elevated to power who had stabbed him in the back. East Kowloon had slipped through his fingers once more. Secretary Liu listened to the heavy breathing on the other end, tentatively asking, "Zhu, sir, what should we do next?" "What to do?" Zhu Jingquan's voice was hoarse like sandpaper. "Do you need me to teach you?" "Immediately cast a wide net. Dig 3 feet into the ground to bring Zhu Ni Wang to justice. If the police can't find him, it means someone is covering for him. Utilize all our undercurrents. Scour every gutter for that useless piece of filth. I want his bones laid out on my desk." "Yes, sir." Soon, Zhu Jingquan slammed his phone shut, the fire within him surging to his head. Seizing a chair and crashing it violently against the corner of the mahogany desk, splintering wood and sending glass tumbling to the floor. Bang, bang, bang. The entire villa resonated with a low hum, causing even the chandelier to sway slightly. Meanwhile, at the police headquarters, the news of Daniel's death had just reached the building, and the atmosphere instantly thickened. All the senior officials rose in unison, their faces drained of color. One individual trembled so violently that the tea spilled onto the documents. Forgotten in the moment, upon hearing that the perpetrator was none other than Johnny Wang, several directors erupted in outrage, urgently convening a closed-door meeting that very night. In the conference room, the chief sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed and his demeanor as frigid as frost. Everyone was acutely aware of the grim reality. A life had been extinguished, and they knew whose hands it lay in. He was delivering a slap to the faces of the entire police force of Hong Kong. A slap directed at me. Who will tell me how to swallow this bitter pill? The room fell into an oppressive silence, dozens of eyes darting about nervously, fists clenched tightly, veins throbbing at their temples. One deputy director spoke up gravely. "Chief, the case is under the jurisdiction of the East Kowloon police station. Naturally, the responsibility falls upon them. If there was a lapse in vigilance and oversight, it is clear where the blame should be directed." Immediately, someone chimed in. "Indeed. Where did Daniel meet his end?" "At his mistress's apartment. Sneaking into someone else's bed at 3 in the morning, he has no one to blame but himself. Engaging in personal affairs during the investigation, doesn't he that trample upon the badge?" Everyone scrambled to dissociate themselves from the incident. Who would dare take the fall? This matter was far too hot to handle. Daniel had always been a lone wolf, unaffiliated with any faction. Now that he had fallen, who among them would be foolish enough to step forward? Only a fool would claim this burden. The chief's gaze swept across the room, and he understood the underlying currents perfectly. With a cold chuckle, he declared, "Fine, I will not inquire as to who is at fault. I will only ask who is responsible for executing the task. Johnny Wang, I want you to unearth the truth. We must see him alive, and the body must be verified. If one escapes, you all pack your things and leave. I want to see how long he can dance around in Hong Kong." The Public Relations Department immediately took charge of the aftermath concerning Daniel, with a press release to be expedited, a consistent line to be maintained, and public sentiment to be managed. No detail could slip through the cracks. "Yes, sir." Subsequently, the chief led the team in finalizing the pursuit plan, establishing a special task force on the spot, with a deadline for resolution, determined to apprehend the culprit. Simultaneously, at Liu Huijin's residence, she had just finished her editorial tasks. Sitting on the edge of her bed wrapped in a towel, drying her hair, the lingering fragrance of shampoo clung to her fingertips as a smile crept onto her lips. Remembering the text message sent by Wen Yao that morning, little did she know, at that very moment, Wen Yao was in a boxing gym sparring with a fellow fighter, exchanging blows vigorously. Ding dong. Before she could steady her phone, the old desktop computer on her table chimed with a new email notification. She turned to glance at the screen, intrigued by the sudden pop-up, and padded over barefoot to open it. It was an anonymous letter. The moment she opened it, her pupils constricted, her hand froze, and the hairdryer clattered to the carpet. Inside were merely a few images, pictures of Daniel lying lifeless in a disheveled bedroom, accompanied by a disheveled woman. Next to them were densely packed lines of small text: time of death, address, identity verification, the mistress's background, and even the preliminary conclusions from the forensic examination were laid out clearly. Explosive material, a sensational revelation. The sender had left no name, but Liu Huijin instantly recognized the encrypted channel of Wang Jianjun. Who was the mastermind behind this? One need not guess. It bore the unmistakable hallmark of Wen Yao, always decisive and efficient. The intent was even more direct. This matter must erupt, stirring a storm throughout the city. And the sharpest knife is always the pen wielded by journalists. Such a once-in-a-lifetime headline could not be relinquished to another. Her heart raced as she snatched her phone and dialed the editor-in-chief, all the while slipping into her tailored blazer, donning her high heels. and grabbing her bag before rushing out the door, heading straight for the crime scene. Meanwhile, Fong Siwei also received an anonymous email, his reaction mirroring that of Lu Huijian's. First, his pupils dilated, his heart raced, then his brow lifted in excitement, unable to contain his thrill as he turned and dashed out of his office, heading directly for the crime scene. And the true orchestrator of this tempest, Wen Yao, was blissfully immersed in the soft warmth of a woman's embrace. Completely oblivious to the impending storm, this night was destined to be sleepless for all. Beneath the surface of Hong Kong's calm facade, turbulent undercurrents swirled, and danger lurked everywhere. The following morning, in the TVB morning news studio, Lu Huijian stepped into the frame, her high heels clicking confidently against the floor, clad in a sharply tailored cream ensemble. Her makeup was exquisite yet understated, her lips curved into a subtle smile, exuding an air of poise and detachment. Good morning, viewers, and welcome to TVB's Morning News Flash. Last night, a shocking murder occurred in East Kowloon, where the current head of the East Kowloon police station, Daniel, was fatally attacked while clandestinely meeting with his mistress in a private villa on the Peak. The assailant, as many of you may be aware, is none other than Johnny Wong, a top-wanted suspect who has recently stirred unrest across Hong Kong. Our station has also received a mysterious email this morning, likely from him, accompanying several photographs from the scene. Please direct your attention to the screen. These images were captured within 10 minutes of the victim's collapse, and the scene is extraordinarily gruesome, particularly the bloodied writing on the wall, which sends chills down the spine. The last time Johnny Wong was seen was just 7 days ago when he openly challenged Senior Inspector Wen Yao. Who would have thought his true strike would target the highest ranks of the police station? Is it merely a fit of madness? Or is there a deeper scheme at play? Currently, no conclusions can be drawn. Next, we will connect with our correspondent on the ground for live updates. The footage cut to Lu Huijian arriving at the perimeter of the villa. At the same moment, Asia Television was also broadcasting the case, with slightly different wording. Yet the core information was identical. Cause of death, identity, perpetrator, time, and points of suspicion, all meticulously accounted for, with both channels reporting. The entire Hong Kong was set ablaze with chatter. Street corners and tea houses erupted with speculation, as people clutched their phones, discussing fervently. Wow, what a bombshell to wake up to. This year's shock quota is completely reset. TSK, Daniel was quite fortunate, even in death, to have such a dramatic finale. Clutching someone in his arms, departing in comfort. This Johnny Wong is no ordinary foe. He provoked officerly, then deftly diverted attention, striking at the station chief while the police were fixated on him. Counting this incident, East Kowloon has seen 3 chiefs in less than a month, each meeting a grim fate. Whoever occupies that position seems to be cursed. Could there truly be a hex? Just as the previous chief's funeral rites were concluded, the new officer meets his demise. It's chilling to contemplate. Chapter 48. What scheme is the police concocting this time? On the other end, in North Point, Hong Kong, in a dilapidated, rusty old warehouse. Come on, don't be shy. Eat up while it's hot, and eat your fill. The doctor gestured with his chin to the guard, who promptly escorted Johnny Wong into the metal room. Once the ropes were untied, he casually pointed to the takeout box on the table, his smile as warm as ever. Johnny Wong did not touch the chopsticks, but instead shot a cold glance at the doctor. What? Finally ready to make a move? Huh. The doctor dramatically clutched his forehead. That's quite hurtful. You helped the boss topple that batch of old-timers. The top 3 lines on the merit list are all your name. I wouldn't shortchange anyone, especially not you. If I truly wanted to silence you, you'd have been in the morgue long ago. Why wait until now? Do you think I'm the sort to burn bridges after crossing them? He furrowed his brow, his tone laden with the weight of misunderstanding. Johnny Wong, we haven't even shared a drink. What kind of bond could we possibly have? He gazed at the steaming box of char siu rice, the aroma wafting enticingly, causing his stomach to rumble in response. Yet his fingers remained firmly anchored at the seam of his trousers, unmoving. The doctor sighed, lifting his chopsticks and shaking them lightly. Are you afraid I might poison you? Do you really think I am a charlatan selling medicinal liquor on the street? Before he could finish his sentence, he had already picked up a succulent piece of char siu and placed it in his mouth, chewing slowly and savoring the flavors, even smacking his lips together. As Johnny Wong swallowed hard, the tension in his shoulders eased slightly. In the next moment, he seized the chopsticks and began to devour the food with a voracious appetite. Those who are ravenous hardly concern themselves with decorum. This meal marked the first time in 20 days of fleeing that he had truly tasted meat. He nearly choked on the spot, his eyes welling with tears. A few droplets trickled down from the corners of his mouth. Rabbit, turn on the television. All right. Rabbit immediately snatched up the remote, pressed the button with a snap, and the screen lit up, coincidentally switching to the news channel, where the rolling report on Daniel's death filled the entire frame. Everyone turned their heads in shock. As Johnny Wong was in the midst of his meal, he exclaimed, I've completely malfunctioned. In the blink of an eye, I've stumbled into a colossal blunder? This is no joke. Is this already the second regional director I've inadvertently sent off? It truly echoes the old adage. Under someone's roof, disaster falls from the sky. Aren't I impressive? TSK, TSK, TSK. This time, I don't even need to handle the recording myself. You all have become increasingly efficient. However, truth be told, he found his boss to be quite ruthless, eliminating 2 directors in quick succession. He couldn't help but be impressed. Johnny Wong quickly realized that this incident was likely orchestrated by the doctor's group. Who else would dare to take such risks with targets of this caliber? But the doctor paid him no mind, his eyes glued to the television screen, his brow furrowing in concentration. This time, it wasn't just Johnny Wong who was stunned. He himself was bewildered. This was genuinely not his directive. Could it be that the boss had taken matters into his own hands? Impossible. He pondered anxiously. His boss was always as cautious as a fox. How could he possibly leap into the fire? Rabbit, escort him back to his room. The doctor abruptly rose, grabbing a napkin to wipe his mouth, his tone as cold and hard as iron. Understood. Rabbit responded, swiftly grabbing Johnny Wong and forcibly ushering him into the room. Hey, I haven't finished my meal yet. Silence. The doctor returned to the sofa, pulled out his phone, and dialed Li Wenyo's number. Hello? Is there something? Came Li Wenyo's slightly weary voice from the receiver. Boss, did you personally intervene in that case on television? The doctor inquired with a furrowed brow. Li Wenyo paused, then shook his head. Nonsense. I'm currently on the move, constantly being watched. How would I have the opportunity to appear? But it was indeed handled by our people. They simply didn't inform you in advance. So stop overthinking it. The doctor nodded. I knew it. Who executed the operation? Are they reliable? Should I send someone to clean up? Although I am not fully aware of your overall plan, this matter is indeed too precarious. If any slip-up occurs, the consequences could be dire. Li Wenyo listened, the corners of his mouth curling up. Your words, doctor, clearly indicate that you wish to silence someone. But who is Wang Jianjun? Even if your subordinates are all capable, when it comes to executing clean and efficient methods, they might not even match half of his skill. To clean up? Perhaps they wouldn't even get close before being swiftly eliminated themselves. He chuckled lightly. Rest assured, for such a crucial matter, I can't just find anyone to take the fall. They are all our people. I will arrange for you to meet them later. The doctor let out a sigh of relief. All right, as long as the boss has a plan in mind, that is sufficient. So what shall we do next? Li Wenyo pondered for a moment. Let us remain still for now and wait for my instructions. Understood. Once the call ended, the doctor leaned back against the sofa, shaking his head, no longer lost in thought. Compared to Li Wenyo's schemes, his own musings felt like those of a toddler merely following instructions, requiring no effort at all. One word, wait. Meanwhile, in his office, Li Wenyo set down his phone, pressing his hands against the desk, his knuckles turning slightly white. At this moment, Johnny Wong had become a hot potato. It was time to eliminate him completely. 3 strikes, and you're out. Keeping him around would only lead to trouble. Creak. The office door suddenly swung open. Li Yu and Yu Suchio entered side by side, their expressions dark enough to drip with water. Li Wenyo raised an eyebrow. Li sir. You sir, what is the situation? You're aware of the director's matter, right? Li Yu fixed his gaze on Li Wenyo, his voice low and heavy. I see through it all. Li Wenyo turned his head toward the television in the corner, which was currently broadcasting the news. Letting out a heavy sigh. This Johnny Wong is truly no joke. With one move, he diverted all our attention. In these past few days, everyone has been focused on me. Yet who would have expected that his true target was the director, that tough nut to crack? Yu Suchio crossed her arms and nodded. Exactly. Rumors are rampant outside, claiming that our police chief is cursed, and all sorts of nonsense is being spread. If this drags on any longer, we will surely become the laughingstock among our peers. Li Yu's brows knitted together. Yao, do you have a plan? Currently, there are no leads. Li Wenyo paused, but his eyes brightened up. However, the more arrogant someone is, the more they crave the spotlight. Their flaws will inevitably surface, and they will reveal themselves sooner or later. If all else fails, I'll set a trap to draw him out. No, that's too risky. Li Yu firmly rejected the idea. Li Wenyo chuckled. Don't worry, I have a measure of control over the situation. You both focus on the counterfeit currency case. I'll handle Johnny Wong. Yu Suchio rolled her eyes. Mentioning this case gives me a headache. This counterfeit gang is hidden deeper than a mouse hole. After so many days of investigation, we haven't even touched a hair. Li Yu nodded in agreement, letting out a long sigh. Li Wenyo merely smiled lightly. If the case were easy to solve, would it be our turn to step up? If there's nothing urgent, hurry along. I can't afford to be delayed here. Oh right, I almost forgot. Li Yu suddenly slapped his forehead. The police department just called, requesting you to go over immediately. They want to hold a press conference regarding the director's matter, specifically asking for you to make an appearance and respond on site. Li Wenyo paused for half a second, his gaze flickering, then nodded. All right, got it. Thanks. In the blink of an eye, Li Yu and the others exited the door. Wen Yao adjusted his collar and briskly left the police station, heading straight for the police department. He figured they were likely using him as bait. Perfect. He would turn the tables and eliminate Johnny Wong, taking all the credit for himself. At this moment, on the top floor of a skyscraper in Hong Kong, the mastermind behind the counterfeit currency group, Tan Xiong, lounged on a genuine leather sofa, a cigar pinched between his fingers, swirling a glass of red wine. Squinting at the television screen, with a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Johnny Wong's skills are quite ruthless. Not only did he rob money, but he also went on to eliminate 2 directors. He really has guts. Truly impressive. He exhaled a plume of smoke slowly, murmuring to himself. Recently, Johnny Wong's actions had stirred up quite a storm in Hong Kong. It was impossible to avoid. And this Tan Xiong, who appeared to be managing a legitimate business, was naturally all ears, watching closely. Before long, he shifted his gaze, turning to his subordinates standing behind him, and with a subtle nod of his chin, instructed, "Go and make contact. Ideally, we should arrange a meeting with Johnny Wong himself. If that isn't feasible, just relay this message. I hold him in high regard and am eager to collaborate on grand undertakings." His subordinate promptly replied, "Understood, I will take care of it." However, the likelihood seemed slim. Given the current atmosphere, he would undoubtedly be as guarded as a fortress against outsiders. No matter, Tan Xiong waved dismissively, unconcerned. If it works out, then splendid. If not, so be it. Yes. The subordinate bowed slightly, adding, "Also, boss, there have been reports of plainclothes officers keeping an eye on us. Should we instruct the team to be more discreet?" Tan Xiong scoffed. "What is there to panic about? With this group of officers, do you think they could pry into my affairs? Besides, our business licenses, tax filings, and import-export documents are all in order, more legitimate than one could imagine. Proceed as usual. Our overseas orders are pressing, and I want the production line to operate at full throttle." Understood. The subordinate quickly exited the room. Tan Xiong suddenly rose, clutching a glass of red wine as he strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window, his keen gaze sweeping over the sprawling, illuminated city below, a triumphant smile spreading across his face, almost spilling over with joy. Marvelous. It keeps getting better. Half an hour later, at the Public Relations Department of the police force, the venue for the press conference was already packed to the brim. 2 major television stations jostled for position with their cameras in the front row, while reporters from various newspapers rushed in as soon as they received the news. The excitement surged as word spread that Senior Superintendent Wen Yao would personally attend. Everyone was aflame with anticipation, rubbing their hands together. Even before the proceedings began, the air buzzed with incessant chatter, akin to boiling water bubbling over. What revelation would the police unveil this time? What else could it be? Just the usual script, muttered one. "I'm here for Li, sir." Shortly after, Chief Superintendent Huang entered with a steady gait, followed closely by Wen Yao. As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent, all eyes fixed on the stage. Clearing his throat, Chief Superintendent Huang, with a grave expression, expressed his gratitude for everyone taking the time to attend. The central topic of this press conference was the tragic murder of Chief Inspector Daniel from the East Kowloon police station. All police personnel felt deep sorrow and a sense of disgrace that Johnny Wong had once again exploited a lapse to tarnish the dignity of the police force. "We have zero tolerance for such atrocities and will not back down." The police department solemnly vowed to pursue Johnny Wong with relentless force. The reporters had grown weary of such formalities. Their ears filtered out the monotony, and eyelids began to droop. Some stifled yawns, others scrolled through their phones, while a few stared at the ceiling, counting the chandeliers. Chapter 49. This task I shall undertake. Half an hour later, Chief Superintendent Huang concluded his remarks and took his seat. "Now, I invite Senior Inspector Wen Yao to address your questions." At once, all fatigue vanished. Everyone straightened their backs, eyes alight with eagerness, like sharks sensing blood in the water. Chief Superintendent Huang. The cameras adjusted focus, microphones extended towards the front of the stage. Questions rained down unrelentingly. "Li, sir, in light of this sudden tragedy, what is it you wish to convey most at this moment?" "Li, sir, there are rampant rumors claiming the chief inspector position is cursed. Do you believe in such notions? For the past 7 days, everyone thought Johnny Wong was targeting you. Yet he struck down Chief Inspector Daniel. What are your thoughts on this?" Inspector Wen Yao remained composed, raising a hand to signal for calm. His voice low yet resolute. "Please, remain patient. I will address each question. Firstly, the passing of Chief Inspector Daniel has left me heartbroken. He treated me with the kindness of a mentor and a father since my appointment, even going so far as to personally endorse me, a newcomer, with the leader's seal in the Major Crimes Unit's Special C Group. Who could have anticipated that the officer I respected most would meet such a tragic fate?" Before he could finish, he suddenly bowed his head, his right hand swiftly delving into his suit pocket. In a blink, he pulled out a half slice of raw onion, dabbing it at the corner of his eye. The motion was so swift it left only a lingering shadow. When he raised his head again, his eyes were red-rimmed, tears trembling on his lashes. Yet he gritted his teeth, straightened his back, and spoke with a voice thick with emotion but firm. Johnny Wong's repeated selection of the chief inspector is not the work of any malevolent force. It is merely a madman flaunting his minions. The more he flaunts his arrogance, the quicker his demise will come. I, Wen Yao, vow here and now, whether he hides in the depths of the gutter or burrows into a coffin, I will personally drag him out and scatter his bones to the wind. The room fell into an electrifying silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The reporters held their breath, their hearts racing. A few female reporters felt their eyes welling up, gripping their notebooks tightly, wishing they could rush to the stage and embrace this steadfast yet heartbroken inspector. Simultaneously, the entire press conference was live-streamed, and countless citizens were glued to their screens. Each of Wen Yao's words struck them like a hammer, igniting a surge of passion that stirred their spirits. What a powerful statement. Truly, Sir embodies responsibility and courage. Never forgetting his roots, a true man. Setting aside other considerations, when it comes to character, one could find no fault in Sir. He is a role model I admire from the depths of my heart. Good heavens, the aura Sir exudes is electrifying. He is both composed and charismatic. Who could comprehend the rapid beating of my heart? Indeed, it is Sir's intervention that makes all the difference. As for Johnny Wong, he has likely been reduced to a quivering shadow, afraid to show his face. What a pretentious wolf in sheep's clothing. 2 hours later, at the East Kowloon police station. In the deputy commissioner's office, Alan sat rigidly in his chair, his back stiff, palms clammy with sweat, feeling as though he were seated not on a leather chair, but on a searing hot iron plate. The death of Daniel felt like a heavy blow to his psyche, leaving him shaken to his core. Compounding his distress was the fact that both his predecessors had fallen victim to Johnny Wong, rendering the police department a place where no one dared to handle this hot potato. Accurately speaking, no one wanted to risk their life. Now, he found himself the highest-ranking, yet most vulnerable target within the precinct. He was frightened that Johnny Wong, in a frenzy, might easily snap his newly signed bamboo stick as well. At only 38, he still aspired to marry, raise a dog, and fish in retirement. After much contemplation, Alan gritted his teeth and swiftly summoned Wen Yao. The only viable path forward was to thrust Wen Yao into the spotlight. Success or failure, life or death, would hinge on his own abilities. Wen Yao had just returned from the police department when he heard the deputy commissioner's urgent summons and quickly entered the office. Deputy Commissioner Allen, you called for me? Allen fixed his gaze on him, his voice taut as a drawn bowstring. Inspector Lee, you are well aware of the circumstances surrounding Chief Inspector Daniel's case. Right now, the entire department is on edge. Johnny Wong remains at large, and we haven't even laid a finger on him. This impasse cannot continue. You are the chief investigator of this case. It is time for you to step up without any ambiguity. Wen Yao paused, his gaze narrowing slightly as he met Alan's eyes. Deputy Commissioner, I acknowledge that I failed to contain this situation. If you have a plan, please share it. I do. Alan had already rehearsed his thoughts countless times in his mind. When he made the call, he was resolute. I firmly believe that Johnny Wong will not let you off easily. The murder of Daniel was merely a ruse to lower our guard. If you remain confined to the police station, commercial areas, or subway entrances, places that are all too exposed, how could he make a move? To compel him to reveal himself, one must venture into desolate, remote, and tranquil locales, ideally alone. What is your perspective? As the words fell, Wen Yao cast a quiet glance at Alan, remaining silent, his expression as placid as a still lake. Yet, within his heart, a tempest surged, precisely what he desired. The more secluded the location, the easier it would be for him to set his traps and ensnare his prey. He had been contemplating whether to enact a ploy of feigned injury, retreating from the scene under the cameras, but unexpectedly, Alan had presented himself on a silver platter, saving him the entire performance. Very well, considering your timely assistance, I shall grant you a reprieve. Alan, thank you, your ancestors for 8 generations. Observing Wen Yao's prolonged silence, Alan swallowed hard, hastily adding, rest assured, I have ordered all on-duty officers to remain on standby. As soon as Johnny Wong makes an appearance, hold him for 3 minutes, and we shall encircle him. I have also contacted mobile units from West Kowloon, Kuntong, and Suanwan. No matter where you are hidden, within 10 minutes of the news breaking, they will arrive. Given your prowess and intellect, Inspector Lee, this task is solely yours, Deputy Commissioner. No further words are necessary. Wen Yao raised his hand, decisively cutting off the conversation, his posture as upright as a pine tree. His tone steady and powerful. I understand, you bear the burden for the citizens of the entire city. I accept this mission. Alan was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, is this truly happening? Absolutely. Wen Yao asserted, His tone is unyielding as a granite boulder. Director Daniel has shown me immense favor. How could I stand idly by while he suffers at the hands of malicious forces? For Director Daniel, for all my fellow officers, for the millions of citizens of Hong Kong, I, Wen Yao, shall not shirk my responsibility. Daniel, what play of loyalty are you performing here? Aren't you the one trying to kill me? Damn your ancestors for 18 generations. Clap, clap, clap. Wonderful. Alan's eyes brimmed with tears as he applauded vigorously, his voice trembling, his gaze towards Wen Yao burning with an intensity that could ignite flames. Yet, within, he felt a pang akin to being pricked by needles. Regretting that he had just nudged Wen Yao forward, the ladder to survival not yet stable, and he was already kneeling in gratitude. Inspector Lee, truly the backbone of the police force. I wish you a triumphant victory and a glorious return. I shall personally commend you. Thank you, sir. Wen Yao turned and departed, his steps steady, his mind swiftly calculating each subsequent move. Johnny Wong. He could not afford to let him linger for another 2 days, allowing the bait to sink deeper. On the first day, Wen Yao single-handedly infiltrated the new territories, scouring the wild slopes and trails for any trace. The following day, he charged into Tunman, making a commotion that surpassed even that of capturing a fugitive, blaring announcements, posting notices, leading a dog squad, as if the entire city were to know whom he was pursuing. On the third day, at the old pier in Yintian district, he interrogated every fisherman. On the fourth day, in the rural outskirts of Sai Kung, he perched atop an abandoned lighthouse, scanning the entire coastline with binoculars. On the fifth day, he set foot in the outlying islands. This location had long been earmarked by him as Johnny Wong's burial ground. The notorious criminal, drenched in blood, would meet his end amidst this briny sea breeze. Johnny Wong kicked over a wooden crate. Nonsense. Who is truly the villain here? Why is the sky as dark as if it were drenched in ink? In the outlying islands, within a dilapidated coastal fishing village, Johnny Wong's remaining henchmen were huddled together. The relentless police crackdown had forced them to abandon their stronghold in Hong Kong, fleeing to this remote corner where even the signal was erratic. Currently gathered here were merely a dozen individuals, all disorganized and lacking a leader, floundering aimlessly like headless flies, united only by the single thought of locating their boss, Johnny Wong. With everyone present, I surmised their thoughts mirror my own. After a brief silence, a tall, gaunt man stepped forward, his voice hoarse yet imbued with resolve. Our boss has not shown himself recently, we are all aware. Yet, he has never forsaken our sustenance, nor abandoned our lives. His silence does not signify forgetfulness. It may instead indicate he is protecting us. The matters at hand are far too perilous for us to navigate. Yet now, every avenue is blocked by the police. Our only path to survival is to bring out the boss. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately slapped their thigh in agreement. Yes. Once the boss arrives, even the greatest troubles can be resolved. But where shall we search? Hong Kong is vast. The police have scoured for 5 days without a trace. Why should we expect success? A nearby individual grinned, tapping on the rusted iron door. The police rely on their feet and eyes. We must rely on our ears and words. There must be a crack from which information can seep through. However, with so many eyes, it is conspicuous. Wandering under the police's noses is tantamount to delivering ourselves to them. Let us do this. Choose 2 clever ones to scout ahead. The rest should lie low and await news. Agreed. Let it be so. The group nodded in unison, promptly selecting 2 agile and articulate members. Without further ado, the 2 grabbed their canvas bags and exited, slipping into the dense windbreaks at the village entrance. Unbeknownst to them, the moment they crossed the iron door of the cold storage, a pair of eyes in the shadows had etched their silhouettes into memory. One of the 5 pink-masked henchmen under the doctor. The individual did not follow, merely retracting his gaze slowly, refocusing on the slightly ajar cold storage door. Soon, he stealthily discerned the hiding place, successfully uncovering the remaining henchmen of Johnny Wong, all congregated in a secluded fishing village in the outlying islands. He immediately dialed the doctor. Hello, boss. The crew is all here, in an old coastal village on the outlying islands. Upon hearing this, the doctor's lips curled into a smile, amusement glimmering in his eyes. Well done, send me the exact location. Yes, the subordinate nodded in acknowledgement, lowering his voice to add, however, 2 just slipped out. Their whereabouts unknown. Should we tell them? The doctor waved his hand dismissively. No need. You guard the perimeter. Not a single bird is to escape until the boss arrives personally. Understood. After the call ended, the smile had yet to fade from his lips when he gestured towards the rabbits. Collect yourselves. Business is at hand. Bring Johnny Wong. We are departing for the outlying islands. Upon hearing this, the rabbits tossed their cards aside with a clatter, their eyes lighting up. Bro, is it finally our turn to show our skills? What did the boss instruct? The doctor shrugged. We need not lift a finger. It is merely time to send Johnny Wong on his way. Fine. The rabbits flicked their wrists. their faces filled with annoyance at having to guard this desolate place day in and day out. They were thoroughly fed up. To be honest, Johnny Wong was also rather pitiful, manipulated like a pawn by the boss, only to be squeezed for every last drop of usefulness in the end. Truly unfortunate. Money lost. Life hanging in the balance. The doctor remained unperturbed, simply casting a glance. Less chatter, get to work. Understood. Chapter 50. Familiar faces, no need for pretense. In the blink of an eye, Johnny Wong was dragged out from behind the iron door by the rabbits, his hands bound behind his back. A black bag over his head, staggering as he was shoved into the back seat of a van. Hey, where are you taking me? Shut up, sit tight. Outside. The doctor leaned against the vehicle, pulling out his phone to call Wen Yao. Boss, speak. The remaining henchmen of Johnny Wong have been captured. In the fishing village on the outlying islands. Per our plan, bring them over. Received. 2 hours later. Beside a desolate dirt road overrun with wild grass at the edge of the island, a speeding van screeched to a halt, leaving behind 2 charred tire marks. Inside the vehicle, a doctor occupied the passenger seat, flanked by Tuzi and Sang Bang, who had Johnny Wong pinned in the back seat, immobilized between them. As the van finally came to a stop, the doctor glanced back, and Tuzi, understanding the cue, swiftly removed the black bag from Johnny Wong's head. A blinding light struck him, causing Johnny to instinctively squint and raise his hand to shield his eyes, the brightness piercing through his fingers. After a prolonged moment, he slowly opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings until his gaze settled on the doctor's face, a look of utter bewilderment filling his eyes. Where's this? He asked. On the island, the doctor replied with a smile. On the island? Johnny Wong's pupils dilated. What on earth did you bring me to this forsaken place for? To let you go, the doctor said, turning his head in feigned anger towards Tuzi. What are you waiting for? Untie him, and get that explosive vest off him. Got it. Tuzi nimbly loosened the ropes in a few swift motions and deftly stripped away the heavy vest. Johnny Wong remained frozen, his mind struggling to comprehend. You really are letting me go? He fixed his gaze on the doctor, his voice tight. Impossible. The thought pierced his mind like a thorn. Yet the current situation seemed far too genuine to be a ruse. The doctor stepped forward, firmly patting his shoulder with a tone of assurance. It was the boss's direct command. I'm merely the errand runner. He added, you've shouldered a lot for him. You're a tough guy, but sometimes someone has to take the fall. And since you helped our boss make quite a fortune, he ultimately showed a bit of mercy and decided to let you off the hook. Follow this road ahead for about half an hour, and you will reach the seaside, where a small fishing village awaits. I've scouted the area. Your remaining brothers are hiding in an abandoned warehouse by the dock. You can either join them or make your escape directly. I've prepared a speedboat for you at the dock, fully fueled and ready to take off at any moment. The doctor's gaze was intense, almost scorching. Johnny Wong's heart fluttered, the guard he had built around himself slowly cracking open. He dared not believe it was true. Yet the doctor's steady tone and clear eyes suggested no deceit. For a moment, his heart hung in limbo, unable to settle or take flight. Noticing his silence and the tension in his shoulders as he scrutinized himself, the doctor chuckled lightly. What's wrong? Afraid I'm tricking you? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he swiftly drew a handgun from his waist and pressed it into Johnny Wong's palm, the cold metal heavy and solid. Now, you hold the power of life and death. If I dare to play tricks on you, you can shoot me right here, and I won't flinch. Johnny Wong swallowed hard, staring at the gun, sweat beading in his palm, his voice barely above a whisper. You really aren't deceiving me? At this point, what would I gain from lying to you? The doctor replied with a weary smile that revealed his exhaustion. However, the boss has drawn a line. Once you step out of Hong Kong, do not look back. As soon as you take another step back in, you will never be able to leave again. Do you understand this? Johnny Wong lowered his gaze for a moment, then lifted it again, now devoid of hesitation. Only resolution. All right, I believe you. He decisively pushed open the car door, wrapping his trench coat tightly around himself, pulling the brim of his hat low, and donning sunglasses that obscured much of his face, resembling a fugitive trying to avoid recognition. He scanned the surroundings, confirming no one was watching before he hurried along the street, his pace quickening with each step. TSK, TSK, TSK. Brother, that little speech of yours almost convinced me. Tuzi remarked, watching his retreating figure, unable to stifle a click of his tongue. That performance is fit for an Oscar. The doctor maintained his composure, not even close. Compared to the boss, I'm merely an extra. Wen Yao, I heard you both conspiring against me. Drive, let us go. Understood. The engine roared to life, and the vehicle vanished in a flash. This desolate spot had been meticulously chosen by the doctor. It was remote and quiet, devoid even of a stray cat, let alone surveillance cameras. Johnny Wong quickened his pace. The wind whooshing past his ears felt as if someone was tailing him. Even the occasional passerby made his spine stiffen. Yet, the journey continued without incident, allowing him to gradually relax, a warm surge of relief filling his chest, his lips curving into an involuntary smile. So, it was indeed possible to escape alive? He had thought for sure he was already nailed down in his coffin, yet here he was, resilient enough to make even the grim Reaper cringe. I am a survivor. I've always said I wouldn't fall here. Ha. His laughter abruptly ceased. The moment he turned the corner, he froze in place, a chill rushing through his veins. Not far away stood a figure, clad in black, gun held steady. Its muzzle raised, aimed directly at him. The face was unmistakable, the calm gaze unmistakable, none other than Wen Yao. It's you. The realization detonated in Johnny's mind. It's over. All over. I knew it. When has there ever been a free pass from the heavens? They scrape every bone clean. Doctor, you tricked me again. He wailed. Why is the night so dark? Why are there so many villains? Wen Yao regarded him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Step by step, Johnny Wong watched as Li approached, his pupils constricted, color draining from his face, his legs stiffly retreating, the soles of his shoes scraping against the concrete, leaving shallow marks. He cursed himself for not recognizing the deceit of that white-coated charlatan doctor. He could only blame his own gullibility. In this world, even a lifeline could be poisoned. Li, sir, no, boss. Spare my life. He gulped, bending his knees until he crashed to the ground, arms raised above his head, voice cracking as he pleaded. I'll do anything you say. Truly, anything. I'll serve you tea, carry your bags, and even kneel to shine your shoes. Shoo. Wen Yao had come to a halt before him, a finger raised to his lips, his gaze as frigid as water from a well frozen for 3 years. I wish I could spare your life, but you know too much. Johnny Wong's eyes bulged, his face contorting in terror, his right hand reaching instinctively towards his back where the doctor had placed the still-warm gun. Yet, just as his fingertips brushed the cold grip, the dark barrel pressed firmly against his forehead. The trigger was pulled. Bang! His skull shattered like a ripe watermelon. Gray and white matter splattering into the dim glow of the streetlight, tiny droplets speckling his collar. Thud! The lifeless body fell heavily to the ground, arms limp. Fingers still curled as if reaching for the gun, face frozen in rage, resentment, and a despair as if destiny had seized his throat. His eyes bulged wide open, refusing to close. Yet, the corners of his mouth relaxed slightly, as if shedding a 1,000-pound burden. At last, he had escaped this living coffin of darkness. Wen Yao glanced down at the corpse, then pulled out his phone to dial. Hello? Outlying Islands Police Department, Reporting Center, please. Senior Inspector Wen Yao from East Kowloon. I am currently in pursuit of the wanted criminal Johnny Wong in the outlying islands, requiring immediate backup. My location is. Understood. Inspector Li, dispatching assistance right away. After hanging up, he leaned against a utility pole, leisurely lighting a cigarette, the ember flickering, illuminating half of his composed face. The next step was to lead a team into the fishing village and eradicate Johnny Wong's gang of desperados completely. Only then would this matter be truly resolved. Certainly, one cannot attend the meeting alone without the presence of law enforcement to witness the proceedings. Otherwise, there may be repercussions later, with old grievances resurfacing, leaving one unable to clarify the situation. Seeking assistance from familiar faces, the Deputy Commissioner Allen could drone on with his bureaucratic jargon until the sun sets over Victoria Harbor. By the time he arrives with his team, the fish would have already leapt into the sea. Thus, one must rely on old acquaintances from the outlying islands police station, who, despite their years of guarding the ponds and honing their marksmanship, possess practical experience as thin as a sheet of paper. Yet, Wen Yao harbored no expectations of their intervention. They were merely there to fill the ranks and provide a signature. After all, as old colleagues, a little assistance in exchange for some merit and a chance for a reassignment was the least one could do. The wail of the police siren grew louder, piercing the night with its shrill cry. Suddenly, 3 police cars skidded to a halt, the acrid scent of burnt rubber filling the air. Inspector Li, where's he? Chief Inspector Liang Jianba rushed over, one hand clutching his slipping trousers while the other brandished a baton, his ample physique jiggling like jelly as he approached, panting heavily. Behind him, the remaining 9 officers from the outlying police station stood tense, hands gripping their firearms with whitened knuckles, their eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly, fixated even on the rustling shadows of trees. After all, the notorious reputation of Johnny Wong had spread across Hong Kong, known for his ruthless killings and rampant drug trafficking. Who would dare to let their guard down? Wen Yao flicked the ash from his cigarette and nodded towards the direction behind him. There, over there. The crowd turned in unison. On the roadside lay a body, still warm, face up, with a pool of blood slowly expanding around it. Here we go again. Arrived late once more? A sense of frustration gripped the officers, their chests tightening with a mix of shame and indignation. The last major drug bust had slipped through their fingers because they had hesitated at the back, allowing all the credit to go to Wen Yao. This time, they had gritted their teeth and vowed to make a stand, yet they were left again only to collect the corpse. Their gazes towards Wen Yao were a blend of admiration and regret. Wen Yao, You could at least have said something. We made it all the way to the outlying islands, and you've kept silent? At least let us share in the accomplishments. It was true. Having once fought side by side, he couldn't simply leave his old comrades behind, could he? Wen Yao, you are now a prominent figure at the outlying police station. A role model for everyone. You should lend a hand to your brothers. Indeed, Yao, we used to fish together and enjoy the breeze at the pier. Enough. Silence. Liang Jianbao barked, his voice deep and commanding. Do you lack the sense to address him properly? It is surly. Is that understood? As his words echoed. The officers exchanged glances, their throats constricting, none daring to respond. Yet, Wen Yao merely waved his hand gently, a slight smile on his lips. Come now. There's no need to be so formal. We're all familiar faces. Why uphold such distance? Besides, the main business is far from over. We've only just begun. Liang Jianbao's eyes suddenly brightened. Surly, is there more to this? Indeed, Wen Yao nodded, his tone calm yet resolute. The encounter with Johnny Wong was purely coincidental. However, he had not brought a single companion with him, indicating that the informant was still hiding in the outlying islands. They needed to act swiftly to flush out the entire nest of rats. Liang Jianbao straightened his back, determination etched on his face. Sir Li, give the orders, and we shall comply. The other officers stood taller, their eyes alight with resolve, even holding their breaths in anticipation. Wen Yao pointed eastward. He ran off in that direction. I recall there's a coastal fishing village over there, correct? That's right. Liang Jianbao confirmed with a nod. Then it's settled. I will lead the charge. You all cover me from behind. Can you manage the firepower? Liang Jianbao was the first to respond with a firm voice. Absolutely. Action. Yes, sir. At his command. Wen Yao moved like an arrow, swiftly closing in on the warehouse door, followed closely by Liang Jianbao and the others, their steps light yet rapid. In a matter of moments, they had all entered. Inside, they found themselves amidst cold iron shelves and neatly stacked wooden crates, arranged with precision, leaving only a narrow passageway barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Wen Yao's expression hardened. He raised his hand to signal the officers behind him, who immediately understood, spreading out silently and creeping towards the depths of the warehouse. Come on, fill it up. Ha ha ha. My apologies, I'm taking it all. Street. Are you lucky today? I've never won a single hand. At that moment, at the far end of the warehouse, Johnny Wong's henchmen were gathered in a boisterous crowd. Some were downing shots of liquor, while others rolled dice, shouting loudly, completely oblivious to the looming threat of death. Scattered around them, several open wooden crates lay askew, firearms carelessly tossed about, easily within reach. Freeze! Police! At Wen Yao's signal, Liang Jianbao and the others sprang from their cover, guns raised in unison, voices booming. Drop your weapons. Hands on your heads. Get down. Before they could finish, the gang's faces drained of color, instinctively diving for the ground to grab their guns. Bang, bang, bang. Without waiting for them to steady their aim, Wen Yao had already squeezed the trigger, his finger deftly targeting their foreheads or chests, each shot finding its mark with deadly precision. 6 bullets were fired in the blink of an eye, the revolver still smoking, while blood erupted in a crimson mist. Bang, 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 rat-tat-tat. Liang Jianbao and the others had no time to catch their breath, redirecting their fire, but alas, their aim was poor, hitting only 3 or 4 out of 10. Meanwhile, the remaining henchmen reacted swiftly, rolling into cover and unleashing a barrage of bullets, sending sparks flying as they struck the metal crates, forcing the officers to duck for cover. In an instant, the entire warehouse erupted in a cacophony of gunfire. After Wen Yao replaced the magazine, he merely lifted his gaze to scan the battlefield before retreating into the shadows, completely eluding Liang Jianbao and the others' sight. Following the initial exchange of gunfire, only 5 remained alive, posing no threat whatsoever. Let them hold the fort for now. He had pressing matters to attend to. Seizing the moment, he slipped into a corner of the warehouse, sweeping his robe sleeve, causing several boxes filled with American currency to materialize and crash to the ground with a dull thud. A few days prior, he had discreetly located the doctor's hidden lair and secured this stash of money into his storage space. It was imperative that the doctor no longer lived in constant fear. In all of Hong Kong, where could one find a more secure vault than this modest hideaway? Not to mention, in order to fabricate evidence of Johnny Wong's presence, these boxes of cash served as the most conspicuous proof. After discarding the empty boxes, he turned and made his way back to the front. Bang, bang, bang. A few shots rang out, crisp and decisive, as the last few stragglers fell to the ground. 2 hours later, the distant sound of a helicopter roared ever closer, rumbling across the sky like thunder. Wen Yao strolled to the warehouse entrance, looking up to see the Black Hawk of the Flying Tigers hovering in midair, ropes descending as teams of skilled personnel descended in quick succession. His expression remained impassive. He had anticipated this. Unfortunately, The task had been executed with precision, and the Flying Tiger's arrival was merely to tidy up the aftermath. Upon hearing Wen Yao's brief account, the commanding officer promptly established a cordon while deploying units to sweep the entire fishing village. Wen Yao, however, leaned languidly against the hood of a police vehicle, lighting a cigarette, the flame dancing lightly, wisps of blue smoke curling as he appeared as relaxed as one who had just enjoyed a splendid performance. Before long, the keen-eyed journalists of Hong Kong, following the anonymous tip-off from the doctor, flocked to the scene, their cameras shaking, shutters clicking loudly. Johnny Wong had been apprehended. Headline news. An explosive moment. The entire city was abuzz. In the blink of an eye, Wen Yao found himself encircled by a throng of reporters. Inspector Li, how did you pinpoint Johnny Wong's hideout? Could you elaborate on the intricacies of the case for us? Inspector Li, how do you feel at this moment? Li, sir, having eradicated the Johnny Wong gang with your own hands, what is the one thing you most wish to express? Before the last question could even finish, the reporters surged forward like a tidal wave, their inquiries bombarding him like a rapid-fire barrage, microphones nearly poking into the crevices of his lips, cameras shaking close to his brow. Please, one moment. Wen Yao abruptly raised his hand, palm outward, his voice deep yet resonant, cutting through the cacophony of noise. His gaze was tranquil, brows slightly furrowed, emanating an air of uninterruptible solemnity. I understand your eagerness to uncover the truth, but how can I speak amidst such a barrage? Please be patient. I will answer each question in turn. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp-eyed journalist in the front row quickly thrust a microphone forward with eager anticipation. Li, sir, it has only been 3 days since Director Daniel's assassination. How did you manage to identify Johnny Wong's whereabouts? What crucial leads did you follow? Could you provide us with a detailed account of the operation? Wen Yao nodded, his expression grave as iron. Certainly. You are all aware that Johnny Wong is a vengeful mad dog. Having dismantled his armory, he would never let me off lightly. After Director Daniel's tragic demise, I immediately deduced that he was orchestrating a scheme, using the ensuing chaos as a cover for a lethal strike against me. Thus, I acted contrary to expectation, placing myself on the chopping block as bait. He then recounted the meticulously rehearsed narrative with clarity and conviction, his tone resonant, rhythm distinct, and body language precise and forceful, as if reliving each perilous moment. When mentioning Daniel, he subtly turned his right hand, revealing a hidden onion that burst forth, releasing a pungent juice. Swiftly, he wiped the corners of his eyes with those now odorous hands, tears cascading down his cheeks, swift and genuine. The sacrifice of Director Daniel has left me heartbroken. Today, I avenged this blood debt on his behalf. Director, rest easy. I have brought Johnny Wong before you to atone. Upon hearing this, many reporters found their eyes misty. Some discreetly wiped away tears. Others choked on their words. The looks directed at Wen Yao brimmed with respect and emotion. Subsequently, questions surged forth in rapid succession, yet Wen Yao maintained his composure, responding to each with unwavering steadiness, leaving no detail unattended. As night fell, TVB's evening news began promptly. Good evening, viewers. Welcome to Evening Focus. In a significant development this afternoon, Inspector Li of the East Kowloon Police's Serious Crime Unit accurately identified his target in the outlying islands, fatally shooting the notorious criminal Johnny Wong. With all key members of his gang apprehended, bringing the case to a conclusive end. Upon receiving this news, many citizens likely felt a weight lift from their hearts. Our Inspector Li has, as always, proven reliable, never disappointing the people of Hong Kong. Even more moving is that during this operation, Inspector Li resolutely placed himself in harm's way, facing death head-on, solely to draw the snake out of its hole. Next, we bring you an exclusive interview with Inspector Li, capturing the essence of the incident. As both TVB and ATV aired the news in succession, the information spread like wildfire, igniting a citywide emotional tsunami. Citizens hurried to share the news, engaging in fervent discussions. That scoundrel Johnny Wong has finally met his fate. What a relief. I am in awe. Li Sir is truly the embodiment of police spirit, dedicated to the core. My goodness, who else in Hong Kong dares to take such risks? Who else could handle it so steadily? Only Li Sir is worthy. I've always said, for such tough battles, it requires my idol to personally intervene. It's a piece of cake. Honestly, Johnny Wong is not foolish. Had he not recognized Li Sir's fierce determination, he would have met his end long ago. The bane of evil? Quite fitting. At that moment, in the office of the Deputy Director of Operations at the police headquarters, Zhuo Jingquan lounged on a leather sofa, legs crossed, his expression as dark as iron as he fixated on the television screen, where Wen Yao's tear-streaked, yet radiant face appeared. This man is truly putting on a show. The sincerity exuded by Wen Yao before the camera barely elicited a flicker of interest from Zhuo Jingquan. To him, it was all mere theatrics, devoid of any genuine sentiment, let alone credibility. Who was Daniel? Did he need to be reminded? Had Daniel truly regarded Li Wenyao as one of his own, he would have torn away this facade long ago without needing Johnny Wong to intervene. Moreover, Daniel had already reported Li Wenyao's background in detail. The two had no bond whatsoever, let alone any heartfelt trust. Li Wenyao's rhetoric was utterly disconnected from reality. Yet, on the other hand, Li Wenyao's capabilities were undeniable, and with his meticulous demeanor, it would require considerable effort to move against him in the future. Zhui Jingquan narrowed his eyes, lightly drumming his fingers on the table. What he initially thought would be a swift resolution now appeared to be an underestimation. A different approach was needed. No matter how tough the bone, if it obstructed my path, I would shatter it without hesitation. Chapter 52. All I seek is the outcome. On the other side, at the East Kowloon police station, as Li Wenyao stepped into the Serious Crime Unit's office, he let out a rare sigh of relief. Leaning back in his chair and rubbing his temples, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Upon returning from the outlying islands, the entire police station resembled a festive celebration, with all the officers lined up at the entrance, erupting in thunderous applause and cheers that almost blew the roof off. The fervor of the crowd was more exhilarating than solving a case himself, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. Eventually, he managed to navigate through the throngs of admirers and stumbled back into his small sanctuary, utterly disheveled. There was no reasoning with the enthusiasm of his fans. Ding ding ding. Just as he closed his eyes, his phone rang out piercingly, shattering his beautiful dreams. Hello? Darling, I've seen the news. You were incredible. Taking down another major case. The voice of his beloved, soft as honey, concealed a hint of worry. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Li Wenyao smiled wearily. Don't worry, who do you think I am? Such trivial matters can't bring me down. Those clowns, Zhu Niwang and his gang, are hardly a challenge for me. Hearing the hoarseness in his voice, his partner sighed sympathetically. My Yao Yao is simply the best. Please come home early. The soup is simmering, and the dishes are all prepared. After a pause, she suddenly lowered her voice, playfully panting. And I have a new maid outfit, with black silk and lace. Just waiting for your approval. Li Wenyao's eyes brightened instantly, fatigue dissipating as he adopted a suddenly serious tone. Wait for me, darling. I'll be there in no time. I'll be waiting, Mua. As the last sound of the kiss faded, warmth surged through his veins. Even before pushing back his chair, his hand was already on the door handle. Ding ding ding. Glancing down at the screen, his smile froze instantly. Hello? Baby. Yao Yao. You are amazing. I'm so proud of you. The voice of Lu Huijin bubbled with excitement, like a lark freshly released from its cage. I knew you could do it. Li Wenyao nodded. Of course, who do you think I am? But aren't you busy with a meeting? How do you have time to call me? Lu Huijin's tone softened, dripping with affection. No matter how pressing the matter, nothing is more important than you. I miss you. Don't make excuses tonight. Come over. I have a tremendous surprise for you. A surprise? Li Wenyao perked up. What kind of surprise? She giggled, her voice rising playfully. I said it's a surprise, so I can't spoil it. All right, I'll hang up now. Can't wait for you. As the call ended, the lingering sweetness left Li Wenyao momentarily dazed, pondering the overwhelming happiness that felt almost burdensome. Why couldn't they line up and come one by one? Ding ding ding. Before he could collect his thoughts, the phone rang again. Great, another one. Fong Siwei launched into his usual exuberant praise before shifting gears, announcing plans to book an entire private dining restaurant for a celebration, complete with a prepared menu. And mysteriously added that there was an extra surprise. Li Wenyao sighed. It's truly difficult. Adult choices are never simply A or B. I'll take it all. He swiftly grabbed his coat, neglecting to drink even a sip of water, and dashed home. The next morning, at the East Kowloon police station, just past 7 o'clock, Li Wenyao stood outside the police station, dark circles under his eyes resembling ink stains, his steps unsteady, shoulders slightly slumped, as though he had lost a third of his strength. Yet, the corners of his mouth remained curled upward, unable to suppress the thrill of the previous night's passionate entanglement. 3 women took turns assaulting him with relentless fervor. He had gritted his teeth and pressed on, completely consumed by the heat of the moment, entirely unaware of the need to pause and rest. The entire night was spent either charging forward or preparing for the next onslaught. To endure such a tempest is not the feat of an ordinary mortal. Had it not been for his innate steel waist and iron hips, he might have surrendered long ago. Truly, it was a challenge. Yet, Li Wenyao reveled in that fervor, feeling as if he still craved one last breath, unsatisfied. Hey, Yao, why do you look so worn out? Did you stay up all night? Just as Li Wenyao settled into his chair, Liu burst through the door, immediately noticing his exhausted demeanor and furrowing his brow in concern. Cough. Li Wenyao raised a hand to his lips, clearing his throat before his expression shifted to one of calm steadiness. It's nothing. I was just finalizing the case materials for Zhu Niwang. I wrote 6 drafts for the transcripts and evidence chain, finishing at 4 in the morning. Liu gave a thumbs up. Yao, your sense of responsibility is commendable, but you really need to take care of yourself. In our line of work, life is paramount. Health is the foundation. Haha, understood. Wen Yao nodded with a smile. By the way, did you need something? Liu slapped his forehead, exclaiming, look at my memory. I almost forgot the important matter. First, congratulations on personally bringing down Junyi Wang. You've restored our police station's reputation and washed away the grievances from earlier. It's hard to imagine what would have happened without you. Junyi Wang would have turned our major crimes unit into a joke, humiliating the entire police force. But he got what he deserved. Junyi Wang, what nonsense are you talking? I was the one who got torn apart, reassembled, and beaten to pieces. Do you believe I'll spit blood? Wen Yao waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor calm as water. Don't elevate it too high. My ability to bring him down was half luck and half the split-second judgment made during the confrontation. Every member of the major crimes unit is tough. Even if I hadn't been there, with you leading, Li Sir, you would have still nailed him with solid evidence. Li waved his hand with a bitter smile. All right, save the compliments for the newcomers. We know the truth. That counterfeit money gang has been under investigation for nearly 2 months. And we've barely uncovered a single false lead. In the end, it turned out to be smoke and mirrors they intentionally set up. These individuals have the audacity to operate their workshop, move goods, and launder money right under our noses. They're cunning and bold. It's not easy to take down such a tough nut. Upon hearing about the counterfeit money gang, Wen Yao's gaze darkened. The matter of Junyi Wang had been resolved. Now, it was time for Tancheng. A thought quietly emerged, gradually taking shape. He chuckled softly. Li Sir, don't be discouraged. This is just the beginning. No matter how cunning the fox, it must tread through mud and leave paw prints. As long as we keep a close watch and dig deep, it will eventually reveal itself. Liu nodded vigorously. Exactly. That's the spirit. Additionally, a few of the brothers downstairs are planning to throw you a celebration banquet. Are you free tonight? Wen Yao thoughtfully rubbed his chin, contemplating briefly before responding decisively. Sure. Let us set it for tonight. I'll send you the location later. Great. Liu turned to leave, and the door quietly closed behind him. Tap, tap, tap. Wen Yao lightly tapped the table with his left hand, maintaining a steady rhythm. His right hand propped his chin, his brows slightly furrowed. At that moment, a crisp notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Task completed. Eliminate East Kowloon Police Chief Daniel. Eradicate the malignant tumor. Rewards being dispensed. Ding. Rewards received. Master Counterfeiter Li 1 and his core counterfeiting team. What the hell? Wen Yao's pupils dilated in shock, his heart skipping a beat. The counterfeiting artist Li Wen's underlings. This bounty was absolutely astronomical. Thinking of Tancheng, a meticulous trap quietly emerged on the horizon. Moments later, a smile curved on Wen Yao's lips, revealing a cold, sharp grin. He swiftly swiped his finger across the screen, dialing the doctor's number. Hello, boss. The doctor's voice was low and steady, imbued with a palpable sense of reverence. Wen Yao spoke in a calm tone. Yet each word cut like a blade. Have all matters from last night been tidied up? Has the police left any trace? The doctor, his expression grave, responded with unwavering certainty. Rest assured, boss, not even a trace of ash remains. Every mark has been eradicated. Excellent. Wen Yao nodded, then shifted the conversation. By the way, a few days ago you mentioned a broker by the name of Tan, who has been spreading rumors on the streets about wanting to connect with Junyi Wang, correct? Indeed. That's right. The doctor recalled. He didn't reveal his identity, but expressed a desire to discuss collaboration with Junyi Wang, leaving only a contact number. Boss, is there something amiss? Wen Yao's mind suddenly illuminated with the realization that this was likely Tancheng, the traitor who feasted on both sides. Why was he targeting Junyi Wang? That could wait. This individual was already a fish on the chopping block. Not merely suspicious, but practically a target delivered to him on a silver platter. Wen Yao's voice turned somber. This Tan, whose real name is Tancheng, is the mastermind behind an international counterfeiting network, with his stronghold situated in Hong Kong. You must immediately instruct Rabbit to approach him under the guise of Junyi Wang's former associates, using a source deal as bait, and lure him into a trap at any cost. Follow the thread to uncover their printing process, and ultimately, seize the master plate for the US dollar. At that point, Wen Yao would be able to discreetly establish a new operation, producing counterfeit dollars en masse, subsequently funneling them through cross-border channels directly into the heart of America. After all, printing someone else's currency stirred no turmoil within his conscience. Should he truly manage to disrupt the very fabric of the American financial system, it would be utterly exhilarating. No other thoughts occupied his mind, save for the desire to topple the table with great force. The doctor, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then felt a lump in his throat, internally sighing. Ah, yet another destined to fall. Tancheng, 3 seconds of silent homage. May your bones be strong enough. Do not collapse too soon. Understood, boss, I shall arrange it immediately. Wen Yao replied with a calm demeanor. You determine the details, control the pace. All I require is the outcome. Received. After the call ended, he rose and strolled to the window, standing still for a while, his gaze sweeping across the leaden gray sky. Hurry, rain is about to fall. On the other end, in a prestigious office building in Hong Kong, Tan Cheng's office was alive with the repetitive broadcast of news footage detailing Johnny Wong's downfall. Tan Cheng tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. I thought we could pull off something big together, yet he was crushed before he even got a chance to rise. Such a pity. Beside him, an associate snickered. Humph, if he had any real skill, he wouldn't have fallen into the police's hands. Boss, does this kind of scum even deserve to negotiate with us? Deserve? Tan Cheng suddenly turned his face, his gaze sharp as a blade. Can you snatch $150 million from the barrels of the police as guns? Can you emerge unscathed from the hunt of the entire Hong Kong police force, while simultaneously eliminating 2 East Kowloon police chiefs? The associate fell silent, shoulders slumping, no longer daring to meet his eyes. Tan Cheng coldly concluded, a wise man knows his limits. Those who are overly arrogant meet their demise the quickest. Understand? Yes. Chapter 53. There is but one life. Who dares to leap into the fire? The sudden ringing of a phone shattered the silence. Tan Cheng glanced at the caller ID, which displayed an unknown number. Furrowing his brow, he pressed the answer button. Who is this? Mr. Tan, it's a pleasure to finally speak with you. Rabbit's voice was light, with a clear hint of mirth. I've heard you are seeking to collaborate with our boss. Tan Cheng's brow furrowed deeper. Who is your boss? Johnny Wong. Johnny Wong. His pupils constricted, his voice tightening. Didn't my men already provide all the details? Mr. Tan, you truly have misjudged the situation. Haven't you been following the news? The police have yet to catch even a glimpse of that $100 million. Rabbit's tone was calm, yet each word struck hard. I come bearing sincerity, specifically to discuss a transaction with you. Tan Cheng's eyelids lowered, his gaze suddenly sharp. What transaction? Rabbit's voice deepened, like iron soaked in water. Mr. Tan, do you truly have any idea what business you are holding? It is better to discuss this face to face to avoid any leaks. Tan Cheng paused for 3 seconds, then smiled. Very well. I will determine the time and place. I will send you the details shortly. Good. I await your message. The call ended decisively. Tan Cheng held his phone, tapping the edge of the screen lightly, his gaze sinking into darkness. The associate beside him furrowed his brow. Boss, I fear this matter may hold a trap. A smile flickered at the corner of Tan Cheng's mouth, though it did not reach his eyes. A trap? Let us pull it out and take a look, shall we? Go handle it. Yes. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the Kowloon district, outside a shopping mall, Rabbit and Sang Bang arrived at the designated location, standing rigidly at the street corner, scanning every reflective glass surface and every moving shadow. Screech. The harsh sound of brakes sliced through the air. A black business vehicle came to a halt before them. The door swung open, revealing a man in sunglasses and a black suit, his steps steady and expression impassive, directly locking eyes with the two. Mr. Tan requests your presence. Rabbit and Sang Bang exchanged a quick glance and stepped into the vehicle. Don't move. Hands on your heads. Before the words fell, 2 cold gun barrels pressed firmly against the back of their skulls, a chill seeping into their bones. Their pupils constricted, murderous intent surging. Yet their voices remained eerily calm. What's this? The business hasn't even begun, and we're already checking corpses? The man in black did not answer. Swiftly donning a black hood, the engine roared, the vehicle surged forward. They didn't struggle. Seasoned veterans knew these tricks all too well. Blindfolds, detours, and intimidation were merely tactics to establish dominance over newcomers, mere children's games. Half an hour later, deep within an abandoned factory, the scent of rust mingled with the odor of machine oil. Rabbit and Sang Bang finally laid eyes on Tan Cheng. As soon as they removed their hoods, they stretched their necks, discreetly surveying their surroundings. In the center of the vast factory, 8 dark figures formed a fan shape, their gun barrels pointed inward, unmoving. Tan Cheng stood at the boundary of light and shadow, cigar smoke curling upwards, his demeanor as calm as if he were waiting for someone to serve him tea. Mr. Tan, Rabbit raised his gaze, his tone unhurried. Is it necessary to present such a somber atmosphere when discussing business? Tan Cheng exhaled a cloud of white smoke. His smile cold. Business? Or are we merely the prey waiting for the yellow bird to swoop in? To be frank, I do not believe in your identities. Johnny Wong is finished. How could the Hong Kong police allow his former associates to roam freely? Rabbit shook his head. A layer of sorrow etched across his brow. You truly do not understand our boss. He sells arms, never limiting himself to just the Hong Kong market. He has long established a presence in South America, Eastern Europe, and the Middle East, hard currency markets. We are merely the ones who have been running the overseas lines for years. However, we encountered unexpected changes, leaving us with no opportunity to intervene. Don't believe us? He reached into his pocket, pulling out several photographs. Here, take a look for yourself. The photos were slightly yellowed, capturing a trio in a cheerful pose. Johnny Wong grinning broadly, with Rabbit and Sang Bang flanking him. The backdrop, a shabby tin shack, the very place where he had been detained, casually photographed by the doctor for documentation. The doctor had merely suggested keeping it on hand. Little did they know Wen Yao's plans extended so far, making this moment the sharpest key. Was it fate? Or rather, an outcome of meticulous planning? Tan Chung accepted the photos, running his fingertips along the edges, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize them for a moment, before finally nodding in acknowledgement. The evidence lay stark before him. Moreover, in this age, who possessed the technology for AI face swapping and image alteration? Moreover, when wealth is laid out before us, who would dare to push it away, especially when it amounts to a staggering $100 million? Greed is indeed the root of all evil. Very well. I shall trust you this once. Yet, you just mentioned $100 million, while the news clearly reported $1.5 billion. The rabbit snickered lightly, tapping his fingers on the table, saying, the bank must be intending to withhold 30%, artificially inflating the figure. The reality is merely 100 million. Understood. Tan Chung nodded, his gaze sharpening, but a question arose. How did this sum come to be in your possession? The rabbit, with a composed demeanor, replied leisurely. You must be aware of how ruthlessly the Hong Kong police enforced roadblocks back in the day, creating an impenetrable barrier. Any movement would lead to immediate capture. Our boss had no choice but to grit his teeth and remain in Hong Kong, circling around the police, and discreetly burying the money in hidden locations. Now that our boss is gone, we are well aware of where the money is concealed. The arms trade has become unfeasible. We must seek alternative paths. I've heard of your extensive connections, which is why I followed the leads to you. Tan Chung fixed his gaze on the two, then suddenly threw his head back in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, collaborating with me guarantees you'll be counting money until your hands cramp. I have high hopes for you. Let's South find another place to discuss this in detail." Excellent. Before the words had fully left his lips, Tan Chung had already summoned a black sedan, and the three swiftly boarded, heading toward a discreetly luxurious private club in the city, where they continued their revelry in a secluded booth. Meanwhile, in the office of the deputy director of the operations division at the police headquarters, the air was so thick it felt like it could be wrung out for water, and even the light filtering through the window seemed coated in dust. Zhuo Jingquan leaned back in his leather chair, his eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed deeply, his entire countenance dark enough to draw ink. Theodore and Daniel, one his left arm, the other his right, had ultimately fallen prey to Johnny Wong. Sigh. He exhaled heavily. Realizing that venting his anger was futile, the man was already beyond saving. It was solely his own impatience to blame. He should have waited until Johnny Wong's case was completely wrapped up before sending Daniel in. Why rush into murky waters? But who could have predicted that the madman would dare to flip the table in broad daylight, disregarding even the police badge? Yet, East Kowloon was his lifeline. He could not relinquish it so easily. After a moment, Zhuo Jingquan reached for the desk phone and dialed a number. Hello? Who is this? The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his voice warm. Beck, it's me. Director Zhuo. Your personal call truly surprises me. Please, give your instructions. Zhuo Jingquan nodded, his tone resolute. There is an urgent matter. Let us get straight to the point. I am well aware of your capabilities, and it's time for you to be promoted. I wish to transfer you to a new position. Beck's voice quivered with excitement. Thank you for your nurturing, Director. To be in your favor is truly a blessing. May I inquire where I will be assigned? East Kowloon Police Station, as the station chief. Zhuo Jingquan maintained his smile. I shall handle the other matters. You need only await the official notice. Wait, just a moment. Before he could finish, Beck's throat bobbed as he spoke rapidly. Stumbling over his words, Director Zhuo, it's not that I am ungrateful, but I feel my experience is still lacking. I simply cannot bear this responsibility. Moreover, I currently have a hot potato on my hands, a series of arson cases, and the clues are just surfacing. Zhuo Jingquan's smile froze instantly, his voice dropping an octave. What are you afraid of? Beck hurriedly replied, afraid? How could I dare? If there's a case to follow, I cannot afford to slacken for a moment. I apologize, Director Zhuo. I must rush to the scene. I will surely visit to apologize and treat you to a drink another day. Click. The phone was hung up decisively. Beck slumped in his chair, his back drenched in cold sweat. What a joke. The chief of East Kowloon? That cursed position entangled with blood. Whoever occupies it shortens their lifespan. He was still young, with promotions and raises lined up, and dates with beautiful women awaiting. He had no need to risk his life for that bottomless pit. The busy signal echoed on the other end, and Zhuo Jingquan's expression darkened to iron. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the phone, nearly crushing the case. Veins throbbing on the back of his hand. Enraged, he had never anticipated such a response. He thought extending an olive branch would elicit fear and respect, only to find the other party hung up without a second glance. How could one not be infuriated? Yet, mere seconds later, he swallowed his anger. his finger gliding to dial another number. Hello? Director Zhui here. Yes, there is a position reserved for you. Speak. The position of chief at East Kowloon Police Station is vacant, and I am putting you forward. East Kowloon. Yes, I believe you. I'm sorry, Director Zhui, but I cannot accept this position. Beep, beep. He continued to call one after another, but no one would relent. The excuses were myriad. Yet the underlying message was the same. They dared not touch it. Life is singular. Who would dare leap into the fire pit? Bang, bang, bang. Zhui Jingquan completely lost control, seizing his phone and smashing it against the desk. Once, twice, thrice, until the screen shattered into a spiderweb of cracks, and the plastic casing burst apart in a spray before he finally ceased. Outside, Secretary Liu heard the commotion and rushed in. Immediately spotting the murderous intent swirling in Zhui Jingquan's eyes, the floor littered with shards. His throat tightened, and he dared not utter a word. Standing straight against the wall, after a long pause, Zhui Jingquan finally exhaled slowly, closing his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, he was as cold as ice. East Kowloon, he would never relinquish. Since no one dared to take the position of chief, he would take a step back and secure the role of the major crimes unit leader first. Immediately, one name floated to the forefront of his mind. Summer Zhihao? A banana person of British descent, an outstanding graduate from the Limeshire Police Academy. Though of Chinese ethnicity, he was born and raised in a British context, inherently adhering to their ways. More importantly, he was already deeply embedded within his drug trafficking network. Without this connection, how could he ascend? Go. Summon Summer Zhihao to see me. Yes. Chapter 54. Teach me a couple of tricks next time? 2 days later, at the East Kowloon Police Station. In the Major Crimes Unit conference room, all members sat upright, their gazes intense, focused on Wen Yao at the podium, eyes brimming with admiration. Beside him stood Deputy Chief Allen, his smile nearly overflowing, gazing at Wen Yao as if he were a savior. Why? Johnny Wong was no more, and the knife that had been hanging over him for days was finally lifted. Wen Yao had effectively pulled him back from the brink of death. How could he not be overjoyed? Cough, cough. Allen leaned closer to the microphone, his expression solemn. Today, I have gathered everyone here, and I believe you all have an inkling of the reason. Just a few days ago, Major Crimes Unit CS leader, Senior Inspector Wen Yao, led a strike operation, resulting in the immediate death of the #1 wanted criminal, Johnny Wong, and the dismantling of his entire criminal organization. The police department has conducted repeated verifications and collective evaluations, unanimously recognizing that the primary credit for this case belongs solely to Inspector Li. By formal resolution, as of today, Wen Yao is promoted to Chief Inspector. Now, I invite Chief Inspector Li to say a few words. Let us welcome him with applause. Clap, clap, clap. The applause thundered, so enthusiastic it nearly lifted the roof. The gazes directed at Wen Yao were filled with trust and respect. Wen Yao raised his hand to signal for silence. His tone calm, yet powerful. To speak candidly, this case has exacted an enormous toll on our police department. The most heartbreaking and regrettable aspect is the sacrifice of Chief Theodore and Chief Daniel. This is a responsibility we all failed to uphold. I offer my sincerest apologies. However, apologies cannot bring them back. Yet, I believe that this arduous battle will fortify our resolve and unify us as a cohesive force. Therefore, no matter how treacherous the road ahead may be, we shall not be crushed, for we are the strongest backbone of East Kowloon. Simultaneously, we must make it unequivocally clear to those outlaws that to wreak havoc on our territory will result in only one outcome. They will leave horizontally. As Wen Yao's words echoed, the officers below were invigorated, their hearts ablaze with fervor, especially when they cast their gazes upon him. Their admiration had transformed into a near fervent allegiance. Later that evening, at a private dining establishment in East Kowloon, Wen Yao had reserved the 2 largest private rooms on the top floor, specifically to host a banquet for the entire Major Crimes Unit, not merely to celebrate their achievements, but also to provide a moment of respite. Originally planned for a few days prior, the celebratory feast had been personally approved by Liu, with Wen Yao's agreement. However, the unpredictability of life intervened when, that very afternoon, Lu Huijin called, inviting him to go shopping after dinner to select some earrings. This left Wen Yao at a crossroads: brotherhood or the soft words of a lovely companion. The answer was unequivocal. Coincidentally, he had just been promoted to Chief Inspector that day, and he seized the opportunity to orchestrate a lively gathering that would allow everyone to shed their burdens, take a breath, and share in laughter. Financially, he was more than capable. Had he wished to maintain a low profile, he might have even reserved the entire building. All expenses tonight will be on me, Wen Yao. He stood, raised his glass, and with a steady smile declared, "It is my fortune to work alongside all of you. Let us toast to our endeavors. Cheers! Cheers!" The room erupted in jubilant applause, glasses raised in unison, their movements synchronized. Ha ha ha, Li sir. You're going to bleed money tonight. Someone immediately chimed in, and others quickly followed suit. Indeed, last time you stood us up, that was rather inconsiderate. We had a surprise planned, but it all fell through. I hereby accuse Li sir of prioritizing a lady over his friends. Wen Yao feigned seriousness, his voice booming. Nonsense. You ruffians could never compare to a living beauty. Laughter erupted, filling the room with a warm camaraderie. Jests flew back and forth, the atmosphere growing ever more vibrant and lively. However, the unfortunate reality was that Wen Yao was besieged by a continuous stream of toasts from his colleagues, leaving him unable to refuse. Though he held his liquor well, he was no match for the sheer number of participants. With 2 private rooms accommodating no fewer than 50 people, even the gods would struggle to withstand such an assault. I can't take it anymore. 2 hours later, Wen Yao's face was flushed, his gaze slightly unfocused as he clumsily grabbed a napkin to wrap around his chopsticks and plunged them into his glass. Li raised an eyebrow. Ah Yao, what are you doing? Now sitting at the same rank, his respect was genuine. How many years had he endured to reach this position? And now, just under 2 months since Wen Yao had been transferred from the outlying islands, he bore the title of Chief Inspector, his ascent as swift as if propelled by the very winds. Did you not see my white flag? Wen Yao shook his head, forcing himself to suppress the dizziness. With so many of you attacking me, who could withstand it? Li was taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Huh. The fact that you're still upright is an achievement in itself. Rest assured, the car is ready, and someone will take you home. If you don't collapse tonight, you might not make it out of this door. The surrounding officers immediately chimed in. That's right. Li sir, tonight's goal is to drink until we drop. Surrender? Too late. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp sound echoed as the door was rapped upon. Everyone turned in unison, momentarily silenced. At the entrance stood Gangsheng, adorned in a simple white dress, her delicate makeup exuding elegance. Her dainty feet stepped lightly in high heels as she hurried over, her gaze fixed on Wen Yao with an intense focus. Under Wen Yao's attentive care these past few days, her complexion had grown increasingly radiant, her figure subtly more graceful, embodying the essence of a magnolia on the verge of blooming in early spring, calm yet alluring, with a fragrant allure. This sight left the men present gasping, their eyes glued to Gangsheng, their throats constricting. Darling, why have you consumed so much alcohol? Gangsheng swiftly approached Wen Yao, supporting his weakening arm, gently pressing his heavy head against her shoulder. She took out a tissue, delicately wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, her fingers trembling slightly with concern. Darling? The officers were collectively taken aback, their eyes nearly popping out, their faces instantly lighting up with a mix of envy and jealousy. No wonder Li sir had left so abruptly. Had it been them, they would have not only pushed a brother aside but even dared to snatch someone else's wife. Yet Gangsheng showed no signs of shyness, offering the crowd a sweet smile as she cheerfully said, Sorry, please continue enjoying yourselves. I'll take him home now. All right then. Sister-in-law, take care. With her words, who could dare to intervene? In truth, this was all part of Wen Yao's carefully laid plans. He had anticipated the undercurrents that would flow through the evening's banquet, knowing that if he continued to endure, he would inevitably collapse right there. Thus, he relied on Gangsheng to bring the evening to a close. Before long, Gangsheng assisted Wen Yao out the door and safely back to his apartment. Carefully settling him onto the bed, she raised her hand to wipe the thin sheen of sweat from her forehead, gazing down at Wen Yao, her eyes sparkling with sweetness. Shall I fetch you a glass of warm water? Leaning against the headboard, Wen Yao smiled lazily. Perfect timing. Had you arrived 5 minutes later, I would have been shouting for help from under the table. As Gangsheng offered him the cup, she feigned annoyance, playfully pinching his earlobe. Who told you to drink like you're downing water? You deserve it. What should I do to thank you? Wen Yao waved his hand, a wry smile on his lips. Look at me in this state. My bones have turned to jelly. What can I possibly offer? Tired? We'll talk when you wake up. Not a chance. Gangsheng asserted firmly, her eyes shining brightly. Leaning slightly forward, her voice became soft and enticing. I want it now. Not enough strength? That's fine. I'll take charge. No sooner had the words left her lips than Wen Yao's eyes flew open, the haze of alcohol dissipating. He rolled over, lying on his back with his arms wide open, as if unfurling a canvas ready for the artist's brush. Come on, I'm ready. Gangsheng rolled her eyes playfully. Look at how eager you are. Reeking of alcohol. Go take a shower first. Together? The following day, at the East Kowloon police station. Major Crimes Unit. At precisely 8 in the morning, Wen Yao strode into the office, invigorated, his smile impossible to suppress. Upon seeing him, his colleagues exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with unspoken camaraderie. TSK, TSK, TSK. Little Li, who would have guessed you were so fortunate as to be smitten by such beauty? Li Yu sauntered into his office, leaning on the desk with one hand, teasingly raising an eyebrow. Such a stunning wife kept so well hidden. That's rather inconsiderate. When did you tie the knot? I haven't heard a whisper. Wen Yao blinked, feigning confusion. I'm not married. Huh. Li was taken aback. So last night, when you were calling out like you were wrapped in honey and cotton candy, was that a mistake? Indeed. I have heard that Miss Locke from TVB is not your legitimate girlfriend? Wen Yao's demeanor remained composed as he lifted his teacup, blowing gently on the steam rising from it. Men, as you understand. Li Yu's pupils widened in astonishment, and he raised his thumb in genuine admiration. Impressive. Care to share a few tips next time? Wen Yao stretched lazily, casually brushing aside the stray hair from his forehead. I cannot teach that. It is an innate quality. Li Yu replied, all right. On to serious matters. Their essay meeting in 10 minutes with the new team leader parachuting in. Oh, Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. What about Inspector Zheng? Li Yu shrugged. Not sure, but we will find out soon enough. Don't be late. Understood. 10 minutes later. In the Major Crimes Unit conference room. As whispers filled the air, the doorway darkened, and a sharply defined silhouette of a man with striking features stepped in confidently. He surveyed the room, his smile warm yet sharp. Good day, everyone. I am Xia Zhihao, and from today onward, I shall assume the role of the Major Crimes Unit Supervisor. Inspector Zheng has been reassigned due to recent mishandlings of multiple cases, and will now serve at the outlying District's water reservoir. Upon hearing this, the officers exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched in their eyes. Particularly, Wen Yao, whose shock was palpable, his brow furrowed tightly, and his Adam's apple bobbing. This complicates matters. Recently ensnared by the Johnny Wong case, he had planned to use Zheng as a target for a few more rounds before delivering the final blow. Who would have thought he'd be relegated to guarding a water reservoir? Absurd. Nevertheless, for now, let him linger. Xia Zhihao's voice was deep. Each word weighted. I am aware that many of you have questions, but this decision has been made by the police department and is beyond my authority to overturn. From this day forth, I am the new supervisor of the Major Crimes Unit. Should you have any matters to discuss, feel free to knock on my door. By the way, could the leader of Team C please stand? Wen Yao turned to look, standing up in confusion, straightening his posture. Sir. The moment Xia Zhihao's gaze met his, a flash of coldness passed through his eyes, yet his smile remained perfectly poised. Ah, Inspector Li, you truly possess an extraordinary presence. I have meticulously reviewed the major cases you have handled. They are thorough, efficient, and systematic. It is our fortune to have someone of your caliber in the Major Crimes Unit. Wen Yao, still bewildered, instinctively straightened his shoulders, replying loudly. Thank you, sir. With rank comes pressure. Decorum must not be neglected. Xia Zhihao waved his hand lightly, his smile warm. No need for formality. We are colleagues now. And I hope for open and honest dealings among us. Please, have a seat. Yes, sir. The moment the words left his mouth, Wen Yao had already seated himself, his back straight, unaware of any peculiarities. Moments later, Xia Zhihao glanced around the room, his tone suddenly taut. Although the Johnny Wong case has been resolved, we must not let our guard down. There are tougher challenges ahead awaiting our scrutiny. I trust you all remember the counterfeit currency case personally supervised by the police department, which has already been assigned to each team. Teams A and B have been investigating for over a month, yet have yielded no results. Now, all efforts must focus on this. Team C will be integrated into the special task force immediately, with a deadline to crack the case and ensure that this criminal network is dismantled entirely. Meeting adjourned. Yes, sir. Chapter 55, Better Safe Than Sorry. At this moment, in Mingxin Hospital, on the 3rd floor of the East Wing, Inspector Zheng, having lain in bed for over 20 days, Inspector Zheng had finally survived the brink of death, managing to hobble with crutches, and was relieved to no longer endure the taste of that vile, mushy diet. Yet, his face bore no trace of joy. The television was broadcasting footage of Wen Yao's appearance at a press conference, impeccably dressed, his words incisive, even managing to uproot a malignant presence like Johnny Wong, who had lingered for years. A heaviness pressed against his chest, as if gripped tightly by an iron vice. Had it not been for his fractured ribs, lying on this hospital bed, this accolade would never have been bestowed upon Wen Yao. A short, sharp sigh escaped his lips as he slowly turned his gaze toward the blinding blue outside the window. He was acutely aware, if he continued to linger in this state, he would be completely cast aside. To reclaim his standing, he needed to seize a significant victory. Relying on others? That was not an option. The only branch left to climb was that of Wen Yao, even if he was reluctant to admit it. He had to begrudgingly acknowledge the young man's knack for solving cases, decisive and precise. Soon, Inspector Zheng lowered his gaze for a moment, and when he raised it again, his eyes were sharp and resolute, like a blade honed to perfection. The phone rang abruptly. Hello? Who is this? Hello, Inspector Zheng. This is the Human Resources Department of the police force. We are formally notifying you, due to your mishandling of multiple cases, including the Johnny Wong case, which led to the loss of several officers' lives, you will be demoted. Your rank will be reduced from inspector to sergeant upon recovery. You will be reassigned to the outlying district police station. Should you wish to appeal, the process is now open. However, the outcome will not change. What? Demoted and sent to guard a reservoir? You. The line went dead before he could finish his words. Inspector Zheng. No, Sergeant Zheng, stood frozen in place. His fingers slackening as his phone clattered to the floor, the screen cracking with a fine white line. In that instant, it felt as if his spine had been wrenched away, all his fervor shattered into dust, his breath caught in his throat. The retreat he had just resolved to take, returning to Li Wenyao's side, was abruptly severed, as if cleaved by a sharp blade. He sat dumbfounded on the hospital bed, his fingers mindlessly tugging at the corners of the sheets, his years of sleepless nights, painstakingly climbing the ranks to achieve the title of inspector, now seemingly buried in the mud, leaving not a trace behind. A stream of hot tears fell onto his knees, unstoppable. What was even worse was the direct assignment to guard a reservoir. There was not even a sliver of opportunity to turn things around. He wept uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in the Major Crimes Unit office, Li Wenyao leaned against the back of his chair, his fingertips tracing the investigation files on the counterfeit currency group that Li Yu had just delivered. After a cursory glance, he sighed softly and closed the folder. In summary, it could be distilled into 4 words: a futile endeavor. This was not to blame Li Yu and his team. Tan Cheng was as slippery as an eel, presenting a facade of a legitimate import-export business, with no discrepancies in the books, and an impenetrable network of connections. Finding a breach in this was no small feat. Li Wenyao was not anxious. The doctors had already set the lines, just waiting for the fish to bite. How things would unfold next depended entirely on the information relayed back from that side. The phone rang sharply, its sound jarring like metal scraping against porcelain. Hello? Boss. It's me. The doctor's voice was steady. Regarding the matter you instructed, there has been progress. The informant has made contact with Tan Cheng and is gradually gaining his trust. Oh, that's quite efficient. Li Wenyao's eyebrows lifted. He had anticipated it would take at least half a month. After all, Tan Cheng was notoriously suspicious, with a smile that concealed daggers, rarely speaking fully, and keeping others at arm's length. He hadn't expected the doctor to deliver such a solid surprise. The doctor chuckled softly. It's all thanks to the groundwork you've laid. I'm merely going with the flow. As long as we can convince Tan Cheng that the informant is one of Johnny Wong's people, the subsequent steps will be much smoother. Had you not pointed me in this direction, I might still be going in circles. Li Wenyao waved his hand dismissively, his tone a blend of resignation and disdain. Enough of the sweet talk. I advise you, Rabbit, to keep your eyes wide open and your ears perked when dealing with Tan Cheng. This man is ruthless and merciless. Do not let yourself be sold off, only to find yourself counting the money for someone else. Moreover, mere empty promises will not suffice. You must offer him a genuine taste of the real deal. The doctor's response was concise. Understood. Rest assured, boss, while Rabbit may appear reckless, he knows the ropes and never steps into a minefield. Li Wenyao paused momentarily, 2 faces emerging in his mind. Song Zaheo and Mark. Sooner or later, these 2 would cross paths with Tan Cheng. Perhaps one day they would prove useful. One more task: investigate the 2 individuals, Song Zaheo and Mark. They were the pillars of the counterfeit currency syndicate back in the day. Where are they now? What are they up to? Dig deep for me. Understood. The call ended promptly. Li Wenyao rose, seized his car keys, and without a moment's hesitation, drove away from the police station. Half an hour later, he arrived at a standalone villa on the outskirts of the city. Entering, he was greeted by the artist team awarded by the system: Li Wen, Uncle Xian, the butler, Bobby, CZ, and Wan Wan, the imposter. The 6 stood neatly in the living room, with Li Wen as the true core. As for the false identity of Wu Fuxing, which relied on the support of Sheriff Wu Zhihui in the film, it was of no consequence to him. What truly captivated him was the extraordinary skill in counterfeiting that this group possessed. As for the rest of the trivialities, let them be, boss. The group simultaneously lifted their heads, their eyes gleaming like fire, their voices resonating so that the chandelier trembled. Li Wenyao smiled and nodded. From now on, we are all brothers, no need for formality. He had not anticipated that they could afford such a garden villa in Hong Kong. Li Wen adjusted his glasses, speaking gently. To be honest, it's a temporary rental. If the boss likes it, I can have someone secure it at once. No need. Li Wenyao replied with a slight wave of his hand, his tone nonchalant. It was merely a villa, and he was not overly concerned. For now, it was unwise to flaunt his status. Had he wished to make a statement, he would have already possessed a mountaintop mansion and a collection of limited edition supercars. Moreover, he was not one to covet fame. True strength lies in concealing one's prowess. By the way, can you set up the mass production line for the US dollar? Li Wen shook his head. The equipment hasn't arrived yet. We can't start for now. But once the machines arrive, the production line can be operational within 3 days. Excellent. Li Wenyao contemplated briefly, nodding. For now, hold your positions. I'll handle the equipment situation. Don't let my efforts go to waste. Rest assured, boss. I'll take my leave now. Here is my number. Call me anytime. Understood. As night fell over Kowloon City, the streets were bustling with traffic, neon lights splashed across, illuminating the entire street as if it were ablaze. Shops lined both sides, their signs dazzling, and the throngs of people crowded so tightly that movement was nearly impossible. A matte black sedan sped past the curb. Inside the vehicle sat Tan Sheng and Rabbit. Boss Tan, partnering with me has proven worthwhile, hasn't he it? In the back seat, Rabbit turned his face, a smile dancing on his lips, yet his gaze was profoundly somber. Not just worthwhile. Tan Sheng laughed heartily, slapping Rabbit on the shoulder with vigor. To have someone like you among Johnny Wong's men is truly a stroke of luck. Now that your boss is gone, would you be interested in switching allegiances and working with me? Rabbit's eyes narrowed momentarily before returning to calm. You know how he died. He treated me like a brother. I must personally avenge this blood debt. However, if Boss Tan isn't afraid of being dragged into the fire, I am open to discussion. Tan Sheng's smile faltered, his enthusiasm waning. He was unwilling to put himself on the line for an outsider. They had been hiding deeply, desperate to avoid police scrutiny and not willing to expose any vulnerabilities. Ultimately, he was only interested in the $100 million Rabbit held. Once the money was secured, whether Rabbit lived or died was of no concern to him. Boss, Song Zijia is tailing us again, Tan Sheng's subordinate in the front passenger seat murmured. Tan Sheng glanced at the rearview mirror, scoffing. Let him be. Boss Tan, what do you mean by that? Rabbit frowned, fixating on the car that hovered nearby, his tone growing cold. He is only here to gather intel, not to be a target. If he were to be pinned down by the police here, how could he ever extricate himself to carry out his plans? Tan Sheng replied dismissively. Oh, he is the brother of the former head. We must leave some face. A mere police officer won't cause any waves. Boss Tan, being too soft-hearted could lead to downfall. Rabbit's expression darkened. He wears a police uniform. Aren't you worried he'll ruin everything? Besides, I used to be one of Johnny Wong's men. My background might not be absent from police records. What if one day he discovers that we were in the same vehicle? Have you thought this through? Tan Sheng's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on Rabbit, his voice dropping to a whisper. Aren't you supposed to be running overseas? Does the police station really have your file? Rabbit replied nonchalantly, better to be safe than sorry. Are you willing to take that gamble? As the words hung in the air, the cabin fell silent, the only sound being the low hum of the air conditioning, the atmosphere thick with tension. Moments later, a glint of cold light flashed in Tan Sheng's eyes. Find a secluded place and clean up the tail. Understood. Half an hour later, the driver navigated through twists and turns, bringing the vehicle to a long-abandoned factory on the outskirts. In the rear, Song Zijia stealthily followed, stopping 100 meters away in the shadows of a collapsed wall, turning off the lights, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He had long been aware of the counterfeit case and understood that various police divisions and the serious crimes unit were frantically seeking breakthroughs. This case could elevate him 2 ranks. Moreover, he happened to possess irrefutable evidence that Tan Sheng was the true mastermind behind the counterfeit operation. Thus, in a bid for glory, he had ditched all his colleagues and boldly headed to the factory alone. Before long, Song Zijia, clutching a camera, crouched low, inching toward the depths of the factory. Unfortunately, this was not a lead, but rather a deadly trap set by Tan Sheng himself. Bang! The gunshot rang out, sharp and merciless. The outcome was inevitable. Song Zijia collapsed on the spot, never to rise again. Chapter 56. Did you spread syrup on your tongue this morning? The young man, do not blame me. It was your own haste and pressure that led to this. On the empty concrete floor, Tan Sheng cast his eyes down on Song Zijia's still bleeding body, still clutching the smoking gun, his face as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. Standing silently nearby, Rabbit discreetly pulled out his phone, snapping a picture to capture the scene. He was not here for mere excitement. He was on a mission to surveil and await an opportunity to connect with Tan Sheng. This man had just taken the life of a police officer. A photo like this could serve as a blood oath for the boss, who had always appreciated such bloody sincerity. He was acutely aware of Tan Sheng's methods. Bodies? They would vanish in an instant. Evidence? Not a trace would remain. Indeed, before Tan Sheng could raise his hand to signal, several men in black had already swiftly moved in, wrapping Song Zijia's body in thick black shrouds, lifting him into a van. The engine roared, and the vehicle swiftly disappeared into the morning mist. Rabbit chuckled softly, leisurely clapping his hands. Boss Tan, now that's what I call decisive action. Until the hidden dangers are eradicated, it is only a matter of time before they strike back at you. This time, you have truly grasped the crux of the matter. With a flick of his eyelid, Tan Sheng tossed the gun to a nearby associate, finally managing to muster a smile at the corner of his lips. You are right. I underestimated this group of enforcers. From now on, we must collaborate earnestly. Indeed, the following day, as dawn broke, beams of golden light pierced through the thin mist. gently cascading between the skyscrapers of Hong Kong, dispelling the night's chill and ushering in warmth. The streets began to stir with life. Pedestrians walked briskly, their faces adorned with renewed smiles, welcoming the promise of a new day. In the bedroom, a languid sigh floated into the air. Wen Yao slowly opened his eyes, inhaling the familiar and sweet fragrance of the woman beside him. Lowering his gaze slightly, he observed Lu Huijin, who lay asleep on his chest, her breathing steady. He lightly brushed his fingertips across her warm cheek, then tenderly arranged a few strands of hair that had fallen across her forehead. Relishing this moment of tranquility, he was acutely aware of its fleeting nature. Occasionally, he mused, if only time could flow like a gentle stream, it would be quite splendid. However, the fire within him burned ever brighter, fueled by his capabilities, confidence, and an unyielding ambition. Since he could ascend to great heights, why should he linger in the shadows? Even if the path ahead was fraught with peril, he welcomed it with open arms. Suddenly, the phone rang, piercing the serene silence like a needle. Wen Yao's heart tightened as he swiftly reached for the receiver, suppressing his voice as he answered, glancing down to see that Lu Huijin remained lost in dreams, her breathing calm, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. Last night had indeed been indulgent, and she was utterly exhausted. He felt a slight sense of comfort knowing she could rest a little longer. Yet, pinned beneath her weight, he found himself unable to move, so he whispered, "What is it?" On the other end, the doctor spoke with a steady tone, "Boss, there is an urgent matter that requires your attention. Proceed." Last night, Tuzi was followed by a police officer during a secret meeting with Tan Sheng. Although Tan Sheng initially dismissed it, Tuzi, fearing exposure, urged him to eliminate the threat. The matter has been resolved, and Tuzi has sent me a photograph of Tan Sheng aiming his gun at the body, which I've just forwarded to your phone. Let me take a look. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow, opening the album. The angle may have been off, but Tan Sheng's face, alongside the lifeless body on the ground, was glaringly clear. As he discerned the victim's profile, his pupils constricted sharply. This face was unmistakably that of Song Zijia. The resemblance to his brother was so striking that it weighed heavily on his heart. Is he truly gone? The deceased is Song Zijia? The doctor frowned, recalling for a moment before exclaiming, "Yes, that's him." "Boss, how did you know?" Wen Yao did not respond. The death of Song Zijia indeed coincided with the worst timing, yet it was of little concern to him. If he was dead, then so be it. It would not stir even the slightest ripple. Could it be that he and the Song Zijia I asked you to keep an eye on are related? The doctor suddenly halted, his voice rising in surprise. Wen Yao lifted his gaze, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Your reaction is quite swift. By the way, have you uncovered the details about Song Zijia and Xiao Ma? Confirmed. The doctor nodded. Song Zijia is currently driving for a taxi company here in Hong Kong, while Xiao Ma is working at an auto repair shop, doing menial tasks. What is our next move? As soon as the words left his lips, Wen Yao's expression darkened, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. It was indeed predictable that their situations were less than satisfactory, but the unexpected demise of Song Zijia was a surprising twist. In the next moment, his eyes gleamed, and a chilling smile crept across his lips. A plan had quietly taken shape. Deliver this photograph personally to Song Zijia. I suspect that upon seeing it, he will go mad and rush to Tan Sheng for revenge. You must immediately assign someone to keep a close watch on him. When he takes action, we'll take him and the scene in one fell swoop. Should they dare to infiltrate the counterfeit factory, equipment, blueprints, technicians, nothing must be overlooked. The rest are to be dealt with ruthlessly. One condition, Tan Sheng must survive. I need him. He still has great utility. Boss, your methods are indeed ruthless. And your composure is even more impressive. Absolutely brilliant. I'm in awe. Understood. I will take care of it at once. Ensure the operation is executed cleanly and swiftly, without any traces. Understood. After a long while, Lu Huijin finally opened her eyes, and her gaze immediately collided with Wen Yao's radiant face, which was adorned with a smile. What are you so pleased about? Wen Yao leaned down, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. His voice soft. The more I look at you, the more radiant you appear. Your complexion glows with vitality, and your cheeks are so tender they seem capable of yielding water. Also, it seems that certain areas have become even more voluptuous than before. Lu Huijin's ears flushed, and she instinctively lifted her chin. Her heart fluttered, warmed by his words. What woman wouldn't relish such compliments from her beloved? Why are you so sweet-tongued this morning? Have you been indulging in syrup? Yet, he feigned seriousness, his expression turning grave. Nonsense. I was merely contemplating how diligently you've been cultivated, and I claim credit for making you so enchanting. You shameless flatterer. Her face flushed, rolling her eyes. What does it have to do with you? Before her words could fully escape her lips, Wen Yao had already leaned in, pinning her beneath him, his gaze intense, laced with mischief. Still claiming it's nothing? What do you intend to do? What do you think? Lu Huijin's eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she pitifully tugged at his sleeve. We were up until dawn last night. My bones are still aching. Please let me off this morning. Fear not. I shall be gentler this time. In the afternoon, at a taxi company in Hong Kong. With a screech, an old taxi came to a halt by the roadside. Song Zihua stepped out and strode toward the company's entrance. The establishment was modest, with peeling paint on the walls and several junk taxis haphazardly parked in the yard. Uncle Jian was rolling up his sleeves, supervising a few workers as they tinkered under a vehicle. Uncle Jian, Song Zihua called out, quickening his pace, his voice bright. The owner of this small company was the very person who had helped him find a job after his release from prison. Though the place was small, with only a dozen employees, the work was solid, and life was relatively stable. Uncle Jian looked up, wiping his brow, and greeted him with a smile. Ah Zihua, how is everything going? He held a favorable impression of this young man, quick and efficient, not one to slack off. As for his past, Uncle Jian had never been one to pry. Who hasn't he stumbled? It's better to rise and move forward than to dwell on the past. Song Zihua nodded earnestly. Very well. I owe it all to you, Uncle Jian. Oh, don't mention it. Uncle Jian waved his hand, grinning widely. It's your own hard work that earned you this opportunity. Without your endorsement, I wouldn't have even crossed the threshold. Song Zihua scratched his head, grinning foolishly. I'll treat you to a meal someday. You must come. Haha, I'll hold you to that. At that moment, a young man in a gray jacket approached briskly. Zihua, you have a letter. Song Zihua casually took it, smiling and nodding. Thank you. However, as he tore open the envelope, he suddenly froze, rooted to the spot. His breath caught in his throat. Inside the letter was merely a photograph of Tan Cheng pulling the trigger, the gun aimed squarely at Song Zijia's temple. Just one glance, and Song Zihua understood everything. The fire in his chest erupted, scorching through him. With a screech, a grey van screeched to a halt outside. The door swung open, and a bloodied figure was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, the wheels kicking up gravel as it sped away. Xiaoma! Song Zijia's pupils suddenly constricted, and he sprinted forward, wrapping his arms around the person with trembling fingers. Xiaoma, hold on. Tan, with half-lidded eyes, had blood obscuring his vision. A few words were forced from his throat before his head tilted, and he succumbed into unconsciousness. Tan Cheng, Song Zihao roared, his eyes instantly riddled with blood vessels. His voice cracking. Without a moment's hesitation, he hoisted Xiao Ma and stuffed him into the back seat of his old taxi, flooring the accelerator, the tires screeching against the pavement as they sped towards the hospital. Meanwhile, in the shadow of a sycamore tree at the street corner, a dark figure stealthily slipped away, pressing against the wall, following closely behind. In the dead of night, in a certain building's underground parking lot in Hong Kong, a matte black sedan smoothly parked in its space. The interior was so quiet that one could hear their heartbeat. Song Zihao and brother Xiaoma sat side by side, their gazes like daggers, fixed on the rusted iron door in the corner. Behind that door lay Tan Cheng's counterfeit currency den. This place was so familiar to them that they could navigate it with their eyes closed. Yet at this moment, brother Xiaoma's complexion was ashen. A blood-soaked bandage wrapped around his forehead, blood droplets oozing out slowly. But such an injury was merely a superficial wound to him. Song Zihao had come to exact vengeance. How could he stand idly by for a brother? His hatred for Tan Cheng was no less than that of Song Zihao. In the past, grudges were not allowed to linger. If the blade was drawn, blood would inevitably flow. Tonight, Tan Cheng must die. As their eyes met, an unspoken understanding passed between them, and they pushed open the car doors, stepping out with resolute strides, advancing towards the iron door. Before they reached it, the door clanged open, and 7 or 8 men in black suits, brandishing short guns, surged out in succession. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew in all directions, flames erupting chaotically. Blood splattered onto the concrete floor, staining half of the wall. Brother Xiaoma fired with both hands, keeping the enemy suppressed, reminiscent of the chaotic battles at the docks from years past. In the blink of an eye, they pressed back against the wall beside the door, swiftly reloading their magazines while scanning the interior. Their eyes met, and they simultaneously crouched and lunged in. Bang, bang, bang. Da-da-da. The gunfire erupted in a cacophony, the echoes reverberating through the spacious garage. Doctor, the fight has already broken out below. Should we enter now? Outside the building, 3 old vans were quietly parked by the curb. Inside one of them, Feifei hung up the phone and turned to the person beside her. The doctor remained impassive, lightly tapping his knee with his fingertips. No rush, let them bite a little longer. We need to prepare for a lot of things to move when it's over. Is everything ready? Feifei nodded. All set. Good. The doctor's voice was low and deep. Remember, after it's over, no one except our technicians should be left. Understood. As the words fell, the vehicle returned to silence. The doctor closed his eyes, slowly counting the seconds with his fingertips. What he lacked the least was time. He would wait until both parties were exhausted before he cast his net to catch the fish. Moreover, deep within this parking lot. Even the echoes were muffled within the concrete shell. As long as no one reported, he had all the patience in the world. Chapter 57. Seeking tranquility, isn't it pleasing? 5 minutes precisely. Make your move. The doctor suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils sharp as blades, glinting coldly, and then raised his hand to secure his mask, leaving only his cold, piercing eyes exposed. This was the last barrier established to eliminate any risk of exposure. Their audacious assault indicated they had long laid a trap, and it was undoubtedly sanctioned and backed by Wen Yao. Received. Click, click. Before the words had fully left his lips, a series of crisp sounds of firearms being readied erupted within the vehicle, swift, orderly, and without delay. The 3 vans sped into the entrance of the underground parking lot, their tires screeching against the concrete, finally halting steadily before the iron door of the counterfeit currency factory. Bang, bang, bang. Even as the gunfire inside the factory had yet to cease, the doctor pushed open the car door, leading his team in a V formation for a lightning-fast assault. Each member's gaze was steely, their movements swift as the wind, assault rifles held straight, actions crisp and precise, without a hint of hesitation. A truly elite force. Da-da-da. As they stepped through the door, firepower poured down like a torrential rain, and every armed individual was met with relentless suppression beneath the hail of bullets. In mere seconds, the situation was firmly grasped in their hands, followed by methodical extermination, leaving no room for hesitation. Taking cover behind a cold brick wall, Song Zaheo and brother Xiaoma leaned against it, their chests heaving violently as they gasped for breath. Upon catching sight of the black-clad team at the entrance, their faces turned ashen. Where did these people come from? Brother Xiaoma slumped to the ground, his right hand pressed firmly against the bullet wound in his leg. Teeth gritted, veins bulging at his temples, cold sweat mingling with blood trickling down. Song Zaheo's left arm was still bleeding. He tore off a piece of his clothing to hastily bind it, and shook his head, whispering, "I don't know, but they must be after Tan Sheng. Damn, that bastard Tan Sheng isn't showing up? This is such bad luck. Less chatter, our lives are at stake." The two exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, and suddenly sprang to their feet, their guns aimed steadily toward the doctor's location. Bang, bang. The doctor had already been on high alert. With a flicker of movement caught in his peripheral vision, he instinctively lunged forward and rolled, lifting his gun to sweep the area. Bullets shooting towards the spot where the two had taken cover like venomous snakes. The other team members swiftly turned, their guns aligning in a swarm towards this direction. Dense firepower immediately sealing off all escape routes. With such intensity of fire, even if Brother Xiaoma were unharmed, it would be difficult to escape unscathed, let alone with his leg already shot and movement restricted. Just as they leaped half a foot off the ground, they were swept back down, their bodies riddled with numerous bullet wounds, dying on the spot. A once great hero had fallen in an unremarkable place. TSK. What kind of riffraff dares to launch a sneak attack? It's the 21st century, and you're still playing the old dual gun routine? Open your eyes and see our uniform MP5S. Understand? Brother Xiaoma, Song Zaheo. Even as the life drained from them, they were still met with mockery? Damn it. Following this, the doctor's team worked seamlessly together, swiftly and decisively eliminating the remaining resistance from Tan Sheng's men, leaving no one behind. The scene was left with a group of technicians huddled in the corner, trembling like leaves, their faces pale, not daring to even breathe. The doctor wasted no time, signaling his subordinates to gather the technicians for supervision and transport them away. Those individuals, already terrified out of their wits, had no thought of resistance left. Feifei immediately received orders, dispatching the transport team to swiftly enter and dismantle the entire factory's equipment, taking everything away, leaving only a ground strewn with corpses and the acrid scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. Once the cleanup was completed, the doctor took out his phone, tapping his thumb to send a short message. Mission accomplished. Recipient, Wen Yao. On the other side, in the Kowloon East Police Station, the Major Crimes Unit's office, Wen Yao leaned back in his swivel chair, his eyes fixed on the screen, his fingertips toying with a pen, circling it slowly, almost lazily. At this hour, he would typically be out with a new lover, reveling in the nightlife of Wan Chai, not stuck here pulling an all-nighter. What a joke. Yet tonight was different. The doctor had reported in advance. Song Zaheo would surely make a move tonight. Thus, he reluctantly donned the guise of investigating the counterfeit currency group and stayed behind to keep watch. He had contemplated witnessing the scene firsthand. But this operation was too risky. Killing was easy, but moving equipment was a minefield. A slight misstep could sever the chain of evidence, and no one would be able to withstand the consequences. If the doctors were to slip up, they might only retreat into the shadows to catch their breath. However, once they found themselves in the crosshairs, the trouble would become insurmountable. After careful deliberation, he ultimately decided to patiently await the doctor's next move. Moreover, he had always held a profound trust in their expertise. Ding dong. The screen of his phone suddenly illuminated, and the crisp sound of a message notification broke the silence. Wen Yao snatched up his phone, glanced at it, and a smile crept onto his lips as he murmured softly, "Splendid. The stage is now set for him to perform." 10 minutes later. Knock. Knock. The office door was knocked on urgently, and before Wen Yao could respond, the door swung open, revealing a police officer who strode in briskly. "Sir, we've just received a report from a citizen stating that there are rapid gunshots emanating from a commercial building in Kowloon City." The officer from Group C spoke rapidly, standing before the desk. "Oh, are we certain it isn't a false alarm?" Wen Yao rose, his brow furrowing slightly, his expression growing solemn. In truth, he was already aware of the underlying situation. He simply could not afford to reveal even a hint of it. Acting, he was a seasoned performer, adept at transforming falsehoods into truths, and he was very much in control of the nuances involved. The officer replied in a grave tone, "It's highly likely to be genuine." Wen Yao nodded and commanded, "Immediately assemble all personnel and deploy. First, dispatch nearby patrol units to the scene for investigation. No one is to act recklessly until we arrive. Also, activate the emergency response plan. If the situation changes, call in the PTU for support." "Yes, sir." The blaring sirens pierced the night, and the major crimes group's convoy sped towards the reported location like arrows released from a bow. Arriving at the perimeter 10 minutes later, they immediately initiated a lockdown and search. 5 minutes later, in the underground parking lot, they discovered a scene riddled with bullet holes and several fallen bodies. As Wen Yao and his team stepped onto the scene, all the officers froze in place, their breaths caught in their throats. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, blood staining the walls. The entrance and corridor were piled with corpses, the floor slick, and the walls splattered with dark red streaks, forcing them to tread lightly. The air was thick with the unmistakable scent of rust, assaulting their senses and constricting their throats. Wen Yao's pupils contracted, his heart racing, and he could not help but murmur, "My goodness, this firepower is even more intense than I anticipated. What a pity I missed the action, otherwise they would have witnessed poetry written at the barrel of a gun." He quickly regained his composure and commanded loudly, "Everyone, pay attention. First, seal off the entire area. Clear the surrounding bodies, and search for evidence inch by inch. Second, contact headquarters for reinforcements immediately and notify the PTU to establish a thorough blockade of the surrounding streets, scrutinizing all incoming and outgoing personnel." "Yes, sir." At that very moment, in a villa somewhere in Shanjiang, in the master bedroom, Tan Sheng lay entwined with a woman, blissfully unaware of the chaos erupting outside. Suddenly, the piercing sound of a ringing phone shattered the tranquility. Tan Sheng jolted awake, flicked on the bedside lamp, and grabbed the phone, his voice hoarse and irritable. "Who is it? What madness is this in the middle of the night? If there is something, report it tomorrow." Before he could hang up, a frantic voice blurted out, "Boss, there's been a major incident at the counterfeit money factory." Tan Sheng sat up straight, fully awake, his brow furrowed in agitation. "Explain." His subordinate's voice trembled. "Song Zihao somehow allied with Xiao Ma to storm our printing facility, and the specifics are currently unclear. But the police have completely surrounded the factory." "What?" Tan Sheng leapt from the bed, veins bulging on his forehead as he thundered, "Is Song Zihao tired of living? What in the world is going on?" His subordinate could only manage a bitter smile. "I truly don't know. Boss, what should we do now? What should we do now?" Tan Sheng kicked the cabinet door violently, causing the glass to rattle, his throat erupting with a hoarse shout. "You ask me? Who should I ask? That bastard Song Zihao. I'll flay him alive, pull out his tendons, and grind his bones to feed the dogs. Song Zihao, I'm already done for, and you're here cursing the living." After a moment of raging fury, he took a few deep breaths, finally managing to temper his anger, his voice low yet tense. "Immediately arrange for a vehicle to pick me up now. Right away." "Understood." As soon as the call ended, Tan Sheng turned to leave. He understood better than anyone. If the counterfeit money operation was exposed, his life would hang by a thread. The hideout was concealed deep within the basement parking lot, while his legitimate company occupied the 23rd floor above. This was hardly a cover. It was akin to painting a target on his forehead, not to mention the uncertain situation. Should his subordinates be apprehended, they would undoubtedly spill everything, leaving him with nothing but bones and scraps. "What are you waiting for? Why are you causing a ruckus in the middle of the night? Hurry up and lie down to sleep." Smack! With a resounding slap, the woman, just waking up, felt the sting on her face. Tan Sheng didn't spare her a glance as he rushed to the safe, swiftly grabbing the USB drive, cash, and encrypted phone, leaving without a moment's delay. Meanwhile, at the crime scene, quick, remove all the bodies, clean up the blood, and don't let any fragments slip through. Stay alert. If you feel nauseous, get out of here. Don't embarrass yourselves. You, and you take the east side. You lead 2 people to check the ventilation ducts. Outside the warehouse, Xia Zhihao, clad in a wrinkled shirt and slippers, rushed in, his hair still dripping water. His face taut with tension as he shouted commands to the major crimes officers clearing the aftermath. The moment he stepped through the door, he was frozen in place by the sight of dismembered limbs, dark red splatters on the walls, and the overwhelming scent of rust in the air. The scene was unimaginable. One could hardly conceive that death could be so fragmented and so silent. But after just 3 seconds of shock, a fiery resolve surged within him. Over 30 lives lost. Bullet holes like a beehive, the floor gouged by bullets. This was no ordinary skirmish. It was undoubtedly a major case. If he could lead the investigation to its resolution, a promotion would likely already be in the works. Without a moment's hesitation, he took command from Wen Yao, leaning against the police car. Wen Yao had his hands in his pockets, his gaze calmly sweeping over the chaotic crowd, his expression betraying not a flicker of emotion. He did not take the power grab by Xia Zhihao to heart. The crucial leads he needed had already been secured. He was more than happy to delegate the cleanup to someone else. Seeking peace and quiet was far more appealing, wasn't he it? Io, you were the first on the scene. Did you miss any details? Li Yu approached swiftly, his brow furrowed with concern. No, Wen Yao turned his face, shaking his head decisively. I was monitoring the counterfeit case at the station and rushed over upon receiving the gunfire report. After searching half the building, I finally located this warehouse, and by the time I entered, there were only corpses left, no survivors in sight. Li Yu placed a heavy hand on his shoulder and sighed. Your tenacity is truly not without merit. It's well-deserved. However, this situation feels too deep to be just a gang conflict. With so many dead, it cannot be a trivial matter. Wen Yao replied in a tone as bland as lukewarm water. It's better to wait for tomorrow's coroner report, ballistic analysis, and surveillance review to clarify everything. Indeed, Li Yu tilted his head back and sighed deeply. Alas, it seems I must endure another sleepless night. Chapter 58. This matter I am well acquainted with. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted from the entrance of the underground parking garage. Everyone looked up to see 7 or 8 reporters, cameras and microphones in hand, rushing towards them like sharks sensing blood, their eyes gleaming and lips curving into uncontainable smiles. This was the headline of headlines. Who would dare let such an opportunity slip away? The police, of course, would attempt to seal their lips, but among the eager citizens, there happened to be a recently operated on doctor, live-streaming the event on his phone. Before the reporters could reach the yellow line, 2 rows of officers swiftly blocked their path, and chaos ensued. The truth is a public right. Why are we being denied entry? Indeed, on what grounds are we being held back? Upon witnessing the scene spiral out of control, Xia Zhihao quickly stepped forward, but before he could utter a word, the reporters had already turned in unison. Their cameras trained fiercely on Wen Yao. Li sir, so you are here. Li sir, could you please shed light on what exactly transpired at the scene? Li sir, is this a terrorist attack targeting Hong Kong, with over 20 lives lost? A gang conflict? Or is there something more to uncover? Just as Xia Zhihao prepared to assert his authority, he found himself frozen mid-step, his face burning with embarrassment. His brow furrowed, his complexion turned a shade of ashen. Yet he forced a stiff smile, his lips curving into a strained semblance of a grin. Wen Yao, momentarily taken aback, stole a glance at Xia Zhihao beside him. Pondering, this individual has spent the night monitoring the scene, coordinating personnel, and managing road closures, neglecting even a sip of water, yet he is eager to seize the spotlight. Everyone, please remain calm. He raised a hand to quell the commotion, his voice steady. Regarding last night's shooting incident, the police are still diligently investigating, and no conclusions have yet been reached. I cannot disclose unverified information, but I can assure you that the security foundation of Hong Kong is solid, and such chaos will not ensue. As soon as we have breakthroughs, we will promptly share them with the media. No sooner had he finished speaking than a barrage of microphones was thrust towards him. Li sir, what is your personal perspective on this case? He instinctively stroked his chin, contemplating briefly. In my view, it is highly likely that this is a confrontation between 2 factions over territory or goods. Or perhaps a case of black eating black, executed ruthlessly and swiftly. For the next several minutes, reporters took turns pressing him with questions, and Wen Yao responded with clarity and confidence, each word backed by evidence, his replies flowing effortlessly. Meanwhile, Xia Zhihao stood slightly behind him, resembling a forgotten pillar, with not a single camera capturing the face of the head of the major crimes unit. Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth, turn away, and return to the scene to coordinate. I am the one in charge. Why am I relegated to the background while he takes center stage? My subordinates are stealing the limelight, and my superior is reduced to a mere backdrop? He felt a sense of injustice welling up, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. The following morning, in the TVB Morning News Studio. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to TVB News Channel. Last night, a significant armed incident erupted in East Kowloon, sending shockwaves throughout Hong Kong. Police reports confirm that over 20 individuals have died on the scene, with identities and motives still under urgent investigation. Inspector Wen Yao, who arrived on the scene within 5 minutes of receiving the report, found himself amidst a sea of bodies, while the suspect had long since vanished. I am sure many viewers felt a pang of unease, but rest assured, with Inspector Li at the forefront, the Hong Kong police force is swift in its response and decisive in its actions. Now, let us take you directly to the recorded statement made by Inspector Wen Yao at the scene. The screen flickered, revealing the sharply defined profile of Wen Yao. His gaze calm and his tone resolute. As the news aired, the entire city buzzed with astonishment, from neighborhood tea houses to taxicabs, from office break rooms to bustling streets. Conversations erupted. Who is so reckless as to wipe out more than 20 people with a single magazine? It's terrifying. Which fiend is responsible for this? How audacious. Having just dealt with the Johnny Wong affair, they dare to touch the tiger's whiskers in East Kowloon? Are they joking? The moniker nemesis of evil for Li Sir is etched in bronze with undeniable merit. No matter how formidable the criminal, upon encountering Li Sir, they invariably meet their end. Simultaneously, in the office of the Deputy Director of Operations at the police headquarters, Zhuo Jingquan sank into the leather sofa, legs crossed, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. His gaze fixed intently on the television screen, pupils constricting. East Kowloon again. The blood from the Johnny Wong incident had yet to dry. And now a new case reeked of carnage. However, this situation presented both an opportunity and a peril. If Xia Zhihao could successfully resolve this case, his standing would soar, and his leverage would be sufficient to reignite the long-dormant drug trafficking routes in East Kowloon. Time was of the essence. The pressure was mounting from the other side, with the goods sitting at the dock for several days. If action was not taken soon, they risked spoiling. Yet, complications could arise. Hello, it's me. Zhuo Jingquan finally could not contain himself, picking up the phone to call Xia Zhihao directly. Xia Zhihao's tone brightened. Director? Your personal call. Is there something urgent? Have any developments emerged regarding last night's shooting? Zhuo Jingquan inquired directly. Preliminary clues have begun to connect, and it is highly likely they are linked to a counterfeiting syndicate. Xia Zhihao answered succinctly. Zhuo Jingquan's brow raised. This connection had not crossed his mind. If it indeed involved the counterfeiting group, the case would become a hot potato, dark and perilous. You must ensure this case is resolved decisively. I understand your intent, Xia Zhihao replied, his voice low and firm. Understood. Zhuo Jingquan swallowed hard, his voice heavy as iron. The entire police force was watching the counterfeiting group like a hawk. And whoever cracked it would become the next figure of authority. And remove that thorn in your side, Wen Yao, sooner rather than later. A glint of cold light flickered in Xia Zhihao's eyes. Rest assured, Director, I have it under control. Do not let me witness any more foolishness like what happened with Daniel and his team. Yes, sir. As the call ended, Zhuo Jingquan remained fixated on the television, where Wen Yao was being interviewed, his gaze slicing through the sharply defined features of that face. He acknowledged Wen Yao's exceptional capabilities. Yet those who obstruct progress, regardless of their strength, must ultimately succumb. There could only be one outcome, annihilation. On the other side, at the East Kowloon Police Station, Major Crimes Unit. As the phone call concluded, the menacing expression on Xia Zhihao's face dissipated instantly, replaced by a carefully crafted, congenial smile. He practiced adjusting his angle in front of the mirror until his smile appeared both natural and impeccable. He dared not let his guard down around Wen Yao. He vividly recalled how Daniel and his cohort had fallen. What appeared to be mere accidents were laced with unsettling oddities upon closer examination. Although there was no evidence directly pointing to Wen Yao, the nagging sensation of being scrutinized remained ever present. Not to mention Wen Yao himself, his skills, intellect, and luck were all top tier. To bring him down would be akin to disarming a lit bomb. Yet, it was precisely this challenge that fueled his fervor. To crush a true powerhouse would be an exhilarating thrill akin to liquid fired down the throat. Just the thought of it sent tingles through his fingertips. Hence, he proceeded with calculated caution, even timing his breaths with precision. Taking a deep breath, Xia Zhihao seized the documents on the desk and strode purposefully toward the conference room. Upon entering, he found teams A, B, and C already assembled, sitting upright, the atmosphere taut with tension. All eyes were fixed upon him, the atmosphere solemn and tense. Having just received an urgent directive, he made everyone wait. Standing firmly at the podium, Xia Zhihao surveyed the audience. The reason for summoning everyone in such haste was the gunfight that transpired last night. After a night of thorough investigation, significant breakthroughs had emerged from the scene: scattered counterfeit bills, the brutally emptied base of printing equipment, and several stacks of unburned paper intended for currency production. The laboratory results had arrived. These bills were all high-quality fakes, identical in craftsmanship to recent batches circulating internationally. It could be concluded with a fair degree of certainty that the crime scene was an operational counterfeit workshop. As for the motive behind the shootout, two theories currently prevailed. One, a raid by competitors seeking to steal technology. The other, an insider betrayal. In the audience, Wen Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, quietly assessing Xia Zhihao, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind at this new inspector who was evidently no fool. He had quickly discerned the intentions of the adversary. Yet it was all in vain, for Xia Zhihao could never fathom that the entire setup was orchestrated by none other than himself. Of course, the police's precise identification of the counterfeit workshop was also a deliberate oversight suggested by Wen Yao, leaving a crucial flaw for them to find. Otherwise, with merely a pile of corpses, how could the investigation team even begin? What about the progress of other teams? Let us have an update. After Xia Zhihao finished articulating his deductions, his gaze swept across the faces in the conference room. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu stood up promptly. The on-site investigation revealed that a significant number of vehicles had fled overnight. The entire factory was already deserted. Currently, there are two possibilities. 1. The mastermind behind the scenes had received advance notice of the operation, eliminated the intruders, and swiftly relocated all printing equipment. 2. A third-party force had intercepted and transported it away. We immediately reviewed the surrounding surveillance footage and conducted door-to-door inquiries, only to find that all cameras had been physically destroyed, leaving not a single usable frame. The adversary had acted decisively, clearly having made meticulous preparations. Xia Zhihao nodded slightly in agreement. Are there any other leads? At this moment, Wen Yao stood up, pausing briefly before speaking. I suspect that the true mastermind behind the counterfeit operation is very likely Tan Cheng. The workshop is concealed in the basement parking lot of a building owned by a multinational corporation, with Tan Cheng as the legal representative. More crucially, that hidden space has an unusually regular structure, evidently constructed alongside the building, yet no blueprints have ever documented this level. We attempted to contact Tan Cheng, but his phone went unanswered. Considering all indicators, the probability of his involvement exceeds 80%. Clap, 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 clap. The applause erupted suddenly, crisp and resonant. The gazes directed at Wen Yao were akin to beholding a mountain that had abruptly risen from the ground. Enough. Xia Zhihao's expression darkened, a surge of anger swelling within him. Why did no one applaud while I was speaking? This is truly absurd. Despite the multitude of uncertainties, as long as we focus on the clues and dig deeper, the truth will inevitably surface. Our top priority is to apprehend Tan Cheng. Immediately issue a citywide manhunt. He must be brought in alive or dead. Once we secure him, the entire matter will naturally resolve itself. The meeting is adjourned. Yes, sir. The meeting concluded decisively, and everyone quickly departed, returning to their posts. Wen Yao also returned to his office, unconsciously stroking his chin with his left hand, while his right fingers lightly tapped the desk in a slow rhythm. At this moment, to thoroughly pin Tan Cheng down, the existing evidence was far from sufficient. He was a legitimate businessman, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his business cards embossed in gold. When the time came for him to sit back in a chair and shrug while claiming ignorance, who could hold him accountable? It would require him to take action personally. He picked up his phone and dialed the doctor's number. Hello, boss. How is everything wrapping up? The doctor responded promptly. The equipment and technicians have all been securely arranged. Excellent. Wen Yao paused momentarily. Has Tan Cheng made any move? Have you been contacted by him? The doctor shook his head. No. Should we have the rabbit reach out personally? There's no need. Wen Yao asserted firmly. Just wait. If he comes looking for us, arrange a meeting and apprehend him on the spot. Do I need to teach you how to handle this? The doctor replied. I am familiar with this matter. The previous 2 times, we handled it this way. Understood, boss. I will report to you immediately should there be any developments. Wen Yao ended the call abruptly, rising swiftly and pacing to the window. With a flick of his fingertip, he lit a cigarette, his gaze deeply fixed upon the dark clouds rolling across the sky, thick as ink, pressing down on the city, making it hard to breathe. Truly, the old saying rings true. The mountain rain is about to come. The wind fills the building, and the dark clouds loom, threatening to split the city apart. Tan Cheng, don't make me wait in vain for this. The next phase of action rests entirely upon you. Chapter 59. This old fox cannot restrain himself and comes knocking at the door. At this moment, in a rental apartment nestled within the crevices of an old building in Hong Kong. In the living room, Tan Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, fixated on the television screen. His jaw clenched tightly, his face dark with suppressed fury. The current situation was utterly disastrous. Everything had been progressing smoothly until, at this critical juncture, everything suddenly collapsed. He loathed Song Zihao and Xiao Mago the most. Had he not been unsure of the external situation, he would have already stormed in with his men to dismantle their stronghold. Knock, knock, knock. The abrupt sound of knocking echoed sharply, short and jarring. Tan Cheng's spine stiffened. Grabbing the handgun from the table, the barrel silently aimed at the door. His subordinate also sidestepped, right hand reaching to the small of his back, the grip steady in his palm, cautiously approaching the door. Once he confirmed it was one of their own, He slowly relaxed, pulling open the iron door to allow entry. What's the situation outside? His subordinate's face was pale, voice taut. Boss. I've learned from my informant that everyone in the factory from last night has been apprehended, not a single one left. Song Zaheo and Xiao Mago are also finished. However, there's something urgent. Our printing machines and all the technicians have been stealthily taken away before the police arrived. There's nothing left at the scene. What? Tan Sheng leaped to his feet, veins throbbing at his temples. Are you saying there are others involved behind the scenes? The subordinate nodded. Most likely. Moreover, you are now on the police's red list. If you don't leave soon, you might be cornered here. Leave? Tan Sheng roared, shaking the window frame with his fury. If I run away now, how will I ever establish my name in this world again? Who is the other party? The subordinate shook his head. Swallowing hard. At present, there's no trace. No trace? Then dig 3 feet into the ground and find out. Tan Sheng kicked over a low stool, his rage burning intensely. I must see who has the audacity to touch my interests. At that moment, a voice from the corner interjected in a low tone. Boss. Could it be someone from Johnny Wang's side, who has been negotiating business with us recently? Before the words had even settled, Tan Sheng's brow furrowed sharply. Alarm bells ringing in his mind. Everything had been calm until they established contact. Now, the situation felt suspicious. However, he was known for his meticulousness, never revealing even a hint of his cards. The most plausible scenario was that Song Zaheo and his associates had sought out another ally, intending to strike back, only to be intercepted by an even more ruthless character, leading to their complete downfall. Now, with most of his men lost and resources dwindling, a direct confrontation was no longer viable. He had to find another way. After a moment's deliberation, he seized the telephone and dialed the number left by Rabbit. Hello? Boss Tan, are you available? I wish to discuss our collaboration in person. Collaboration? The other party chuckled lightly. I hear you are currently wanted throughout Hong Kong. Do you still have the audacity to negotiate with me? Are you weighing my worth? Just a jest, came the reply. You decide the time and place. An hour later, at the abandoned factory from that night, you are permitted to come alone. All right. As the call ended, Tan Sheng grabbed his coat and rushed out the door without a backward glance. At this moment, his only hope lay with Rabbit. He was in dire need of arms, as urgent as a spark in the night, and Rabbit possessed an abundance of weapons, akin to grains in a granary. Who else could he turn to? Yet, Tan Sheng was oblivious to the treachery of the world, where countless smiling faces concealed blades beneath the surface. An hour later, on the outskirts of Xiangjiang, a rusted, abandoned factory lay quietly under the twilight. In an open area, Rabbit sat alone at the front of a vehicle, his expression as inscrutable as a stone statue, waiting in silence. Beside him, Sang Bang leaned against the car, idly scraping at the calluses on his palm with his fingernails. Suddenly, a black sedan sped into view, screeching to a halt 10 paces away, the tires emitting a brief, acrid smell. Tan Sheng emerged from the car, flanked by 4 men in black, his face ashen and his brow furrowed with an unmistakable tension. However, upon realizing that only Rabbit and Sang Bang were present, his taut nerves eased slightly. Oh, Boston doesn't he seem to be in the best of spirits, Rabbit remarked, stepping forward with a slight smile, his tone as light as banter among old friends. He feigned ignorance, blinking innocently. What has happened? Do share. I'd like to ponder how I might assist. One can't just stand by and watch an old friend suffer. Can they? Tan Sheng took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and briefly recounted the situation. I urgently require a batch of heavy weaponry, preferably military grade. If I could borrow a few trustworthy hands, that would be even better. You can trust that Tan Sheng keeps his word. Once I retrieve the items, you shall not lose out on the benefits. Collaboration? Rabbit suddenly smiled, the corners of his lips curling upward, yet his gaze pierced through Tan Sheng like a blade. We are all businessmen on the same path. I could assist you, but I also wish to borrow something from you, if it's not too much trouble. Tan Sheng was taken aback. Borrow what? You. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sky darkened abruptly. A fine rain began to fall, the icy droplets striking Tan Sheng's face like countless silver needles. A sudden heaviness gripped his heart, sending chills down his spine. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted. Rabbit and Sang Bang almost simultaneously drew their weapons, raised their arms, and pulled the triggers. 4 bullets found their mark, striking the back of the heads of the 4 men in black with deadly precision. They hadn't even fully drawn their guns when their skulls erupted, blood and brains mingling with the rain, splattering onto the muddy ground as their bodies collapsed, sending up a murky spray. Thud. Sang Bang pivoted and delivered a fierce kick to Tan Sheng's chest, sending him soaring into the air before crashing heavily into a puddle by the roadside. Mud and water splattering everywhere. Are you out of your mind? Tan Sheng gasped, struggling to sit up, wiping the blood that obscured his vision. He stared at the 4 twitching corpses on the ground, his voice trembling. You can't kill me. Wait, you're not really after the counterfeit money, are you? We can join forces. I have the complete printing technology, an underground distribution network, and overseas money laundering channels. Killing me would be cutting off your own revenue. Rabbit leisurely crouched down, rainwater trickling down his forehead into his eyes. He raised a hand to wipe it away and scoffed. Technology? Your two core technicians were sipping tea and nibbling snacks in my basement just yesterday. As for the channels, they've already been thoroughly cleaned out by us. What? Tan Sheng's pupils constricted, his throat tightening as he fixed a penetrating gaze on Rabbit. It was you? Rabbit nodded nonchalantly. Indeed. Why do you think Song Zaheo came after you with a knife? Because I told him that you were the one who killed his brother. Otherwise, how would I have found you hiding beneath the warehouse in Kwaichong? To be honest, dismantling those German offset printing machines nearly broke the backs of the three of us. Tan Sheng was left speechless. The realization hit him like a thunderclap. His lair had been compromised, all orchestrated by the two before him. Fraud. You are all wolves in human skin. He had thought himself cunning, ruthless, and adept at hiding, only to encounter someone more venomous, more composed, and more skilled at the game. This world is indeed filled with scoundrels. You scoundrel. How dare you play me for a fool? Do you know who I am? Huh. Let me go? Otherwise, I'll ensure your whole family loses sleep. Bang. Before he could finish, Sang Bang landed an elbow strike on the back of his neck, causing Tan Sheng to roll his eyes and slump into the muddy water. He dragged the man and tossed him behind the vehicle, spitting on the ground in disgust, muttering, "Fool, still unaware of who the prey is?" He was thoroughly annoyed by such stubbornly defiant individuals. Rabbit shrugged, opting not to respond. He merely wiped the rainwater from his face, turned, opened the car door, and both men pressed the accelerator, the vehicle splashing through the puddles as it roared away. In the afternoon, at the East Kowloon Police Station, Major Crimes Unit, the rain poured outside, large droplets drumming against the glass like a rapid heartbeat. Wen Yao lounged in his chair with his legs crossed, a sleep mask still covering his face, sprawled out and utterly relaxed. In this dreadful weather, to forego sleep would be a waste. He had no regard for anything else. After all, the matter of investigating the counterfeit currency group was in the capable hands of Li Yu and the others. He was more than content to enjoy his leisure, letting them take the credit. Suddenly, the phone rang, cutting through the sound of the rain like a clap of thunder. Wen Yao jolted upright, yanking off his sleep mask and rubbing his eyes as he grabbed the receiver. Hello? Who is this? Can't even recognize my voice. How dare you ask who it is? Lu Huizhen dragged out her words, pouting playfully. Oh dear, I have your number etched on my forehead. I truly didn't see it just now. Wen Yao hastily adjusted his posture, his voice instantly softening with a smile. Did you miss me? As if I'd be so honored to miss you. Lu Huizhen rolled her eyes. You were snoring, weren't you? I spent all night combing through the scene and following leads, and just as I settled into the chair, I was interrupted by your call. Not even allowed a moment to breathe. Oh, I truly have a hard life. She suddenly shifted her tone, concern tightening her heart. Honey, I was just teasing. If you're tired, just sleep. Don't force yourself. I'll hang up now. Cut the act. Wen Yao chuckled lightly. You still don't know me? If you want to inquire about the case's progress, just say so. She stuck out her tongue, her tone rising, as expected of my man. We're in sync. He shook his head, his voice turning serious. Currently, we can confirm that the case is linked to an international counterfeiting syndicate. The location of last night's incident was their printing den. Only a few security guards' bodies were left behind. The machines and technicians have vanished without a trace. Tan Sheng's wanted notice has just been issued, and we can basically conclude that he is the mastermind behind it all. He paused for a moment, sharing some non-sensitive key information. This will be reported sooner or later, so it's not classified, but right now, it's the freshest intel. Wen Yao found it quite ordinary, yet Lu Huizhen's eyes sparkled with excitement as her pen danced across the pages, nearly tearing them apart. That'll do. Is that enough for your headline? She playfully kissed the microphone, exclaiming, Darling, I adore you. The corners of Wen Yao's mouth curled into a smirk. Look at me. I'm audaciously letting the higher-ups hear this. I'm certainly going to face some reprimands for it. So how will you compensate me? Her voice suddenly dropped. Soft and sweet. Come to my place tonight, and I'll make it up to you properly. Ahem, deal. He replied with a straight face. Call ended. With the phone hung up, the previously listless Wen Yao was instantly rejuvenated, his spirits soaring. Hey, I can hardly wait. Ding-ling-ling. Before he could even set the receiver down, the phone rang again, shattering the silence. He glanced at the caller ID, his brow furrowing slightly. So soon? Is there news? The doctor nodded. This morning, Tan Sheng proactively contacted Rabbit and the others, initiating discussions on a partnership right there. The doctor's words were crisp and clear. Wen Yao was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha, well done. I never expected this old fox to come knocking himself. Good. This saves him the trouble of casting his net everywhere. Keep a close watch on him, and ensure nothing goes awry. Those technicians, don't frighten them. Treat them with good tea and water. The doctor replied with a smile. Rest assured, boss, I'm well aware. Wen Yao nodded, his brow arching as he suddenly recalled something. His tone turning stern. By the way, pry Tansheng's mouth open without mercy. Make him hand over the irrefutable evidence that can nail him. Account books, keys, transaction records, none of it can be missing. Then send the materials intact to TVB and ATV. Understood. As the words settled, Wen Yao stretched his back, extending his long arms, his knuckles cracking audibly, a slight smile playing on his lips, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The show was just beginning. Chapter 60. Who are you? What does it have to do with me? On the other side, on the eastern shore of Xiangjiang, deep within an abandoned fishing village, a rusted shipyard lay still like a corpse. The yard was modest in size, yet everywhere were piles of collapsed dinghies, fractured keels, and iron rust gnawing at the hulls, with even the wind carrying the scent of brine and decaying metal. In the air, apart from the moisture of the sea, there lingered a heavy odor of copper rust, reminiscent of old coins soaked in sweat for a decade. At the innermost part of the yard stood a lonely two-story building. Inside a room on the second floor, a dim yellow light flickered, casting slanted beams that created crooked shadows on the ground. The doctor, Rabbit, Sang Bang, and Fei Fei stood around, their expressions relaxed. Yet their gazes were like hooks, inching towards the man at the center. Tan Sheng was bound to an iron chair with coarse hemp ropes, purple bruises forming on his wrists, veins bulging on his neck, glaring at them with fiery eyes that trembled with suppressed rage. Who are you? What do you want? The doctor leisurely adjusted his cuff, a gentle smile on his face. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the doctor, the team leader. This is Rabbit. Over there is Sang Bang and Fei Fei. I apologize for the tight binding. We can only follow orders from the boss. Tan Sheng suddenly struggled, the iron chair screeching in protest. His voice hoarse like sandpaper against iron. Who is your boss? I want to see him. The doctor shook his head, sighing lightly. Now? You haven't even reached the threshold. However, when the time comes, we will certainly invite you to meet. He paused, his fingertip pointing at Tan Sheng's chest. Just a reminder. The vest you are wearing is a specially designed explosive device. Its previous owner used it to blow up 3 buildings, and before he died, he polished it to a shine. This thing values lineage and inheritance. You ought to cherish it. Want to get out of here alive? Then don't move recklessly. And certainly don't ask questions. Heritage, my foot. What kind of scum dares to talk about rules? Tan Sheng glanced down, his pupils suddenly constricting, his Adam's apple bobbing. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead, yet he still held his chin high, gritting his teeth, his gaze piercing into the doctor's face. What do you really want? We want the account book in your hands. The doctor stroked his chin, his tone calm. Or perhaps an encrypted hard drive, a cloud key. As long as it can firmly establish your involvement in drug trafficking and money laundering. Tan Sheng scoffed, a cold sneer escaping his nostrils. Dream on. The doctor chuckled lightly, the corners of his eyes lifting, nodding towards Rabbit. What do you intend to do? Sang Bang grinned widely, his white teeth gleaming, drawing out a dagger and slowly spinning it before Tan Sheng, the cold glint flashing as the blade pressed against the inner side of his left wrist. The edge glided, skin splitting, droplets of blood instantly oozing out, winding down his forearm. The chilling sensation seeped into his bones, the dull pain drilling into his brain, causing Tan Sheng to momentarily halt his breath, his muscles tensing like iron. Stop! Stop! Sang Bang ceased his movements, tilting his head to examine him. His tone earnest. What's the rush? I haven't even touched the artery yet. I was just planning to make an incision here. Peeling the skin off your entire hand along the fascia, and I assure you it won't hurt. Tan Sheng's mind exploded, his eyes bulging, limbs thrashing wildly. The legs of the chair scraping against the concrete floor with a screech. No, don't. I'll tell you everything. I'll give you whatever you want. Please don't kill me. Just let me live, anything. Sang Bang clicked his tongue, lazily sheathing the knife, crossing his arms, leaning casually against the doorframe, his expression utterly disinterested. The doctor stepped forward, gently patting Tan Sheng's shoulder, a warm smile on his face. Wise choice. Very well. As long as you obey, we won't take your life. Tan Sheng trembled as he rapidly divulged that during his escape last night, he had hidden the core accounts, USB drive, and backup keys within the bed frame of his rented apartment. The doctor noted the address, and within half an hour had retrieved all the materials, dispatching them in sealed envelopes to reporters Lu Huijin and Feng Siwei. The 2 women tore open the anonymous tip, their hearts racing as they grabbed the phone and rushed to the station. That evening, at precisely 6 o'clock, TVB's evening news aired on time. Good evening, dear viewers. Welcome to the TVB News Channel. Last night's gun battle in East Kowloon has undoubtedly stirred the hearts of many citizens. Now, we bring you the latest breakthrough in the case. Upon verification, the crime scene was actually a counterfeit currency underground factory. The police are following the leads and have officially issued a wanted notice targeting Tan Sheng. the head of a multinational corporation. More crucially, this afternoon, our station received an anonymous delivery containing a complete chain of evidence, clearly indicating that Tan Sheng is indeed the actual controller of the counterfeit currency ring. It includes multiple records of foreign fund transactions, equipment procurement, and distribution channels. All materials have been swiftly handed over to the police task force. As the news broke, public opinion across Hong Kong erupted in fervor, with discussions buzzing in the streets. Wow, who would have thought it was a counterfeit currency den? Could it be that they were involved in black market dealings? My goodness, I'm familiar with Tan Sheng's company. It's a listed group with annual revenues in the billions. Who would have thought it was a thief in a suit? In this day and age, finding a genuinely clean business must be harder than winning the lottery. Indeed, the so-called upper circles may appear glamorous on the surface, but underneath, they're rife with unsavory dealings. Such scum must face the law. With Lee Sir on the case, I feel 100% reassured. Upon receiving the evidence transferred from the television station, the East Kowloon police station finally confirmed Tan Sheng as the true mastermind behind the counterfeit empire. Instantly, the morale within the entire precinct surged, everyone eager and ready for action. Xia Zhihao swiftly mobilized a select team to follow the trail and simultaneously escalated the reward level and surveillance density on Tan Sheng. He was acutely aware that Tan Sheng must be eager to leave the port at this moment. Given his financial resources and status, he had only two options: either charter a flight directly overseas or flee by speedboat. Consequently, the airport, docks, and border checkpoints were already teeming with watchful eyes, an invisible net tightening around the target. He was certain that once Tan Sheng made an appearance, escape would be impossible. Unfortunately, this meticulously orchestrated plan ultimately amounted to nothing more than a futile endeavor. As night fell, at precisely 9 o'clock, in a secluded bar nestled deep within an old street of Xiangjiang, the decor embraced a new Chinese style: gray bricks and tiles, bamboo curtains, and wooden grids, unassuming yet exuding a tranquil charm. Warm light cascaded gently as a languid pipa tune wafted from a small stage, the notes lightly caressing the eardrums, prompting a release of tension in the shoulders. This place was neither the raucous chaos of a nightclub nor the ostentation of a lounge. It resembled a quiet corner of the city's breath, a retreat for weary office workers seeking a slight inebriation and a cozy gathering for friends to share intimate conversations. Just perfect. At the bar, Wen Yao, clad in a well-tailored sports jacket, leisurely swirled the amber liquid in his glass, his gaze drifting lazily over the silhouettes dancing beside the stage. His demeanor relaxed as if on vacation. While other officers were still scouring the city for Tan Sheng, he had already found an excuse to slip away, indulging in this slice of life, a true display of workplace wisdom. After all, he was fully aware that all current investigations were an exercise in futility. Tan Sheng was hiding more securely than a deep-sea fish. It was not a matter of flipping through a few reports or monitoring a few intersections to unearth him. To expect him to surface on his own? That was a fool's dream. Unless they stumbled upon the hideout of the Dr. S gang, which was not entirely impossible. But the odds were as slim as catching a tuna on a typhoon day. Thus, Wen Yao remained entirely unperturbed. Rather than accompany others in their fruitless busyness, wouldn't it be more delightful to find a comfortable spot to stretch and unwind? Initially, he had thought of inviting Lu Huijin for a drink. But it was only 9 o'clock, and she was likely still working overtime at the office, so he dismissed the idea. This quaint tavern was one he had fortuitously wandered into a couple of days prior. It was tranquil and unobtrusive, perfectly suiting his current mood. Just as he was sipping his drink and scanning the surroundings, a slender figure seated alone in a corner suddenly captivated his attention. The side profile revealed a graceful jawline and soft shoulder and neck curves. Even the falling strands of hair conveyed an effortless elegance. With his discerning eye, Wen Yao could ascertain that this woman was no ordinary individual. Her beauty and poise rivaled that of Lu Huijin. The woman suddenly turned her head. Wen Yao's eyes lit up, and he involuntarily exclaimed, a playful smile gracing his lips. Indeed, a true beauty. He had not anticipated that a casual visit to a small bar would lead him to encounter the renowned Asian Miss Li Ji, often referred to as a goddess among mortals. She was a top beauty who could draw the gazes of even the likes of Long Gu and the Gambling King, individuals with considerable influence. Today, she was dressed simply, in a flowing white gown that perfectly accentuated her figure, modest yet elegant. While she was thoroughly covered, the luminous porcelain-like skin, delicately sculpted collarbones, and impeccable facial features made her a sight to behold, rendering one unable to look away. Indeed, who could resist such allure? Even Wen Yao, accustomed to various beauties, found himself lingering for an extra moment, swallowing hard and nodding slightly. What a serendipitous moment to strike up a conversation. Just as he adjusted his cuff and raised his glass, preparing to approach her, his steps abruptly halted. How fortuitous that the opportunity presented itself so conveniently. A rotund man, His belly protruding and his body adorned with excess flesh, swaggered over to Li Ji's side, his greasy hand reaching for her slender arm, a toothy grin revealing yellowing teeth. "Hey, beautiful. Are you here alone?" Smack. Li Ji cast a glance at the bloated, greasy face beside her, her brows knitting tightly as she abruptly stood up and took 2 steps back, her gaze slicing through the air like a knife. "What business is it of yours? Get lost." The hefty man, unperturbed, laughed instead, rubbing his chubby fingers as he appraised her, his eyes glistening with unabashed desire. Li Ji's expression darkened, her voice cold as ice. "Disappear immediately, or I will call security." "Oh, don't be so serious. We're here to have fun. How about I buy you a drink?" No sooner had he spoken than his hand reached out again, fingers splayed, aiming for her silken wrist. Li Ji's pupils constricted, retreating hurriedly, yet her back hit the cold wall, leaving no room to escape. "Ah!" A short, startled cry escaped her lips. Bang! Just as the greasy hand was about to make contact, a figure flashed to the side, delivering a powerful kick straight to the man's chest. Boom! Crash! 3 wooden tables were shattered along the way as the hefty man was sent flying, crashing to the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, his face turning a deep shade of purple. This was the result of Wen Yao intentionally pulling back some of his strength. Otherwise, that kick might have caused the man to spit up half a liter of blood right then and there. However, the man's thick skin and excess fat were indeed not for show. Wen Yao cast a cold glance at him before turning back to Li Ji, offering a gentle, reassuring smile. "Miss, are you all right?" Li Ji remained frozen, her gaze fixed on his face, momentarily forgetting to blink. Wen Yao chuckled, gently waving his hand before her eyes. "Miss. I'm fine." She suddenly snapped back to reality, her ears flushing with warmth as she hurriedly shook her head, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress. Success. Wen Yao felt a warmth in his heart, silently lamenting the irresistible allure that was indeed a double-edged sword. "I have a problem." The hefty man struggled to rise, grimacing as he rubbed his chest, rushing over with bulging veins on his neck. "You little punk. Dare to touch me? Do you know who I am?" Wen Yao didn't even lift his eyelids, sneering. "Who are you? What relevance do you have to me? Today, I'll teach you one thing. Look in the mirror and consider whether you have any right to publicly harass a lady. You." The man pointed a trembling finger at him, enraged to the point of speechlessness, but recalling the earlier kick, he dared not rush forward again. "Isn't this the Chief Inspector Wen Yao from the East Kowloon Police Station?" A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, and the room fell silent for a moment before everyone turned their heads in unison. "My goodness, it really is Li Sir. Li Sir. Scum like this should have been dealt with long ago. We support you. Well done. We all witnessed it and are willing to testify." "Exactly. He should take a good look at himself. A toad wants to eat swan meat? Uft. A social parasite. Li Sir, quickly take him away." Chapter 61. I wanted to be a righteous gentleman. Why is it so difficult? As soon as Wen Yao appeared, the bar erupted into a frenzy, with people gathering around, their eyes shining with admiration and envy fixed on him. The hefty man hardly needed Wen Yao to take action, as he was already surrounded by a crowd, bombarded with disdainful remarks. Standing at the back of the crowd, Li Ji suddenly recalled who he was, her heart racing as she gazed at his tall silhouette, her cheeks flushed and her fingertips tingling slightly. After all, Wen Yao had long since established a formidable reputation in Xiangjiang. Countless young women and married ladies lit up with admiration whenever his name was mentioned. Everyone, silence. The hefty man suddenly bellowed, frantically pulling out an identification card from his suit pocket and holding it high. "I am Supervisor Chen from the Monetary Authority. Who dares to lay a finger on me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the room erupted in an uproar, everyone's expressions shifting as they stared incredulously at this greasy, corpulent man. The individuals surrounding him scattered as if scalded, retreating 3 paces in an instant, not daring to even draw a breath. Wen Yao's brows furrowed slightly, his eyes narrowing just a fraction, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. The Hong Kong Monetary Authority, the core entity governing the lifeblood of currency and financial security, bears the weighty responsibility of maintaining the linked exchange rate, stabilizing the banking system, and fortifying its status as an international financial center. With even the foreign exchange fund under its jurisdiction, to occupy a position of authority within such an institution, wielding substantial power, is a privilege few can afford to confront directly. "Are you Wen Yao?" The rotund man cast a sidelong glance at the silent onlookers and strode forward, his voice chillingly low. "I advise you to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. Offer an immediate apology and compensate me with 50,000 for mental anguish, and I shall consider this incident as if it never happened." What nonsense is this? Extortion has audaciously found its way to him. The esteemed reputation of the Monetary Authority may weigh heavily on others, but to Wen Yao, it is but a mere scrap of paper. Who does he think he is to care about such trivialities? Director Huang, he remarked coolly. Have you been napping for too long? Li Wenyo's expression remained impassive as his gaze sliced through the rotund man's oily visage. Do you truly believe that donning the skin of the monetary authority grants you license for indiscretion? I recorded the entire encounter. You may find yourself facing charges for harassment. Shall I call the police now and have you arrested? Furthermore, your previous remarks are unmistakably extortionate. The evidence is irrefutable. You could very well find yourself incarcerated. Go ahead, test me. Director Huang froze on the spot, his face quivering with indignation, his eyes nearly igniting with fury. Very well. Young man, this is not how one plays the hero and rescues the damsel. Humph. Aware of his own culpability, he spat out a venomous retort before shoving his way through the crowd and exiting the bar without a backward glance. All right, it's over now, everyone. Enjoy your drinks and have fun. Tonight's tab is on me. Thank you, Li sir. Li Wenyo turned to summon the owner, casually producing a stack of crisp Hong Kong dollars, covering both the damage to the furniture and the drinks for the entire venue. Let us go? He approached Li Ji, naturally extending his hand to gently grasp her delicate fingers, leading her outside. Li Ji felt a warmth bloom at her fingertips and a flush creep up her ears. Yet she did not pull away, allowing him to guide her through the bustling crowd. At the entrance, she hesitated, softly voicing, "Could you let go of my hand now?" Li Wenyo immediately released her grip, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "I apologize. I didn't mean to frighten you." "No, it's fine," she replied, shaking her head. Her voice soft, though her gaze was tinged with shyness. "I'm truly sorry for dragging you into a confrontation with someone from the monetary authority. Is it really all right?" Noticing her unease, Li Wenyo spoke reassuringly. "Rest assured, he cannot harm me. If time permits, shall I escort you home?" Li Ji pondered for a moment, her tone softening. "How about I treat you to dinner? You've helped me immensely, and I must express my gratitude. Would that be convenient for you?" Li Wenyo's eyes brightened, his smile growing warmer. "Absolutely convenient." "Oh dear, this is rather embarrassing." Initially, he had intended to ascertain her residence before inviting her to dinner on a suitable occasion. Yet, she had taken the initiative, leaving him no room for politeness. "I know a delightful barbecue stall. The flavors are exceptional. What do you think?" Li Ji's eyes sparkled as she nodded decisively. "Sounds perfect." Before long, Li Wenyo was driving her away from the scene. 20 minutes later, they found themselves seated at a bustling street-side barbecue stall, with Li Wenyo promptly ordering 10 skewers of kidneys, a large platter of succulent oysters, and several appetizers. What would barbecue be without ice-cold beer? Naturally, he requested a few bottles. Li Ji also selected a few of her favorites. But when a steaming bowl of sizzling kidneys and a mound of oysters were placed before them, she blinked in surprise, her expression momentarily taken aback. "Do you have a particular fondness for kidneys and oysters?" Li Wenyo laughed heartily. "Huh? Men must occasionally nourish their vigor. Try some. It's good for your complexion and health." Li Ji's heart skipped a beat, a blush creeping to her ears as she lowered her head, responding softly, "Okay." At that age, girls were often innocent and straightforward, and her reaction was entirely natural. "By the way, I still don't know your name." "I'm Tang Xin," she replied, her smile radiant as she raised her glass. "Thank you for rescuing me tonight." Just a trivial effort, Li Wenyo lifted his glass as well, their glasses clinking with a crisp sound, and he downed the contents in one go. However, at that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him, and the title Double Dragon leapt to his mind. He realized this was the first time Jackie Chan had teamed up with the goddess Li Ji in that unforgettable comedy, a film fondly remembered by many. Little did he know he would encounter it himself. "Apologies, brother Jackie." As the conversation deepened, the atmosphere grew warmer, akin to the glowing embers of charcoal. Tang Xin gradually shed her initial shyness, her expressions unfurling, her laughter bright and frequent. This sense of ease was a result of Li Wenyo's deft handling of the situation, something he executed with effortless grace. With the dialogue flowing freely and beer bottles steadily emptied, Tang Xion's cheeks flushed from a rosy hue to a deeper crimson, her gaze becoming veiled in a soft haze, her entire form languidly leaning against the back of her chair. Yet, Li Wenyo remained only slightly tipsy, his spirit undimmed. For him, drinking beer was as effortless as sipping plain water. "Goodness, you may look slender, but you certainly have some weight to you." 2 hours later, at the entrance of Tang Xion's building, Li Wenyo had to exert considerable effort to decipher her rambling directions, eventually ensuring she made it safely inside. He gently laid the tipsy Tang Xion on her bed, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Surveying the room, it was a haven of soft pinks, floral curtains, plush cushions, and several adorable plush dolls adorning the bedside, an unmistakable sanctuary for a girl with a heart full of whimsy. Just as he was about to turn away, he heard a soft murmur from the bed. Tang Xin rolled over, seemingly restless from the heat, and began unbuttoning her shirt, the fabric slipping away to reveal her smooth, toned form with long, straight legs, skin as delicate as porcelain, and a neck that was both supple and graceful. Wen Yao's breath caught in his throat, his gaze momentarily frozen. This figure truly epitomized the harmonious blend of purity and allure recognized in the Asian film industry. Amitba. He hurriedly collected himself, reaching for a light blanket to gently cover her shoulders. However, just as his fingers brushed the edge of the blanket, Tang Xian unexpectedly grasped his wrist, pulling him towards her. Caught off guard, he stumbled forward, enveloped in her warm embrace. How could he maintain his composure now? He had intended to act as a gentleman, but it appeared to be a futile endeavor. Is this how women behave when intoxicated? Clinging to whomever they can find? Well then, Wen Yao could only comply with a heavy heart. That night, the winds surged and the moonlight wavered. Old routines may not be outdated, but effectiveness is the true measure of merit. The following morning, a bright and startled feminine voice shattered the tranquility of the dawn. Tang Xian slowly woke up from her drowsiness. As soon as her eyelids were lifted, she bumped into Wen Yao's enlarged face, so close that she could count the curvature of his eyelashes. What made her ears even hotter was that she was curled up in his arms, with her cheek pressed against his warm chest. She took a sudden gasp of cold air, let out a scream, and then bounced up, pulling the blanket tightly around her body, like a startled sparrow huddled in the corner of the bed. Wen Yao was startled by the sharp scream and suddenly opened his eyes. His drowsiness did not dissipate, and his eyes swept around in confusion. As he turned his head, he saw Tang Xian's reddened eyes and hoarsely asked, "Are you awake? Did you sleep soundly last night? You bastard. While I was drunk and unconscious." I dared not finish speaking. Tears rolled down my face, and my lower abdomen and waist were slightly sore, with dull pain piercing deep into my nerves. This is her first time. She's confused about how it happened. Teach her how to swallow this breath. Haha. Tang Xian raised his hand and fanned it, his 5 fingers blowing the wind towards his face. Wen Yao quickly grabbed her wrist and sighed. Don't rush to hit her. You really don't remember anything from last night. But you held me in your arms first. Move your hand first. I also drank too much. Who else would be able to hold you so soft and snuggle into your arms? You're talking nonsense. Her voice trembled, and sporadic images flashed through her mind, as if she had really hugged something warm before going to bed. The more she thought about it, the more weak her voice became. Wen Yao smiled bitterly and shook his head. What did I deceive you for? I was planning to leave when I sent you home, but you pulled my tie and hung it on me, and 2 buttons on my clothes were undone. If it were you, could you just let go? Since I have done it, I will not be vague about you being the person that Wen Yao will marry me in the future. Tang Xian twitched and his shoulders trembled. Coco. He looked at her pear blossom-like appearance, without hesitation, reached out and hugged her tightly, pressing her into his arms. His voice was low and firm. Where did it come from? In the days to come, I will protect and love you. When the sky falls, I will be there to support you. When dealing with a delicate and clingy girl like Tang Xian, Wen Yao had already figured out the tricks of the game and couldn't stop her with just a few words, so he used his actions to silence her. All right. I was so drunk that I didn't have a chance to take a shower yesterday. Hurry up and take a hot bath to refresh myself. I feel weak in my waist and legs, as if I can't stand up. Cough. It's been like this for the first time. It'll be over in a couple of days. I'll hold you and wash it together. Chapter 62. Perfect match. A perfect match. 2 hours later, East Kowloon Police Station. Serious Crime Unit. Wen Yao walked briskly into the office, his eyebrows and eyes sparkling with excitement. He nodded and greeted his colleagues. And as soon as he sat down in his chair, the door was pushed open. Sir Li, it's early in the morning. What's up? Liu walked in with 2 thick dark circles under his eyes and didn't hesitate to collapse into the chair across from him. Where did you sneak away yesterday, kid? Not answering the phone, not responding to messages, playing missing? Cough. Wen Yao's eyes slightly rolled and his expression became stern. The informant revealed a piece of information, and I went to the scene overnight to verify. Unfortunately, it was knocked out. What about over there? Has Tansheng made any movements? Liu waved his hand and said, I haven't seen any shadows. This person probably ran away with oil on their feet. How dare you still linger in Xianjiang after such a big mess? It's just an old fox. Detective Xiao's method of surrounding without catching anyone is like working for nothing. Wen Yao nodded and said, that's right. But don't slack off. His counterfeit currency factory was smashed to pieces by someone. And the anger in your heart may not be enough to swallow. Maybe even jump out on their own. That makes sense. Liu frowned and pondered for a moment, then nodded in response. Bang dang. Before the words could finish, the office door was kicked open. Xia Zhihao rushed in with a pale face, his gaze like a knife fixed straight on Wen Yao's face. Wen Yao and Li Yuqi turned their heads together, their faces filled with astonishment. Detective Xia, what happened? Who made you so angry? Huh. Xia Zhihao let out a cold snort from his nasal cavity, his gaze piercing Wen Yao's face like a knife. Do you still dare to ask? Did you pretend to have amnesia so quickly after doing something good last night? Why provoke Director Huang from the Hong Kong Monetary Authority? Li Wenyao's eyebrows furrowed. His eyes suddenly sharp, but his tone was as steady as a deep well. What kind of mistake is this? Besides, this is my business. So it's your turn to inquire? His heart skipped a beat. Does news spread faster than the wind? Or was it that greasy-faced fool who poked himself in the head overnight? Li Yu next to him was also confused. He quickly took a step forward and laughed, saying, Detective Xia, take your time to talk. Looking up but not down, there's no need to keep a straight face. Get lost. Xia Zhihao crossed his arm and pushed Li Yu to the side without hesitation. He took 2 steps towards Li Wenyao, his eyes almost bulging. Do you know how much trouble you've caused? The police station's funding for this month has been completely blocked. Do you understand what this means? Deputy Director Allen and I just met. As long as you personally come to the door, bow and apologize to Director Huang, I'll take care of the rest. Apologize? Li Wenyao sneered and slowly tapped the back of the chair with his fingertips. Why should I lower my head? You want to lick the soles of high-ranking officials' shoes. Don't drag me into the water. Xia Zhihao poked his finger straight over and his voice trembled. Can you say it again? Who licks? We are carrying the entire team's rice bowl. Is it difficult for you to pay with your waste bag? Do you cover all the utilities, equipment, and overtime pay for the police station? Listen carefully. This is a command. TSK, whoever you love, I won't move anyway. Li Wenyao leaned back in his chair, his expression as calm as drinking tea. And I wanted to ask, can a senior executive of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority be seen as a street teasing a good girl? As a police officer, should I take care of the collision? Or do we have to watch him use his power to steal people and drag them into dark alleys to ruin things? Tang Xin, are you cursing yourself? Scum. Xia Zhihao was choked on the spot, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, and he couldn't squeeze out a word. Li Yu finally understood the ins and outs at this moment, and immediately leaned in again, scratching the back of his head with a silly smile. Detective Xia. In my opinion, Wen Yao really didn't do anything wrong. Who else would not reach out and witness such a thing? Can you just stand by and watch? Furthermore, who knew in advance who he was? Misjudgment cannot be considered a crime, right? He advised while winking at Li Wenyao, his eyes almost cramping. Li Wenyao didn't even lift his eyelids. Make him bend over? Or towards that piece of meat? There are no doors. Xia Zhihao closed his eyes and took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, knowing that he couldn't stand it. He simply bypassed Li Yu, relocked Li Wenyao, and gritted his teeth to endure the scene. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Why did you stay in the bar last night? The whole team is chasing Tan Sheng. How about you, enjoying your own leisure time, drinking, chatting, and playing cool? Li Wenyao didn't even change his sitting posture, and his voice was lazy and deep. He had already reported to Sir Li about an appointment with an informant who said he could touch Tan Sheng's shadow. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Zhihao's pupils contracted and he urgently asked, What clues? Where's the person? Li Wenyao gave him a sidelong glance and said lightly, Don't waste your effort. I personally went there and found counterfeit goods. If Tan Sheng were so easy to catch, we wouldn't have to stay up all night, flip through surveillance cameras, and grind our mouths. Xia Zhihao was suddenly deflated, opening his mouth, yet at a loss for words. Every avenue was meticulously blocked by Li Wenyao, leaving him with a heaviness in his chest. When he dared to look up at Li Wenyao again, his expression had subtly shifted. This man, though seemingly unruly, was in fact methodically advancing, his every move a calculated grip. The hardest nut to crack is often one that appears nonchalant on the surface, yet conceals a bed of nails beneath. It seems that to topple Li Wenyao, ordinary means are utterly insufficient. The office soon fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere thickening to the point where even breathing felt conspicuous. Xia Zhihao awkwardly rose, his steps unsteady as he retreated, a bitter smile plastered on his face, shoulders slumped as though drained of strength. Once the door was firmly shut, Li Yu immediately pressed a hand against his chest, exhaling a deep, troubled sigh. He turned to Li Wenyao, shaking his head in lament. Ah Yao, your words are as sharp as they are heated. Anyone who engages with you gets burned. Being a police officer is not merely a matter of enduring through time. To secure one's position, one must temper their temperament and refrain from wielding the blade too readily. Li Wenyao simply shook his head, his voice low yet resonant like iron striking stone. There's no need. Some individuals will take advantage of even a slight retreat, stand firm, and they will often reconsider their approach. I have never relied on reading faces for sustenance, nor will I allow anyone to dictate my actions. And no one can obstruct my path. Li Yu paused for a moment, then broke into a grin, giving a thumbs up. Now that's the spirit. Youth is truly a blessing. As he spoke, he picked up his briefcase and took his leave. However, Li Wenyao did not take a seat. Instead, he strode directly to the window, gazing out at the glaringly clear blue sky, a cold glint flickering in his eyes that sent a shiver through the air. In an instant, the entire office felt as if it had been plunged into a freezer, the air conditioning falling silent. The supervisor from the Monetary Authority, Huang? Sigh. I had intended to keep a low profile, yet someone insists on making waves above me? Fine, they possess quite the audacity. He turned and grabbed his phone, dialing Wang Jianjun's number. Hello, boss. The last task was executed flawlessly, Wen Yao said in a calm tone, devoid of any hint of praise or criticism. Recently, has anyone been causing you trouble? Wang Jianjun replied confidently, rest assured, there won't be even the tiniest crack. If I can't handle such trifles, how could I possibly speak to you? Good. Wen Yao paused. Please investigate the residence of Supervisor Huang from the Monetary Authority, along with details about his family and acquaintances. I want to know everything, down to the minutiae. Wang Jianjun's demeanor shifted, his voice tightening as he understood. Also, look into Superintendent Xia Zhihao from the East Kowloon Police Station. Strip everything bare, the more detailed, the better. He unconsciously tapped his fingers against the windowsill. His brow slightly furrowed. Xia Zhihao's earlier performance felt too smooth, too rehearsed, yet flawless to the point where one could not find fault. To be on the safe side, it would be prudent to let Wang Jianjun explore the hidden cards. In terms of clandestine connections and pathways, this fellow was more knowledgeable than I. Such tasks are best suited for him. Understood. Move swiftly. I do not wish to wait. Yes. After hanging up, Wen Yao maintained his usual expression, returning to his desk to sip from the now cold coffee, his gaze fixed on the blank web page on his computer screen. From here, he merely needed to await news. Ding ding ding. Just as he settled into his chair, his phone buzzed once more. Oh no, I completely forgot about this colossal presence. Upon seeing the caller ID, he froze, the earlier aura of intensity dissipating in an instant, leaving only a buzzing in his mind. It's all Tang Xin's fault. That enchanting temptress, causing no small amount of trouble. Tang Xin, scoundrel, do you have no shame? Hello, my little ancestor. What has you so upset? Lu Huijin's irritated voice pierced through. Didn't you promise to come to my house last night? Where were you? I specifically bought you that lace camisole you adore, paired with black stockings, yet I didn't even catch a glimpse of you. Were you off charming some vixen again? Ah. Wen Yao smacked his forehead, frustration evident on his face as he spoke rapidly. Darling, this is a misunderstanding. I don't have any other woman. I didn't mean to stand you up. I had to dash out when a lead on Tansheng suddenly broke. I didn't even have time to change my clothes. I only wrapped things up at dawn. And now I have dark circles under my eyes that could double as sunglasses. Upon hearing this, Lu Huijin's tone softened somewhat, though she still huffed. Don't come with your excuses. You always deceive my feelings. Wen Yao, what in the world is happening today? Stop this nonsense. His voice suddenly deepened, brows furrowing as he lost all trace of jest. You know what kind of person I am, don't you? Do I really need to deceive you? This isn't about playing it cool. It's a serious matter concerning my ambitions and the stability of our streets in Xinjiang. You are my woman. Why cling to petty emotions? This uniform isn't just for show. When I wear it, I bear a significant weight on my shoulders. You must trust me, but also understand me. Do you comprehend? Lu Huijin stood still, her heart gently nudged as warmth and fullness enveloped her. Heavens, this is my man, standing tall and unwavering. I was just being petty. She immediately softened her tone, gently poking his arm. Oh dear, I'm truly sorry. But when you leave, the entire building feels so empty. I can't even muster the energy to binge watch my shows. Wen Yao's eyes crinkled at the corners, a smile gracing his lips. I've missed you so much it's driving me mad. I'll pick you up from work tonight and treat you to some exquisite home-cooked dishes. Once the call ended, he released a long breath, a smile of ease and certainty curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph, why not come to me willingly? As night fell, outside a high-end Western restaurant in Xinjiang, a nondescript old sedan came to a steady halt at the entrance, even causing the valet to smirk slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. But in the next moment, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What a perfect match. A picture-perfect couple. Wen Yao donned a sharply tailored dark suit, accentuating his broad shoulders and tall stature, his face adorned with a half-smile that exuded both charm and confidence. Merely standing there, he captivated the attention of every woman in the room, leaving them momentarily breathless, even forgetting to steady their wine glasses. If he were to take things seriously and step onto a runway, photographers would surely vie for the chance to capture him. Meanwhile, Lu Huijin wore a sleek black velvet gown, the waist cinched just right, her movements flowing like liquid light. Her subtle makeup highlighted her exquisite features, effortlessly drawing all attention and leaving others feeling self-conscious. The male patrons were equally entranced, their gazes glued to the pair, a mix of envy and admiration. As if witnessing a real-life fairy tale, the two exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes brimming with unspoken understanding, seemingly oblivious to the intense stares that had become second nature to them. Chapter 63. This matter seems a bit too hot to handle? Wen Yao casually tossed the keys to the doorman, flicking a banknote with his fingertips, before turning to grasp Lu Huijin's wrist, walking leisurely inside. She instinctively looped her arm through his, tilting her chin slightly, her eyes sparkling like stars, silently declaring, "This man belongs to me. This is my man." At an elegant table by the window, Wen Yao rested his chin on his hand, gazing at her. "Is this to your liking?" His inquiry held genuine intent. He had arranged for this window seat a month in advance to ensure she could take in the breathtaking view of Victoria Harbor's lights. This establishment, perched atop a skyscraper, overlooked a significant portion of Xiangjiang, with only 2 seats by the window, a rarity for which ordinary patrons might wait months. "I love it." Lu Huijin turned her face aside. As the neon lights flowed into her eyes like fragmented gold, the corners of her lips curving into a gentle arc. At that moment, the sound of the violin wafted through the air, its notes dancing around her hair tips, making her smile even more vibrant. Wen Yao sliced a small piece of steak and pushed it towards her. "Chef's signature steak, French foie gras. And how about a bottle of 82 Lafite to try?" "Absolutely." Just as the waiter retreated, Lu Huijin suddenly leaned in, lowering her voice, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. "In such an upscale place, one meal could easily devour 2 months of your salary, right? Can we be a little frugal?" Wen Yao paused, setting down his knife and fork, a warm smile gracing his face. "You truly needn't worry about these things. If you enjoy it, I could buy the entire floor just so you could come here every day." Lu Huijin rolled her eyes playfully. "Who taught you that? One should choose the right time to boast, don't you think?" Wen Yao shrugged, refraining from further debate. After all, given the figures in his account at present, his words were not entirely fanciful. He simply found it tedious to reveal his cards, inviting a plethora of troublesome issues. Otherwise, he would have turned the world upside down by now. Just as Lu Huijin was about to speak, 2 individuals sauntered in from the side, their voices dripping with syrupy sarcasm. "Oh, isn't this Inspector Wen Yao from the East Kowloon police station? Your face today is truly quite flushed." Wen Yao's brow furrowed at the sound, turning away, muttering 2 words in his mind. What a nuisance. The newcomers were none other than the rotund Huang supervisor from the Monetary Authority, who he had personally shoved into a wall last night, now resembling a gasping pig, his tie straining against his ample girth. Beside him was a woman, her waist slim but her face so thick it could stop bullets. Her foundation wider than a temple statue, standing next to Lu Huijin. She resembled a porcelain bowl filled with pearls. Upon spotting Lu Huijin, Huang's supervisor's eyes nearly popped out, and when he glanced at Wen Yao, his gaze was sour enough to pickle radishes. Wen Yao lifted his eyelids, his voice cold as ice piercing through eardrums. "Get lost. Don't let your greasy presence spoil the ambience here. You." Huang's supervisor's finger trembled, knuckles whitening, but a glance around forced him to swallow his anger. Managing only a cold sneer through clenched teeth. "Quite tough with your words? Haven't you heard? Your police station's funding approval is stuck halfway. With a mere flick of my finger, I could cut it in half. No mercy, I assure you. Don't think that just because you carry the inspector's badge, you're invulnerable. More people in the police department call me Brother Huang than you have ever encountered as witnesses. Crush you? A blink of an eye, that's all it takes." "Oh." Wen Yao's lips curled into a slight smirk, lazily retorting, "Should I kneel down and lick your shoes instead?" Huang's supervisor grinned broadly, leaning in so closely that his nose nearly brushed against Wen Yao's ear, murmuring, "No need for such trouble. Just as long as you let this young lady." Before he could finish, Wen Yao's expression darkened abruptly, murderous intent slicing through the air. He seized Huang's supervisor's greasy scalp, slamming it onto the table with a resounding thud, rattling the dishes. The sound diminished to a chilling whisper. "You, seeking death? You can insult him, trample on him. But to harbor ill intentions towards Lu Huijin is akin to throwing oneself onto a blade, certainly fatal. Let go of me." Huang's supervisor's Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled, his face turning the color of liver, his legs flailing like a fish out of water. Yet he couldn't even free a finger. "Ah, help! Stop him!" The woman beside them screamed, attempting to rush forward, but Wen Yao cast a glance her way, causing her to slip and retreat 3 steps, her back colliding with a potted plant. Instantly, all eyes in the hall were trained on them. Crash! Crash! Several waiters rushed over, and Wen Yao released his grip. However, Huang's supervisor was still desperately writhing, losing control of his body and toppling over 3 tables before crashing to the ground, a sight so pitiful that even his wig was askew. Lu Huijin grasped Wen Yao's arm tightly, her fingertips icy, her brow furrowed in worry. He remained silent, merely lifting his hand to cover hers, gently patting it twice. "I am a police officer." As the waiters opened their mouths, Wen Yao had already revealed his credentials, his tone crisp and decisive. "This is none of your concern." The group exchanged glances, retreating half a step, standing with their hands at their sides. Huang's supervisor pushed himself up from the floor, his suit wrinkled like a rag, his eyes bloodshot, stepping up to Wen Yao, gritting his teeth. "Bastard! You dare to lay your hands on me." Do you believe I could have you stripped of your uniform and sent back to the countryside to farm by tomorrow? Li Wenyo stood straight, hands in his pockets. His tone as flat as a still lake. Shout again, and I won't hesitate to let you relive the taste of the floor. I never touched you. You just leapt around too joyfully and fell in a manner more embarrassing than a dog eating mud. Trying to frame me? Look in the mirror first. You. Huang's supervisor was fuming, his fists cracking, but would he dare to strike? He wouldn't even come close to touching the hem of Li Wenyo's clothes. The anger pulsed in his temples, leaving him with only empty threats swirling in his throat. Fine, you're tough. When the day comes that you kneel and beg me, I shall see if your bones still hold firm. Just wait and see. He spun on his heel, flinging his sleeve, striding out with great strides. The woman shot Li Wenyo a venomous glare before jogging after him, her high heels echoing against the floor. Li Wenyo stood still, watching the corpulent figure disappear through the door. A cold glint remained in his eyes. He had encountered provocateurs before, but never one so eager to deliver an invitation to the underworld. Let him not blame him for being ruthless then. A perfectly good dinner had been thoroughly disrupted by that fat pig, leaving chaos in its wake. Shortly after, Li Wenyo tossed a stack of cash onto the table as compensation, pulling Lu Huijin along as they exited. In the car, he turned his face, his tone sincere yet tinged with regret. I truly apologize. I intended to enjoy a calm meal with you, but who knew we would run into such a scene? It's all right. Lu Huijin gently shook her head, the corners of her lips lifting slightly as she recalled the moment when Li Wenyo had stood protectively in front of her, her heart fluttering like a small deer. By the way, who exactly is that fat man? Did you have a past with him? That guy? Li Wenyo pondered briefly, summarizing the events in a few words. Of course. He omitted any mention of their leisurely stroll through the Tang Xi night market, eating and laughing. Huang's supervisor from the Monetary Authority? Upon hearing this, Lu Huijin instinctively raised her hand to cover her mouth, her brows knitting tightly. Oh no, this is serious trouble. Why didn't you hold back at all? How are we going to resolve this now? Yet Li Wenyo leaned back against the chair, his expression relaxed, smiling nonchalantly. Don't worry. He can't lay a finger on me. But dingling. The phone suddenly rang, sharp and jarring. He glanced at the screen, nodded at Lu Huijin, stepped out of the car, moved to the roadside to answer the call, casually flicking open his lighter, igniting a cigarette with a snap. Hello, boss. We've got it sorted. Li Wenyo leaned against the railing, the cigarette's tip flickering, his voice low and steady as he spoke. Wang Jianjun spoke rapidly. Huang's supervisor, in his 40s, divorced and living alone, his wife and child far in Canada. He clocks in at 9 every morning, without fail. After hearing this, Li Wenyo's eyelids slowly lowered, his gaze turning as frigid as frost. Understood. We'll send him on his way tonight. Be ruthless. Don't let him die too easily. Record the entire process. I want to see it with my own eyes. His tone was calm, even carrying a hint of casualness. Yet the chill in his words sliced through the air like a knife, sending a shiver down Wang Jianjun's spine as he gripped the receiver, his neck prickling with unease. Understood, boss. What about Xiaojiao? Li Wenyo exhaled a puff of white mist, casually inquiring. There is. Wang Jianjun immediately chimed in. Xiaojiao, 28 years old. A banana person, a graduate from the Bramshill Police Academy. More crucially, he is closely connected with Deputy Director Zhu Jingquan of the Police Operations Department. This reassignment to the East Kowloon Police Station's Major Crimes Unit was entirely Zhu Jingquan's decision. Oh, Li Wenyo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. I didn't expect this young man to have Zhu Jingquan backing him, but Zhu Jingquan has been sending people to East Kowloon frequently, first appointing a director, then parachuting in ahead for the Major Crimes Unit. What's the motive? Is there a gold mine buried beneath East Kowloon, or is there something shady being concealed? He suddenly scoffed, fiercely extinguishing his cigarette on the railing. Regardless of what schemes he is concocting, I shall proceed undeterred. Only with a strong fist can one articulate their reasoning. Is there anything else? None. Wang Jianjun replied succinctly. This is all we can uncover at present. But rest assured, I will dig deeper, and should there be any news, I will report to you immediately. Good. Li Wenyo paused. The sooner with Supervisor Huang, the better. Understood. After hanging up the phone, he did not hasten to get into the car, instead gazing up at the moon, bright and round, its silvery light spilling across the ground. With the night dark and the wind high, it was the perfect time to act. Just as he flicked away the ash from his cigarette and lifted his foot to leave, a sudden chime rang out in his mind. Mission triggered. Eliminate the Monetary Authority's Supervisor Huang and Chief Inspector Xiaojiao of the East Kowloon Police Station's Major Crimes Unit. Ding. Supervisor Huang, nicknamed Bloodleech, preys relentlessly on the marrow of the underprivileged, resorting to any means to abduct beautiful women. The number of lives claimed by his hands exceeds 100. Ding. Xiaojiao, of mixed heritage, British nationality, has severed all ties with Zhu Jingquan. Ding. Reward, randomly distributed. Li Wenyo mentally replayed these messages, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. This affair is rather heated, isn't it? Supervisor Huang is no surprise. His name has long been etched on the tip of my blade. But Xiaoji Hao? I had no intention of touching him just yet. Having just dealt with the police commissioner, to then confront the head of the major crimes unit? That would be far too conspicuous. But the greater the danger, the more exhilarating it becomes. Whose call was that? Oh, just work-related matters. Let me take you somewhere else to explore. Sounds great. In the blink of an eye, Wen Yao drove off with Liu Huijin, indulging in shopping sprees at the mall, foot massages, and street markets, not returning home until the early hours of the morning. However, as soon as the door lock clicked shut, the two were entangled once more, rekindling their fiery passion. Chapter 64. This is not murder. It is clearly a slap in the face. Deep in the night, precisely at 2 o'clock, in a standalone villa on the slopes of Hong Kong. Creak. The iron gate made a slight noise as Supervisor Huang was half dragged, half supported by a young woman into the door, collapsing heavily onto the sofa, reeking of alcohol. The girl wiped the fine sweat from her brow, glancing down at the mass of flesh sprawled on the sofa, her eyes brimming with disdain and fatigue. Yet her face wore a sickly sweet smile. If it weren't for this seaside villa, the Hermes bags, and the high-heeled shoes that would allow her to step into high society, why would she endure this farce with this fat pig day in and day out? Gritting her teeth, she bore it as though feeding a dog. Just as she turned to press the switch on the wall, a shadow silently unfurled behind her like ink. As she twisted around, a pale skull mask suddenly loomed before her, less than a foot from her nose. Before her scream could escape, the assailant had closed in. It was Wang Jianjun, dressed entirely in black, save for his eyes, which were cold as a deep pool, capable of devouring one's soul. He stepped forward, pinning her firmly against the icy wall, his palms sealing her mouth, pressing down so hard that her lower lip turned white. Then he leaned in, his nose almost brushing against her ear, inhaling deeply, his voice gravelly as sandpaper against iron. Shoo, don't make a sound. Otherwise, you'll have to lie down with him tonight. Do you understand? Her pupils dilated, a bone-chilling cold shot up her spine, tears streaming down her face. Her body trembling like a withered leaf in the wind, only capable of nodding frantically. Wang Jianjun swallowed hard, slowly releasing his grip. She remained frozen, holding her breath, her shoulders subtly shaking, too afraid to wipe her tears or blink. He seized her wrist, gently pulling her to sit facing the sofa, directly opposite Supervisor Huang. Then he produced an old camcorder, setting it up with a click, the lens aimed solely at his chest and below. The mask concealed him thoroughly, the collar pulled down so low that not a hint of neck creases was visible. He was no fool, nor a living target. The next moment, he circled behind Supervisor Huang, grasping his chin with his left hand, lifting it upward, while his right hand flashed cold steel, a dagger pressed against the carotid artery. SSS. The blade glided slowly, like a venomous snake licking the skin. Blood droplets initially seeped out, then formed a fine line, dripping from the edge of the blade, blooming into a dark red flower on the carpet. Ugh! Supervisor Huang jolted awake, the alcohol dissipating, his eyes bulging, limbs flailing, his throat gurgling, yet unable to utter a single word. But the knife continued to move, inch by inch, maddeningly slow. Despair surged through his veins, fear exploded in his bones, while his strength was gradually siphoned away. Thud! Finally, his throat was sliced open, a warm fountain of blood erupting, carving a crimson arc under the light. Woo-woo! Supervisor Huang opened his mouth to scream, but the gaping wound in his throat hissed like a broken windbag, the scalding blood gushed forth in torrents. And he futilely grasped his neck with both hands, unable to suppress the crimson tide. His body slumped, heavily collapsing against the table, bloodied fingers spasming toward the beautiful woman across from him, trailing 3 viscous, dark lines. The beauty opposite was splattered with warm blood, her pupils constricting, a shriek of terror erupting from her throat as she spun and dashed for the door. Bang! Wang Jianjun raised his hand and fired a shot, the bullet striking her precisely in the back of the head, her figure swaying before crashing to the ground with a dull thud. I already warned you to keep your mouth shut. He shook his head, his tone devoid of anger, only a weariness tinged with disdain. He then lowered his gaze, coldly observing Supervisor Huang convulsing in a pool of blood, thrashing and gasping, his heart showing no ripples of emotion. Time crawled by, and Supervisor Huang's eyelids began to droop, his vision blurring, fingers slowly loosening their grip on the table, his head tilting to one side, leaving only his torso twitching nervously. Yet the gaping wound continued to spout blood, saturating the entire mahogany table, creating a glaring, ink-splashed tableau. TSK. As expected of a well-fed pig, the blood flows quite freely. Wang Jianjun chuckled softly, no longer glancing at the 2 corpses, picking up the camcorder to review and confirm. Nodding in satisfaction, he did not rush to leave. Instead, he meticulously searched every corner to wipe away fingerprints, collecting hair, cleaning footprints, even dusting off the windowsill with scrupulous care before finally exiting. On the cliff by the sea, he tossed the weapon used in the crime, gloves, the old car, along with the blood-stained coat into the abyss. Turning, he entered another silver-gray sedan, the engine roaring as it surged into the night. Inside the car, he took out his phone and sent a text to Wen Yao. The job is done swiftly. After swiftly replacing the SIM card in the device, he dialed the emergency hotline, casually relaying all pertinent information to the television station before decisively snapping the SIM card in half and tossing it into the turbulent waves of darkness. Boom. The tires crushed the gravel as the silhouette of the vehicle vanished into the thick shroud of night. Meanwhile, Wen Yao had just concluded an exhilarating workout, embracing the perspiring Lu Huijin, whose cheeks were flushed and hairline damp. He nestled his chin against her heated forehead, his features radiating satisfaction. The moment the phone screen illuminated, a smirk danced at the corners of his mouth, his fingertips gently caressing her back, breath quickening, his body sinking into hers. Another call? 10 minutes later. Crime scene. The 110 Command Center received the report and immediately dispatched nearby patrol officers to the scene with urgency. As two officers kicked the door open, a pungent scent of rust assaulted their senses. There lay the lifeless female body, her skull shattered with a gaping hole the size of a bowl. Brain matter and blood splattered across the floor. The officers' scalps tingled with dread, and instinctively, they looked up, freezing in horror. In the living room, only a dim chandelier remained suspended, casting its glow upon the massive form of Supervisor Huang, sprawled on the table, limbs splayed. Blood having already overflowed the edges of the table, trickling down the legs and pooling into a dark crimson sea on the floor. From above, it resembled a meticulously arranged, macabre offering. Ugh! One officer abruptly turned and dashed outside, retching against the wall, while the other, pale as a ghost, staggered backward, shouting into his earpiece. Report. 2 bodies at the scene. The male victim is suspected to be Supervisor Huang of the Monetary Authority, and the female victim is his mistress. No trace of the suspect has been found. Request immediate backup. Repeat, urgent backup. Received. A team has been dispatched. Wail. The police sirens grew louder. Red and blue lights flashing wildly against the villa's exterior as a cordon was swiftly established. Simultaneously, a throng of reporters with cameras surged forward, flashbulbs exploding, surrounding the iron gate in a frenzy. The following morning, in the TVB news studio. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Morning Express. A significant homicide has occurred this morning. Last night, in a standalone villa in the southern district of Hong Kong, the bodies of a man and a woman were discovered, their deaths shockingly gruesome. According to preliminary reports from the police, the male victim is identified as Huang, a senior executive of the Monetary Authority, while the female victim is his long-term mistress. The investigation is ongoing, and the identities and motives of the perpetrator remain unclear. Our station will continue to provide updates, so please stay tuned. Following the rolling reports from the 2 major television stations, a wave of commotion erupted across Hong Kong, with streets buzzing with discussions and a palpable sense of unease. The Monetary Authority is no ordinary institution, and the fallen figure is a powerful official. This case is alarmingly hot. Good heavens! The throat was slit wide open, blood gushing until breath ceased. How brutal! TSK, what kind of deep-seated grudge could provoke such venomous intent? Supervisor Huang of the Monetary Authority, who had the audacity to lay a hand on him. Incredible! I've long been displeased with these arrogant officials. It serves them right. Indeed, after years of tyranny, retribution has come swiftly. At the same time, in the East Kowloon police station, the major crimes unit, Xia Zhihao sat behind his desk, fixated on the television screen. His brow furrowed, his Adam's apple bobbing, fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, his mind pricked by a thorn of unease. He sensed an unsettling abnormality surrounding this incident. If the victim had been an ordinary employee, it could have been attributed to personal grudges. Yet, the fact that Supervisor Huang had been irritable over the phone just yesterday, imposing targets, only to be found dead in his office today, with a gaping wound on his neck, seemed too coincidental, too convenient to be an accident. After 2 decades in criminal investigation, he could sniff the gunpowder scent amidst the blood. Alan, Wen Yao? The thought flickered in his mind. But he shook his head in self-mockery, dismissing it as absurd. Setting aside the disparity in their statuses, the sheer brutality of Huang's demise, such a vicious cut, precise technique, and intense hatred, suggested that without a long-standing grudge, no one would resort to such lethal measures. Forget it, it's not my concern. He exhaled deeply, forcing a smile, relieved that the funding issue was now entirely off his plate. Who was behind this? He couldn't be bothered to speculate. What truly occupied his mind was the slippery old fox, Tan Xiong, who had vanished without a trace over the past 2 days, as if swept away by the tide, leaving not even a strand of hair behind. Every acquaintance, informant, and even black market brokers had been thoroughly interrogated to the point of chapped lips. Yet all responses were the same: never seen, no longer in contact. He had even cast out his dark connections, only to come up empty-handed. Unless Tan Cheng had absconded with the ill-gotten gains out of the harbor. If that were the case, the planned operation would likely crumble to dust. However, the fire in Xia Zhihao's eyes only blazed brighter. This was a crucial juncture in his ascent. And to take even half a step back would mean handing his achievements to another. He grabbed his coat and strode out of the office. A contingent of Major Crimes Unit officers hastening to follow him. At this moment, in the headquarters of the Monetary Authority, the president's office. Bang! A muffled sound shattered the silence. Chen Gang stood before the expansive rosewood desk, his complexion ashen, his right hand still suspended in midair, the desk trembling slightly from the impact. The television replayed the fuzzy footage from the scene of Supervisor Huang's murder, his gaze fixated on the bloodied tie. His jaw clenched tightly. The Monetary Authority had always dwelled high above. Who would dare to reach out and touch it? Let alone targeting those in power. This was not merely murder. It was an affront, a slap in the face. He snatched up the landline, pressing the button for the direct line to the Commissioner of Police with force. Hello? Who is this? Chen Gang suppressed the hoarseness in his throat. His voice taut like a steel string. Commissioner Blake, this is Chen Gang. I wish to know how my people met their end. Are you at the scene? The voice on the other end paused for 2 seconds before Blake's calm and steady tone responded. Mr. Chun, I cannot provide you with an answer to that question at this moment. We are fully engaged in the investigation. I share your profound sorrow over this incident. However, this matter does not fall under our jurisdiction. Who knows what kind of powerful adversary your subordinate has crossed to meet such a fate. But rest assured, we will exert every effort to bring the true culprit to justice. Were it anyone else speaking to Blake in such a manner, he wouldn't even lift an eyelid. But Chen Gang was different. He was a person at the pinnacle of Hong Kong's hierarchy, untouchable and unassailable. Very well. Let us see the sincerity of your police force. Chen Gang nodded slightly. Additionally, until this matter has been resolved, I request the police to assign plainclothes officers to closely monitor and protect our key personnel. Each of these individuals is an invaluable asset. Understood, we will implement it immediately. Once the call ended, Chen Gang promptly summoned the senior executives of the Monetary Authority for an urgent meeting.